Chapter 1. Entering the Ancient Beast World. Bai Youyou lay on the ground, no longer feeling the pain coursing through her body. The words spoken by her parents seemed to echo in her ears. Youyou, after today, you will be an adult. We can no longer keep this from you. We have been divorced for many years now and have found new homes. This house will be left to you. Now that you are of age, you must begin to live independently, making your own decisions about your future. We sent you to boarding school all those years to help you gain independence sooner. Bai Youyou let out a bitter laugh, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. She had thought that the worst was behind her, but little did she know that a solo trip for solace would lead to her plummeting off a cliff. Her vision began to blur. She felt that death was imminent, yet her heart harbored deep resentment. She had just come of age and had so many places yet to visit. She had only tasted the bitterness of life, while the sweet, sour, and spicy remained unexperienced. Her life had just begun, and she did not wish to depart so soon. But no matter how much she resisted, her consciousness began to fade. Just as she was on the brink of losing awareness, she seemed to hear a mechanical female voice. Ding! Detected a compatible soul fluctuation. Commencing binding attempt. Binding successful. Detected host nearing death. Initiating soul transfer. Soul transfer successful. Commencing physical body formation. Physical body formation successful. Congratulations. Host has successfully bound to the ancient survival guide system. Welcome to the ancient beast world. Congratulations. Host has successfully activated the system gift package, acquiring initial information and language functions of the beast world. Granting beginner space. Ding. System binding complete. Wishing the host a pleasant journey. Bai Youyou endeavored to comprehend the female voice, but her consciousness was already too hazy. She seemed to catch fragments of words like system, binding, and beast world before completely losing awareness. Big brother, there's another female here. Let me take a look. Alas, so frail, looks like she hasn't even come of age. This physique doesn't seem fit for breeding. We can only trade her for some rations. What a pity. If it weren't for our prolonged assault on the Blackstone tribe, our Iron Wolf tribe wouldn't have to struggle to sustain these females. What can be done? Winter is approaching, and our tribe's food supplies are limited. We can only exchange these weak and underage females from the Blackstone tribe. In her dazed state, Bai Youyou heard the conversation between two men. The language was unfamiliar, yet she could understand them, though the meaning eluded her. Struggling to open her heavy eyelids, she saw two towering men, bare from the waist up and clad only in black animal skin skirts, staring down at her. Startled, Bai Youyou instinctively recoiled, her eyes filled with fear. These men appear to be nearly 2 meters tall, their muscular physiques exuding strength. Bai Youyou had never encountered such males before, and recalling their earlier conversation left her paralyzed with terror. Seeing Bai Youyou awake, the two men showed no signs of modesty. The taller one scrutinized her with a hint of regret. She's quite rare in appearance, but unfortunately too frail. Otherwise, she could have been kept as a shared companion. The shorter man's eyes glinted with a lascivious light as he exchanged a knowing glance with the taller one. Big brother, why don't we have a turn first? Hearing this, Bai Youyou shuddered in terror, her eyes wide as she looked at the two men, tears welling in her eyes. At that moment, she vaguely recalled the events leading to her loss of consciousness, piecing together that she had encountered something extraordinary, like binding to a system and traversing through time and space. However, she was utterly bewildered by her current predicament, her mind racing with information she had yet to process, only to find herself in such a dire situation. The tall man cast a sidelong glance at the shorter one and admonished, "Do not entertain such thoughts. Captives are shared by the tribe. If one is damaged, they will be exiled." With that, he lifted the limp Bai Youyou onto his shoulder and continued, "I will take her to the prisoner gathering place. You search for any remaining females or other items." The shorter man pursed his lips but offered no rebuttal, casting a reluctant glance at Bai Youyou before turning away. Bai Youyou sighed in relief, only to find herself hoisted onto the tall man's shoulder. Before she could come to terms with her situation, he sprinted away with astonishing speed, leaving her dizzy. Soon enough, a bewildered Bai Youyou was set down at the mouth of the cave. The tall man exchanged a few words with several men guarding the entrance before pushing Bai Youyou inside. Still feeling weak in her legs, she dared not resist and obediently entered the cave. Upon stepping inside, she discovered a dozen girls, referred to as females in this world. At a glance, they appeared listless, their eyes vacant and devoid of focus, as if they had lost all hope for life. In that moment, Bai Youyou had no desire for conversation. She withdrew her gaze and found a corner to begin sorting through the information flooding her mind. From the data provided by the system, she understood that the world she now inhabited was entirely different from the one in which she had grown up. The living conditions here were reminiscent of the ancient times of her original world, yet the inhabitants were utterly distinct. They were referred to as beastmen, the males were known as male beastmen, possessing formidable strength and the ability to shift between beast and human forms. The women were termed females, born in human form and relatively delicate, thus perpetually under the protection of males. They did not hunt or toil excessively, being sustained by the tribe. Upon reaching adulthood, they were required to choose a male partner for procreation if they had no preferred mate. Elders or the tribal chief would dictate their partner. The stronger the female's physique, the more sought after she was, symbolizing fertility. However, those like her, left behind after the tribe's downfall, held little status. The robust females would be retained as breeding tools, and any unmarried male beastmen who had achieved merit within the tribe could claim mating rights, akin to a shared wife system. The offspring would be raised communally until adulthood. As for the underage or frail captive females, if the tribe's food supplies were sufficient, they might be kept otherwise. They would be sold for additional resources. Females sold off had a chance for favorable fates, but the unfortunate ones would become mere tools for the tribe's gratification. After organizing the information in her mind, Bai Youyou's face paled in horror. Chapter 2. Understanding System Functions. Bai Youyou, who had traversed from the modern era, found it utterly unacceptable to be relegated to the role of a mere breeding tool. The very thought of engaging with emotionless individuals was beyond her tolerance, let alone bearing their children. Although she yearned to survive, the prospect of living in such a dehumanizing manner felt akin to a fate worse than death. A couple of innocent tears traced down her youthful face. Yet her gaze bore a flicker of resolute determination. She resolved to devise a means of escape. Regardless of how slim the chances may be, she felt compelled to try. Failure would be preferable to subjugation. Bai Youyou's eyes flickered as she recalled having seemingly bonded with some system. Wiping the tears from her cheeks, she glanced at the other females, noting their indifference towards her, with a renewed sense of focus. She began to mentally invoke the system. In the next instant, a system panel materialized before her. Casting a panicked glance at the other females, she felt a wave of relief wash over her when she realized they remained unperturbed. Allowing her to redirect her attention to the panel, the IT displayed the words Ancient Survival Guide prominently at the top, followed by attributes akin to character stats. The interface was remarkably succinct, easily readable at a glance. Host. Bai Youyou. Gender. Female beastman partner. None. System space. 1 cubic meter. Upgradable. Conditions for upgrade to be explored by the host. Remaining identification attempts for today. 3. Non-cumulative. And that was the entirety of the information presented. Initially filled with hope that this system might assist her, Bai Youyou's spirits plummeted upon seeing such a lackluster interface. What utility did this system hold? What was identification? The only seemingly useful feature. The space was shrouded in mystery regarding its upgrade. Bai Youyou sat in a daze for an extended period, roused only by the rumbling of her hungry stomach. Raising her eyes to the system panel once more, she pursed her lips, picked up a stone from her side, and focused on storing it in the space. In the next moment, the stone vanished from her grasp. Upon closing her eyes and concentrating, she discovered to her astonishment that she could visualize the stone, now residing in a white, virtual space, ready to return to her hand at will. Bai Youyou retrieved the stone, her eyes glinting with delight. At least this space proved somewhat useful. She began to contemplate how to leverage this space for her escape. She was deep in thought. Several robust males entered the cave, all bare-chested. They carried an assortment of food, fruits, and lettuce leaves. After distributing the provisions, they departed. Bai Youyou gazed at the green fruit and a few leaves of lettuce in her hands, feeling a surge of despair. While not particularly picky, she had never consumed such fare. Yet, The gnawing hunger within her rendered refusal impossible. Gritting her teeth, she took a bite of the green fruit that a peculiar taste assaulted her palate, subjecting her senses to unprecedented torment. The bitterness, astringency, and a hint of sourness nearly brought her to tears. But she stifled her urge to spit it out, determined to gather the strength needed to escape. She swallowed the fruit in a few quick bites, then glanced at the lettuce leaves, closing her eyes. She placed them in her mouth. To her surprise, the anticipated bitterness did not manifest. Instead, a subtle sweetness emerged, reminiscent of the lettuce from her former world. Bai Youyou's eyes brightened, and she scrutinized the leafy greens, resolving to memorize this vegetable for future foraging. Just then, a few lines of text appeared beside the leaves in her hand. Would you like to identify the attributes and functions of this item? The host has 3 identification attempts remaining for today. Please consider wisely. Initially taken aback, Bai Youyou soon felt a surge of excitement. Only now did she comprehend the significance of the 3 identification attempts displayed on the system panel. With this ability, she would no longer fear consuming inedible items in the wild. In this world, beastmen primarily survived through hunting, and edible fruits and vegetables were scarce. Even those deemed safe were often discovered only in dire circumstances. Fortuitous individuals might stumble upon new food sources, while the unfortunate ones risked poisoning, with a mere 1 in 10 surviving such misadventures. Consequently, the current population of beastmen had little access to vegetables, resorting to consuming them only when faced with starvation. Presently, they hardly knew how to prepare ingredients. Typically, they merely roasted meat over fire and added a touch of salt, declaring it a culinary delight. Vegetables were solely eaten raw, their palatability lacking for these carnivorous beings. Unless food supplies ran dry, they generally avoided such items, believing that only meat deserved their consumption. Bai Youyou gazed at the vegetables with sparkling eyes. Knowing that unused identification attempts would not accumulate, she hesitated not a moment longer and chose to identify the lettuce. Soon, additional text appeared beside the leaves. Large leaf lettuce, non-toxic and edible, no side effects. Subsequently, all pertinent information regarding the vegetable and its growth conditions imprinted itself in Bai Youyou's mind, retrievable at her whim. Overjoyed, she almost leapt from her seat, but then recalled her precarious situation and swiftly reined in her exuberance. With this newfound capability, she would be able to remember the properties and effects of anything she identified, a veritable boon for survival in the wilderness. After calming her excitement, Bai Youyou consumed the entire lettuce. Feeling less ravenous but still far from satiated, she found a spot to sit, leaning against the cave wall to rest her eyes, pondering her escape strategy, and soon drifted into a light slumber. Chapter 3. Planning the escape. Thus, Bai Youyou spent 2 days in the cave, the food remaining largely unchanged. She surmised that these were likely seasonal items, abundant yet difficult to preserve, hence their provision to her. Just as Bai Youyou began to feel anxious about her situation, the following morning arrived. Awakened by the raucous voices of several male beastmen, she blinked her eyes open in confusion. Get up, get up. We are setting off? Bai Youyou slowly rose, rubbing her eyes as she gazed at the scene before her. Forming a tentative hypothesis, she carefully edged her way into the group of females, striving to remain inconspicuous. Once everyone was awake, a male beastman distributed food, proclaiming, "We have been quite benevolent towards you female captives. Shortly, we shall take you out to exchange for supplies. It will only take a day to reach the nearest trading post. So you best behave and avoid seeking unnecessary hardship. Your futures depend solely on your own fates." With that, he turned and left without awaiting a response from the females. Bai Youyou's eyes glimmered with resolve. Without a moment's hesitation, she seized the food and devoured it swiftly. After finishing, she stealthily positioned herself at the back of the line, scanning the ground for anything useful, aside from a few stones. There was little to be found. Her gaze sharpened, and she ultimately selected a stone the size of a brick, discreetly storing it in her space. Biting her lip, she awaited the unfolding events in silence. Before long, the beastmen escorted the group of females out of the cave, where several strong males awaited them. Upon their emergence, the males split into positions at the front and back of the group, keeping a watchful eye on the females to ensure they followed the leader. Bai Youyou furrowed her brow at this development but maintained her composure, following the procession while biding her time for an opportunity. The physical prowess of females paled in comparison to that of males, and soon, several frail females began to falter. The beastmen, witnessing this, conferred and granted them a moment to rest. Bai Youyou's mind raced. Though she recognized the risk, this was a rare opportunity, and time was not on her side. Approaching a slightly weaker male beastman, she flushed and gazed up at him with tear-filled eyes. "Excuse me, dear brother, but I'm in a bit of a hurry. Could you take me to relieve myself?" The beastman scrutinized Bai Youyou, his gaze lingering on her youthful visage for a heartbeat longer. He exchanged glances with the nearby males and signaled to one of them. "Watch over her for a moment. I'll be right back." Once the other beastman acquiesced, he turned to Bai Youyou and said, "Follow me." With that, he headed towards a thicket. Bai Youyou's heart raced as she clenched her small fists. Determination flashing in her eyes. Gritting her teeth, she followed closely behind. After a short distance, the beastman halted, assured that the others could not hear their conversation. Bai Youyou, though uncertain of her appearance, recalled the words of the two beastmen who had brought her here. She surmised that her face was likely deemed attractive by the standards of this era. Taking a deep breath, she offered the beastman a shy smile and said, "Could you please turn around? It's rather difficult for me to, if you keep looking at me." The orc, upon hearing her words, showed no intention of retreating. Instead, he drew closer, a wicked grin playing upon his lips. "Little female, it's just the two of us now. Why do you continue to feign innocence? Were you not the one who deliberately lured me here?" As he spoke, he reached out to caress Bai Youyou's delicate face, his eyes gleaming with lewd desire. Bai Youyou deftly evaded the orc's touch, her expression shifting to one of bashful reproach as she glanced at him. "And what if I did entice you? I was simply captivated by your remarkable prowess. But now I fear I may be replaced, and I shall never see you again." Most orcs are not particularly astute, often resolving matters through brute force. This particular orc, being somewhat shorter than his kin, had never received such flattering words from a female before, and he found himself momentarily disoriented by joy. After a hearty laugh, his gaze softened as he looked at Bai Youyou. "Are you suggesting that you wish to accompany me as my mate?" Seeing that the orc had taken the bait, Bai Youyou shyly nodded in affirmation. "That I don't eat much, and with your prowess, you could certainly provide for me. Would you consider not replacing me?" As she spoke, she subtly inched closer to the orc. In the eyes of males, females are generally perceived as delicate and devoid of combat capability, especially one as seemingly defenseless as Bai Youyou. The orc had no inkling of danger and assumed that her proximity was an invitation for him to accept her as a companion. That he stood there, awaiting her advances, already feeling a stirring within him. Bai Youyou gauged her height to be around 1.67 meters, which would be considered tall in modern society. Yet here, she felt diminutive. Approaching the orc, she suppressed her discomfort and awkwardly raised her small hand to glide from his chest to his shoulder. "You are quite tall. Could you perhaps crouch down a bit?" The orc, entirely aroused by Bai Youyou's advances, thought nothing of it, and promptly sat down on the ground, legs extended. Bai Youyou stole a quick glance before diverting her gaze. Her cheeks flushed with heat. This simple-minded creature had, at that moment, pitched an impressive tent. Suppressing her revulsion, Bai Youyou's hands trembled slightly as she gritted her teeth to remain composed. She shifted her body closer to the orc, her fingers trailing along his neck. Just as the orc squinted his eyes, ready to relish her forthcoming attentions, Bai Youyou swiftly retrieved a stone from her space and, without hesitation, summoned all her strength to bring it crashing down upon the orc's most vulnerable spot at the back of his head. With a resounding thud, the orc's eyes widened in shock, and the next moment, he collapsed, blood streaming from his wound. Bai Youyou dared not linger. She did not check on the orc's fate, for at that moment, her survival and the dignity of her existence eclipsed any concern for others. She fled into the woods, not once looking back, fearful of glancing over her shoulder to find the orc in pursuit. Her singular thought was to escape far from these beasts, vowing never to be captured again, even if it meant living alone like a wild creature for the rest of her days. Chapter 4. A search for shelter. Bai Youyou was unaware of how long she had been running. She alternated between walking and running until exhaustion set in. Finally, when her legs grew weak and she could no longer continue, she halted. Raising her eyes, she discovered she had come to a small stream, the water crystal clear, with a few fish darting about. Without hesitation, she approached, gasping for breath as she cupped her hands to drink deeply from the stream. Quenching her thirst with several gulps, while gathering water, she caught a glimpse of her reflection and noted that, despite the circumstances, her appearance had not changed drastically. This brought her a modicum of relief. She took comfort in her familiar visage, which had accompanied her for 18 years. The thought of donning an unfamiliar face filled her with dread and anxiety. After resting for a moment, she turned to glance back in the direction she had come. Feeling somewhat more at ease, that a glance upward revealed that the sun was nearing the horizon. Even without experience, she understood that the jungle could be perilous. She dared not linger any longer and chose a direction to continue her journey. Exhausted and famished, her feet blistered and sore, she pressed on, refusing to succumb to weariness. She had fought hard to escape, and she would not surrender to fate. After what felt like an eternity, she stumbled upon a few fruit trees. Their branches laden with pale yellow fruits that appeared delectable. Bai Youyou's eyes sparkled with hope as she reached up to pluck one, eager to take a bite. However, just as the fruit neared her lips, she halted, recalling that wild foods should not be consumed recklessly. Fortunately, her system could ascertain the edibility of the fruit. Without hesitation, she held the fruit before her and mentally commanded the identification process. In an instant, words appeared beside the fruit. Golden fruit, toxic and inedible. Juice can repel insects and mask scents. Reading the words not edible caused Bai Youyou to feel deflated. Nevertheless, she gathered several fruits into her space. Recognizing their potential utility for repelling insects and masking her scent later that night, surveying her surroundings, she found no other edible options and pressed on, her stomach aching with hunger. Suddenly, something dropped from above and struck her on the head. Looking up, she saw a squirrel-like creature gnawing on something atop a branch. The shell that had hit her was the remnants of its meal. Unperturbed, Bai Youyou lifted her leg to continue on her way. But an epiphany struck her, prompting a swift turn toward the tree where the creature stood. There, she spotted small black morsels, the very sustenance the creature was consuming if the animal could eat it. Surely it was safe for her as well. With bright eyes and a swallow of anticipation, she seized a broken branch from the ground and began to strike at the tree's fruit. Soon, a number of them fell to the ground. Bai Youyou, starving and dizzy, paused to collect her bounty, and after considering, she decided to identify one black chestnut, non-toxic and edible, with no side effects, despite Bai Youyou's initial suspicion that the fruit was edible. She found herself overwhelmed with joy. Without hesitation, she bit into the fruit, savoring the sweet flesh within. The taste was reminiscent of the chestnuts she had previously enjoyed, and she mused that cooking them would undoubtedly enhance their flavor. However, given her current circumstances, she lacked both the means and time to do so. In a short span, Bai Youyou devoured a considerable amount of black chestnuts, and by the time she had satisfied her hunger, the ground was littered with the discarded shells. Without a moment's hesitation, Bai Youyou seized a branch from the ground and resumed her efforts to knock more black chestnuts from the tree. She continued until she had gathered all that she could reach. Her petite stature limited her to the lower branches, and she estimated her haul to weigh no more than 2 pounds. Nevertheless, she felt a sense of satisfaction, for she had secured a modest supply of food, alleviating her worries about the next meal. Once she had completed her task, Bai Youyou pressed on, knowing she needed to find a place to hide before nightfall. As lingering too long would place her in peril, time seemed to stretch indefinitely as she walked, and soon the sky began to darken, with the sounds of various wild creatures echoing through the jungle. Their calls alarmingly close. Tears welled in her eyes, but she gritted her teeth, refusing to give in to despair. In this moment, she was utterly alone, stripped of all luxuries, and she realized that even if she cried, no one would offer her sympathy. It would only squander her chance to survive. As darkness enveloped her surroundings, just as despair threatened to take hold, she caught sight of a particularly large tree not far ahead. If her eyes did not deceive her, there appeared to be a dark, gaping hole at its base. Bai Youyou's heart raced with hope, and without a second thought, she hastened toward it. Upon closer inspection, she found the tree to be immensely grand, so much so that even 2 people holding hands might struggle to encircle it. Indeed, a hole yawned at its base, partially obstructed by a large stone that seemed deliberately placed. After a moment's hesitation, Bai Youyou recognized she had little choice left. Fortunately, the stone did not completely block the entrance, and with a slight bend, she was able to slip inside. The interior confirmed her initial suspicion. This tree hollow had clearly been occupied. The ground was strewn with dried grass, forming a makeshift bed, and a rudimentary stone table stood nearby, upon which rested a bamboo tube, likely for storing water. Bai Youyou approached the stone table, and upon noticing a thick layer of dust atop it, she breathed a sigh of relief. Evidently, it had been quite some time since anyone had last used this space. Yet, she knew it was not the time to rest. After surveying the hollow, she returned to the entrance. Casting a wary glance at the stone blocking the way, though it could deter larger beasts, she feared that a serpent might still slither through the gaps and invade her sanctuary, leaving her vulnerable. Looking around, she found nothing useful, which heightened her anxiety. After a moment's thought, she turned her attention to the branches and vines nearby. With no other options available, she hurriedly gathered sturdy branches of similar length and thick, resilient vines, transporting them into the hollow in several trips. Exhausted but unwilling to rest, she seated herself on the ground and quickly wove the branches together with the vines, creating a makeshift barrier. Although it appeared somewhat crude, it would suffice under her current circumstances. By the time she completed her task, darkness had fallen. Bai Youyou dared not linger, quickly stepping outside to gather a few stones that she had been unable to store in her space. Returning multiple times until she finally halted, she positioned her makeshift barrier at the entrance and propped the stones against it, not stopping until she had utilized every last one. After testing the stability of her barrier and finding it secure, she exhaled in relief, though she did not allow herself to rest just yet. Instead, she retrieved the golden fruits she had collected, breaking two open and squeezing the juice over her barrier, feeling somewhat reassured before finally allowing herself a moment of respite. As soon as she paused, the exhaustion and pain she had been suppressing washed over her, causing her to stagger and lean against the stone table before collapsing onto the pile of dried grass, which had been so thoughtfully prepared by an unknown occupant. Though utterly fatigued, the pain coursing through her body and the distant roars of wild beasts kept her from falling into slumber. In the enveloping darkness, Bai Youyou could no longer contain her emotions. Biting her lip, she wept softly. The thought of her uncertain future weighed heavily on her heart, leaving her bewildered as to why she had to endure such suffering. Yet, she felt a deep sense of gratitude toward the system, for she understood that even if given a choice, she would opt for survival rather than succumb to death at the edge of a cliff. After a spell of weeping, she eventually drifted into a fitful sleep, the duration of which was unknown. When she next opened her eyes, daylight flooded in. With a vacant stare, she gazed at the tree canopy above. Slowly regaining her senses, attempting to rise, she was met with a wave of soreness that rendered her weak. Yet hunger gnawed at her, demanding sustenance to replenish her energy, enduring the pain coursing through her body. Bai Youyou retrieved the black chestnuts stored in her space, beginning to peel and consume them. Though there were not many, she refrained from overeating, merely satiating her immediate hunger before stopping. Sitting atop the pile of grass, she lifted her feet to examine them, discovering a multitude of blisters, some already burst, explaining the pain she felt. However, she had no medicine, nor even anything to alleviate her discomfort. Tears threatened to spill once more. For after all, she was merely an 18-year-old girl. Despite the struggles of her first 18 years, she had never faced such hardship. Wiping away the tears that threatened to fall, Bai Youyou closed her eyes, urging herself to remain strong and to fight for survival, for only by living could she hope for a brighter future. After a brief moment of respite, Bai Youyou steeled herself against the sharp pains in her feet. Clutching the bamboo tube from the stone table as she approached the hollow's entrance, she knew she had to rely on herself. No matter how painful, she must venture out in search of food, water, and herbs to sustain her life. Exiting the tree hollow, she picked up a stick to use as a crutch and limped into the world beyond. She longed to return to the stream where she had found food and water the day before. But it was too far, and she feared her body would not allow her to return before nightfall. After some deliberation, she chose to head in another direction, reasoning that if someone had once made their home here, a water source must be nearby. Otherwise, how could someone so strong move such large stones? Indeed, Bai Youyou's intuition proved correct. After a brief walk, she stumbled upon a small river, its waters crystal clear but unfathomably deep. Her eyes sparkled with hope as she dropped her crutch and approached the bank, first rinsing the bamboo tube before filling it with fresh water and drinking deeply. Once satisfied, she intended to fill it again for her return journey. However, just as she submerged the tube in the water, she spotted two silvery fish darting toward her hand. Startled, she quickly withdrew her hand, only to see the two silver fish, propelled by their momentum, thrashing at her feet, seemingly on the verge of slipping back into the river. Without a moment to lose, Bai Youyou used the bamboo tube to shove them away from the water's edge. Once she confirmed that the fish could not escape, she scrutinized them closely. They appeared to weigh about 2 pounds each, with large heads and sharp teeth, clearly carnivorous. The realization that they had charged at her only moments before sent a shiver down her spine, heightening her wariness of this world. Furrowing her brow at their unappealing appearance, she found her appetite waning, compounded by the absence of fire or tools to prepare them. Yet, recognizing the necessity of protein after a prolonged period without meat, she felt the urgency to devise a plan for capturing food. Gritting her teeth, Bai Youyou cautiously touched the fish's tail, mentally invoking the identification feature. Piranha, edible. Gallbladder has medicinal properties. External application provides anti-inflammatory and analgesic effects. With no side effects, upon seeing the appraisal results, Bai Youyou's eyes instantly sparkled with delight, her face adorned with a joyous smile. The first genuine smile since her arrival in this world. She had been troubled by the absence of medicine, but now it had come to her doorstep, filling her with renewed hope for life. Indeed, Lady Luck had not forsaken her. Survival promised the possibility of hope. Without further hesitation, Bai Youyou seized a stone and struck the heads of the 2 piranhas. After dispatching the fish, she sought a slightly sharper stone to serve as a knife and began to process the piranhas. With great effort, she managed to split open the bellies of the fish, meticulously cautious to avoid rupturing the gallbladders. Once she had extracted the gallbladders from both fish, she proceeded to prepare the flesh without reservation. She swiftly severed the heads and discarded them into the river, leaving only a modest amount of fish meat. After scraping off the scales, she contemplated rinsing the meat in the river, but the recent peril made her hesitate. Although the outcome had been favorable, she could not guarantee that luck would always be on her side. After some reflection, she opted to swiftly fill a bamboo tube with water and wash the fish on the shore instead. After several trips back and forth, she finally cleaned the fish meat thoroughly. With a sigh of relief, Bai Youyou found a sturdy vine to hang the fish before filling another bamboo tube with water and heading towards the tree hollow. Upon returning to the tree hollow, Bai Youyou prioritized the piranha gallbladders over the fish. Gritting her teeth against the pain, she carefully punctured a blister on her foot and began to extract the purulent fluid within. After completing this task, she wiped away the tears that had flowed from the pain and used the bamboo tube to rinse the filth from her foot. Chapter 6. First encounter with the beastman Lushu. Once the moisture on her foot had mostly dried, Bai Youyou took the piranha gallbladder, gingerly punctured a small opening, and began to apply its contents to her wounds. The moment the bile touched her injuries, a refreshing sensation enveloped her foot, completely overshadowing the sharp pain. Bai Youyou blinked in astonishment and continued to apply the medicine swiftly. By the time she finished treating all her wounds, she had used up 1 gallbladder, which was roughly the size of a large thumb. She carefully stored the other piranha gallbladder for use the following day and turned her attention to the fish meat on the stone table. Lacking fire and unable to experiment with igniting one, she resolved to eat it raw, not expecting it to be as delectable as salmon, but merely hoping it wouldn't be overly fishy. After some mental preparation, she finally picked up a piece of fish and took a bite. The flavor was surprisingly better than anticipated. While it was not gourmet, it was far from inedible. After removing the head and entrails, only about a pound of meat remained, and the piranhas lacked small bones, making them convenient to eat. Bai Youyou stopped after eating enough to feel satiated, as she was unaccustomed to raw food. She stored the leftover fish, took a sip of water, and returned to the haystack to rest. Exhausted, she soon fell asleep once more. However, it was not long before she was awakened by noises at the entrance of the tree hollow. As she discerned the sounds outside, a chill ran down her spine, and she quickly became alert. Cautiously, she approached the entrance and peered through a small gap in the fence, only to behold a massive snake, thicker than a water barrel, engaged in combat with a fierce eagle of similar size. Logically, one would assume that the snake could not overpower the eagle, yet this particular serpent seemed to have the upper hand, preventing the eagle from escaping despite several attempts. The sight of the enormous snake made Bai Youyou's scalp tingle. She harbored an intense fear of such cold-blooded creatures. Almost losing her balance, she steadied herself and encouraged her resolve, noting that the snake had not noticed her in an attempt to mask her scent. She applied juice from the golden fruit at the entrance, hoping to remain undetected. Encouraged by this thought, Bai Youyou mustered her courage to look outside again, only to discover that the battle had concluded. and her eyes locked with those of the colossal snake that moment. She noticed that the snake's eyes were mismatched, one a deep green and the other a striking red, lending it an eerie appearance. However, Bai Youyou was so petrified that she stood frozen, even forgetting to breathe. Just as she feared the snake might approach her, it averted its gaze, coiling its tail around the lifeless eagle on the ground. Swiftly departing the scene. Before leaving, it glanced back in her direction, causing Bai Youyou, who had just begun to relax, to nearly faint from fright. Once the giant snake had vanished, Bai Youyou hastily began to gather her belongings. Determined to leave this place, though reluctant, she had no alternative. She was now prey to a great serpent. The only reason it had not consumed her yet was likely due to its recent meal of the eagle. Yet when hunger struck again, she feared she would become its next target, and she had no intention of serving as its reserve food. Though she claimed to be packing her belongings, she had very few items to gather. She carefully stored the fish meat and gallbladders, collected the remaining black chestnuts, donned her grass shoes, and quickly opened the fence to exit the tree hollow, heading in the opposite direction of the snake. Unbeknownst to her, the giant serpent, although seemingly departed, was lurking nearby, its dual-colored eyes fixated on her, unblinking and filled with predatory intent. After walking for a short distance, Bai Youyou began to regret her decision. Contemplating whether she should have waited until the next day to leave, the enormous snake had ample prey and likely would not be hungry for some time. Moreover, her foot had not fully healed. After walking this distance, the pain had returned. Yet, having already ventured out, she pressed on through gritted teeth, eager to find another hiding place. Miraculously, whether by divine intervention or sheer fortune, she stumbled upon a cave. However, the entrance appeared peculiar, its surface unnaturally smooth, as if polished countless times. Peering inside, she listened intently but heard no sounds, so she bravely ventured further in. Upon reaching the innermost part, her pupils dilated in horror. Lying on the cave floor was the corpse of the very eagle that had fought with the giant snake. That a cold sweat broke out on her back as she realized that, in her attempt to escape the serpent, she had unwittingly entered its lair. Now, it all made sense. Why the entrance was so smooth. A creature of such size would certainly leave its mark. Her legs felt weak. Yet she dared not linger. As she turned to flee, she collided with a solid embrace. Bai Youyou gasped, startled, and attempted to pull away, only to be drawn tighter into the powerful arms. The deep, magnetic male voice resonated above her. Why fear? Upon hearing this, Bai Youyou regained her senses, realizing she had bumped into a person. Looking up, she was met with the gaze of a towering figure far more robust than any beastman she had encountered. His physique was imposing, exuding an aura of formidable strength. His bronze skin contrasted sharply with his sharply defined facial features, and his slightly parted lips bore a hint of sensuality. Yet, what captivated her most were his mismatched eyes, brimming with wildness. Recalling the world's lore and glancing at the male beastman's eyes, tears began to gather, and her lips trembled. Summoning her courage, she finally stammered, "Youyou, are you the giant snake from earlier?" The beastman showed no hesitation at her query. He nodded affirmatively, stating, "Indeed, I am Lushu. You may call me Ashu." Lowering his head, Lushu inhaled the scent from Bai Youyou's neck, his eyes narrowing in pleasure. "You smell delightful. Little unclaimed female. From this moment forth, you belong to me." Bai Youyou trembled at his words, her eyes welling with tears as she pleaded, "See, can you let me go? I entered by accident." Lushu's brow furrowed at her response. A glint of madness flashing in his eyes, quickly concealed, he showed no intention of releasing her. Instead, he tightened his embrace. Lowering his head, he nuzzled her neck, his voice dripping with obsession as he replied, "Was the first time an accident? What about the second? You entered my tree hollow first, and now you've wandered into my cave, which means you were meant to be my little female." He gently kissed her reddened eyes, coaxing, "I will take care of you. Rest assured, though I am a wandering beast man, I am strong that I will ensure you are well fed and safe." After surveying her from head to toe, he continued, "As for you, all you need to do is follow me, be my little female, and bear me a few litters of offspring." Chapter 7. Nourished by Lucio. Upon hearing Lucio's words, Bai Youyou felt no joy, but rather recoiled in fear. Unable to budge even a fraction from the arms that encircled her, she had never anticipated that she would escape the wolf's den only to fall into the jaws of a serpent. Her greatest fear was indeed snakes. Although Lucio presently appeared human, the mere thought of his beastly form sent shivers down her spine. Moreover, she had no desire to become anyone's female, let alone bear children. Yet, in stark contrast to her trepidation, Lucio was filled with elation. He had not foreseen such fortune in discovering a solitary little female. The little female was strikingly beautiful, soft and fragrant, instantly appealing to him. Albeit a tad frail, something that could be remedied with care. Though perplexed as to how such a precious female came to be wandering alone in such a disheveled state, Lucio dismissed these thoughts. Regarding her presence as a delightful gift from the beast God in this world, beings like him, distinguished by traits unlike other beastmen, were labeled as ominous beastmen, often shunned by tribes and relegated to the status of wandering beastmen. They were denied the right to possess their own females. Even bartering for one was futile, as they were deemed harbingers of misfortune, with offspring that might also bear such ill fate, thus forfeiting any opportunity to claim a female. To his astonishment, he had found a little female, one so lovely and fragrant that he couldn't help but feel delighted. Observing her reaction, he pondered the reputation of wandering beastmen that he surmised that her fear of him stemmed from the stigma attached to his kind. Wandering beastmen, lacking their own females, often struggled during the mating season, leading to instances of them forcibly seizing females from tribes. While the females in the tribes were generally well protected, there were exceptions, and many wandering beastmen, driven by overwhelming desire, found it difficult to restrain themselves when the peak of mating season arrived. Females, being delicate, particularly those not yet in heat, often suffered grievously, sometimes to the brink of death, by the time these wandering beastmen regained their senses. Thus, wandering beastmen were often perceived as demonic figures by females. With a furrowed brow, Lucio glanced at the little female ensnared in his embrace. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. "Little female, you need not fear me so. I am not like other wandering beastmen. I shall nurture you until you reach maturity. When the time comes for you to enter your heat, I will mate with you to bear offspring. You need not worry about me harming you." Upon hearing his words, Bai Youyou forgot her fear and felt her cheeks flush crimson. She had never encountered such unabashed declarations. What did he mean by mating and bearing offspring? Was he not ashamed to speak so openly? Realizing that any resistance on her part would likely be futile and might even provoke him, she resolved to feign compliance, biding her time for an opportunity to escape. With determination, she nodded gently at Lucio. Seeing her acquiescence, Lucio's eyes sparkled with delight. Unable to contain himself, he scooped her up and planted several fervent kisses upon her, laughing heartily as he carried her deeper into the cave. Bai Youyou frowned in distaste, wiping the spots Lucio had kissed, yet dared not voice her objections, fearing his wrath might lead to her harm. The first time she was held so intimately by a male. Bai Youyou felt a wave of stiffness wash over her. Even when he laid her upon the stone bed, she remained in a daze. Lucio, oblivious to her emotional turmoil, believed that Bai Youyou had consented to be his little female, and thus his partner. Actions such as kissing and embracing were only natural in his eyes. After settling her comfortably, Lucio knelt to remove her grass shoes, when his gaze fell upon the wounds on her feet. His eyelids twitched involuntarily. He had suspected her feet were injured from the way she walked, yet he had not anticipated the severity. Frowning, he looked up at Bai Youyou and said, "Little female, sit tight for a moment. I shall fetch some herbs for you." Bai Youyou hesitated, glancing at her injuries, realizing she could not afford to delay any longer, lest they become infected, pretending to retrieve the bitter gallbladder of a piranha from her clothing. She remarked, "This will suffice. It was discovered by someone from my former tribe." Lucio took the gallbladder, examining it, but failed to recognize what it was. Beastmen generally did not consume fish, for there had been instances in the past where desperation led someone to try it, only to encounter a bitter, foul taste and a hard shell that could choke one if not careful. Thus, no one had bothered to fish since, and as a result, they could not identify the piranha's gallbladder. "Can this really be used?" Lucio questioned, scrutinizing the dark, unappealing substance in his hand, which emitted an odd odor, causing him to harbor doubts. Seeing his skepticism, Bai Youyou reclaimed the gallbladder, punctured a small hole, and began to apply the medicine carefully. Lucio, wishing to assist, was gently rebuffed by Bai Youyou. "I can manage this myself. You needn't concern yourself with me." With only a small amount of medicine at her disposal, the last thing she wanted was for this burly man to waste it. Lucio, respecting her resolute attitude, ceased to press the matter. Observing that she was indeed using the remedy correctly, he turned his attention to the large eagle carcass on the ground that in the past he would have torn it apart and consumed it without a second thought. But now, with a little female to care for, he understood that she couldn't stomach raw food and required 2 to 3 meals each day, lest she weaken or even starve. With this in mind, Lucio dragged the eagle's corpse toward the cave entrance. As he passed Bai Youyou, he called out, "I am going to the entrance to prepare the food that if you need anything, just call for me." Bai Youyou's gaze flickered, but she ultimately nodded. Her primary concern was to heal her foot injury, and since Lucio showed no intention of harming her, she felt no urgency to flee immediately. Seeing Bai Youyou's obedient demeanor stirred a sense of restlessness in Lucio. Yet he refrained from acting on it, knowing there were important matters to attend to. Upon reaching the entrance, he began to pluck the eagle's feathers that in the past he would have stripped the skin away as well. But now he needed to create a winter bed for his little female. As winter approached, snake-like beastmen like him did not hibernate in the traditional sense, but did become lethargic, often remaining in their caves unless absolutely necessary. He needed to act swiftly, preparing ample food, furs, and firewood for his little female before the cold set in. With the thought of all that lay ahead, Lucio quickened his pace. Chapter 8. The feeling of being fed after Bai Youyou had applied the medicine. She noticed Lucio had yet to return. Contemplating her situation, she nestled further into the stone bed and soon fell asleep against the cave wall. When Lucio returned, having finished preparing the eagle meat, he found Bai Youyou fast asleep. His gaze softened as he looked upon her. Born with mismatched eye colors, he was branded an ominous beast man and cast out from his tribe in his youth. Surviving solely due to his nature as a snake-like beast man, which allowed him to go for extended periods without food, he relied on his mother, who would sneak him sustenance whenever possible. As he grew older, he learned to catch small creatures for himself. He had once believed that life would gradually improve, but at the age of 10, a beast tide struck, and his mother never returned. She might have perished or moved with the tribe. But the young Lucio was unable to seek her out. He felt profound loneliness and sorrow. Yet all he could do was heed his mother's words and strive to survive. For so many years, he had been alone. Although he had grown accustomed to such a life, the loneliness still lingered. Now, watching Bai Youyou sleep, he felt a sense of home for the first time, silently vowing to hunt more prey for his little female. What other females possessed, his little female would not lack. He chose not to disturb Bai Youyou, but instead retrieved a piece of beast skin from a makeshift wooden box to cover her. Turning away, he exited the cave, having merely intended to check if Bai Youyou was bored. Considering her injured foot, he thought it best to carry her outside for some fresh air, since she was already asleep. He opted not to interrupt her rest. Bai Youyou was awakened by the enticing aroma of roasted meat. She inhaled deeply, abruptly opening her eyes and sitting up. Surveying her surroundings, she was reminded of her current predicament. Just as she prepared to rise, she noticed the beast skin draped over her. For reasons unbeknownst to her, tears pricked at her eyes. For many years, no one had taken the time to cover her with a blanket, nor had anyone shown her any semblance of care. She never anticipated that upon entering this world, she would experience such long-lost warmth from the embrace of an orc. Bai Youyou felt that as long as this orc did not constantly entertain thoughts of mating with her or transform into his beastly form in her presence, she could afford to fear him a little less. As she lifted the animal hide, intending to rise, she had barely moved to the edge of the stone bed when the astute Lucio entered. He approached her in a few swift strides and, without uttering a word, scooped her up into his arms. "Didn't I tell you to call for me if you needed anything? You mustn't put any weight on that foot," he said, all the while making his way towards the cave entrance. Cradled in his arms, Bai Youyou lowered her eyelashes, concealing her emotions, and allowed Lucio to carry her, pressing her lips together in silence. Lucio, unperturbed, assumed she was merely shy, and cheerfully set her down on a stone. "Just wait a moment. The meat will be ready soon," he announced, handing her 2 vibrant red fruits. "You should eat something to tide you over. These are quite sweet." Bai Youyou stared blankly at the fruits in her hands, feeling somewhat lost. If Lucio were a bit harsher with her, she might feel more at ease, but his excessive kindness left her uncertain about how to respond. Noticing her hesitance to eat, Lucio quickly reassured her. "Little female, you must try it. I have tasted it myself. It's not poisonous." Meeting Lucio's expectant gaze, she bit her lip, and ultimately took a bite. The moment the fruit touched her tongue, a rich, sweet flavor erupted in her mouth. Bai Youyou's eyes gleamed with happiness, resembling a little cat that had just pilfered a delicious treat, utterly adorable. Observing her delight, Lucio felt a pang of hunger. He hurriedly averted his gaze, retreating to the fire to meticulously tend to the roasting meat. Bai Youyou remained oblivious to Lucio's fleeting moment of distraction. After finishing the 2 egg-sized fruits, her attention shifted to the meat sizzling over the fire. It had been several days since she had tasted cooked food, and she craved it intensely. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed an abundance of feathers scattered on the ground nearby, piquing her curiosity, and she glanced at them a moment longer. Lucio, sensing the meat was nearly ready, picked up the roasting stick and turned to find Bai Youyou's gaze fixed on the feathers. With a smile, he explained, "These are feathers from that eagle I just caught. Once dried, they become soft and warm. I'll gather more and stuff them into the animal hide so that you won't feel cold come winter." Bai Youyou was taken aback by the thoughtfulness of the orc, feeling an unexpected ache in her heart. Before she could fully process this feeling, a piece of roasted meat was presented before her. "Be careful, it's still hot. Your skin is delicate," Lucio cautioned as he offered the meat. With the tempting morsel before her, Bai Youyou, having been starved for so long, could hardly concern herself with the warning. She eagerly accepted it and took a bite. Even with just a sprinkle of salt, it was a delicacy beyond her wildest dreams. Within moments, she devoured the piece of meat, her eyes now pleadingly fixed on Lucio. Clearly yearning for more, Lucio, charmed by her adorable demeanor, felt his heart melt. He chuckled softly and tore off a piece of the tenderest meat, offering it to her once more. Although Bai Youyou felt a twinge of embarrassment at being fed, the allure of the food outweighed her modesty. Her desire for sustenance overshadowed her scruples. Lucio reveled in the joy of feeding his little female, feeling a profound sense of accomplishment that in no time. Bai Youyou was sated. When she shook her head, declining any more food, Lucio frowned, feeling that she hadn't eaten enough. Doubting her consumption, he reached out to gently press on her stomach, confirming it was indeed full before relenting and finishing the remaining roasted meat himself. When Lucio touched her, Bai Youyou stiffened, fearing he intended to do something after feeding her. Upon realizing he was merely checking if she had eaten her fill, she sighed in relief, tinged with a hint of embarrassment. She admonished herself for harboring such thoughts, feeling that her mindset was skewed, as even the slightest movement made her suspect he had ulterior motives. Unaware of her inner turmoil, Lucio polished off the remaining meat and handed her a bamboo tube filled with water, followed by a fragrant twig. Bai Youyou recognized from the system's information that this twig was used by the orcs for dental hygiene. Although it lacked the convenience of toothpaste and a toothbrush, it was better than nothing. Without hesitation, she thanked him and accepted the twig, enduring the discomfort of the cleaning process. Once finished, she felt the greasy sensation in her mouth vanish, replaced by a refreshing cleanliness. After Bai Youyou completed her cleansing ritual, Lucio took the bamboo tube from her to wash out himself. His movements were swift, and after rinsing his mouth, he approached her and said, "Little female, I need to hang the remaining meat by the fire to dry. I will also go out to catch more prey for jerky to help you through the winter. Do you wish to return to the cave?" Bai Youyou, who had long been planning her escape, felt a pang of guilt upon hearing his words, as if she were a deceitful woman taking advantage of a trusting soul. Chapter 9. The Food of the Long-Haired Mouse. Feeling guilty, Bai Youyou dared not meet Lucio's gaze. She gently shook her head and replied, "I would like to sit here for a while." Lucio, upon hearing this, did not oppose her decision. "Very well, my scent lingers here, and the nearby beasts will not dare to approach. You need not fear," he reassured, glancing at the meat still roasting by the fire while adding a few thick branches to stoke the flames. He then moved Bai Youyou slightly closer to the warmth, saying, "It will begin to cool down soon. It's warmer here. Your foot isn't healed yet, so if you need anything, wait for my return and do not move around." All right. Despite his rough exterior, he displayed remarkable care and patience towards Bai Youyou. This tender attention left her flustered, and she could only nod in response, suppressing the strange feelings stirring within her. Lucio remained oblivious to any change in Bai Youyou's demeanor. He affectionately ruffled her soft hair, leaned down to plant a gentle kiss on her cheek, then swiftly vanished from her sight. After Lucio had been gone for a considerable time, Bai Youyou raised her hand to touch the spot he had kissed. Gazing with a complex expression at the place he had departed, She lifted her foot to inspect it. The bitter gall of the piranha had worked wonders, as the wound had scabbed over and appeared no longer swollen. It seemed she would heal within a few days. Reflecting on Lucio's kindness, Bai Youyou internally cautioned herself against being seduced by sweet gestures. This orc merely desired to mate with her and hoped she would bear his offspring, which explained his kindness. If it were only about procreation, she might still hesitate in the face of life and death. But what would emerge from this union? A child or an egg? This remained uncertain. As male orcs retained their beastly forms until the age of 3, the thought of being surrounded by a swarm of little serpents sent a shiver down her spine, intensifying her resolve to escape. Unbeknownst to her, Lucio was unaware of her intentions. After slaying a black bear, he made his way back and, as he approached the cave, spotted a small white creature ahead, no larger than his palm. After contemplating, he set down the black bear and swiftly dashed over to capture the frightened little creature, showing no intention of harming it. Clutching the small animal by its ears, he returned to the spot where he had discarded the bear, hoisting the massive creature, twice his size, back towards Bai Youyou. From a distance, he spotted his little female still seated in the same spot he had left her, appearing docile as if waiting for his return. A smile instantly spread across his face as he hurried towards her, presenting the small creature as if it were a treasure. "Little female, look what I brought you. This little one resembles you quite a bit. It's all soft and fluffy. I caught it to keep you company. Do you like it?" With that, his mismatched eyes locked onto Bai Youyou, eagerly awaiting her praise. Bai Youyou's gaze fell upon the small creature in Lucio's hands. Her eyes lighting up, it bore a striking resemblance to a rabbit, but was far more exquisite. Without hesitation, she accepted it, her eyes brimming with affection as she inquired, "What is this little creature called?" "This? We simply call it Little Beast. Those with little meat are all referred to in such a manner," Lucio replied, somewhat puzzled by Bai Youyou's lack of knowledge regarding such a basic question. Bai Youyou's lips twitched at his reply. While she possessed a general understanding of this world, her knowledge was far from complete. Information of this nature was absent from the system's data. She could only rely on her identification attempts. Learning one by one that offering Lucio an awkward smile, she explained, "What I meant was, we should think of a proper name for it. We can't keep calling it Little Beast, can we?" Upon hearing this, Lucio scratched his head and chuckled heartily. Finding his little female companion utterly adorable, even to the extent of needing to rename a small beast, he replied, "You may call it whatever you wish. It's yours now." Bai Youyou pondered for a moment and decided to utilize one of her identification opportunities. As she currently possessed nothing else worthy of identification, she reasoned that if she did not use it today, she would lose the 3 chances she had. Cradling the small beast, she silently chanted, "Identify." Shortly thereafter, a line of text appeared beside the little creature. "Long-haired mouse. Edible. Sustains itself on beans. Gentle temperament. Can be domesticated." This was Bai Youyou's first identification of a terrestrial animal, and she was pleasantly surprised by the comprehensive information provided. She examined the small creature closely and realized that, compared to the long-haired mouse from her previous world, it resembled a rabbit even more. Bai Youyou gently stroked the long-haired mouse, clearly fond of it. Yet she acknowledged that she was not in a position to care for it at present. Glancing up at Lucio, she inquired, "Do you know what this little beast eats? What if we keep it and it can't survive?" Lucio, unfazed, replied, "I know. It eats a type of small black bean." He pointed in a direction and continued, "Every year, many grow on that hillside." Bai Youyou's eyes lit up at his words, and she eagerly asked, "Can we eat those beans?" Lucio chuckled at her reaction, squatting down to meet her gaze. Amused, he replied, "When I was starving as a child, I tried them once. They're hard, astringent, and not filling at all. Quite unpalatable." As he spoke, he playfully pinched Bai Youyou's cheek and added, "You need not worry about food. You are my little female, and I shall not let you go hungry." Bai Youyou felt a bit embarrassed at being called little female repeatedly. Turning her head to evade his teasing hand, the spot he had pinched already turning slightly red. Seeing her flustered state, Lucio's gaze deepened. Bai Youyou then declared, "Please refrain from calling me little female. I have a name. It's Bai Youyou." "Bai Youyou. You." Lucio repeated her name several times, his voice deep and magnetic, laced with a hint of intimacy. For reasons unknown, hearing her name from Lucio's lips, after having been called it for 18 years, sent a shiver of delight through her. Regaining her composure, Bai Youyou addressed Lucio, "I would like to gather some of those beans. May I?" Lucio assumed she intended to collect beans to feed the little creature and, without hesitation, replied, "Of course, I will bring some back when I go hunting tomorrow." Although Bai Youyou had initially wanted to go herself, she glanced at her injured foot and abandoned that notion. She nodded in gratitude and smiled at Lucio. His heart fluttered at her smile, and he thought his little female was increasingly beautiful, especially when she smiled. He found himself grinning foolishly in response. Chapter 10. Bai Youyou's deception. Seeing that Bai Youyou had no further questions, Lucio began to prepare the black bear he had brought back. Bai Youyou watched with curiosity as he retrieved a polished stone knife and forcefully made a circular incision around the bear's neck. He then proceeded to skin it with remarkable efficiency, and before long, a complete pelt lay before Bai Youyou. After finishing, Lucio placed the bloodied bear on a large stone slab and approached Bai Youyou with the bear skin. With a broad smile revealing his white teeth, he said, This skin can be fashioned into a winter skirt for you. It will surely keep you warm." He offered the bear skin to her, urging, "Feel it, see if it's to your liking. If not, I can find you something else tomorrow." Bai Youyou observed Lucio's eager presentation and felt a flicker of emotion, quickly stifling it. She intended to leave and wished to do so swiftly, for she had no time to prepare for winter or to seek shelter from wild beasts. Although she longed to say that she had no need for the pelt, she ultimately held her tongue. Reaching out to touch it, it was smooth and soft, an exquisite sensation that she found hard to resist. Recognizing her fondness, Lucio's face brightened as he remarked, "You cannot use it just yet, but once I have processed it, it will make a lovely skirt for you." Upon hearing this, Bai Youyou's gaze faltered, and she gently nodded while cradling the long-haired mouse. With her affirmation, Lucio turned to tend to the bear meat, needing to prepare it for drying. In this world, winter lasted about 3 months, and while he had a hearty appetite, he only needed 6 or 7 meals throughout the season if he remained inactive. Consequently, he had never prepared much food for winter in the past. Alone, he only needed to ensure his own sustenance. Now, however, he had to prepare provisions for Bai Youyou for 3 months, though she did not consume much in a day. The total for 3 months amounted to quite a considerable quantity. Furthermore, Bai Youyou could not eat too much raw food. He also needed to gather firewood and create a roasting pit beside the cave. Otherwise, once winter set in, if the cave entrance were blocked, they would be unable to roast meat inside and risk suffocating Bai Youyou with smoke. Thus, despite his desire to embrace and shower affection upon his little female, he found himself pressed for time. Bai Youyou observed Lucio's industriousness, feeling a mix of emotions. The sensation of being cared for and valued was a long-lost feeling, and she could not help but feel a stir within her. Yet, recalling the reasons behind Lucio's kindness, she found it hard to accept. The thought of bearing his offspring filled her with dread. She was equally apprehensive, fearful that Lucio was merely putting on a facade to woo her into compliance before demanding her to bear his children. After all, in her reality, there were many men who behaved in such a way that Lucio's immediate kindness left her with no choice but to ponder deeper. Her eyes flickered, ultimately settling into a resolute gaze. She glanced at her foot, silently wishing for it to heal swiftly. She needed to leave, and the sooner, the better, for she realized she had begun to rely on Lucio and even contemplated the feasibility of staying with him. If not for the prospect of bearing his children, fear gripped her. She was terrified of gradually accepting her identity as a female and ultimately becoming a soulless vessel, solely dependent on a male for procreation. She wished to live, but not at the cost of selling her body or spirit. Meanwhile, Lucio remained blissfully unaware that his little female was plotting her escape, all while he cheerfully considered what provisions to prepare for her. As both harbored their own thoughts, the day gradually drew to a close under Lucio's diligent efforts. Bai Youyou observed as he first returned all the semi-dried meat and pelts to the cave, then collected the grease that had dripped onto large leaves during the roasting, storing it in a sizable stone jar. Bai Youyou, curious, inquired, "What is this for?" "Cooking." "Cooking?" Lucio had never heard of such a thing and looked at the grease with confusion. He explained, "This is for lighting your way at night. You females cannot see well in the dark, so you must use this, right?" Lucio's gaze held a hint of bewilderment as he scanned Bai Youyou, unable to grasp why she wouldn't know this, and he was also intrigued by what she meant by cooking. Bai Youyou realized she might have misspoken and explained, "The tribe I come from is very far from here, so our way of life differs somewhat from that of your kind." After her statement, she noticed Lucio regarding her with a peculiar expression, and just as she feared he might dismiss her words, he suddenly asked, Youyou, I have yet to inquire. How does a precious little female like you end up alone here? Where are your kin? A web of lies often requires a multitude of deceptions to maintain. Bai Youyou's eyes flickered with panic as she contemplated her response. Given that the females in this world were well protected by their tribes, even the most unfortunate females from defeated clans would never be abandoned. How could someone like her possibly wander here alone from such a distant place? While she wrestled with her thoughts, she noticed Lucio's eyes brightening with excitement as he grasped her hand, asking, You, it must have been the beast god who brought you here, right? Surely, the beast god sent you to me. Bai Youyou's mouth twitched at his words. She was genuinely impressed by Lucio's train of thought. Yet, unable to conjure a more suitable explanation, and since he had provided her with a convenient answer, she saw no reason to refuse. Nodding, she replied, Perhaps. I awoke here. It must be the beast god who brought me. Bai Youyou felt she had not lied. She had indeed awakened in this world, even if it was the system, not the beast god, that had transported her. Yet, with the system's enigmatic powers, calling it divine was not an exaggeration. Upon obtaining the answer he desired, Lucio's gaze brightened, filled with fervent affection as he looked at Bai Youyou. The intensity of his stare left Bai Youyou hesitant to meet his eyes, as she felt an unexpected twinge of guilt under his gaze. Oblivious to her thoughts, Lucio knelt down and effortlessly lifted Bai Youyou into his arms, startling her into a gasp. He carried her in one arm, while holding a stone jar filled with oil in the other. All the while wearing an unyielding smile. Once inside the cave, Lucio gently placed Bai Youyou on a stone bed before setting the jar in a corner. He then produced a small stone bowl from an unknown source, filled it with some oil, and exited the cave. When he returned, the bowl was ignited with a small flame, illuminating the dark cavern. Knowing she would continue to live in this world, Bai Youyou resolved to learn as much as she could. Upon closer inspection, she noticed the wick was a long, black, strip-like substance that resembled thick yarn, yet was not quite the same. Chapter 11. The illuminating wick grass. As Lucio approached, Bai Youyou leaned closer. Still unsure of the material's composition, she looked up at Lucio and inquired, What is burning inside? By now, Lucio had firmly concluded that Bai Youyou was the little female sent to him by the beast god. So her questions no longer surprised him. Setting the stone bowl on the stone table beside the bed, he replied, This is wick grass. It absorbs oil and burns steadily, which is why our kind has used it for generations to illuminate for our females. Intrigued by his words, Bai Youyou eagerly asked, Is this wick grass abundant? Can you show me some? Lucio, more than willing to oblige, quickly retrieved a handful of wick grass for her. Bai Youyou examined the grass. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. The longest pieces exceeded a meter in length, soft yet resilient. She tugged at it several times without breaking it. Rubbing it between her fingers, it transformed into fine strands. An idea sparked in her mind. She wanted to weave a set of undergarments for herself using this wick grass. Although her leather skirt provided some coverage, she was anxious about potential exposure whenever Lucio held her. Furthermore, the wick grass could be spun into delicate threads, allowing her to create light clothing for the summer. The more she contemplated, the more enamored she became with the wick grass, noticing Bai Youyou's fascination. Lucio, who had been sitting beside her, asked curiously, What brings you such joy? Do you really like this grass? Bai Youyou nodded vigorously, her bright eyes fixed on him. Where does this wick grass grow? I want a lot of it. Lucio's heart raced under her gaze, and he found himself puzzled by his reaction that he thought Bai Youyou looked exceptionally beautiful, even more so than his mother. After a moment of silence, Bai Youyou, sensing his hesitation, assumed the grass was rare and felt disheartened. It's fine if you don't have any. There's no need to trouble yourself. On the contrary, Lucio snapped back to reality, feeling an urgent need to restore the light in her eyes. There is plenty. This plant is incredibly resilient and grows abundantly each year. I'll bring you as much as you desire tomorrow. Bai Youyou suddenly felt a pang of guilt, realizing she might be asking too much. It had only been a short time since she requested beans, and now this wick grass. Lucio had to attend to many tasks during the day, while she felt powerless to provide for him. A hint of remorse crossed her face as she stammered, Thank you, Lucio. I shouldn't be asking so much of you. What are you thanking me for? As a male, it is my duty to fulfill the needs of my partner. Besides, Youyou, you haven't made any unreasonable requests. Lucio firmly disagreed with Bai Youyou's sentiment. After expressing his thoughts, he casually tossed aside the long-haired beast she had been holding and climbed onto the bed. He pulled Bai Youyou into his embrace, laying down with her, draping a soft, furry hide over them. Before she could react, Lucio pulled her closer, murmuring, "You are so soft. I can't help but think about holding you all day. I nearly let that black bear escape while hunting." Lucio's words were sincere, but he remained unaware that to Bai Youyou, they were nothing short of intimate confessions, leaving her blushing with embarrassment. This was her first experience sharing a bed with a male. Especially in such a close position, she felt a mix of anxiety and trepidation. Lucio, seemingly oblivious to her discomfort, whispered sweet nothings in her ear, causing her face to flush a deep crimson, reaching even to the tips of her ears. Even in the dim light, Lucio's keen eyesight allowed him to notice the rosy hue of Bai Youyou's ears. His gaze darkened, and unable to resist, he playfully nibbled on one of her ears. The unexpected action startled Bai Youyou, sending a wave of tingling sensations from her ear to her brain. She gasped and attempted to retreat, but Lucio's grip kept her firmly in place, his eyes shifting to her delicate neck. As a predator, Lucio instinctively focused on the neck of his prey, and his gaze deepened with intensity that he released her ear, shifting his attention to the slender, pale skin of her neck, gently biting down. Bai Youyou shivered at his touch and pushed against him, her voice trembling. "Lucio, what are you doing? Please, don't." The quiver in her tone revealed her fear. Lucio had no intention of taking advantage of the situation. He was not a man of empty promises. He had vowed not to engage with Bai Youyou until she reached maturity, and he intended to keep that promise. Yet, he found himself captivated by her beauty, momentarily losing control of his desire to be closer to her. When he realized the extent of her fear, he felt a wave of confusion wash over him. He lifted his head from her neck. His gaze met Bai Youyou's terrified face, her complexion pale and tears streaming down her cheeks. She bit her lip, trying to stifle her cries, as though fearing his reaction. Witnessing her distress left Lucio feeling anxious and bewildered. Though he had not lived among his kin, he understood the dynamics of their relationships. Among the beast men, privacy was scarce, and many couples shared caves with little to no barriers for modesty. Consequently, Lucio could not comprehend Bai Youyou's response. He could not fathom why she, having agreed to be his partner, would fear even the slightest affectionate touch. His earlier feelings of passion were replaced by a sense of solitude, believing that Bai Youyou might be rejecting him due to his status as a wandering beast man. Slowly, he loosened his grip and raised a hand to wipe her tears, only to sense her instinctive flinch in response. Feeling a pang of sadness, he gently brushed away her tears, murmuring, "You, please don't be afraid. I won't touch you." Chapter 12. This is quite unscientific. Lucio's heart was heavy with bitterness, yet he felt no anger towards Bai Youyou in his eyes. She was delicate and fragile. Her fear of intimacy stemmed from their unfamiliarity. He believed that if he treated her well and demonstrated his strength, she would come to trust and cherish him. He resolved to be patient. Bai Youyou, unaware of Lucio's thoughts, huddled against the stone wall. Wrapped in the beast hide, she had genuinely been frightened, fearing that Lucio might disregard her feelings and take advantage of her vulnerability. In her eyes, she was a defenseless lamb, utterly powerless against him. If Lucio truly wished to overpower her, she could think of no means of escape. Just when despair began to envelop her, Lucio halted in his tracks, dissuaded by her rejection. Lucio raised his hand. She braced herself, fearing she had provoked him and that he might strike her. Unexpectedly, Lucio gently comforted her, even wiping away her tears. When Bai Youyou met Lucio's lonely gaze, a flicker of guilt surged within her, making her feel increasingly like a heartless woman who deceived the affections of a sincere person. Yet, she found herself at a loss, yearning to tell Lucio the truth, that she had no desire to be his partner, nor to bear his offspring. But the fear of his potential impatience and subsequent cruelty held her back. She feared that if she voiced her thoughts, Lucio might abandon her altogether. In such a scenario, she believed she would be unable to confront herself, leading to an inevitable collapse. Nevertheless, she wished to live, to survive. Even if it meant deceiving an honest man, she lacked the courage to speak her truth. If Lucio were merely an ordinary neighbor, she would still be unwilling to deceive him. She could share all the knowledge she had acquired from her previous world and the herbs she identified with him. However, Lucio was solely intent on having children with her, leaving her in a quandary. Those would be serpent offspring. The more she pondered, the more aggrieved she felt. prompting her to silently resolve to leave as soon as her foot healed. During this time, she would do her utmost to refrain from taking advantage of his kindness, sharing everything she could identify in terms of food with him. Glancing at the fire-lined grass she had been clutching tightly, a thought flickered in her mind. This man seemed to carry that grass everywhere he went. Blushing slightly, she hesitated before deciding to weave a few pairs of shorts for Lucio, as a gesture of gratitude for his care. Lucio, observing Bai Youyou's efforts to evade him, felt a tinge of disappointment but made no further attempts to draw closer. Each harbored their own thoughts, and soon Bai Youyou succumbed to sleep. The weather gradually turned cooler. Especially after nightfall when the temperature plummeted, Bai Youyou felt a chill in her dreams and instinctively sought warmth. Despite being a serpent beast man, Lucio exuded warmth in his human form, sensing something drawing closer. He opened his eyes in his slumber. The sight of the sweetly sleeping girl before him sparked a moment of hesitation, but ultimately, he followed his heart and quietly opened his arms in the next instant. Bai Youyou rolled right into his embrace, filling the void in his arms. Lucio looked down at the person nestled within him, a smile gracing his lips as he affectionately rubbed the top of Bai Youyou's head before contentedly closing his eyes. Swiftly drifting back into slumber, the following day, as Bai Youyou groggily opened her eyes, she was greeted by the sight of a man with smooth, powerful chest muscles. Her arms were wrapped around his waist. But that was not the most embarrassing part. The most mortifying aspect was that she had draped her leg over his thigh, clinging to him like an octopus, reflecting on her actions from the previous night. When she had rejected his advances, and then glancing at her current state, Bai Youyou wished for nothing more than to disappear that moment. All remnants of sleep vanished. Her face flushed crimson, and her eyelashes trembled. Inwardly, she reassured herself that Lucio must still be asleep, and as long as she moved quickly, no one would ever discover her mortifying predicament. However, when she cautiously lifted her gaze, she was met with Lucio's half-smiling, half-amused expression. In that instant, all hope of escape evaporated, and she quickly sprang to the opposite side of the bed, stammering. She said, "Lucio, please don't misunderstand. I simply have a poor sleeping posture. I didn't mean to take advantage of you." Lucio had already awakened and, noticing Bai Youyou stirring, immediately withdrew his arm, feigning innocence as if she had initiated the contact. That, of course, regardless of the reasons, it was indeed Bai Youyou who had made the first move. Hearing her words, Lucio could hardly suppress his laughter. He sat up casually, cheerfully exclaiming, "What are you talking about, you? How is this taking advantage? I am your male. You can touch anywhere on me." Bai Youyou found herself exasperated by the ancient beastman's manner of speaking. Every word seemed laced with innuendo. Yet, he delivered them with such confidence, devoid of any embarrassment, making her feel overly sensitive by comparison. She didn't dare inquire further, turning to Lucio, ready to say something, but her gaze inadvertently caught sight of something that left her puzzled. Once she comprehended what she was seeing, she felt utterly dazed. She stared in astonishment at the innocent expression on Lucio's face, instinctively shrinking back, her expression a mixture of disbelief and discomfort. Lucio, still somewhat oblivious, glanced down at himself and quickly realized why Bai Youyou wore that expression. But could he be blamed? At such a vigorous age, these reactions were entirely normal, having held Bai Youyou for half the night. If he showed no signs of arousal, would he still be considered a typical male beast man? In this world, females, when selecting partners, not only assess their hunting prowess, but some bolder females even requested proof of virility. Lucio felt somewhat uncertain. After all, his little female seemed quite different from those in other tribes, and he wasn't sure how to interpret Bai Youyou's current behavior. He nervously rubbed his nose and reassured her. "This is a normal reaction for male beast men. Please do not be afraid." Upon hearing this, Bai Youyou internally screamed. Hadn't she taken physiology classes? Did she really need him to explain it? She vowed that her expression had nothing to do with that. Unable to resist another glance, her face paled slightly. Honestly, was this a human's anatomical structure? Fine, even if you were a beast man, couldn't you at least resemble a human? Did you ever consider your future partner's feelings? Pressing her lips together, she ultimately nodded, signaling her understanding. She feared that speaking too much might lead to further misunderstandings. Regardless, she intended to leave, and instead of worrying about Lucio's future partner, she ought to focus on how to survive in this ancient beastly world. Chapter 13. Successfully learning to make fire. Bai Youyou turned her gaze away, attempting to put on her grass shoes. However, Before she could reach them, Lucio's warm hand grasped her foot. Instinctively, she recoiled, noticing Lucio frowning at the scabs on her foot. Concern evident in his eyes, Bai Youyou felt uneasy and tried to pull her foot back, but to no avail. Just as she opened her mouth to speak, Lucio said, "Youyou, you shouldn't wear those grass shoes. They're too coarse and uncomfortable." Bai Youyou glanced at her shoes, a hint of helplessness flashing in her eyes. She understood they were rough, but she couldn't go barefoot all the time. Before she could respond, Lucio produced 2 pieces of small animal hide from somewhere. As he wrapped them around her feet, he continued, "Use these for now. I know of a tree whose inner bark can be used to make shoe soles, soft and durable. Once I gather some, I'll make you a couple of pairs." Watching Lucio's actions and listening to his words caused a swell of emotion in Bai Youyou's heart, yet she remained silent. Lucio was unconcerned. After wrapping her feet, he effortlessly picked her up and carried her toward the cave entrance. Once he had settled her down, he began to kindle a fire to roast meat. Bai Youyou had anticipated that Lucio would employ the most primitive method of fire starting. But she was astonished to see him produce 2 pieces of black stone by striking them against some dry grass. A flame ignited. Firestone. Bai Youyou's eyes lit up. She had been troubled by how to start a fire, readying herself for the blistered hands that would come with the friction method. Little did she know that this world possessed firestones, making her future fire-starting endeavors much simpler. Before long, Lucio had the meat roasted. Just as he had the previous day, he first fed Bai Youyou, ensuring she was satisfied before consuming the remaining meat himself. After everything was prepared, Lucio, confirming that Bai Youyou had no further needs, placed a long-haired beast in her lap to keep her entertained. He then instructed, "You, I will go hunting now. When I return, I will bring you fireline grass and black beans. Your foot is still healing, so try not to walk around too much. If you need anything, wait for my return. Do you understand?" Bai Youyou longed to accompany Lucio, yet after contemplating her own circumstances, she merely nodded in acknowledgement. Once Lucio departed, Bai Youyou retrieved the leftover fish from her spatial storage, pondering that it should no longer be edible and needed to be disposed of. However, upon extracting the fish, she was astonished to find it in the same pristine condition as when she had stored it, completely unspoiled. This revelation illuminated her eyes. She had not anticipated that this space could preserve food, that if that were the case, she needn't worry about food spoilage in the future. The only drawback was that the space was merely 1 cubic meter, insufficient for storing provisions for the winter. Although the system panel indicated that upgrades were possible, it did not specify the conditions for such enhancements, which was quite frustrating. After a moment's hesitation, Bai Youyou ultimately decided to return the fish to the system space. Curious to see if any changes would occur after a few more days, having completed this task, Bai Youyou turned her attention to the flint. Glancing at her injured foot, her curiosity proved too great to resist. Carefully tiptoeing to the spot where Lucio had left the flint, she picked it up and began experimenting with starting a fire. Initially, it was quite challenging to ignite the dry grass with just a few sparks. But after several attempts, she gradually discovered the technique, ultimately succeeding in kindling the dry grass into flames. Ecstatic at her first success in lighting a fire outdoors, Bai Youyou nearly leapt with joy, remembering just in time to be cautious of her injured foot. Previously, she had enjoyed watching survival shows and outdoor live streams, but had never had the opportunity to try such things due to her age. Never had she imagined that she would face such a significant challenge right away. However, with the fire issue resolved, she exhaled in relief. Fire meant warmth, the ability to cook food, and even a means to ward off some wild beasts from the creatures Lucio had brought back. Bai Youyou had begun to grasp the level of danger present in this world. A flicker of trepidation crossed her mind as she contemplated simply following Lucio. At least then, she wouldn't have to worry about survival and safety. Yet, this notion was swiftly dismissed, lacking any feelings for Lucio. The thought of following him and potentially having to bear offspring made her shudder, concluding that such a fate would hardly differ from immediate death. Time passed swiftly, and Bai Youyou was unaware that, after her exploration of the spatial storage and her attempts at fire starting, a considerable portion of the day had elapsed. Lucio returned, and upon entering, he spotted Bai Youyou squatting beside a small fire, grinning foolishly. However, that was not the main concern. The focal point was that Bai Youyou was seated on a small stone, her foot resting on the ground, completely different from her position when he had left. Lucio's brow furrowed as he strode purposefully towards her. Hearing the commotion, Bai Youyou turned to find Lucio's expression darkened. He bore a catch in one hand and a large bundle of firegrass in the other, with a pouch made from some animal skin hanging around his neck, bulging with an unknown quantity of contents. Upon seeing Lucio's demeanor, Bai Youyou felt a pang of guilt, but that guilt was quickly overshadowed by curiosity regarding the items he carried. Her eyes brightened as she pointed to the pouch around Lucio's neck, asking, "Is there black bean inside?" Without answering verbally, Lucio merely nodded. Placing his burdens down before approaching Bai Youyou, he crouched beside her, gently unwrapping the small animal skin from her foot. After inspecting it and determining that her injury had not worsened, his expression softened slightly. Bai Youyou was taken aback by this attention. Lucio began to rebind the animal's skin. He admonished, "Did I not instruct you to stay off your feet? What if you injure yourself again?" Bai Youyou was momentarily speechless. Lucio's concern for her was overwhelming. Regardless of his motives, she could not deny that he was the kindest individual she had encountered in this world. Even her grandfather, who had previously been her greatest supporter, had never shown such unwavering dedication to her well-being. Noticing Bai Youyou's silence, Lucio assumed he had frightened her with his tone and quickly reassured her. "Youyou, please don't misunderstand that I'm not upset. I'm merely worried about your injury." He then retrieved the pouch, placing it enticingly in front of her. "Look, Youyou, I have brought back everything you requested. The firegrass needs to be dried before use, and this black bean can be fed directly to the small creature." Upon hearing this, Bai Youyou's earlier concerns vanished, and she eagerly opened the animal skin pouch to discover the black beans, curious about their appearance and edibility. However, her attention was immediately drawn to a few flat, board-like items, prompting her to ask, "What are these?" Chapter 14. A stark disparity in strength when Lucio heard Bai Youyou's inquiry. He took the item from her hands, smiling as he replied, "Did I not mention I would make you shoes? This is the heartwood suitable for shoe soles." He squeezed it gently, continuing, "See, it has a slight elasticity, yet is incredibly sturdy. With this, you need not fear blisters anymore." Bai Youyou's eyes sparkled as she examined Lucio's find, pulling out another piece of heartwood to test its resilience herself. Indeed, it was as he described, perfectly suited for crafting shoe insoles. Without hesitation, she mentally activated the identification feature, and a line of text promptly appeared. Qingjiao tree heartwood, not edible. The juice of the fruit possesses oil and stain-removing properties. With this realization, the form and utility of the Qingjiao tree materialized in her mind. Oil and stain-removing? Could it serve as a detergent and cleaning agent? A wave of excitement washed over her. She had inadvertently resolved her future cleaning dilemmas. In this world, the primary diet of beastmen consisted of meat, which left greasy residues that were notoriously difficult to cleanse. Most beastmen and females resorted to rubbing dirt before rinsing with water, while garments and bedding made from animal hides were nearly impossible to clean, often retaining a foul odor. Recently, Bai Youyou had grown increasingly dissatisfied with her own scent, and now she had finally discovered a solution. How could she not feel elated? Her gaze softened toward Lucio, who also sensed the shift in her mood, mistakenly attributing her happiness to the prospect of new shoes. That he thought to himself, "What my mother taught me was indeed correct. Females cherish such things. I must create many beautiful and useful items for my little female in the future." Lucio's mother had imparted much knowledge about this world during his childhood, yet the insights a female could offer were inherently limited. Lucio had to rely on his own experimentation and learning for hunting skills, often facing near-fatal consequences. But now he had matured into a capable individual. Taking the heartwood from Bai Youyou, Lucio said, "Youyou, go ahead and feed the small creature the black beans while I craft your shoes. It won't take long." Bai Youyou, hearing this, did not refuse. She redirected her focus to the pouch and grasped what she presumed to be the black beans, only to realize they were entirely different from her expectations. She had envisioned black beans akin to yellow soybeans from her previous world, yet these were about the size of her thumb and not pure black, but rather a dark brown hue. Squeezing one in her hand revealed it to be as hard as a stone. She intended to offer some to the long-haired mouse to see what it would make of them. However, upon turning around, she found the long-haired mouse had vanished, likely having taken advantage of her distraction while she experimented with fire starting. Seeing Bai Youyou's reaction, Lucio glanced around and likely deduced that the small creature had indeed escaped. He chuckled reassuringly. "If it has run off, let it be. If you wish, I can catch another for you later." "No need." Bai Youyou had no desire to keep a long-haired mouse. she was barely able to care for herself. Let alone a pet, that I'm not particularly fond of it, that I merely wanted to see what the black beans looked like. You needn't worry about me. Upon hearing this, Lucio noted Bai Youyou's lack of sorrow and accepted her words. Nodding, he resumed his tasks. He attended to the newly acquired prey, slicing off the tenderest piece of meat and placing it over the fire to roast. After laying the fire grass out to dry in the sun, he finally took the heartwood, settling beside the fire to cook the meat while crafting shoes for Bai Youyou. Bai Youyou wished to insist on helping, but considering the heartwood's thickness and resilience, she ultimately kept her thoughts to herself, silently resolving to repay Lucio for his attentive care before her departure. Shifting her gaze back to the black beans, she hesitated briefly before invoking the identification feature once more. Instantly, a line of text appeared. Black beans. Non-toxic and edible. No side effects. Like the branches of the green, the tendrils of the black beans reflected in Bai Youyou's mind. This feature of the system greatly facilitated her. Whenever new objects appeared in her hands, she could discern their forms without needing to examine them in their entirety. Thus, when she encountered them outdoors in the future, she would recognize them at a glance. Although Bai Youyou had long suspected that these black beans were edible, her eyes still sparkled with delight upon reading the words edible. She glanced at Lucio, who was intently crafting shoes for himself using a long needle made from an unknown animal bone. His head bowed in concentration. The sight of the towering man, over 2 meters tall, threading a needle was comically endearing. Stifling her laughter, Bai Youyou seized the opportunity to discreetly bite into a black bean, only to find it unyielding. Frustrated, she removed it from her mouth. How could she eat something so hard? It was far too large to swallow whole. After contemplating her predicament, she turned her gaze to a nearby stone and, without hesitation, placed the black bean upon it, grabbing another stone to smash it down forcefully. After several strikes, the hard black bean shattered, revealing a creamy white interior. At that moment, Bai Youyou became genuinely curious about the strength of Lucio's teeth, which must be extraordinary to have bitten through such a thing. As she picked up the smashed bean, Lucio, drawn by the commotion, approached her. Observing her actions, he inquired, "What are you up to, you? Why didn't you call me?" Embarrassed, Bai Youyou glanced at him and replied, "I'm just playing around. You don't have to worry about me." However, instead of leaving, Lucio crouched down, grabbed a handful of black beans, and placed them on a flat stone. Then, taking another flat stone, he pressed down on the beans with force, grinding them back and forth. In just a couple of strokes, the stone was lifted, revealing only a gray powder where the beans had once been. Bai Youyou stared in astonishment at the gray powder, swallowing hard. Momentarily taken aback, she looked at the single black bean she had struggled to crack open, and then at the powder Lucio had effortlessly produced. It was then that she profoundly understood the difference between herself and Lucio, or rather, between the females and males in this world. He was like a human-powered stone mill. Lucio, catching sight of Bai Youyou's dazed expression, found her utterly adorable and seemingly irresistible. Without hesitation, he pinched her tender cheek and chuckled. "Isn't this the expression you just wanted to achieve?" Bai Youyou, still in her daze, nodded dumbly, appearing even more endearing. Faced with such a charming sight, Lucio found himself utterly defenseless, his face breaking into a silly grin, not much better than the bewildered expression on Bai Youyou's face. Chapter 15. Discovering black bean cakes. Bai Youyou was jolted back to reality by Lucio's laughter. She collected her emotions and refocused on the black bean powder. After a moment's thought, she pinched a bit and placed it in her mouth. Lucio, seeing this, made no move to stop her, instead asking, "How is it? Not tasty, right?" Indeed, it was not particularly palatable, yet Bai Youyou felt no disappointment. Rather, her eyes sparkled with excitement as she replied, "Lucio, could you get me some more black bean powder? I want to try making cakes." The raw bean powder had an astringent taste, but Bai Youyou was curious about the flavor once it was cooked, reasoning that, based on her 18 years of experience, it should not be too bad. What is a cake? Something edible. Lucio had never encountered this term before and found it curious. Bai Youyou, unsure how to explain, simply stated, "It's a type of food from my hometown. It's edible." Lucio, believing her without question, immediately set to work. While he prepared the black bean powder, Bai Youyou scanned her surroundings for a thin, flat stone to serve as a frying pan. However, she could find none suitable, only spotting a U-shaped stone that might serve to knead the dough. When Lucio had nearly finished with the black bean powder, Bai Youyou felt a bit embarrassed, but knew she couldn't move much, and Lucio wouldn't let her. Thus, she asked him to wash the U-shaped stone and informed him of her need for a flat, thin stone. Lucio wasted no time. Without a word, he took the large stone to the riverbank. When he returned, he bore a flat stone over a meter long, thinner than she had anticipated. Bai Youyou was overjoyed. The prospect of enjoying grain-based food brightening her spirits. Once Lucio laid the stones before her, she poured all the black bean powder into the U-shaped stone and added some water, after deeming it sufficient. She washed her hands and began kneading the dough. Lucio watched her actions, finding her reminiscent of small orcs playing in the mud. His eyes filled with affection that he could hardly believe she could produce anything edible. Nevertheless, he resolved that no matter how unappetizing her creation turned out, he would declare it delicious, never wanting to disappoint his little female. After a few glances, he turned to check on the meat he had just roasted, concerned that Bai Youyou might go hungry. Before long, Bai Youyou successfully formed a dough ball, sufficient for about 5 palm-sized cakes. She called Lucio over to help her construct a makeshift stove. Lucio readily complied. Viewing it as an opportunity to undo taking a pinch of salt from the bamboo tube, Bai Youyou evenly sprinkled it over the surface of the black bean cake. She then returned the salt-filled bamboo tube to Lucio, her mind beginning to ponder how she might address her future salt needs. However, as the enticing aroma of the black bean cake intensified, she found herself completely absorbed, her thoughts shifting elsewhere. After testing the cake with a twig to ensure it was cooked, she promptly picked one up and presented it to Lucio, who had been swallowing in anticipation for what felt like the umpteenth time. Lucio, having been eagerly waiting, snatched the black bean cake from her hands without hesitation. Showing no concern for its heat, Bai Youyou was startled by his actions. She barely managed to utter a warning about the heat before Lucio, without a hint of discomfort, popped the cake directly into his mouth. Chapter 16. The gluttonous snake. Lucio. Before Bai Youyou could regain her composure, Lucio had devoured the entire black bean cake in a few bites, his gaze fixed on her with an unmistakable desire for more. She paused momentarily, inquiring, "Is it delicious?" "Indeed, it is exceptional," Lucio replied with an enthusiastic nod, "that I've never tasted anything like it. It's entirely different from beast meat and fruits." Bai Youyou smiled at his words. Realizing her success, she quickly divided the remaining cakes, knowing that 2 would suffice for her appetite, and handed the other 2 to Lucio. That he took them eagerly, a look of sheer satisfaction adorning his face as he began to munch away. Bai Youyou, curious, reached out to touch the cake and confirmed it was indeed hot. Wondering how Lucio could handle it so casually, she could only attribute it to the ruggedness of males. Once the cakes cooled slightly, she took a bite herself, delighting in the crispy exterior and tender interior, the flavor lingering delightfully in her mouth. Having gone so long without coarse grains, she felt as though she had never tasted anything so delectable in her life. Turning her head, she was surprised to see Lucio grinding more black bean flour, having completely forgotten about the roasted meat. "Lucio, what are you doing?" Hearing her question, Lucio looked up and smiled brightly, cheerfully responding, "I am grinding the rest into flour. Would you make a few more cakes, please? I'll go fetch more black beans later, and from now on, we'll eat this." Bai Youyou couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. "While it's great to make more, we mustn't eat only this. Otherwise, we'll have an unbalanced diet." Lucio had no understanding of what Bai Youyou meant by nutrition. To him, as long as food was tasty and filling, that was sufficient. Yet, since Bai Youyou had said so, he nodded in agreement. "Youyou is right. Let us alternate our meals." Hearing Lucio refer to them as we, Bai Youyou felt a flutter of unease. She averted her gaze and replied, "Then I'll make you some more. You can keep an eye on things so you can make it yourself in the future." Bai Youyou thought that since Lucio enjoyed it so much, he would be able to prepare it on his own once she left. Lucio, oblivious to her intentions, readily agreed, feeling elated that Bai Youyou would share such a precious recipe with him, believing she was beginning to see the good in him. By the time they finished their meal, the black beans Lucio had brought back were nearly depleted. Bai Youyou had noticed that Lucio hadn't eaten significantly more than she had over the past couple of days. But today, seeing him eat so heartily astonished her. Lucio, noticing her expression, felt a tad uneasy, fearing she might think ill of his voracious appetite. He quickly explained, "You, as a snake beast man, we do have larger appetites. But a hearty meal can sustain us for several days if we remain inactive. We could go 10 days without food and be fined out, of course." Lucio kept his later thoughts to himself, not voicing them aloud. Upon hearing his explanation, Bai Youyou recalled the habits of snakes. She hadn't realized that snake beastmen still maintained such primitive traits. If that were the case, did it mean Lucio would hibernate through the winter? Curious, she asked, "So, do you hibernate and eat during the winter?" Lucio chuckled at her question, shaking his head, astonished that she was unaware of such a fundamental fact. That he replied, "Of course, I need to eat. Beastmen retain some primitive traits. But we are quite different from unintelligent wild beasts. That I may become a bit lethargic in winter, but I want to be sleeping all the time. I still need to eat every few days." "Oh, I see," Bai Youyou nodded, gaining a new understanding of the beastmen in this world. Lucio's gaze shifted, a spark igniting in his eyes as he leaned closer, his voice low and teasing. "Youyou, are you worried that I'll hibernate and want to have time to accompany you?" "Don't worry. I promise that if you stay awake, I will toot out if I feel sleepy. Just give me a kiss, and I'll wake up immediately." Bai Youyou was taken aback by the sudden shift in topic, her cheeks flushing crimson as she averted her gaze, unable to meet Lucio's intense stare. Lowering her head, her small hands fidgeted with her beast skin skirt as she replied softly, "Don't say such things. That's not what I meant." Seeing Bai Youyou's flustered demeanor only fueled Lucio's desire, making him feel parched, as if he wanted to take a bite out of her, swallowing hard. His gaze took on a hint of aggression as he leaned closer to her, whispering, "Youyou, may I steal a kiss? Just a kiss. Nothing more." Bai Youyou's face turned an even deeper shade of red, her body trembling slightly as she instinctively wanted to retreat. But Lucio was faster. Before she could move, he had closed the distance, firmly encircling her in his embrace. Bai Youyou gasped, her mouth parting as she was about to speak. But in the next instant, she was silenced by an urgent, fervent kiss. Lucio's kiss was demanding and possessive, as if he sought to consume her whole, full of insatiable fervor. Having lived her life until now without ever experiencing such intimacy, let alone a kiss, Bai Youyou found herself overwhelmed and startled. This was her first kiss, and it was being taken from her in such a manner, blushing with a mix of embarrassment and fear. Her heart raced furiously. Meanwhile, Lucio was oblivious to her turmoil. He was captivated by the softness and sweetness of her lips, a tingling sensation coursing through him, leaving him yearning for more. Bai Youyou held tightly in Lucio's embrace, sensed something was amiss, paralyzing her with fear. She couldn't shake the worry that a misstep might provoke Lucio's primal instincts, leading to something irreversible. Ultimately, her trust in Lucio was still fragile. Their time together had been too brief. And despite his attentive care, she struggled to fully believe in his promises. Realizing that Bai Youyou had tensed up, Lucio understood he had startled her. He loosened his grip slightly, lingering for just a moment to plant another gentle kiss on her lips before gradually releasing her. Lucio didn't need to see to know how disheveled he appeared. He sensed Bai Youyou's gaze shifting away, aware that he had momentarily lost control and potentially frightened her. He took a cautious step back, speaking gently, "You, please don't be afraid. I truly only meant to kiss you." He then picked up the unfinished shoes lying on the ground, adding, "I'll get back to work now. Call me if you need anything." Bai Youyou felt her lips tingling, the taste of the beast man still lingering in her mouth. Though it was not unpleasant, the sensation was undeniably unsettling, yet she found herself lacking the strong aversion she had expected. Chapter 17. Creating dish soap. Bai Youyou had no time to ponder why she had so easily accepted Lucio's kiss. Though it wasn't her choice, the absence of repulsion left her feeling perplexed. Upon hearing Lucio's words, she exhaled a sigh of relief. However, her desire to leave grew increasingly stronger. She sensed that if things continued like this, something terrifying might unfold. Not only did she distrust Lucio, but after the recent incident, she began to doubt herself. No one had ever treated her with such kindness before. She feared that if she let her guard down, she might be ensnared by Lucio's charm, ultimately becoming his little wife and bearing a brood of snake offspring. This was not the crux of her concern. Rather, the true issue lay in whether she would even have the opportunity to bear snake offspring. Just imagining Lucio's size frightened her to no end. As she realized the thoughts swirling in her mind, her face flushed with a mixture of embarrassment and anger at herself. She then raised her head, feigning nonchalance as she addressed Lucio. "All right, you go ahead and get busy." Lucio studied Bai Youyou closely for a moment and noticed that although she seemed somewhat uncomfortable, she did not appear particularly angry. which relieved him. After hearing Bai Youyou's response, he cheerfully busied himself with his tasks. Meanwhile, Bai Youyou was not idle. She gathered several twigs of similar thickness and, after testing their hardness, began to strip the bark off them to knit a sweater. One needs straight needles, and lacking iron wire or similar materials. She had to find substitutes. Before long, she had prepared about 10 sticks, but they could not be used immediately. They needed to be soaked in water first, otherwise, they would lack resilience and could easily break. At that moment, Lu Xiu approached with the completed shoes. "You, would you like to try them on?" Bai Youyou felt a bit uneasy facing Lu Xiu, who seemed completely unfazed by the situation. This made her admire the thick-skinned nature of the beast man. Clearing her throat, she replied, "Let us give it a try." As she reached out to take the shoes and put them on herself, Lu Xiu did not give her that chance. He simply crouched down and slipped them onto her feet. Bai Youyou's eyes flickered at this, but she did not insist on putting them on herself. It wasn't that she relished being attended to by Lu Xiu. She knew that even if she insisted, it would be futile, so it was better to let it be. The shoes fit perfectly, the soles crafted very evenly, and with a layer of beast skin in between, there was no discomfort when she lightly stepped on the ground. It felt reminiscent of the foam-soled shoes she used to wear. Bai Youyou's eyes brightened as she looked at Lu Xiu and exclaimed, "Lu Xiu, these shoes are truly comfortable." Seeing that Bai Youyou genuinely liked them, Lu Xiu chuckled sheepishly. "I'm glad you like them. Once the weather cools down a bit, I will make you a thicker pair." However, Bai Youyou did not respond to this, her gaze flickering as she looked at the shoes on her feet. After pondering for a moment, she asked, "Lu Xiu, do the trees used for the shoe soles bear fruit?" Bai Youyou did not forget about the washing agent. She thought that since her foot was nearly healed, she would teach Lu Xiu everything she could, hoping to expand the variety of food available to him in the future, thereby making their lives a bit more prosperous. This would also serve as a small token of gratitude for Lu Xiu's care over the past few days. Lu Xiu, upon hearing Bai Youyou's words, did not think much of it. He nodded and replied, "Yes, they have yellowish fruits that smell quite fragrant, but unfortunately, they are inedible. The taste is terrible, and eating them will cause one to foam at the mouth and suffer from severe abdominal pain." Bai Youyou looked at Lu Xiu in astonishment and cautiously asked, "Have you tried them? How do you know so well?" Lu Xiu shyly rubbed his nose and replied, "When I was a child and extremely hungry, I took a bite, but upon discovering the taste was awful, I never ate it again." Lu Xiu spoke lightly, but Bai Youyou felt a pang of sadness. It was clear without asking how difficult Lu Xiu's childhood must have been. With this thought, Bai Youyou's attitude toward Lu Xiu softened further as she said, "That fruit should not be eaten, but it can be used to clean oil stains. If you have time, you can bring some back, and I will teach you how to use it." Lu Xiu was somewhat surprised by this suggestion, his eyes sparkling as he looked at Bai Youyou. "Youyou, you truly are amazing. You know so much." Bai Youyou felt a bit embarrassed by the compliment. She did not know nearly as much as he thought. Much of her knowledge came from various programs, and she had never put it into practice. Her understanding of this plant was entirely reliant on the system. Otherwise, she would not have had the courage to bite into it, as Lu Xiu had. Pressing her lips together and thinking for a moment, she replied, "This is common knowledge among people from my hometown. It's not that remarkable." With a glance at Lu Xiu, she continued, "You see, I am not very knowledgeable about some common facts in your land." Lu Xiu considered her words and nodded, agreeing to bring back the fruit. However, he felt even more curious about Bai Youyou's hometown. After chatting with Bai Youyou for a little while longer, Lu Xiu went off to process the wild beast meat and pelts he had brought back. His movements were swift and skillful, clearly indicating he was accustomed to this task, and soon everything was neatly organized. Once he finished processing the meat, he did not linger. After giving Bai Youyou a few instructions, he grabbed several fur pouches that were relatively hairless and stepped outside. When he returned, the pouches were all bulging with black beans and green fruits. After setting down the pouches, he exchanged only a few words before leaving again. Leaving Bai Youyou staring blankly at the pouches in front of her, Bai Youyou swallowed hard, gazing at the black beans and green fruits, momentarily lost in thought. Little did she know that she had been worrying about her winter rations, yet now found herself with these several bags of black beans, which she could not possibly finish even if she ate them for 2 months. Shaking her head to clear her thoughts, she reminded herself that these were not hers. They belonged to Lu Xiu, and she should not entertain such thoughts. Redirecting her attention, she focused on the green fruits. Picking one up, She sniffed it and found it indeed had a fragrant, sweet aroma, just as Lu Xiu had described. Bai Youyou thought that if she were starving, she might also be tempted to take a bite. Grabbing a slightly concave stone, she placed the green fruit, which was slightly larger than a walnut, into it and began to crush it with another stone. After crushing the fruit, she noticed a sticky, yellowish juice separating from the pulp, making her doubt whether it could indeed remove stains. After contemplating, she applied a bit to her hand and added a small amount of water, rubbing it back and forth until bubbles began to form. Upon seeing the bubbles, Bai Youyou sighed in relief. Regardless of its cleaning ability, the presence of bubbles at least indicated it had some usefulness. After finishing her experiment with the green fruit, Bai Youyou turned her gaze to the roasted meat that Lu Xiu had forgotten about. After a moment of thought, she decided to take it, placing it on a flat stone slab, and then she picked up the stone knife Lu Xiu had used, starting to laboriously cut it into pieces. Chapter 18. Lu Xiu got hurt. The stone knife was not as sharp as the kitchen knife she had used before, making the task quite arduous by the time Bai Youyou finished cutting the meat. The sky was nearly dark, and Lu Xiu had yet to return. She couldn't help but feel a bit anxious, but recalling that Lu Xiu had lived alone for so many years and was quite capable, she reassured herself that he would be fine. Shaking off her worries, she took out some chestnuts from her space, planning to make a chestnut stew for Lu Xiu, hoping to introduce him to different foods. She wanted to give him something more, to lessen her feelings of indebtedness. After peeling the chestnuts, Bai Youyou washed the stone used for kneading dough and placed it over the fire. The shoes Lu Xiu made for her were indeed very soft, allowing her to walk a few steps without hurting her already scabbed foot, so it was fine for her to take it easy now. The stone was quite thick, so it took a while for the water inside to boil. But thankfully, Bai Youyou had plenty of time, and the firewood Lu Xiu left was sufficient. The meat was already roasted, so it did not need to be fried again, as soon as the water boiled. Bai Youyou poured the meat into the pot, and after a moment's thought, she added some black beans to see if they would soften. As for the chestnuts, she wasn't in a hurry, they cooked quickly, and she feared they might turn to mush and become inedible. After looking around, Bai Youyou finally found a smaller flat stone, washed it, and placed it on top of the pot to cover it, while leaving a small gap for her to add the chestnuts later and monitor the contents. Before long, a rich aroma of meat wafted from the pot, mingled with a hint of another smell, which, if not closely sniffed, would be undetectable. That must be the scent of the black beans. After waiting a bit longer, Bai Youyou estimated it was about time and added the chestnuts to the stone pot. Soon, a delightful aroma of stewed meat infused with the sweetness of chestnuts wafted out. Bai Youyou inhaled deeply, nearly drooling. Turning around, she grabbed some salt left behind by Lu Xiu and added a pinch, stopping there because Lu Xiu would always sprinkle a bit of salt when roasting meat, and she did not want to waste it by adding too much. However, she was concerned that if she added too little, the soup might lack flavor. As the meat broth neared completion, Lu Xiu still had not returned, and Bai Youyou felt increasingly anxious, yet she was unsure of what to do. Even if she went to look for him, she would have no idea which direction to take. Glancing at the sky, she recalled that at this time yesterday, Lu Xiu had already been here having dinner with her. Yet today he had not yet returned. Bai Youyou was certain that something must have happened to him. Otherwise, given Lu Xiu's care for her, he would not have left her waiting alone for so long. She tried to calm herself down, reminding herself that Lu Xiu was quite capable and that there was no need for her to be overly anxious. She began seeking distractions, her gaze landing on the fragrant stone pot. And then she suddenly remembered that she had no ladle or bowl. How would they drink the soup when Lu Xiu returned? No matter how thick-skinned he was, he couldn't just lift the stone pot and gulp it down. Just as Bai Youyou was caught in this dilemma, Lu Xiu returned. From a distance, he caught a whiff of an unfamiliar yet delightful aroma. As he drew closer, he asked, "You, what are you making? What is that smell? It is so fragrant." Upon hearing the voice of Lu Xiu, Bai Youyou felt a surge of vitality. However, her expression swiftly dulled when her gaze fell upon him. There, on Lu Xiu's left arm, was a gruesome half-meter-long wound, oozing fresh blood. Remarkably, Lu Xiu seemed oblivious to his pain, holding 2 large bags in his right hand, filled to the brim, all while grinning foolishly at her. Bai Youyou hurriedly rose, eager to ascertain the situation. But Lu Xiu took several strides towards her, placing the animal skin bags down before saying, "Your foot is not yet healed. Do not move recklessly." At these words, Bai Youyou felt a lump in her throat. Her minor injury paled in comparison to Lucio's, leaving her to wonder if he had any sense of pain at all. She reached out to grasp his arm, and in the flickering firelight, she could see the most grievous part of his wound, the flesh turned inside out. Just a glance made her scalp tingle with dread. "What happened to you? How did you sustain such a severe injury?" she exclaimed, tears streaming down her cheeks. Seeing Bai Youyou's reaction, Lucio's eyes sparkled. The pain that had once nagged at him vanished in an instant. His mother had told him that if a female shed tears for him while he was injured, it signified her care, and he must treat her with utmost kindness to ensure her eternal devotion. Lucio lifted his right hand to wipe away Bai Youyou's tears, then curiously examined the moisture on his fingers with meticulous attention. Bai Youyou was momentarily taken aback by Lucio's peculiar behavior and was about to inquire about its meaning when he asked, "Youyou, are you concerned for me?" Without a second thought, Bai Youyou nodded. She swore, had she known that such a gesture would be interpreted as a confession of love in Lucio's eyes, she would have hesitated before nodding so decisively. Upon seeing her assent, Lucio's lips curled into a radiant smile, and he leaned down to plant a gentle kiss on Bai Youyou's cheek, almost entranced as he declared, "Youyou, aside from my mother, you are the only one who cares for me in this world. You are truly wonderful. I shall treat you with unparalleled kindness henceforth. That I will procure the plumpest game for you, and craft a beautiful skirt from the finest pelts, whatever other females possess. You shall have too, and what they lack, I will strive to obtain for you." Bai Youyou was left bewildered by Lucio's fervent words, even questioning whether he had sustained a head injury. How had their conversation shifted from discussing his wound to an unexpected declaration of affection? His words were so sweet that they left her blushing. She awkwardly averted her gaze from Lucio's intense stare, biting her lip before redirecting the conversation. "You haven't explained how this happened. Why are you so badly injured?" Lucio, entirely oblivious to Bai Youyou's flustered demeanor, interpreted her concern as deep affection. Glancing at his injury nonchalantly, he replied, "I encountered males from another tribe. They caught a whiff of your scent on me and assumed I had stolen a female from their clan. So they ambushed me. These are mere scratches. I doubt they will be hunting again for many days." Lucio's chest puffed with pride as he continued, "With their numbers, how could they possibly defeat me? Had it not been for their 6 or 7, I would have easily dispatched them." The tone of his voice brimmed with pride, and he appeared entirely unconcerned about his wounds. Chapter 19. Delicious stewed meat soup. Bai Youyou felt a pang of guilt at Lucio's words. Believing she was the cause of his injury, if not for her, those beastmen would not have attacked him. Simultaneously, her understanding of Lucio's prowess deepened. Observing his wound, she resolved to have him accompany her to the small river by the tree hollow the following day. There, she intended to gather some piranha gallbladders to treat his injury while teaching him how to harvest them for medicinal use. She could also prepare some dried fish, storing reserves for herself. As Bai Youyou lost herself in thought, Lucio interrupted her. "You, what are you pondering?" He gestured towards the makeshift stone pot, from which an enticing aroma wafted, asking, "What is cooking in there?" "It smells delightful." Bai Youyou snapped back to reality at his question. Glancing at the pot, she mused that it had likely become a mishmash, not expecting much from it. With a wry smile, she replied, "I intended to prepare something delicious for you, but I forgot to bring a ladle or bowls. You took so long to return that it's probably overcooked." Upon hearing that the meal was made especially for him, Lucio's joy was palpable that he exclaimed, "What are spoons and bowls like? Describe them to me, and I will find a way to procure them immediately." Bai Youyou hesitated, glancing at his wound. Lucio misinterpreted her expression as concern for him, which delighted him. He waved his hand dismissively, saying, "This minor injury is nothing but a superficial wound. A few herbs will suffice, and I will be fine soon." As he began to recount past perilous encounters, he abruptly stopped, fearing that sharing such frightening tales would frighten Bai Youyou. Instead, he changed the subject. "Just tell me what they look like. You need not worry about anything else." Bai Youyou had intended to inquire about his past, but considering the dangerous environment in which he had to survive at such a young age, she felt no need to pry. Understanding the gravity of his circumstances, she collected her thoughts and described the general appearance of what she needed. After giving it some thought, Lucio ventured into the cave. Soon emerging with a few items in hand, he placed them beside Bai Youyou, stating, "Here are some animal skulls. They resemble the bowls you described and are quite sturdy," with a hint of disappointment. He added, "However, I could not figure out how to make the spoon you mentioned." His tone was laden with regret, as though he had committed a grave offense against Bai Youyou. Bai Youyou was not perturbed. She picked up a few skulls, selecting the smallest and holding it in her hands. The skull was roughly the size of 2 of her fists. With a stick, she fashioned a crude ladle by carving a groove into the center of the stick, allowing it to fit snugly into the skull. After securing it tightly, she had crafted a simple spoon. With a smile, she presented her creation to Lucio, saying, "This will do. Just wash them well, and we can eat." She handed him the small amount of detergent she had made earlier and added, "Use this to clean them and see if it works." While Lucio examined the novelty in his hands, he caught a whiff of a fragrant item. Recognizing the scent of the Qingjiao fruit, he said nothing further and set to work. Before long, Lucio returned with the freshly washed skulls, his face lit with astonishment. "Youyou, you are remarkable. This cleaning agent is incredible." Bai Youyou couldn't help but chuckle at Lucio's enthusiastic praise, laughing aloud. "All right, no more flattery. Let me serve you a bowl. You can taste it and see if it's to your liking." With that, she took the ladle, grasped the largest skull, and approached the stone pot, signaling for Lucio to help remove the stone lid with 2 large sticks. Lucio readily complied, and as the lid was lifted, an even more intense aroma wafted forth. Not only Lucio, but Bai Youyou found herself salivating. She gently stirred the contents with the ladle, noting that the meat, likely due to the roasting, remained somewhat intact, while the black beans had split open, revealing their inner flesh. The black chestnuts were hardly recognizable in their entirety. Bai Youyou was cautious, not wanting to break everything into mush. She carefully scooped a generous portion of meat from the bottom of the pot. With minimal broth, the skull was not very heat-retaining, and soon it felt quite hot in her hands, so she handed it directly to Lucio, saying, "Be careful, it's very hot." Lucio accepted the bowl and, treating it as if it were of no consequence, savored the aroma before cautiously sipping the broth. As the broth graced his palate, Lucio's eyes immediately sparkled with delight. Without a moment's hesitation, he dove into his meal with fervor. Bai Youyou stole several glances at Lucio, her eyes betraying a hint of tender affection that she herself had not yet recognized. Only then did she turn to serve herself a bowl, though she lacked Lucio's fortitude for hot dishes. Grabbing a crochet hook she had crafted, she effortlessly split it in 2, fashioning a pair of chopsticks. She first picked up a piece of meat, blew gently on it before placing it in her mouth. The meat was so tender that it dissolved almost instantly, requiring no chewing at all. Whether it was the wild game or the psychological influence of Bai Youyou, the meat, devoid of any seasoning, tasted remarkably exquisite. It was smooth and palatable, rich yet not greasy, making it impossible to stop once one began. It was no wonder that Lucio was consuming it so eagerly and relishing every bite. After sampling the black beans and black chestnuts, Bai Youyou found the latter to be quite similar to her expectations, but the flavor of the black beans took her by surprise. Cooked alongside the meat, the black beans, while not as delicious as the chestnuts, possessed a unique taste reminiscent of the noodle dumplings she had made before. However, they were stickier and lacked the smoothness of the dumplings. Yet they were still passable. If given a choice, Bai Youyou would certainly prefer pancakes, but her stamina could not compete with Lucio's. She would likely have to settle for second best in the future. Before Bai Youyou could take more than a couple of bites, Lucio's bowl was already empty. Wanting more, he hesitated, recalling what he had told Bai Youyou earlier about being able to eat enough to last several days. He was momentarily hesitant, fearing that she might think poorly of him for his voracious appetite. Chapter 20. Are you a sorceress? Bai Youyou noticed Lucio's expression from the corner of her eye, uncertain of what he was pondering. Placing her makeshift chopsticks atop her bowl of broth, she took the one Lucio had used and began to serve him more. "There's still plenty left, and I can't eat much more. Please, indulge yourself," she urged, stealing a glance at the injury on Lucio's arm. "Once you've had your fill, don't overexert yourself. Rest up. Tomorrow, take me to the small river by that tree hollow. I'll prepare some of that medicine I used. It works wonders." Lucio gazed at Bai Youyou with bright eyes, warmth blooming in his chest. It had been far too long since he had felt such care and concern from another, igniting a desire to keep her by his side forever, cherishing her and providing her with all he could offer. Accepting the bowl Bai Youyou handed him, he refrained from insisting that his minor injury was inconsequential or that he didn't need any medicine. He was utterly enchanted by the feeling of being cared for by Bai Youyou and nodded earnestly, replying, "All right, I will heed your words, Youyou." He then glanced at the broth in his hands and inquired, Youyou, I recognize the black beans, but what is the other ingredient? Where did you procure it? Bai Youyou was momentarily taken aback, having forgotten to mention her spatial abilities that Youyou was unaware of this. And she had never intended to disclose it, but now she found herself at a loss for words. Seeing Bai Youyou's apparent struggle, Youyou furrowed his brow and said, Youyou, didn't I tell you that your foot isn't fully healed and you shouldn't be wandering about? Even with new shoes, it isn't advisable. Bai Youyou felt a twitch at the corner of her mouth, realizing how unnecessary her worries had been. With Youyou's single-mindedness, he could always find a reason without needing an excuse from her. Clearing her throat awkwardly, she replied, I found this earlier, hidden not far from here. I thought my foot felt better today, so I decided to retrieve it for you to try. Youyou, naturally, did not question her words. His heart was brimming with joy, feeling as though his life had finally gained purpose, unlike before when he was a solitary figure, uncared for, and without anyone to care for. Once they had consumed the remaining broth, they returned to the cave to rest. Due to her concerns from the morning, Bai Youyou insisted on placing 2 large stones in the middle of the stone bed as a boundary. Fearing that she might accidentally bump into Youyou's arm while sleeping, Youyou was reluctant, but eventually acquiesced to her insistence. After Bai Youyou drifted off, Youyou found himself tempted to move the stones closer. But fearing that she would be upset come morning, he ultimately refrained. The next morning, Bai Youyou and Youyou casually grilled some meat before heading to the tree hollow where Bai Youyou had initially resided. She felt her foot had nearly healed, whether due to the medicine or her improved constitution. The recovery was remarkably swift compared to her previous injuries. Bai Youyou had intended to walk on her own, but Youyou would not hear of it, insisting on carrying her on his right arm instead. This was an entirely new experience for her, and feeling unsteady, Bai Youyou had to wrap her arms around Youyou's neck. Blushing all the while, upon arriving at their destination, she eagerly disembarked from his arm. Youyou glanced at her rosy cheeks, his eyes filled with mirth, though he refrained from teasing her. Youyou, what kind of medicinal ingredients can we find by this river? Bai Youyou steadied herself and pointed to the flowing water, saying, the piranhas here are quite valuable. Their gallbladders serve as a remedy for external wounds. Not only that, but their flesh is delicious as well. It can be used to make fish soup, grilled, or even dried and pan-fried. Youyou, hearing so many ways to prepare the fish, felt his mouth water, completely disregarding the medicinal aspect she had mentioned. Gazing at the river, he hesitated, saying, there are too many fish in this river, and their teeth are particularly sharp that I'm not very adept at dealing with them in the water. Bai Youyou retrieved a piece of beast meat from her bag. Responding, I came prepared. With that, she found a sturdy stick, secured the meat to it, then waved at Youyou, saying, now, just remain quiet. I'll teach you how to fish. She sat on a stone, dipping the meat into the water while holding the other end of the stick. Due to the fact that beastmen generally do not eat fish, the piranhas had virtually no natural predators here, leading to their overpopulation. Bai Youyou hardly had to wait long before a piranha rushed toward the meat. The moment it bit down, she swiftly swung the stick, sending the fish flopping onto the ground, where it thrashed about wildly. Youyou's eyes lit up at the sight, and he exclaimed, Youyou, you brilliant. I can't believe you thought of this. He eagerly took the stick from her, declaring, here, you rest. I'll take over. Bai Youyou did not contest him, handing over the stick and taking a stone knife to process the piranha. Before she had even finished with one fish, Youyou had already caught another. Thus, they worked in harmony, one processing and the other fishing, their teamwork seamless. Soon, a pile of simply prepared piranhas lay on the ground. Bai Youyou approached Youyou, holding several piranha gallbladders, and said, hold on a moment. Let me apply some medicine first. Your wound seems to be getting a bit inflamed. Youyou, of course, did not refuse and allowed her to tend to him. He had braced himself for pain, but to his surprise, he felt only a slight coolness that eased the previous discomfort significantly. In the past, when using various herbs, he had found them ineffective and painfully irritating, leading him to avoid medicine altogether for minor injuries and simply endure them. He had never expected this remedy to be so effective, and he looked at Bai Youyou with a peculiar gaze. Bai Youyou, puzzled by his stare, asked, why are you looking at me like that? Youyou's eyes flickered. He had not intended to ask, but before Bai Youyou, he felt utterly transparent, unable to suppress his curiosity. He finally inquired, Youyou, are you a sorceress? Bai Youyou was momentarily stunned by the question. She was aware of what a sorceress was. In this world, they were esteemed figures within tribes. Even the chieftain would treat a sorceress with utmost respect. Smaller tribes scarcely had the means to possess a sorceress. Chapter 21. Catching piranhas for their gallbladders. From the basic information provided by the system, Bai Youyou knew that sorceresses were believed to be able to communicate with beast gods in the eyes of the beastmen. They recognized medicinal herbs, could heal ailments, and introduced beastmen to a greater variety of food while guiding them away from disasters. Moreover, most sorceresses were female beastmen who could have multiple male partners. Chosen by the sorceress herself, the decision of which cave to enter at night was entirely up to her. The paternity of any offspring was also determined by the sorceress, making them akin to queens among other females. Bai Youyou could not fathom why Xiu would think of her as a sorceress. She had not engaged in any mystical practices. She had merely introduced him to some new food and applied medicine once. After a moment of hesitation, she ultimately shook her head and replied, "I am not a sorceress. These are merely common items I encountered in my previous tribe, which is why I recognize them." Her assertion was not born from a desire to deceive Xiu, but rather from a fear that he might develop ulterior motives if he believed she was a sorceress. Though Xiu is currently treating her kindly, the intricacies of human nature remain inscrutable to her. She is utterly incapable of discerning Xiu's true sentiments. After listening to Bai Youyou's response, Xiu appeared uncertain whether to believe her and chose not to pursue the topic further. Once Bai Youyou had administered the medicine to Xiu, she resumed her task of processing the remaining piranhas, showing no intention of keeping the heads, which she simply set aside to be discarded later along with the entrails. As she worked on the fish, Bai Youyou, taking advantage of Xiu's inattention, secretly stowed several fish into her own space, thinking to herself that this would serve as her payment. After a while, the piranhas in the river seemed to have grown more cunning, no longer rushing forward fearlessly as they had at the beginning. Feeling that it was nearly time, she instructed Xiu to cease his efforts upon examining the meat on the wooden stick, which had been gnawed beyond recognition. She unceremoniously tossed it into the river. The moment the meat hit the water, splashes erupted as the piranhas clamored for the food. Bai Youyou, her eyes gleaming with desire, resolved to construct a fishing net to capture these fish en masse in the future. By the time the two had finished dealing with the fish, it was already noon. Xiu packed the fish into a beast hide bag, preparing to leave with Bai Youyou. However, she hesitated, gazing at Xiu with an expression that hinted at unspoken concerns. Noting her unease, Xiu inquired, "What is it?" Bai Youyou nervously fidgeted with her fingers and replied softly, "I haven't bathed in several days. I feel quite uncomfortable and my hair is a bit dirty. I would like to wash up." Since her arrival in this world, she had only managed to wash her hands, feet, and face with water, never having the opportunity for a proper cleansing. After discovering a method for making detergent yesterday, she could no longer tolerate her own filth, which prompted her to broach the subject with Xiu. Xiu, upon hearing this, scrutinized Bai Youyou closely until her discomfort became palpable, at which point he chuckled and reassured her. "You smell delightful. You are not dirty at all." Bai Youyou looked at Xiu with an expression that conveyed her disbelief. With the overwhelming scent of fish clinging to her, how could he possibly find her fragrant? Was there something amiss with the olfactory senses of this male beast-man? Just as she pondered this, Xiu approached her, taking her hand as he said, "Come, I shall take you to a splendid place." At that moment, Bai Youyou was solely focused on bathing, indifferent to whatever marvelous place he had in mind. Yet she dared not refuse and allowed him to lead her away. Before long, Xiu brought her to a massive tree by the riverbank, one so large that it resembled the hollow she had once taken shelter in, requiring several people to encircle its trunk. As Bai Youyou contemplated Xiu's intentions in bringing her here, he pointed at the tree and explained with a smile, "This is where I used to escape the heat. It is quite convenient for bathing." With that, he guided her closer, and Bai Youyou soon noticed a hole over a meter high at the base of the tree, leading into the earth. Xiu bent down and ushered her inside, and once within the hollow, Bai Youyou was taken aback by the sight that it seemed she had underestimated the ingenuity of this beast man. The hollow had been excavated halfway, with a pit about a meter deep dug beneath it. Near the river, there was a hole in the tree trunk, slightly smaller than her wrist, which led directly into the water. Filling the hollow with a natural pool, this was nothing short of a ready-made bath. Seeing the crystal-clear water, Bai Youyou felt an overwhelming urge to strip off her clothes and dive in. But just as she was about to move, she remembered that a male beast man was watching her intently. She turned to Lucio, asking cautiously, "Could you perhaps wait outside for me? I won't take long." Although Lucio had no intention of leaving, the moment his gaze met her anxious eyes, a fleeting shadow of disappointment crossed his features, quickly vanishing, but he chuckled and replied, "Very well, I shall wait outside for you. There is no need to rush." With that, he stepped outside. Bai Youyou had expected to have to persuade him, yet she was surprised by his compliance and did not dwell on the reasons behind it. For her, it was simply a fortunate turn of events. Once Lucio had exited, she quickly shed her clothes and entered the pool. The water was somewhat cool, but with the high temperatures of the day, it was not uncomfortable. Bai Youyou used the detergent she had crafted to wash herself thoroughly. Meanwhile, Lucio, outside the hollow, could hear the sounds of splashing water and felt a twinge of restlessness. He swallowed hard, attempting to suppress the urge to glance back multiple times, ultimately clenching his fists in restraint. Eventually, he settled against the tree, a bitter smile revealing his despondency, when Bai Youyou emerged from the hollow. Refreshed and invigorated, Lucio had regained his cheerful demeanor. He took her hand and led her towards the tree hollow she had accidentally stumbled into the previous day. Upon reaching their destination, Bai Youyou asked Lucio to start a fire before she began to teach him how to grill fish. The process was similar to grilling meat, though she lamented the absence of ginger, scallions, and garlic, which would have enhanced the flavor. Fortunately, the piranha meat was robust and free of many bones. As Lucio took his first bite, he was instantly enamored, mumbling, "I've had fish before, but due to my inability to prepare it, it was always bitter and had an odd taste. Youyou, you are truly remarkable. Whatever you touch becomes entirely different." Bai Youyou chuckled at Lucio, not considering herself particularly skilled. Rather, she admired Lucio's ability to survive alone in such a world since childhood. Glancing at the hollow behind her, she inquired, "Was this hollow your home in the past? Why did you stop living here?" Lucio's expression grew somber as he turned his head to glance at the hollow. "This was a place my mother found for me when I was young. But after a beast died, she never returned. I waited for her for a long time. But when she did not come, I decided this place was too small to continue living in." Bai Youyou did not expect her question to touch on Lucio's painful memories, and she felt a pang of guilt. She quickly reassured him, "Do not be sad. I believe your mother loves you. The reason she hasn't returned must be due to other circumstances." At her words, Lucio smiled faintly and nodded. "I understand. She is either dead or has moved away with her tribe. I have long since stopped feeling sorrow. I am grown now and have my own little female. How could I still dwell on such things? So, there is no need for you to console me." Bai Youyou felt a jolt at his words, realizing she had perhaps shown too much concern for him. After eating one fish, Bai Youyou found herself unable to eat any more. Lucio, who did not need to eat today, polished off the remainder of Bai Youyou's grilled fish and insisted she not continue cooking. He had not forgotten that he still needed to prepare winter provisions for her. Once they had eaten their fill, Lucio and Bai Youyou began their journey home. However, Bai Youyou insisted that Lucio not carry her, as one of his arms was injured and the other was occupied with 2 bags of fish. If he were to hold her, he might inadvertently aggravate his wound. Seeing her determination, Lucio suggested he first escort Bai Youyou home before returning for the fish. But she refused, after repeatedly assuring him that she would be careful and would stop immediately if she felt any discomfort in her feet. Lucio ultimately acquiesced. As they made their way back, Bai Youyou kept her eyes peeled for any other food sources, hoping to find some vegetables. Thus, when she spotted mushrooms, she felt a surge of excitement and crouched down to pick them, only to be halted by Lucio. Frowning, he looked at her with a grave expression and said, "Youyou, those things are poisonous. You cannot eat them. It could be deadly." "Huh? How do you know?" Bai Youyou was aware that some mushrooms were toxic, but with her system, she could easily discern which were safe. However, she was curious as to how Lucio had this knowledge, wondering if he had ever eaten them. Lucio, responding to her inquiry, explained, "My mother once told me that things like this should never be eaten, as they can be deadly." Chapter 22. The Red Umbrella and White Stalks. Upon hearing this, Bai Youyou nodded in understanding, surmising that perhaps some beast man had once eaten poisonous mushrooms, leading to the belief that all mushrooms should be avoided. She patted Lucio's hand reassuringly, saying, "Do not worry. I won't eat anything indiscriminately." She then pointed at the mushrooms on the ground, continuing, "These are called mushrooms. There are many varieties, some toxic and others quite delicious. Despite her words, Lucio remained somewhat unconvinced. However, recalling that Bai Youyou indeed possessed more knowledge than he did, he refrained from objecting further, deciding he would eat first when the time came, ensuring that any possible poison would not reach Bai Youyou. Unaware of Lucio's intentions, Bai Youyou eagerly picked up a mushroom with a black edge and held it in her hand. Internally, she invoked the identification process, black-edged mushroom, toxic and inedible. Upon reading this message, she felt a pang of disappointment, pouting as she tossed the mushroom back to the ground. Rising, she shook her head at Lucio and stated, "It's poisonous. We cannot eat it." Lucio, upon hearing this, showed no signs of disappointment. Instead, he smiled and replied, "You need not be disheartened. We have plenty of food. Even if these cannot be eaten, I will not let you go hungry." Bai Youyou shot him a bemused glance, exhaling a sigh as she continued walking forward. Though Lucio was not lacking in food, she certainly was. Moreover, she could not endure a monotonous diet. However, there were certain things she could not share with Lucio, and had to keep them bottled up inside. After walking for a while, Bai Youyou proceeded at a leisurely pace, wary of missing any edible morsels along the way. When her gaze fell upon a cluster of red mushrooms, she had no inkling that they were edible. After all, there was a well-known song that proclaimed, "Red mushrooms, white stems, consuming them leads to resting on the boards." But after covering a few meters, she ultimately turned back. Not for any other reason, but because she still had 2 opportunities left for the day. Not utilizing them would be a waste, so she decided to give it a try. Moreover, the mushroom was not a white stem. It boasted a pale yellow stem. Who knew if it might be edible? Lucio, bewildered, trailed behind Bai Youyou, unsure of her intentions, yet refraining from questioning or stopping her. Bai Youyou picked a sizable mushroom, its cap larger than her hand, and silently recited a mantra for identification. When the result arrived, she could scarcely believe her eyes. Red mushroom, non-toxic and edible, with no side effects. After glancing back and forth a few times, she confirmed she had indeed read it correctly. This thing was genuinely edible. She promptly turned to Lucio and exclaimed, Lucio, this one is edible. There are so many here. We must gather them and dry them for later." Stealing a glance at Lucio's belongings, she nervously rubbed her nose and continued, "Lucio, why don't you take your things back first and then return? It's not far from the cave, and there is no danger." Upon hearing this, Lucio found it reasonable and nodded in agreement. Swiftly vanishing from Bai Youyou's sight, Bai Youyou felt a gust of wind pass by, and by the time she regained her composure, Lucio was already gone. She swallowed hard, realizing that if she wanted to run, she must be fully prepared. Otherwise, she wouldn't get far before being caught up with. The mere thought of such a scenario sent a shiver down her spine. Now was not the time for such thoughts. Bai Youyou crouched down and began to gather mushrooms, placing some into her storage space as provisions. Unfortunately, her storage was rather limited, having only stored some fish and a few black chestnuts and beans. It was nearly full, leaving little room for the red mushrooms. With a sigh, she silently prayed for the system to reveal how to upgrade her space. Regrettably, even when Lucio returned, the system remained unresponsive to her pleas. Bai Youyou hadn't held much hope for a favorable outcome, so she didn't feel particularly disappointed by the result. She waved to Lucio and said, "Lucio, come quickly to help me gather mushrooms. I'll make you a stew with beast meat and mushrooms tonight." Upon hearing this, Lucio walked over directly, grabbed a beast hide bag, and began to fill it by the time they returned to the stone cave. The sun was nearly setting. Bai Youyou immediately set about preparing dinner, instructing Lucio to slice some fatty beast meat while she began to process the red mushrooms. Without drying them properly, they would spoil quickly. So she placed them on a ventilated surface. She took some for that evening, leaving the rest to dry, knowing that no small animals would come to steal them, just like the night before. Bai Youyou first filled the stone pot with water and brought it to a boil. She then lightly seared the meat on a stone slab before placing it in the boiling water, adding a handful of black beans, and asked Lucio to cover the pot, allowing it to simmer slowly. Only then did she start to prepare the fish alongside Lucio, with little salt on hand. Bai Youyou instructed Lucio to find some water and mix in salt to create a brine. She then gathered some large leaves, dipped the processed fish in the brine, and placed them on the leaves after letting the excess water drain. Layering the fish for overnight curing, they would be ready to hang and dry the next day. While this method wouldn't impart too much saltiness, it was better than nothing. Once everything was ready, the meat in the pot was nearly done. Bai Youyou added the torn red mushrooms into the stone pot, and soon, a delightful mushroom aroma wafted through the air. Lucio had been squatting by the pot, eagerly waiting, initially determined to take the first bite and ensure it was safe for Bai Youyou. However, upon smelling the enticing scent, he was nearly convinced it was indeed harmless. After all, how could poison smell so delightful? When the dish was ready, Bai Youyou, as she had the previous evening, first served Lucio a generous bowl before dishing some for herself. Just as she finished serving herself, she heard Lucio say, This is delicious. Are you really not a shaman?" Bai Youyou turned to Lucio, amused, and replied, "I've told you already. I'm not. Why do you keep asking?" Upon hearing this, Lucio glanced at the food in his bowl, thought for a moment, and continued, "It's best if you're not." If you were suddenly, Lucio grasped Bai Youyou's wrist, his eyes filled with a plead. In a hushed tone, he said, "If you were, would you consider not going to other tribes and only being my female? I will treat you well. Please believe me." Lucio realized he had nothing to offer to retain the little female, except for promises of kindness. Yet, even so, he couldn't bear the thought of letting Bai Youyou venture to another tribe. He understood the adoration a shaman would receive in any tribe, and while he knew it would be better than wandering with him, he selfishly refused to let go, having never possessed anything, nor imagined he would ever have the chance to own something. Once he touched it, he was determined to hold on, even at the cost of his own destruction. Bai Youyou found it difficult to meet Lucio's gaze. She managed a strained smile, but did not directly respond to his question. Instead, she said, "Lucio, I've told you, I'm truly not a shaman. If I were, how could the beast god possibly leave me here alone?" Lucio's eyes flickered at her words, uncertain of their truth, but he merely stated, "Regardless, what matters is that you do not leave." He then chose to abandon the topic, quickly finishing the food in his bowl. He then proceeded to gather the dried firegrass and brought it all into the stone cave. Bai Youyou only glanced at him before hastily finishing her meal. Now that the firegrass was dried, she wanted to explore making clothing. After Bai Youyou had her fill, Lucio, as was his custom, finished off the remainder of her food and took it upon himself to handle the cleanup. Bai Youyou didn't put on airs. After all, moving that stone pot was quite laborious, and since she had no intention of living there permanently, she didn't want to trouble Lucio to find her lighter cooking utensils. Chapter 23. The beginning of weaving clothes. Upon returning to the cave, Bai Youyou headed straight for her goal, the firegrass. Firegrass did not merely grow in the shape of a thread. Its outer layer was somewhat rough and hairy. Once the outermost layer was stripped away, what remained was a fibrous material akin to yarn. When Lucio returned, he saw that Bai Youyou had already processed a considerable amount of firegrass. He hurried over, helping her while saying, "Can you see well enough by this light? You should rest. I can handle this." Bai Youyou shook her head, saying, "It's too early to sleep, and this isn't exhausting. It's merely a recreational activity." Lucio often found it hard to comprehend Bai Youyou's words, so he did not press the matter. Not receiving a response from Lucio, Bai Youyou looked up at him, and, upon noticing the injury on his arm, recalled something she had overlooked. She paused, feeling a twinge of concern, and asked, "Yesterday, I was so focused on your injury that I forgot to ask if the person you fought with will come back to cause you trouble. After all, there were many of them. Do you want to move further away?" Lucio hadn't anticipated Bai Youyou would suddenly ask this question, and for a moment, a hint of panic crossed his face. However, the cave was dimly lit, and Bai Youyou hadn't paid much attention, so she didn't notice. Lucio squinted, glanced at Bai Youyou, and, after a moment of hesitation, clenched his fist and replied, "They won't be able to enter the jungle for another few dozen days. By then, it will be winter, and they won't come back." Saying this, he revealed a relaxed smile and continued, "Moreover, having suffered such a great loss, they would know my strength and won't dare to return. A small tribe has limited young men. They need to support their females and young ones. If they all fall here, wouldn't that be a loss for them? So you need not worry." Youyou. Upon hearing this, Bai Youyou nodded in understanding, realizing it made sense. There was no deep-seated enmity. Since they couldn't defeat Lucio, even if they tried, it wouldn't benefit them, so they likely wouldn't seek out trouble again. With this thought, Bai Youyou gave Lucio a thumbs up and said, "Lucio, you're amazing." Lucio felt somewhat flattered by the praise, chuckled sheepishly, and shifted his gaze away, his actions becoming a bit quicker as he momentarily fell silent. Lucio had brought back a considerable amount of fire grass, and by the time he had processed half of it, Bai Youyou was already feeling extremely fatigued. However, she insisted on completing everything before resting. Disregarding Lucio's words, ultimately, she was forcefully carried to the stone bed by Lucio, who then kissed her fervently a couple of times, prompting her to obediently comply and sleep. Lucio observed the curled-up figure of the sleeping girl. His eyes filled with a surging possessiveness that he carefully concealed. He gazed at Bai Youyou for a while, but did not join her on the bed. Instead, he continued working on the fire-lined grass. Although he was unaware of Bai Youyou's intentions, seeing her so invested, he resolved to assist her in finishing the task to bring her joy. The following day, upon awakening, Bai Youyou discovered that the fire-lined grass had been processed. The outer shells had been discarded by Lucio for burning, leaving only the inner strands neatly placed on the stone table. Yes, she touched the fire-lined grass on the table. An uncomfortable feeling washed over her, but she could not pinpoint the reason for her unease. Sensing that something was amiss, shaking her head to dispel the chaotic thoughts, Bai Youyou lifted her foot to inspect it. Finding that the scabs had mostly fallen off, predicting that it would be fully healed by the next day. With a flicker of determination in her eyes, she resolved to complete her planned tasks and then depart. Realizing that she could no longer remain in Lucio's presence, she felt increasingly out of sorts, beginning to care about Lucio's emotions, his joys and sorrows, and being touched by his kindness towards her. Even knowing that Lucio's intentions were to have children with her, she found it impossible to remain indifferent, which she recognized as an undesirable phenomenon. After all, she was different from these beast men. She was capable of emotional investment, whereas it was uncertain whether they even understood what emotions were. The males chose mates based solely on the female's reproductive capabilities, while the females prioritized the male's hunting skills. Love was rarely considered, and they might not even comprehend the concept of it. Therefore, she was destined to remain an outsider, finding it challenging to persuade herself to integrate with them, suppressing her emotions. Bai Youyou exited the cave and saw Lucio drying fish, employing the method she had casually mentioned the previous night. Using resilient vines, he pierced through the fish, hanging 4 or 5 of them on each vine, creating a rather impressive display. Upon hearing the noise, Lucio turned to glance at Bai Youyou and said, "Youyou, I made some cakes for you. Would you like to try them?" Bai Youyou was taken aback. She hadn't expected Lucio to learn so quickly after just one look. She took a cake and sampled it. Lacking any special seasonings, as long as it was cooked, the taste was quite similar. Bai Youyou nibbled on the cake while chatting with Lucio. "If you like these cakes, make sure to bring back more. They might spoil if left outside for too long." Lucio nodded in agreement, replying, "Yes, I was thinking the same. I'll go get more once I finish hanging the fish." They continued their light-hearted conversation, and by the time Lucio finished and stepped outside, the sun had already risen. Bai Youyou checked on the mushrooms she had been drying. Seeing that none had diminished, she decided not to bother with them further. Back in the cave, she gathered some fire-lined grass and her crochet hook to begin crafting undergarments. The fire-lined grass was not particularly long, making the connecting technique a skilled endeavor. Otherwise, it would result in a lumpy product. Fortunately, Bai Youyou had always been adept with her hands, often tinkering with such crafts during idle times. And before long, she had fashioned a small ball of yarn. Gazing at the yarn before her, she hesitated but ultimately decided to knit a pair of shorts for Lucio first, with determination. She set to work. Shorts required little yarn and time to create. By the time Lucio returned, she had already completed half of them. At that moment, she found herself at an awkward stage. Recalling the incident she had witnessed, causing her cheeks to flush, simultaneously, she pondered how much space she needed to leave for it. When Lucio returned, he immediately noticed Bai Youyou's flushed face, which made her appear charming and delightful. His gaze darkened slightly as he set down his belongings and approached her, only to clearly see the item in her hands. Having never encountered such a thing before, his curiosity momentarily quelled his earlier impulse. He asked, "Youyou, what new creation are you working on?" Only when Lucio spoke did Bai Youyou realize he had returned. Embarrassed, she hid the half-finished shorts behind her and replied, "Don't ask. I'll tell you once I'm done." Though Lucio was still curious, he chose not to press further. After all, Bai Youyou would eventually reveal it to him. He wasn't in a hurry. Chapter 24. Bai Youyou runs away. Time passed swiftly. And 2 days had flown by. Bai Youyou was now wearing the undergarments she had knitted. Although the clothes made from fire-lined grass were not as soft as cotton garments, they were still quite comfortable compared to animal hides. Unfortunately, she had little time left and could not afford to create larger items, so she focused on the essentials. The shorts she had made for Lu Xiao were completed some time ago. Yet she hesitated to present them, feeling it somewhat awkward to gift such items to a male. However, her foot had fully healed, and with her time running short, she worried that if she did not leave soon, she might fail to find a safe haven to weather the winter. She was also concerned about securing enough food. Although Lu Xiao's supplies were plentiful, she felt uncomfortable taking too much. Moreover, her storage was already full. And with her current stamina, she could not carry heavy loads over long distances. Casting a glance at Lu Xiao, who was preparing to leave, a resolve flickered in Bai Youyou's eyes. Finally, she took out the shorts she had knitted for him and handed them over, stating, "These are the pants I made for you to wear." Upon hearing this, Lu Xiao set down the beast hide bag he was holding, his eyes brightening as he accepted the shorts from Bai Youyou. However, after examining them for a while, he could not figure out how to wear them. Bai Youyou, suppressing her embarrassment, explained the proper way to wear them, and then turned away, avoiding eye contact. Before long, Lu Xiao successfully donned the shorts and excitedly jumped up and down in place, looking at Bai Youyou with exhilaration. "Youyou, you truly have a deft hand. You've made such exquisite items. Now, when I run, I won't get hit on the thighs anymore." Bai Youyou's smile froze at his words, cursing Lu Xiao for being so blunt, leaving her at a loss for how to respond. She felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, her mind conjuring images of the very scenario he described. With a slight glare, she blushed and playfully scolded, "Don't say such things," realizing he had gotten a bit carried away with excitement and forgotten Bai Youyou's modesty. Lu Xiao sheepishly scratched his head and chuckled. "Okay, I understand that I'll be more mindful next time." He cautiously glanced at her, his eyes sparkling like a child about to receive candy. Tentatively, he asked, "You, what made you think to give me a token of partnership? Are you about to come of age?" Bai Youyou was taken aback, momentarily stunned. What token of partnership? What did that have to do with her coming of age? Had she perhaps committed a faux pas? Confusion clouded her thoughts. Seeing Bai Youyou staring blankly at him without responding, Lu Xiao mistook her silence for shyness and did not press her for an answer. His smile remained radiant as he excitedly declared, "Youyou, don't worry. I will find the most beautiful and precious fur to give you as our partnership token. Just wait for me." With that, he quickly turned and dashed off with the beast hide bag. Bai Youyou stood there, bewildered, realizing she had likely made a significant mistake. She inwardly scolded herself for not considering the implications of gifting intimate items. This principle had remained unchanged throughout history. How had she overlooked whether such customs existed in this beast world? Now, having flirted and then run off, she felt like a quintessential heartbreaker. Upon contemplating the profound disappointment that would envelop Lu Xiao upon discovering her departure, a pang of sympathy and guilt washed over her. Yet, she refrained from delving into the origins of these emotions. Guilt could be set aside, but why did her heart ache? Casting a final glance at the place she had inhabited for so many days, she felt a twinge of reluctance. However, the thought of Lu Xiao's beastly form and the inevitable prospect of birthing snake offspring sent a shiver down her spine. Resolutely, she turned away and strode purposefully in a singular direction. Bai Youyou did not retrace her steps, fearing an encounter with members of other tribes, particularly the Iron Wolf tribe, whom she dreaded the most. Unbeknownst to her, her solitary journey through the jungle over the past 2 days had not resulted in any peril. Not due to fortune, but because she had inadvertently traversed directly into Lu Xiao's territory, a realm where few beasts dared to tread. As she ventured deeper into the jungle, she was increasingly surrounded by countless wild creatures, a domain far beyond the reach of a frail woman like her. Approaching a small stream, her gaze flickered as she contemplated the possibility of Lu Xiao tracking her by scent. She retrieved a golden fruit from her spatial pouch, applying its juice to her feet and body, then cast the remainder into the river before continuing onward. Whenever hunger struck, she would nibble on some black chestnuts, her steps never faltering. Time slipped by, and as the sun reached its zenith, Bai Youyou felt thirst gnawing at her, prompting her to seek water. Fortunately, she had been following the river, sparing her the need to search anew, having previously encountered piranhas. She was cautious as she drew water, hastily filling a bamboo tube taken from a hollow tree before raising it to her lips. Yet, before she could quench her thirst, she heard an unusual sound. Instinctively, she turned to see a gray wolf, roughly the size of a calf, baring its teeth and salivating hungrily at her. As her eyes met the wolf's glistening green gaze, a wave of paralysis washed over her, her scalp prickling with fear. After a laborious swallow, she scanned her surroundings and, upon realizing there were no other wolves, managed to breathe a sigh of relief. Yet, even with only one wolf before her, she felt utterly defenseless. With a flicker of determination, she hesitated briefly before retrieving a fish from her spatial pouch and tossing it toward the gray wolf. Initially, the wolf assumed a defensive posture, baring its teeth as if to attack, which sent Bai Youyou fleeing in panic. However, in the next moment, the wolf seemed to catch a whiff of the fish, sniffed curiously, and devoured it in mere bites. It then raised its head, fixating its gaze back on Bai Youyou. Relieved, albeit reluctantly, she acknowledged that her life took precedence over her possessions. She retrieved several more fish from her pouch and tossed them to the wolf. After consuming a generous number of piranhas, the wolf departed, leaving with two still clamped between its jaws. Once the gray wolf was out of sight, Bai Youyou realized her legs had grown weak. Glancing into her spatial pouch, she noted it was now considerably emptier, her eyes betraying a hint of grievance. Nonetheless, this path was of her choosing, and she could only grit her teeth and press on. Bai Youyou had initially believed that after dispatching the gray wolf, her misfortunes would cease. However, she soon discovered that this was merely the beginning. Not far down the path, two beasts with formidable fangs appeared within her line of sight. From a distance, they resembled lions but were grotesquely formed, their fur a murky black-green, fangs protruding ominously, and cold, predatory eyes fixated on her. Clearly, they had already detected her presence, leaving her with no time to hide. Bai Youyou stood frozen, gazing at the unfamiliar beasts, tears welling in her eyes, yet she dared not blink. The mere thought of closing her eyes for an instant filled her with dread, fearing that the beasts would pounce and swallow her whole. Chapter 25. Bai Youyou in peril. Bai Youyou refrained from offering fish to the two beasts. Her remaining supply was far too meager to satisfy their hunger. Scanning her surroundings, she realized there were no obstructions to conceal her aside from the trees. Despair began to settle in as she watched the two beasts approach, clearly perceiving her as their next meal. Left with no other options, she resolved to climb a tree, knowing full well that fighting the beasts was futile. Without a moment's hesitation, she selected the nearest sturdy tree and quickly ascended. Fortunately, her current physical condition was significantly improved compared to her former self, allowing her greater agility. However, her delicate skin, unprotected by clothing, was soon scraped raw by the rough bark, in some places even drawing blood. Despite the pain, Bai Youyou pressed on, knowing that reaching the treetops was her only chance of survival, though the climb was arduous. She managed to reach a thick branch just as the beasts arrived below. What felt like an eternity was, in reality, only a minute or so. Peering down, she realized she had grossly misjudged the size of the beasts. They were far larger than lions, their glistening fangs prompting a shudder of terror. The creatures gazed up at her, devoid of warmth in their eyes. Their nostrils flared as they detected something delectable, and a savage glint ignited within their gaze as they began to ram against the tree she had climbed. Bai Youyou had initially thought the beasts would eventually lose interest and leave, but she was sorely mistaken. Momentarily distracted, she almost lost her grip as the tree shook violently, forcing her to clutch the branch tightly. The relentless beasts continued their assault, clearly intent on unearthing her from her refuge. Despair enveloped her as she looked down at her bleeding arms, raw from clinging to the tree, wishing she could simply let go. Yet, upon glancing at the gaping maws of the beasts below, she steeled herself against the pain. She did not wish for death, nor to be torn apart by the beasts. The mere thought of such a fate sent chills coursing down her spine, and beads of cold sweat began to form. Regret began to seep into her thoughts. She lamented her underestimation of the dangers present in this world, cursing her own youth and impulsiveness. She had once believed that with the system's assistance, she could find sufficient food before winter and survive. But now, it was clear that she had been naive. This world was fraught with peril, and a moment's inattention could cost her life. Once confident in her resilience, she now recognized her fragility and feared if given the choice, she would rather be Lucio's companion than face a gruesome demise at the jaws of these beasts. Regardless of Lucio's intentions, he had treated her well thus far, never causing her harm. Though Lucio lacked the refined charm of a youthful beau, he possessed a rugged handsomeness that was far from unattractive, even if she were destined to bear snake offspring. Surely they would not harm their mother? Suppressing her innermost fears, she wondered how she could possibly endure a life of solitude. Humans are social creatures. Could she truly withstand the crushing weight of loneliness without succumbing to despair? If she were to choose a companion in this world, would she encounter anyone more suitable than Lucio? The more she pondered, the more she felt that her earlier thoughts had been clouded by foolishness. Why had she been so fixated on fleeing, so determined to avoid bearing Lucio's offspring, while neglecting the myriad dangers this world harbored? Now, it was too late for regrets. Suddenly, following another round of the beast's relentless ramming, Bai Youyou heard a loud crack, and the tree began to tilt precariously. With a terrified scream, she clung to the branch as if it were her last lifeline. She shut her eyes, afraid to look down, knowing that the tree would not endure for much longer, and she was left with no means of resistance, destined to perish at the jaws of the beasts. Time slipped away, tears streaming down her cheeks as the beasts continued their onslaught. Culminating in a final, resounding crack, the tree, at long last, could no longer endure and began to topple toward the ground. Bai Youyou tightly closed her eyes, silently beseeching the deities to ensure her immediate demise. For while she yearned to live, she absolutely despised the thought of existing in a state of half-life. The notion of plummeting to the earth only to be brutally devoured by wild beasts was utterly repugnant, as was the idea of witnessing her own flesh being consumed piece by piece. In light of such a fate, she would much prefer a swift end. Yet, the anticipated pain failed to manifest. Instead, something unexpectedly coiled tightly around her waist. Almost immediately, Bai Youyou heard the furious roars of the two beasts, accompanied by the hissing and spitting reminiscent of a serpent. Bai Youyou abruptly opened her eyes and glanced down to discover that she was ensnared by a robust serpent's tail. Half suspended in midair, her pupils contracted, and a shiver coursed through her body, her fear of serpents inducing an instinctive tremor. Struggling to lift her gaze, she beheld a massive serpent confronting the two beasts. Upon witnessing this scene, an idea of escape flickered in Bai Youyou's mind. She held her breath, suppressing her terror, and tentatively reached out to free herself from the serpent's grip, but to no avail. Instead, the great serpent turned its head to regard her, and that single glance rendered her completely immobile. Those familiar heterochromatic eyes, though devoid of discernible emotion, unequivocally revealed his identity. It was Lucio, having grown accustomed to Lucio's human form. Bai Youyou suddenly recalled that his beastly manifestation was that of an enormous serpent. A wave of guilt washed over her as she fleetingly glanced at Lucio, uncertain of how to confront him in this moment. The beastly Lucio merely cast her a glance before gently using his tail to place her on another tree. Without a backward glance, he charged furiously toward the two beasts, and at that moment, Bai Youyou could no longer concern herself with how she would face Lucio's impending wrath. Her thoughts were consumed with worry for Lucio's safety. Despite his formidable prowess, the two beasts appeared equally formidable. However, the ensuing events left Bai Youyou in utter disbelief. As her previous concerns proved entirely unwarranted, Lucio struck one of the beasts with his tail with such force that it was sent crashing to the ground, blood spewing from its mouth, unable to rise again after several attempts. The other beast met a similar fate, swiftly dispatched, as Lucio sank his fangs into its neck, unable to withstand the first encounter. In a matter of mere breaths, the two ferocious creatures were effortlessly vanquished by Lucio. Chapter 26. Taken back by Lucio, Bai Youyou had always known of Lucio's extraordinary abilities, yet she had never envisioned them to be this tremendous. She swallowed hard, her heart racing with apprehension at the thought of facing Lucio's ire. Would it be too late to apologize and vow never to flee again? Her greatest fear was that in a fit of anger, Lucio might sell her or imprison her. The mere thought of such a possibility drained her of color, and she cast a furtive, fearful glance at Lucio, upon noticing the trepidation in her gaze. Lucio lowered his head slightly and carefully brought her down from the tree. In the next moment, he transformed back into his human form. Bai Youyou stood rigid, allowing Lucio to manipulate her without daring to meet his eyes. Lucio scrutinized her from head to toe, his brow furrowing deeper with each passing moment, an expression of despair flickering across his features, making him appear profoundly sorrowful. Yet, this sentiment was swiftly concealed as he shut his eyes. Suppressing all feelings of defeat, gently he caressed her tear-streaked cheek, his hand trembling slightly. Heaven knew how terrified he had been when he witnessed Bai Youyou falling alongside the tree. Even now, fear gripped him at the thought that had he arrived just a moment later, his dear female might have been lost forever. The mere contemplation of such a possibility sent him into a frenzy. Observing Bai Youyou's bloodied arm, Lucio's voice quivered as he murmured, "I'm so sorry. It is my fault for finding you so late, causing you to endure such suffering." While Bai Youyou awaited Lucio's admonishment, pondering how to bear his wrath, his words left her speechless, leading her to question her own auditory perception. She looked up in astonishment to find no trace of anger on his face. Instead, his expression was filled with concern and remorse. Bai Youyou was genuinely bewildered, unable to comprehend why Lucio would display such an attitude. Did he truly not care about her flight, nor felt any anger toward her? Even if Lucio was indeed as forgiving as he seemed, where did this self-reproach stem from? Anxiously, she clenched her small fists and bit her lip, ultimately succumbing to curiosity, asking, "Why are you apologizing? Aren't you angry?" Lucio momentarily stiffened at her words, but quickly masked his reaction, shaking his head in feigned ignorance. "Why should I be angry? It was my failure to explain to you that this place was not safe, leading you to become lost. Moreover, I was unable to find you in time, resulting in your suffering and fright. What right do I have to be angry?" After speaking, he cautiously regarded Bai Youyou, his gaze almost pleading. "You, please do not be angry with me. That I promise that such events will not happen again. I vow to protect you from now on. Please do not abandon me." As long as Bai Youyou remained by his side, he would overlook everything else. Bai Youyou was rendered speechless by Lucio's declarations. She had never anticipated that he would harbor such thoughts, believing her flight to be merely an accidental detour, attributing all the blame to himself. Bai Youyou thought she should feel elated. At least she would be spared from Lucio's wrath, but that was not the case. Instead, she felt a heavy discomfort in her heart. Lucio placed her on a pedestal. Yet he diminished his own worth, leaving her feeling unworthy of his pure affection. Ironically, she found herself believing that Lucio was oblivious to the essence of love, merely seeking a partner for procreation. Such selfless devotion, regardless of whether it was romantic love or not, was invaluable beyond measure. Even the most affectionate couples she had ever encountered could not compare to Lucio, who offered his all without reservation. Fearing he might shortchange or slight her in any way, Bai Youyou pressed her lips together, increasingly convinced of her own excesses, and tears began to flow. Lucio anxiously sought to console her. Bai Youyou suddenly threw herself into his embrace, sobbing, "I'm so sorry, Lucio. I promise I won't run off again." Overwhelmed by the unexpected affection, Lucio joyfully pulled her closer, but when his gaze fell upon her injuries, he cautiously loosened his hold. Regardless of whether Bai Youyou's words were meant to placate him, he chose to believe her sincerity, that she would not stray again. Gently stroking her hair, he replied, "It's all right. Youyou, wherever you wish to go in the future, I will accompany you. There is no need for you to fear." As he spoke, his gaze fell upon the two beast carcasses. Narrowing his eyes, he effortlessly lifted Bai Youyou in a single arm, allowing her to wrap her arms around his neck, while with his other hand he grasped the tails of the two beasts, dragging them back with him. Bai Youyou remained silent, resting her head on Lucio's shoulder as he carried her back. Having narrowly escaped death, she found herself feeling surprisingly at ease in the presence of Lucio's bare upper body, a stark contrast to her previous discomfort. Lucio moved swiftly, and even while burdened with the two beasts and a person, he managed to cover a significant distance in just over 2 hours. Upon returning to the cave, he carelessly discarded the two beasts outside before leading Bai Youyou inside. Without a word, he retrieved a piranha's gallbladder stored in the cave. Preparing to tend to her wounds, Bai Youyou was nearly overwhelmed with pain. Although her injuries were merely abrasions, the discomfort was far from trivial, and she lacked Lucio's capacity to endure pain as the bile made contact with her wounds. A soothing coolness alleviated the sharp, stinging sensation. Once Lucio finished treating her arms and began to address her thighs, Bai Youyou instinctively recoiled. Yet, she ultimately did not stop his movements, allowing him to tend to her from her calves all the way up to the inner thighs. When he touched her thigh, she couldn't help but flinch, her face flushing a deep crimson that extended to her neck. While unaware of the exact age of the body she inhabited, Bai Youyou herself was but a naive 18-year-old who had never experienced romance, rendering her incapable of withstanding such intimate contact. Lucio, too, found himself in a challenging position. Seated before him was his little female, appearing utterly compliant and vulnerable, provoking a hint of illicit thoughts in any onlooker. Yet, he had to suppress such urges, not only because his little female was still underage, but also due to the visible injuries she bore, which softened his heart against any inappropriate actions that he could only endure. Striving to keep his gaze steady and his resolve intact. Chapter 27. Thus, the union by the time Lucio had applied medicine to all of Bai Youyou's wounds, a fine sheen of sweat had formed on his back. Both sighed in relief, yet an awkward atmosphere soon enveloped them, ultimately disrupted by a rumbling sound from Bai Youyou's stomach. Embarrassed, she instinctively rubbed her belly. Earlier, she had eaten a few chestnuts, but had refrained from indulging due to the limited food supply. Now, it was evident that hunger had set in, as her stomach seemed to orchestrate a symphony of emptiness. Lucio, alerted by the sound, quickly rose and said, "Ew, sit tight. I will fetch you something to eat." With that, he vanished from sight. Bai Youyou, seated on the stone bed where she had slept for several nights, felt as if she had returned to a different realm after only a brief absence. Observing her surroundings now brought her a profound sense of security, completely dispelling any previous thoughts of escape. Not long after, she stepped out of the cave, watching Lucio busily tending to the fire. A wave of warmth washed over her as she regarded him. She realized that following Lucio was not so bad. His kindness towards her was evident, and he showed no inclination to rush her into motherhood. Perhaps she could indeed learn to accept him. Embracing the survival laws of this world could hardly be more arduous than enduring the struggle of survival alone. Upon hearing movement behind him, Lucio turned to glance at Bai Youyou, beckoning her closer with a smile. Once she approached, he pointed to a vibrant red pelt lying nearby. Feeling somewhat guilty, he remarked, "This is the fur of a fire fox. It is exceedingly rare. I intended to find it as a token for you, a symbol of our union, but I took too long, and you ended up wandering off." Following his gaze, Bai Youyou's eyes lit up at the sight of the soft, fiery pelt spread out before her, shimmering beautifully under the sunlight. Instantly captivated, she could hardly fathom any woman who would refuse such a splendid piece of fur, particularly in a world where vibrant colors were a rarity. She stepped around Lucio, reaching the pelt, and ran her fingers across its soft, smooth surface, envisioning how delightful it would be to craft it into a garment. Seeing her expression, Lucio understood her delight, while he had anticipated her reaction. The confirmation brought him a sense of relief. In this world, males and females exchanged tokens of union before formally becoming partners. Once both parties were satisfied, they would seek a shaman to officiate their union. For those in tribes without shamans, they would pray to the beast god and forge their bond in that manner. As soon as Lucio confirmed Bai Youyou's approval of the token, he licked his lips, a flicker of conflict crossing his gaze. However, when his eyes fell upon her abrasions, any hesitation vanished instantly. He seized her hand, fixing his gaze upon her, and declared, "You, since we have exchanged tokens of union, when shall we become partners?" Bai Youyou, still enthralled by the pelt, was momentarily caught off guard by Lucio's question. She hesitated, only to realize that her moment of elation had swiftly turned into a reckoning. Just moments ago, she had been relieved that he was not hastily pushing her into motherhood, and now the tide had turned. Though resigned to her fate, the thought of immediately becoming Lucio's partner filled her with trepidation, not because of Lucio himself, but due to the memories of what she had witnessed that day. Fearing her petite frame would not withstand his vigor, glancing at the beautiful pelt in her hands, she hesitated, then looked up at Lucio with a pitiful expression, saying, "I truly do not know. I am uncertain when I will reach adulthood." Her words were sincere. In this world, beasts lived considerably longer, often reaching ages beyond 130, and adulthood was designated at 20. A female's maturity was determined by her estrous cycle. The onset of this cycle marked her coming of age. Some females matured by 16 or 17, while others might not until 23 or 24. Thus, Bai Youyou genuinely could not ascertain when she would reach adulthood. Lucio, however, was undeterred by her response. His sole desire was to solidify their bond. Everything else could wait. He caressed Bai Youyou's delicate face, his eyes reflecting a hint of infatuation. In a tone that was almost pleading, he suggested, "We can first pray to the beast god and pledge our vows." Completing the union ceremony, he gently tugged at her hand, assuring her, "You need not worry. I swear to the beast god that I will not mate with you until you reach adulthood." Will you agree to become my partner? Bai Youyou, unable to bear the sight of Lucio's pitiful expression, felt a pang of embarrassment. Internally, she chastised him for his shamelessness. How could a man of over 2 meters tall resort to such childish antics? After glancing at the pelt in her hands, she ultimately nodded in agreement. Although aware of the implications, she recognized that her consent at this moment was genuine. Upon seeing her acquiescence, Lucio's spirits soared, and a radiant smile graced his face, which he could hardly contain. He cherished Bai Youyou all the more, fearing that any misstep on his part might lead her to reconsider. As night fell, Lucio kindled a substantial fire about 20 meters from the cave, placing a prepared beast, some wild fruits, and fresh water before it. Finally, he led Bai Youyou to the fire, kneeling together to pray to the beast god, pledging their unwavering loyalty and seeking the deity's blessings. Dazed, Bai Youyou followed Lucio's lead, praying alongside him. Once the so-called union ceremony concluded, she remained somewhat bewildered. Had she just gotten married? Was the union of beastmen truly this hasty? It felt almost as simple as drinking water. Was there not even a basic acknowledgement of heaven and earth? Lucio, oblivious to Bai Youyou's inner thoughts, would have been astonished had he known, for the people of this world held a profound reverence for the beast god, considering all they possessed to be bestowed by the deity. Any matter requiring a prayer or pledge was treated with utmost seriousness and sanctity. What Bai Youyou perceived as a brief and simple ceremony was, in fact, quite significant in this world. Even those from larger tribes could seldom present such a grand offering to the beast god during their union. Given the preciousness of food, offerings to the beast god were irrevocable and could not be consumed afterward. Only during the union of a tribe's leader might such a lavish display be witnessed. Upon returning to the cave with Bai Youyou, the first thing Lucio did was to hurl away the 2 large stones resting on the stone bed. He was now a companioned individual, and while they couldn't truly engage in anything too intimate, embracing and stealing kisses seemed permissible. The more Lucio contemplated this, the more his spirits lifted, and he couldn't help but chuckle. Oblivious to the complex expression that crossed Bai Youyou's face as the night deepened, with sleep eluding him, Lucio gazed at the slumbering figure beside him, feeling an overwhelming warmth. Unable to resist, he rolled over. Chapter 28. Encountering the stray beast man. Due to that springtime dream, Lucio became increasingly cautious around Bai Youyou, fearing even the slightest harm befalling her. Yet, he still seized opportunities when they arose, ever since they bonded as partners. Bai Youyou found herself embraced by Lucio every night, during which he would occasionally take small liberties at tea. First, Bai Youyou felt a bit nervous and embarrassed, but gradually, realizing that Lucio meant no harm, she began to relax, silently persuading herself that Lucio was akin to an exuberant large dog. All her concerns seemed to vanish. After each of his little indulgences, Lucio would feel a pang of discomfort for a while, leaving Bai Youyou puzzled as to what he truly sought, yet he remained ever eager. Now, Bai Youyou had resolved to share her life with Lucio in this world, and thus began to act upon her various ideas. While Lucio engaged in hunting, she busied herself, knitting a sweater and a pair of trousers for herself, followed by a shirt for him. Eventually, when the fireweed grass ran low, she paused her work. However, Lucio soon returned with ample supplies, which still required drying and processing. The household items were no longer as crude as before. Whenever Lucio found himself idly craving her company at night, Bai Youyou would assign him tasks. For instance, she had him thin the stone pot, craft bamboo bowls thicker than her thigh, and excavate large wooden basins from tree trunks. She also fashioned a few rudimentary bamboo baskets from the leftover bamboo to organize their belongings. Yet, merely doing these things did not satisfy Bai Youyou. After all, she was a modern individual, educated and accustomed to a life of comfort. Given the opportunity, she could not resign herself to living in a cave for eternity. Nor could she endure a lifetime of meager meals and rough living. However, the time for her grand plans had yet to come, as winter was approaching, and they could not conjure everything from nothing overnight. Still, some culinary desires could be indulged in due course. Once Lucio had prepared sufficient provisions for them to survive the winter, she intended to accompany him outside in search of more ingredients to enhance their quality of life. Initially, her thoughts turned to black chestnuts. She guided Lucio to gather more based on her recollections. Upon arriving beneath the black chestnut tree, Bai Youyou pointed at the chestnuts above and exclaimed, "Lucio, these are the black chestnuts for the meat soup. Let us gather a good amount to take home." Without a moment's hesitation, Lucio glanced up and agreed, swiftly climbing the tree. Observing his nimbleness, Bai Youyou couldn't help but feel the stark contrast between their capabilities. When Lucio descended, the ground was already strewn with numerous black chestnuts. The two swiftly filled their beast skin bag until it was brimming. Lucio then shifted his gaze to another black chestnut tree and asked, "Youyou, shall we gather more?" After a moment's contemplation, Bai Youyou nodded and replied, "Let us collect another bag. Once cooked and dried, they should make for a delightful snack." Though Lucio was unfamiliar with the concept of snacks, he didn't inquire further, promptly turning and scaling another tree. By the time they filled 2 large bags with black chestnuts, it was already late. As they began their return, Bai Youyou slightly altered their route. Still hoping for a stroke of luck in finding additional food sources, "Lucio, have you ever encountered red fruits the length of a finger? Or anything else that seems edible?" Believing it would be more fruitful to seek clues from Lucio than to wander aimlessly. She recalled that he was a native of this land. Even if he didn't know the uses of such things, he must have seen them before. Lucio pondered her question, responding, "There are indeed some red fruits. But I have never seen the kind you describe." Bai Youyou, though slightly disappointed, understood that they were in different worlds, where many plants and animals would not resemble those she knew. After a moment, she inquired, "Are there any fruits like the ones you mentioned nearby? If not, could you please bring back anything that appears edible during your future outings? Of course, I shall pay attention in the future." Lucio replied before adding, "However, in this vicinity, I haven't seen the kind you mentioned, but there is a type that is green." Upon hearing this, Bai Youyou's eyes lit up. Peppers could be either red or green. Could she truly have found some? The mere thought of it caused her to grasp Lucio's hand eagerly, exclaiming, "Quick, take me there. I want to see." Lucio glanced down at Bai Youyou, whose face radiated urgency, and a smile of helplessness danced in his eyes. Lifting her onto his shoulders, he transformed into a serpentine form, coiling the 2 large bags of black chestnuts in his tail before darting swiftly toward their destination. Though Bai Youyou had grown less fearful of Lucio's beast form, his sudden movement still startled her. Initially, she thought balancing would be difficult, but as Lucio sprinted, she realized she was securely held between his firm flesh, with no risk of falling. Before long, Lucio brought Bai Youyou to the site of the fruits he had mentioned. As she surveyed the green fruits before her, she swallowed hard. These bore no resemblance to the peppers she had envisioned. If she was not mistaken, they appeared more akin to okra. Okra was one of Bai Youyou's favorite vegetables, and she could scarcely believe her good fortune. Yet, she refrained from hastily collecting them, deciding to first pluck one for examination. With its green tapered tip, she confirmed it was edible and harmless, though its name differed. The words edible and non-toxic brought her immense relief. Rather than calling it by its formal name, Bai Youyou preferred to refer to it as okra. Turning back, her face suffused with delight, she exclaimed, "Lucio, this is okra, a particularly delectable vegetable. I shall take it all home. If we cannot finish it all, we can dry it for winter." Though Lucio could not comprehend some of Bai Youyou's phrases, he understood it was something edible and something she cherished. As long as he grasped these 2 points, he had no objections and nodded in agreement as they began to gather. However, as the okra had gone unpicked for quite some time, a vast patch lay before them. The 2 of them could not possibly harvest it all, nor did they have the luxury of time. Thus, they decided to take just 1 bag today, planning to return the next day for more. Yet, just as they were about to leave, Lucio suddenly pulled Bai Youyou into his embrace, turning to glare coldly in a certain direction. With a warning growl escaping his lips, he demanded, "Who goes there?" Step 4th, Chapter 29. Discovery of carrots. Seeing Lucio's reaction made Bai Youyou somewhat anxious, she cautiously nestled closer to him, seeking solace. Yet, after a while of calling out, nothing appeared. Just as she thought perhaps the intruder had fled or that Lucio had misjudged, a young beast man, missing 1 arm, emerged, leading a small beast man no older than 6 or 7. The young beast man tightly grasped the hand of the little one, his eyes filled with wariness as they met Lucio's. Though astonishment washed over him when his gaze fell upon Bai Youyou, his surprise stemmed not from Lucio, a wandering beast man, possessing a female companion, but rather from the manner in which she regarded him. Realizing he had lingered too long in his gaze upon Bai Youyou, he hastily averted his eyes, addressing Lucio, "I am Mu-E." Glancing down at the small beast man he held, he continued, "This is my brother Mu-Er." We are wanderers and harbor no ill intentions. Upon hearing this, Lucio's expression remained unyielding, coldly responding, "You ought to sense that this is my territory. Do you come here seeking to provoke me?" Mu-Yi quickly shook his head, explaining, "I did not intentionally bring my brother into your domain. He is still young, and I am but one-armed, lacking the strength to hunt with him. Upon arriving here, we sensed your formidable presence and sought merely to find refuge at the edge of your territory, hoping to increase our chances of survival." Upon hearing this, Lucio cast a glance at the small beast man, who, clearly intimidated by Lucio's gaze, took a step back, revealing his evident shyness around strangers. Bai Youyou noticed that the beastman's ears still resembled those of a beast, suggesting he had not fully transformed yet, which marked him as an ominous symbol of this world. The young beastman appeared largely unchanged, save for the absence of one arm. Although Bai Youyou felt a pang of sympathy for the small beastman, she was in no position to offer compassion or assistance, as she herself required protection from Lucio. Thus, she silently closed her mouth, her eyes betraying a flicker of pity. Such subtle changes did not escape the watchful eyes of Lucio. He reached out to gently stroke Bai Youyou's head and sighed, addressing the young beastman with firm resolve, "Do not approach any closer, or I shall not be courteous." With that, he transformed into his beast form and departed with Bai Youyou and several filled bags of animal hides. Upon returning to the cave, Bai Youyou promptly set aside thoughts of the two brothers and began to tend to the black chestnuts and okra she had gathered. She placed some black chestnuts into a large stone pot to boil, reasoning that cooking them first before drying would prevent them from becoming too hard. The remainder, she laid out alongside the okra by the fire, testing whether they could be roasted dry. Once everything was prepared, Bai Youyou boiled a bit of okra to discern whether its flavor differed from that of her previous world. Meanwhile, Lucio busied himself, excavating another cave to serve as a kitchen, adjacent to the original one. Planning to connect the two. When winter arrived, he intended to seal the original cave and utilize the passage for cooking, planning to hang a hide curtain that could be opened for ventilation as needed. The new cave would also feature a window, and Bai Youyou taught Lucio how to construct a stove reminiscent of the one from her grandfather's home in the countryside. She also instructed him to create a long bamboo chimney to reduce smoke. As Lucio worked on the bamboo, Bai Youyou was thoroughly impressed by his method. He took a thinner piece of bamboo and, with a forceful strike against the thicker one, sent it straight through. The spectacle left Bai Youyou in awe, her eyes sparkling with admiration for Lucio, leading to a moment of playful affection where he couldn't resist giving her a hearty kiss. Reflecting on that moment now, Bai Youyou still felt a tingling sensation on her lips. Thus, they established clear roles and began preparing together for the winter ahead. Once the okra was cooked, Bai Youyou tasted it, and, finding it akin to the flavors of her former world, felt relieved. However, when she offered a taste to Lucio, he grimaced, unable to enjoy it due to its peculiar taste. Bai Youyou did not press him. After all, okra was not universally beloved. The next day, Bai Youyou accompanied Lucio once more to the place where okra grew, aiming to gather another bag. As it was primarily for her consumption, they encountered no sign of the two wandering beastmen this time. But Bai Youyou noticed a depletion of the okra, surmising that the two had likely inferred its edibility from their previous actions. Yet, she remained unconcerned. It was wild produce, and neither she nor Lucio could possibly harvest all that was available. Lucio appeared equally indifferent, showing no excess emotion. Once they had gathered enough okra, Bai Youyou requested Lucio to lead her to explore other potential edible fruits or vegetables. After visiting 2 locations and finding nothing suitable for consumption, Bai Youyou began to feel disheartened, with only one identification attempt remaining for the day, just as she resigned herself to an unfruitful search. Her peripheral vision caught a glimpse of vibrant green. Hesitating momentarily, she approached to investigate. There, she discovered slender green leaves sprouting from the ground, but it was what lay beneath, an enticing red conical object, that truly captured her attention. Her eyes brightened with excitement as she swallowed hard and crouched down, vigorously pulling one from the soil. The earth here had never been tilled, making it rather compact, and her efforts were met with resistance. Just as Lucio was about to assist her, she exerted one final effort, and the red conical object broke free from the earth. However, her forceful pull sent her tumbling backward, but Lucio, ever watchful, caught her in his arms. Preventing a painful fall. In previous situations, Bai Youyou might have felt embarrassed, But now she was overwhelmed with exhilaration, disregarding all else. Without the need for identification, she knew this was undoubtedly a carrot, undeniably edible. As its delightful aroma confirmed her suspicions, holding the vibrant vegetable in her hands, she exclaimed to Lucio, Lucio, we have fresh vegetables to store. This is a carrot, sweet and delicious." Bai Youyou was genuinely elated. She had yet to find anything sweet in this world, and she had always had a penchant for sweet treats. Although Lucio had once provided her with 2 sweet fruits, he later informed her that those fruits were out of season and no longer available. Initially disappointed, the discovery of the carrot changed everything. Not only was it flavorful, but it also contained essential vitamins and minerals, and it could be preserved. How could she not be thrilled? Pushing away Lucio, who still held her close, she urged, Quickly, Lucio, let us gather all of these and take them back." Seeing her bubbling enthusiasm, Lucio could only smile helplessly as he began to assist her in pulling the carrots from the ground. Yet, due to the peculiar taste of the okra, he held little hope for the flavor of this red vegetable. Chapter 30. Digging a root cellar for vegetable storage. Lucio worked swiftly, and soon he had harvested a substantial quantity. Observing this, Bai Youyou quickly interjected, "Lucio, that's enough? We can't carry so many. Let us pack these up and return for the rest tomorrow." Lucio nodded in agreement, recognizing the wisdom in her words. Upon returning to the cave, Bai Youyou eagerly ushered Lucio inside, pointing toward the deepest part of the cave. "Lucio, dig a space here that can accommodate 2 wild boars. The entrance shouldn't be too large. Just enough for us to crawl in." Lucio examined the cave wall, puzzled, and asked, "What for?" "A root cellar," Bai Youyou replied, her excitement palpable. "With a root cellar, we can store fresh vegetables and fruits that can be preserved." As she spoke, she playfully patted Lucio's belly, striking a heroic pose as she declared, "I will find even more food to keep you well fed." Lucio was amused by her spirited demeanor, chuckling as he gently ruffled her fluffy hair and leaned in closer, whispering, "All right, I'll wait for Youyou to feed me well." Initially, Bai Youyou did not think much of his words, but when she met Lucio's dark, penetrating gaze, her face flushed crimson. She shot him an indignant glare. Feeling that he was becoming increasingly mischievous, seizing every opportunity to tease her in a flustered huff, she turned and dashed away, leaving Lucio laughing in her wake. While Lucio had gained a slight advantage, he felt a surge of happiness, sensing that their days were growing ever more promising. Though he was somewhat oblivious to certain matters, it was clear to him that Bai Youyou's demeanor towards him had shifted significantly. Unsure of the reason behind this change, he could only attribute it to their newly formed bond as partners. He found himself contemplating whether, once Bai Youyou reached maturity and they consummated their bond, she would become even closer to him. The more he pondered, the more restless he became, yet he had no way of knowing when Bai Youyou would reach adulthood. All he could do was wait patiently. Gazing at the stone wall before him, he retrieved a wild boar's tusk and began to excavate the root cellar Bai Youyou had described, though he did not fully comprehend the connection between food storage and a root cellar. He was more than willing to follow her instructions, as this task posed no challenge for him. After exiting the cave, Bai Youyou still felt a heat lingering in her cheeks. She took several deep breaths to clear her mind of distracting thoughts. Redirecting her focus to the bag of carrots, she contemplated preparing a dish of braised meat for Lucio. With the sweetness of the carrots, she reasoned that even without sugar, the dish should turn out quite well. Resolute, she set to work. The kitchen cave had been excavated and the stove constructed from clay and stone, yet as time was still short, she hesitated to cook with it just yet. Thus, she reverted to using the temporary stove she had built from piled stones. Bai Youyou gathered a dozen carrots to wash in the water-filled stone basin, but as she cleaned, her curiosity got the better of her, and she ultimately succumbed to the urge to identify the vegetable. After all, this was a different world. It was better to be safe than sorry. If this carrot-like vegetable turned out to be toxic, it could spell disaster for her that time. She would unwittingly implicate Lucio, causing him to succumb to poison as well. If there were no means to ascertain its toxicity, so be it. Yet, she clearly possessed the capability to determine whether this substance was poisonous. After all, the opportunity for such identification would be lost if she hesitated unnecessarily. Reciting the identification in her mind, a line of small text materialized before her eyes. Red radish, non-toxic and edible, with no side effects. Although she had already anticipated the outcome, Bai Youyou remained elated and had no intention of altering the name of the carrot. She resolved that in the future, should she encounter any other vegetables she recognized, she would continue to refer to them by their familiar names. Once she had confirmed the results, Bai Youyou employed a stone knife to chop the carrot into small cubes, setting them aside for later use. She then took a piece of fatty and lean meat from a 5-striped beast, which weighed no less than 5 pounds, making it particularly laborious to cut, each time she endeavored to slice the meat. Bai Youyou lamented how arduous it felt. She truly yearned for a chef's knife, but regrettably, the circumstances did not permit such luxuries. If only she could find iron ore, though she had never smelted iron before. She was still aware of some principles. If she were to locate iron ore, there would be a chance to forge a knife for culinary purposes. Once all preparations were complete, Bai Youyou placed the meat into a stone pot to boil, extracting the blood and any lingering odors. Without ginger or garlic for seasoning, she had to make do. Fortunately, this lean meat was rather chewy and far more flavorful than any she had consumed in her previous life, sufficiently compensating for the lack of seasoning. When the meat had cooked adequately, she used her handmade spoon to retrieve it from the pot, ensuring to remove all remaining liquid with the spoon as well. Although the stone pot was considerably thinner than before, cooking with it remained somewhat inconvenient due to the absence of handles. The pot was large and heavy, making it impossible for her to lift. She could only resort to the most primitive methods. It is often said that transitioning from frugality to extravagance is easy, but the reverse is exceedingly difficult, and this could not be more accurate. Her grandfather's generation had relied on large iron pots over earthen stoves, which were not dissimilar to her current stone pot. However, having grown accustomed to using a frying pan, she found it somewhat inconvenient. Once the stone pot was sufficiently heated, she added a bit of clean beast fat. The stone pot was not as durable as an iron pot, and placing items into it while it was too hot could easily cause it to crack. Therefore, she was always cautious not to overheat the stone pot during cooking. As the oil began to sizzle, she poured the boiled beast meat into the pot and commenced stirring with her spoon until the moisture evaporated and the meat released its oils. However, the quantity of meat made stirring laborious, causing her arms to grow weary. Once she felt it was adequately cooked, she added all the chopped carrots, sprinkled in some salt, stirred a few more times, and then covered it with the wooden lid Lucio had crafted for her. After completing her tasks, Bai Youyou's gaze fell upon the bamboo tube where the salt was stored. Recently, she had needed to cure a considerable amount of meat. Although she had not used much salt, it was nearly depleted. She was aware that salt could be found in the sea and that there was rock salt, but she had no idea where to procure it at present, leaving her with no choice but to venture out with Lucio to trade for some. However, the thought of Lucio's situation filled her with concern. She worried that the outside orcs might bully him simply because he was a stray. She feared that her presence might bring him misfortune. Even though Lucio was strong, a single fist could hardly contend against multiple foes. Last time, he had sustained injuries from just a few attackers. What would happen if a crowd of 10 or 20 were to confront him? The more she pondered, the heavier her heart felt. Yet, when her gaze landed on the fire-lined grass sprawled on the ground, her eyes lit up as a sudden idea struck her. Chapter 31. Delicious braised meat. Bai Youyou glanced at the stone pot and estimated that it would take a while longer for the dish to be fully cooked. She then rose and walked over to the place where the fire-lined grass was drying. Selecting a few strands that appeared adequately dried, she returned to the stone pot. The upcoming dish did not require an abundance of fire-lined grass, allowing her to process it swiftly. By the time she finished preparing the grass, the braised meat in the pot was nearly ready. First, she set the fire-lined grass aside, then lifted the pot lid. Upon opening the lid, a rich aroma wafted out, enticing even Bai Youyou, who had indulged in numerous modern delicacies, to swallow in anticipation. After stirring the contents with her spoon, she prepared to call Lucio to join her for the meal. However, as she turned around, she spotted Lucio striding out of the stone cave, inquiring, "You, what delectable dish are you preparing? It smells so good. I can smell it from inside." Amused, Bai Youyou glanced at Lucio and replied, "Braised meat. I've made plenty, so you can indulge today." Lucio had scarcely eaten in recent days, having only consumed a bit of what Bai Youyou had left over, though she had offered to make him food. He had insisted it was unnecessary, having grown accustomed to a diet that lasted him several days. While Bai Youyou understood this was a trait of serpentine beings, she had learned from Lucio that the serpentine orcs from those tribes usually dined with their female counterparts. Except during times of necessity, Thus, she longed for Lucio to adopt a more conventional eating pattern, gradually altering his dietary habits. Though she realized some matters could not be rushed, Bai Youyou served Lucio a bowl first. And after he tasted it, she asked, "So, how is it? Is the carrot tasty?" Lucio swallowed quickly and responded, "It's delicious. However, the meat is even better. The flavor has completely transformed." Lucio was genuinely surprised. He had not anticipated the carrot to be so delightful. And he was astonished at how the meat had improved after being cooked together. Bai Youyou smiled at his exclamation and remarked, "In the future, I'll prepare even more dishes, ensuring that each day is different." With a touch of regret, she shook her head and continued, "It's just a shame that you don't eat every day. There might be some dishes you miss out on." Upon hearing this, Lucio grew anxious and exclaimed, "I can help you finish whatever you can't eat." Bai Youyou shook her head in disapproval, replying, "I won't be making extra in the future. After all, food is precious, and wasting it is not right." Lucio's brow furrowed at her words, and after some contemplation, he suggested, "Then can I eat with Youyou from now on? We don't need to eat too much at each meal." He glanced at the large bowl in his hands and cautiously added, "A meal with 3 or 4 bowls should suffice." Seeing his pitiful expression, nearly made Bai Youyou burst into laughter. She stifled her amusement and nodded in acknowledgement. Then, she served herself a bowl and picked up a piece of braised meat, which had become tender from the simmering. As she placed it in her mouth, the first bite revealed the succulent skin, and as her teeth sank into it, she discovered a layer of rich fat, delightfully decadent, yet not greasy, followed by a layer of lean meat that melted in her mouth. She was instantly enamored. The flavor of the carrot was equally delightful, and soon both of them polished off the entire pot of braised meat. However, Bai Youyou could only manage a single bowl before feeling full, leaving the rest for Lucio to devour. After their meal, Bai Youyou joined Lucio in tidying up the items that had been drying outside. The mushrooms were nearly done, and she sorted them all into a bamboo basket. Though very few remained after drying, the okra and black chestnuts were still far from dry, so she left them be. What remained were the fish and radishes. The radishes were still in the beast skin bag, which she simply carried into the cave, while the fish needed to be brought back as well, along with some beast meat that had yet to dry. After some thought, Bai Youyou instructed Lucio to move all the meat to the kitchen cave to hang it up, then to light a fire on the stove. While heating the stove, they could also smoke the meat. She recalled that smoked meat was prepared in such a manner, even if they couldn't replicate the flavor of smoked meat. The increased warmth in the cave should help accelerate the drying process. However, this method might deplete the firewood Lucio had prepared for winter. Lucio waved dismissively, indicating that there was ample dry firewood available. And as long as winter had not yet arrived, they had plenty of time. He then hung the meat in the kitchen according to Bai Youyou's instructions and ignited the fire in the stove. After completing these tasks, Lucio returned to his excavation of the stone cellar. Meanwhile, Bai Youyou took the processed fire-lined grass and sat on the stone bed. She first wound the prepared grass into skeins, then took out 2 crochet hooks to begin weaving what she envisioned. When Lucio finished digging and came to find Bai Youyou, he saw her gesturing with a small object in her hands. "Youyou, what is that?" he inquired curiously as he approached, unable to discern the purpose of the item she held. Bai Youyou beckoned him over with a smile, saying, "Come sit down." Upon hearing these words, Lucio did not hesitate and promptly seated himself beside Bai Youyou. As soon as he settled down, Bai Youyou raised the object in her hand to obscure Lucio's crimson eye, then tied a knot behind him. Upon realizing Bai Youyou's intentions, Lucio's entire body stiffened, and his mood plummeted instantaneously. Meanwhile, Bai Youyou was engrossed in admiring her creation, completely oblivious to Lucio's unusual demeanor. Instead, she cheerfully exclaimed, "Lucio, this is the eye mask I made for you. You can wear it when you go out, so others won't bully or attack you." When Bai Youyou finished speaking and received no response from Lucio, she noticed that something seemed amiss. Puzzled, she inquired, "Lucio, what's wrong? You seem a bit down." Lucio raised his hand to remove the eye mask Bai Youyou had placed on him. Casting a sorrowful glance her way, his lips pressed tightly together. After a moment, he asked, Do you dislike me? Do you think I'm an ill-omened beast man?" Bai Youyou was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend why Lucio would harbor such thoughts. She merely wished to shield him from unfair treatment, hoping to spare him from the disapproving gazes of others. That in this world, even beast men with disabilities held a higher status than the ill-omened. Thus, she aimed to disguise Lucio as a one-eyed figure. This way, at least during the salt exchange, he would not be targeted. Chapter 32. The eye mask for Lucio. After some contemplation, Bai Youyou understood that Lucio had likely misinterpreted her intentions. From a young age, Lucio had endured countless disparaging looks and mistreatment due to his unique eyes, making him particularly sensitive. Sudden imposition of an eye mask would inevitably lead him to overthink. With this realization, Bai Youyou's gaze softened with empathy as she moved closer to Lucio, suppressing her shyness to place her hand gently around his neck, pulling him down slightly to bestow a gentle kiss upon his red-eyed gaze. Startled by her gesture, Lucio's previously dim expression was swiftly replaced with a myriad of emotions. He lowered his head slightly, observing the slightly blushing Bai Youyou, and stammered, "Don't you find this frightening?" "Not at all," Bai Youyou replied, meeting Lucio's gaze unwaveringly, her eyes sparkling with admiration. She reached out to caress his red eye, exclaiming, "It's beautiful, just like a ruby." Bai Youyou spoke the truth, not merely to comfort him. She genuinely found Lucio's unique eye captivating, possessing an enchanting allure. Though Lucio was unfamiliar with rubies, he recognized that Bai Youyou was praising him. His eyes brightened, and the earlier gloom dissipated entirely, glancing at the eye mask in his hands. He asked, "Then why did you make this for me?" Upon hearing this, Bai Youyou pouted in frustration and replied, "We're running low on salt. Remember you said the next exchange day is approaching. When that time comes, you can wear this, and we'll definitely be able to trade for more salt." As she spoke, she tugged at Lucio's arm, playfully adding, "I want to go see too. Will you take me along?" Lucio was inclined to refuse, fearing that the tribal beastman might discover his identity as an ill-omened beastman and seize Bai Youyou from him. Yet, when his gaze fell upon her eager expression, he relented with a gentle nod. Seeing Lucio acquiesce, Bai Youyou beamed with joy and hugged him, planting a quick kiss on his cheek. However, as she attempted to pull away, she found herself drawn back into his embrace. Only to be gently pushed down onto the stone bed, Lucio swallowed hard, a hint of wildness glimmering in his unique gaze as he scrutinized Bai Youyou intently. She stared back at him, feeling as if he were a predator assessing its prey, contemplating how best to proceed. As she pondered this, Lucio remarked, You seem to have gained a little weight. But when exactly will you come of age?" Bai Youyou froze at his words, inwardly cursing Lucio for playing along with her thoughts. Just when she feared he might express a desire for her, he bluntly confirmed his intentions, rolling her eyes at him. She thought, "You might as well directly ask me when I'll be ready for mating." Yet, she maintained an innocent facade and replied, "I don't know. Maybe in a year or two." Hearing this, Lucio visibly deflated, turning despondently to lie beside Bai Youyou. Pulling her into his arms, he muttered, "When you come of age, you must make it up to me." Bai Youyou truly wished to silence Lucio. Wondering if he could change the subject at this moment, she longed to postpone her coming of age, to delay it as long as possible. Just witnessing Lucio's hungry demeanor made her feel faint-hearted. The thought of that day she accidentally glimpsed something only heightened her trepidation. Ashamed to respond, Bai Youyou opted for slumber instead. Lowering her head, she nestled into Lucio's embrace, pretending she had heard nothing. Though Lucio received no answer, he felt no sense of disappointment. Looking down at the person in his arms, a satisfied smile graced his features. He kissed the top of Bai Youyou's head, and together they drifted into a peaceful slumber. Meanwhile, the stone cellar Lucio had painstakingly dug, along with Bai Youyou's cherished carrots, now lay forgotten, their existence fading into obscurity, their significance lost to time. That it was not until the following morning, upon waking, that Bai Youyou remembered the cellar. She accompanied Lucio to the entrance, peering inside to find it larger than she had anticipated, prompting her to instruct Lucio to place the carrots he had brought inside. After a moment's thought, she also requested him to add some black chestnuts for the okra. It was unnecessary, as that vegetable could only be preserved by drying. Finally, she had Lucio construct a wooden door, while she gathered some straw to weave a thick mat slightly larger than the entrance. With the dual protection of the mat and wooden door, the ceiling effect should suffice. Once these tasks were completed, Bai Youyou found herself with time to spare, since Lucio needed to gather more firewood for their winter supplies. He would be unable to take her out for the next few days. With nothing else to do, Bai Youyou began preparing winter blankets and clothing for both herself and Lucio, lacking cotton and similar materials. She was fortunate that Lucio had procured plenty of bird feathers, which would be sufficient for making blankets. There was no need for elaborate designs. All she had to do was stuff the feathers into the animal hides Lucio had prepared for her and sew them up with a bone needle. The hides were sturdy, but sewing them proved to be quite laborious. After a full day of work, she finally completed one blanket, and Bai Youyou felt quite satisfied with her speed. Next, she set about crafting clothing for herself. Having long coveted that piece of red fox fur, now that she finally had time, she intended to examine it closely. The foxes in this world were significantly larger than the ones Bai Youyou had known before. She wondered whether it was just this particular species or if all foxes were so sizable. Judging by the fur alone, this fox was likely much bigger than a golden retriever. Even so, this piece of fur could only be fashioned into a small jacket. Nonetheless, Bai Youyou was thoroughly pleased. Fortunately, her sewing skills were commendable. Though she had never tailored clothing before, she possessed some basic knowledge. With only one piece of fabric, she was cautious and decided to first experiment with a piece of hide intended for crafting a leather pouch. Once she felt confident enough, she called Lucio over, asking him to help her cut along the lines she had drawn on the reverse side of the hide with a stone knife. Her strength was insufficient to cut through the hide effectively. Lucio, observing the lines Bai Youyou had sketched, curiously asked, "Youyou, won't cutting them into small pieces ruin it? How will you make a leather skirt?" Bai Youyou chuckled at his question, replying mysteriously, "I'm not making a skirt. I am making a jacket." She waved her hand, urging him to get to work, explaining, "Once it's done, you'll understand. Just wait and see." Chapter 33. Preparing for the exchange, though Lucio remained curious about what a jacket entailed. He refrained from pressing further, respecting Bai Youyou's desire to keep it under wraps as he diligently set to work. Once everything was completed and the jacket was fashioned, Bai Youyou also had to create a lining for it, lest it be uncomfortable to wear. Thus, she sought out a piece of white, thin yet soft hide to serve as the lining. By the time the garment was finished, 3 days had passed. Bai Youyou, brimming with excitement, donned her very first long-sleeved jacket, crafted with her own hands, and approached Lucio, inquiring, "What do you think? Does it look good?" Lucio gazed at the fiery red Bai Youyou, his eyes fixated, and his heart began to race uncontrollably. Once again inundated with that inexplicable sensation, under the sun's radiant glow, the girl boasted a cascade of thick, wavy seaweed-like hair, gracefully curling, with delicate willow-like brows framing her flawless, alabaster complexion tinged with a faint rosy hue. Her slender lips resembled tender rose petals, luscious and inviting. Long lashes fluttered gently, and her bright, clear pupils sparkled with joy as they remained locked onto him. Lucio had never encountered a female as exquisitely beautiful and pristine as Bai Youyou. He had seen numerous females during the exchange days, but none compared to her ethereal charm. When he first met Bai Youyou, she had appeared disheveled, her complexion wan, and her frail stature made her seem akin to a mere child of 15 or 16. Yet, after a period of nurturing under his care, she had filled out slightly, her complexion improving, transforming her into a figure reminiscent of a ripe peach, evoking an irresistible urge to pluck and savor. Lucio clenched his fists, striving to suppress the surging desires within him. Observing Bai Youyou nodding, he noted her attire, an unfamiliar garment that he found even more appealing than the finest leather skirts of the most prosperous tribes. Especially when adorned by Bai Youyou, she appeared even more resplendent. Truly, his little female was the most beautiful, the most skilled, and the most intelligent. Noticing that Bai Youyou awaited his response, he quickly regained his composure and replied earnestly, "You look stunning. You are the most beautiful, and you look good in anything." Upon hearing this, Bai Youyou narrowed her eyes at Lucio, retorting, "You only know how to sweet-talk me." With a huff, she dashed back into the cave, her demeanor suggesting a pout, yet her lively gait betrayed her hidden delight. Lucio watched, reluctant to lose sight of the red figure as it gradually faded from view, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he returned to tending the firewood he had brought back. Once inside the cave, Bai Youyou's cheeks still bore a rosy tint. Lucio's unabashed gaze felt almost scorching. While she busied herself critiquing him, she remained oblivious to the altered rhythm of her heart and the naïve manner in which she conducted herself. Akin to an innocent girl awakening to the stirrings of young love, her gaze fell upon a piece of long-haired black animal hide, and with a newfound confidence in her sewing skills, she resolved to craft a coat for Lucio. Upon unfolding the hide, she was relieved to find it sufficiently large for her purpose. Days slipped by, and as she toiled on Lucio's coat, he announced that the final exchange day before winter was approaching, and it was time for them to depart. Bai Youyou glanced around the cave at their provisions and belongings, her brow furrowing with concern. Lucio, if we leave like this, who will guard the home? What if we are robbed? Lucio chuckled, pushing a hefty boulder weighing several hundred pounds to the cave entrance. That I in the past, I've dealt with rogue beastmen who dared to steal from me. I tracked them down by scent and taught them a lesson they wouldn't soon forget. He raised his head proudly, continuing, since then, no other wanderers have dared to approach this territory. Bai Youyou found his self-satisfied demeanor amusing, but pressed on. But what about the other tribes? Will they not come? Not at all. Lucio shook his head, the earlier pride dissipating as he cautiously glanced at Bai Youyou. The beastmen from those tribes consider us to be cursed and thus avoid any contact with us, let alone encroach upon our land. Bai Youyou noted the shift in Lucio's expression, inwardly cursing the ignorance of superstitions that led to such folly, yet maintaining a facade of calm. That's a relief. It means I don't have to worry about our food being stolen. She then regarded Lucio, who stood empty-handed, and inquired, are you not bringing anything? How will we trade for salt? Nearby was a hunting ground. Yet it was notorious for the presence of a formidable creature known as the rhinoceros python, which was known to attack outsiders, deterring many beastmen from venturing there. Lucio, noticing Bai Youyou's apprehensive expression, quickly reassured her, do not fear. I have ventured there for several years. As a serpent beastman, the rhinoceros python will not attack me. That I merely need to locate a solitary one, and it will be swiftly dealt with. Moreover, I have a secret cave in that area, filled with an unpleasant odor that deters all non-sentient serpents. You can hide there safely. Nothing will happen to you. While Bai Youyou had grown less fearful of Lucio in his beast form, she still instinctively dreaded other serpents. Her lack of fear stemmed from the trust that Lucio would not harm her. Initially hesitant at the mention of the python, her interest piqued upon hearing the latter part of his explanation. She immediately thought of sulfur, a substance known for its various beneficial properties, including pest deterrence, itch relief, and even potential aphrodisiac effects. Realizing this, Bai Youyou stole a furtive glance at Lucio, thinking, this is knowledge he must never discover. Males have always been particularly sensitive to such matters, and she was uncertain how Lucio would react. Suddenly, a thought crossed her mind. How long is a snake's mating season? The question struck her unexpectedly, and her expression froze. Noticing Bai Youyou's abrupt change, Lucio assumed she was still fearful of the python and quickly lowered his head to her level. If you are truly afraid, we need not go. I can devise another plan. His sudden proximity jolted Bai Youyou from her reverie, and feeling slightly embarrassed, she blinked before responding, no. I genuinely wish to see the cave you mentioned. As she regarded the tall figure of Lucio, she found her thoughts troubling. Although he was a serpent beast man, he was still human. The situation, while daunting, involved just one creature. Surely, it could not compare to an actual snake. Moreover, was it too early for her to be contemplating such matters? Was this what those girls referred to as the restlessness of youth? Internally berating Lucio for leading her astray, she concluded that his incessant talk of mating must have sparked these thoughts in her mind. Yes, that must be it. Chapter 34. An unexpected encounter with thieves. Bai Youyou clenched her small fists, forcing herself to dismiss these frivolous thoughts that a young girl should not dwell on such matters. It was simply shameful. With a defiant glare at Lucio, she turned on her heel and walked away, leaving Lucio bewildered, unable to comprehend what he had done to provoke her once again, not daring to linger. He hastily gathered the last remnants of salt and hurried after her as he caught up with Bai Youyou. He swept her up into his arms. Bai Youyou gasped in surprise, exclaiming, what are you doing? I can walk on my own. Are you certain, Youyou? Lucio chuckled, his feet never faltering as he replied, at your pace, we would likely miss the entire exchange day by the time we arrive. It's far quicker in my beast form. Before she could respond, he placed the remaining salt into her hands and transformed into his serpent form. The arms that had cradled her moments ago morphed into a serpentine tail, swiftly placing her securely upon his neck. Instantly, Bai Youyou felt as though she were riding a moving train, the trees whizzing by in a blur, compelling her to lean against Lucio's scaled body for stability. It wasn't fear of falling that deterred her from sitting upright. Rather, the fierce wind threatened to chill her to the bone, and had she not been bundled warmly, she might have succumbed to the cold. Before long, she began to feel drowsy. Lucio, ever attentive, noticed her state and slowed his pace, ensuring she could rest comfortably. When Bai Youyou finally awoke, she discovered herself cradled in Lucio's embrace, with a crackling fire before her, over which a creature resembling a sheep was being roasted. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, she realized she had become a burden, simply sleeping and eating while Lucio tended to her every need. Oblivious to her thoughts, Lucio beamed at her awakening. You slept so soundly. I made quite a commotion. Yet you didn't stir. Lucio was entirely unaware of Bai Youyou's stiff demeanor as he cheerfully pointed to the roasting animal. This is Dote beast. Don't let its small size deceive you, for it is extraordinarily delicious. I was fortunate to encounter it today, as it had an injured leg. Otherwise, I might not have caught it. Bai Youyou, captivated by his words, forgot her earlier embarrassment, exclaiming in surprise. No way. You're so fast, and yet you couldn't catch it. How swift must it be? Extremely fast. Lucio flipped the Dote beast over and remarked, its speed is the swiftest I have ever witnessed. Typically, one can only hear its calls, yet never catch a glimpse of its form. As he spoke, a sudden light laugh escaped him, and turning to Bai Youyou, he continued, I realized it was delectable only because, during one hunt, it inadvertently trapped itself in a crevice of the mountains, allowing me to seize a fortunate opportunity. Bai Youyou, taken aback by such a tale, chuckled. Surely it didn't go too fast, and failed to stop in time. Upon hearing this, Lucio also broke into laughter, replying, perhaps, at any rate, I've never heard of anyone capturing it by their own prowess. Those fortunate enough to have tasted it share a similar fate. They either found themselves ensnared in a swamp or wedged in a mountain crevice, or akin to this one, injured their own legs somehow. It doesn't seem particularly clever. Then in no time, the savory aroma of the Dote beast's flesh began to waft outward, and Bai Youyou gazed longingly at the sizzling meat. Her curiosity piqued as she inquired, why is it called the Dote beast? With such speed, shouldn't it be named something like the Gale beast? After a moment of contemplation, Lucio replied uncertainly, perhaps it's because of its constant Dote sounds. Oh, I see. When can we eat? It smells so good. Soon as Lucio responded with those two words, his expression suddenly turned grave, and he tightened his embrace around Bai Youyou's arm. Instantly sensing Lucio's change, Bai Youyou hurriedly asked, what's wrong? Other beastmen are approaching. Lucio's gaze fixed intently in one direction, as though awaiting something, his countenance darkening. Bai Youyou was startled by his words. Seeing Lucio's battle-ready demeanor filled her with concern. After pondering briefly, she produced the eye mask she had crafted for him. Without seeking his consent, she promptly placed it over his eyes. Lucio showed no intention of refusing, hardly making a move at all. In the next moment, 5 beastmen appeared before Bai Youyou, their heights and builds remarkably similar. The eldest appeared to be around 40, while the youngest resembled Lucio, likely in his 20s. Upon their arrival, their eyes were not drawn to Lucio and Bai Youyou, but rather to the Dote beast roasting over the fire. The youngest beastman gulped, clearly overcome with desire. Only after confirming it was indeed a Dote beast did he lift his gaze toward Lucio and Bai Youyou. Ye sure never anticipated that Lucio would be so resolute. The fleeting confidence he had just moments ago vanished in an instant. Although he had reached adulthood, he had always been well protected and had never encountered any peril. He could not believe that, on this day, a simple hunting excursion, driven by the enticing aroma of the Dote beast, would lead him to confront a formidable adversary like Lucio. His complexion turned ashen, and as Lucio approached, ready to strike again at Li, his gaze suddenly shifted to Bai Youyou, who was perched on a tree. In the next moment, he transformed into his beast form, casting a glance at Li to signal him to hold Lucio back, before darting swiftly towards Bai Youyou. That moment, he recalled the reason behind Lucio's sudden fury. It seemed to stem from her intention to seize his little female companion. If he could capture this little female and use her as a hostage, this wandering beastman would undoubtedly hesitate to act against him. As he sure made his move, Lucio discerned his intentions, and the murderous intent in his eyes intensified. Paying no heed to Li's attempts to intervene, he charged directly at Li, striving to impede. Lucio soon realized that he could not match his speed. Furthermore, having sustained injuries to his abdomen from Lucio's earlier attack, he was now at the end of his strength and could not hold him back. By the time he caught up, Lucio had already seized Yishur by the hind leg, violently tossing him. causing him to crash back down onto Li. A resounding thud echoed through the air, dust rising as both Yi Shi and Li, two great lions, lay on the ground, gasping for breath and coughing up blood. Chapter 36. Lucio's thoughts. You cannot kill me. I am the young chieftain of the lion tribe. If I perish, the entire lion tribe will not spare you. Yi Shi struggled to retreat. Terror etched across his face. He knew he was unlikely to survive, yet he wished to make one final stand. Liu Xiu had no intention of engaging in further dialogue. He swung his tail forcefully overhead, moving with incredible speed and exerting all his strength. With several loud thuds, the 5 assailants were swiftly dispatched, their bodies reverting to human form upon death. Once he confirmed that they were all lifeless, Liu Xiu returned to his human shape, instinctively rummaging through their belongings. Apart from a bit of salt, there was nothing of interest to him. Having completed his search, Liu Xiu did not utter those words merely to placate Bai Youyou. He was genuinely fearful. From the moment he first laid eyes on her, he had already made up his mind about her. However, his identity instilled in him a sense of inferiority, melancholy, and dread that he feared that Bai Youyou might, like the females of other tribes, fall prey to the savage beasts and, in her terror, seek to end her own life, or she might go to great lengths to escape him, especially after her previous attempt at fleeing. Though he feigned ignorance, he was acutely aware that her departure was not a mere misplacement but a conscious choice to elude him. He was tormented, unable to comprehend why this was happening. He had done everything within his power to treat her well, yet she remained reluctant to be with him. That it was evident when she gifted him a token of their bond as he set out. No one could fathom the joy he felt at that moment, nor could they understand the profound sorrow that enveloped him upon returning to the empty cave. He tried to reassure himself that she had merely gotten lost. But upon discovering a riverbank and the remnants of golden fruits on the ground, and when he could no longer detect her scent, he realized he could no longer deceive himself. Bai Youyou simply did not wish to share her life with a wandering beast man. If it hadn't been for the discovery of the chestnut shell, he feared he might have lost her entirely. Initially, he contemplated seizing her upon finding her, confining her so that she could harbor no other thoughts. Yet, upon seeing her again, those thoughts vanished. He found himself unable to act, nor could he let go. Leaving him to feign ignorance, he pretended not to recognize her desire to leave, hoping to alleviate her fears, lower her defenses, and allow her to remain by his side. However, he was unwilling to continue in this manner. He intended to bind them together forever, ensuring that Bai Youyou would no longer entertain thoughts of departure. Aside from confinement, he could only think of forming a bond. In this world, all believed in the beast gods, and he was certain Bai Youyou did as well. That a promise made to the beast gods was not easily forsaken. Fortunately, Bai Youyou did not reject him, and since then, she had shown no inclination to leave, her demeanor towards him growing increasingly affectionate. Chapter 37. Revealing secrets to Liu Xiu. Bai Youyou did not anticipate hearing such words. She lifted her gaze, somewhat dazed, at the tall man enveloping her in his embrace. She was taken aback by Liu Xiu's profound insecurity. As she listened to his declarations, she felt no embarrassment. Instead, a pang of bittersweetness coursed through her, akin to heartache, leaving her unsettled. Leaning into Liu Xiu's embrace, she pondered for a moment before finally speaking. Liu Xiu, do not overthink it. I have already decided to follow you from now on. Did we not promise the beast god to remain together forever? Liu Xiu had been waiting for this affirmation, and now that he had finally received Bai Youyou's verbal commitment, he felt an overwhelming sense of reassurance and fulfillment. In the next instant, he swept her up into his arms. And as Bai Youyou let out a startled cry, she barely registered what was happening before he pressed her against a tree, sealing her lips with a fervent kiss. Bai Youyou had not been unfamiliar with Liu Xiu's kisses before, yet today felt distinctly unique. Her heart raced, and she found it hard to breathe. Weakly pushing against him, she initially thought it would be in vain, yet to her surprise, Liu Xiu released her. His eyes sparkled with satisfaction as he leaned down to plant another kiss on her flushed cheeks. Chuckling, we have matters to attend to. We cannot linger here. We shall save our kisses for another time. Bai Youyou found Liu Xiu's words rather shameless, as if insinuating that she were the one yearning for more, when in fact, it was he who had pressed her to him. Unbeknownst to Liu Xiu, she rolled her eyes at his teasing and shifted his attention to the corpses on the ground, deeming them to have inadvertently done a good deed. Were it not for them, he and his little female would not have made such significant progress. Nonetheless, their bodies could not remain. Lucio first retrieved the roasted Dote beast, tearing off a piece of leg meat to hand to Bai Youyou. "Youyou, have a bite. This meat is truly delectable. Once I dispose of these bodies, we shall leave." Bai Youyou glanced at the leg meat in her hand, then at Lucio, her eyes gleaming with determination. "Lucio, there is something I have not yet revealed to you." Just as Lucio was about to pack away the remaining Dote beast meat for later, he heard her words. Curiosity piqued. He looked at her, eager to inquire what it was, only to see the beast leg she had been holding suddenly vanish. He blinked in disbelief, and once he was certain he had not imagined it, his gaze turned to Bai Youyou, astonished and bewildered, struggling to comprehend what he had just witnessed. "Youyou, do you possess divine power?" Observing Lucio's expression, Bai Youyou noted his surprise and confusion, relieved to see no fear or avarice in his eyes, recognizing she had indeed taken a gamble. After contemplating, she tugged at Lucio's arm and explained, "It is not divine power. Upon my arrival, I sensed I possessed a spatial pocket to store items and retrieve them at will." As she spoke, she produced the large piece of thigh meat once more. Continuing, "This space has preservation capabilities. Whatever is placed inside remains unchanged upon retrieval. However, it is rather small, accommodating no more than 2 Dote beasts." Lucio listened, initially struggling to process this information, but as he regained his composure, his eyes shone brighter with excitement. He swallowed hard, his lips trembling, and said, "Youyou, you must be blessed by the beast god, endowed with a unique ability. You are a being more extraordinary than even the shaman." Bai Youyou's lips twitched at this proclamation. She couldn't help but admire Lucio's imaginative reasoning. She was fully aware of the true nature of her abilities. This spatial pocket was a gift from the system. With no connection to any beast god, though she had traversed through such a fantastical experience, she remained skeptical of the beast god's existence, much like her previous disbelief in deities. However, she could not voice this skepticism, for the beast god was a revered figure in this world among the beast men. After some reflection, she realized she had no better explanation to offer, and since mentioning the system would leave Lucio bewildered, she sheepishly nodded in agreement. "Perhaps, I have never encountered the beast god, so I cannot be certain." Once she said this, she wished to shift the topic, retrieving several golden fruits from her spatial pocket to hand to Lucio. "Let us mask the scent here. Once we have dealt with everything, we shall depart." Though Lucio had witnessed Bai Youyou's ability to summon objects from thin air, he remained astonished as he accepted the golden fruits. He curiously touched her palm, seemingly eager to uncover the secret of her spatial pocket. Bai Youyou chuckled, playfully swatting his hand away. "Stop dawdling and get to work." Lucio, upon hearing her words, chuckled sheepishly, completely shedding his earlier air of decisiveness. He handed her the remaining Dote beast meat, and after watching her store it away, he turned and eagerly set to work. Bai Youyou, aware that she was no saint, could not bring herself to repay malice with kindness. The thought of touching a corpse filled her with trepidation. It was her first encounter with murder, and she felt a chill run down her spine, so she dared not approach, opting instead to observe Lucio from a distance. Lucio bound the corpses together before crushing the golden fruits to conceal the scent, particularly attending to the remains with utmost care. Once he ensured that no traces of the struggle remained and that no scent lingered, he effortlessly lifted the corpses, casting a glance at Bai Youyou, knowing she likely wished to avoid close contact with them. Although the location where he intended to dispose of the bodies was not far, he was reluctant to leave her out of his sight, even for a moment. After a moment's thought, he said, "Youyou, I noticed a large river nearby when we arrived. I plan to dispose of them there. Will you accompany me?" Bai Youyou did not ponder for long. She simply nodded in agreement. With her consent, Lucio transformed into his beast form, placing Bai Youyou upon his back before swiftly binding several corpses to his serpentine tail and departing the scene. Before long, a great river appeared in Bai Youyou's line of sight, its currents rushing fiercely, a perfect place to dispose of evidence. Chapter 38. Encounter with Ginger. However, Bai Youyou was not in the mood to admire the flowing water. Her gaze was entirely captivated by another object not far from the riverbank. Once Lucio set her down, she did not even have time to greet him before dashing towards that intriguing sight. Lucio was momentarily taken aback by her sudden movement. Without further contemplation, he transformed back into his human form and forcefully hurled the corpses into the heart of the tumultuous river, then turned to follow Bai Youyou without a backward glance. Upon reaching her destination, Bai Youyou's eyes sparkled with excitement as she gazed at the plant before her, her heart racing with anticipation. What could be more effortless than this? If she was not mistaken, this was the spice she had longed for. Ginger. The leaves of the ginger plant were a vibrant green, exuding a subtle fragrance, while tiny hairs adorned its stem, which also bore delicate white stripes. Every so often, a new leaf sprouted, reminiscent of bamboo leaves. The plant before Bai Youyou matched this description perfectly, though she was increasingly convinced that these were indeed ginger leaves. A twinge of anxiety lingered within her, fearing that this was merely a similar-looking plant from another world, leaving her to feel disheartened. Suppressing her nerves, she pulled at one with determination, and as the root was unearthed, a smile immediately graced her face. Just as she brought it closer to her nose for a sniff, Lucio approached. His gaze fell upon the item in Bai Youyou's hand, and his eyelids flickered. "Youyou, what are you doing? You can't eat that filthy thing," he exclaimed. Bai Youyou was momentarily taken aback by his words, but soon laughed, her mood brightening as she explained, "I'm not going to eat it right now. I just wanted to smell it. This is a precious item. Come help me gather more." Lucio, though puzzled by her enthusiasm for such an unappealing object, remembered past experiences and recognized Bai Youyou's knowledge. Therefore, he refrained from questioning further and immediately set to work. As he busied himself, he inquired, "Youyou, what is this thing good for?" At his question, Bai Youyou grinned and replied, "This is indeed a wonderful item. It's called ginger, an essential spice for cooking that can eliminate fishy odors and enhance flavors. Most importantly, during winter, it can be used to brew ginger tea to ward off the cold and prevent colds and fevers." Finding ginger brought immense joy to Bai Youyou in a world devoid of medicinal remedies. This spice not only satisfied her culinary cravings, but also provided her with additional security. Lucio, though somewhat perplexed by her enthusiasm, felt happiness radiating from Bai Youyou and found himself sharing in her joy. Other concerns seemed less significant in light of her delight. He was merely curious about how she possessed such knowledge and what kind of tribe could raise such a remarkable young female. Casting a glance at Bai Youyou, who was enthusiastically pulling at the ginger, Lucio felt reassured that she was willing to confide in him such significant secrets, indicating a genuine trust in him. He ventured to ask another question. "Youyou, what was your tribe like? Did everyone there know so much?" With a slight pursing of his lips, he finally broached the question he dreaded the most. Do you miss your family?" Upon hearing this, Bai Youyou's movements faltered for a moment, a flicker of sadness crossing her eyes, but it vanished almost instantly. She looked up at Lucio, offering a light, carefree smile, as if dismissing the concern. "Lucio, in this world, you are my only family. Whether in this world or her original one, apart from Lucio, no one else cared for her, needed her, or worried about her." At this moment, he was all she had. Lucio, taken aback by her words, glanced up at Bai Youyou, who was earnestly gazing at him without a hint of evasion or retreat. Are we family? The only family?" Lucio still harbored doubts, fearing he might have misheard her. Although they had undergone a bonding ceremony, his heart remained uneasy. He constantly worried that Bai Youyou might one day forsake the promise she had made to the beast god. For none of this had been her choice. It had been he who had taken advantage of her vulnerability and coaxed her into it. Yet now, Bai Youyou claimed he was her only family. Family, what a beautiful term, what an enchanting identity, one he had never possessed. Lucio felt a dryness in his eyes, an unprecedented fluttering sensation spreading from his heart, overwhelming him. Bai Youyou, noticing this expression, found him both pitiable and endearing. Stirring a pang of affection within her, she lifted her small, dirty hand and gently patted Lucio's cheek, teasing, "What kind of expression is that? Haven't we already become partners? What? Are you trying to deny it? If you don't acknowledge it, then I..." Before Bai Youyou could finish her sentence, Lucio seized her lips in a fervent kiss, his strong hands encircling her waist, making any attempt to retreat impossible. The kiss was passionate and intense, as if he wished to consume her entirely. Bai Youyou found herself momentarily overwhelmed, her heart racing uncontrollably, as if it might leap from her chest. The scent of male pheromones enveloped her, leaving her feeling dizzy. It was only when a rough, assertive hand wandered to an inappropriate place that she snapped back to reality. She quickly grabbed his intrusive hand, fear flickering in her eyes. Although she had accepted Lucio as her future partner, she was not yet mentally prepared for that aspect of their relationship. Instinctively, She felt a twinge of fear. Liu Xiu sensed her resistance, his body stiffening for a brief moment before he withdrew his misbehaving hand. He had momentarily lost himself in passion, forgetting that his little female had yet to reach adulthood, internally chastising himself for being so easily stirred. He forced a conciliatory smile. Kissing Bai Youyou's slightly swollen lips, he hurriedly explained, "You, please do without further concern for Lucio." She lowered her head and took a hearty bite out of the beast's leg. As the tender meat entered her mouth, Bai Youyou blissfully closed her eyes, utterly surprised by its exquisite flavor. No wonder those individuals had fought to seize it, and no wonder Lucio had repeatedly wished to keep her by his side. In her previous world, she had indulged in countless delicacies, yet she had never tasted such beast meat. Its texture was delicate and smooth, devoid of the tough and dry qualities typical of roasted meat. Even without the addition of seasonings, it bore no trace of fishy or gamey flavors. Before long, Bai Youyou had completely devoured one leg and was feeling quite full. When she finally looked up at Lucio, she noticed he still had 3 beast legs remaining. Seeing her gaze, Lucio quickly remarked, "Isn't it delicious? I can't manage so much, so these 3 legs won't take up much space in your storage. When you feel hungry, you can take them out to eat." Bai Youyou refrained from expressing any further refusals, accepting the beast legs and placing them back into her storage, feeling a slight sting in her nose. The sensation of being cared for was truly delightful, captivating, and addictive. Bai Youyou stored all the ginger in her space and then approached Lucio, nestling herself into his broad embrace. "That I'm too full to walk. I want to be carried." Lucio had never witnessed such a clingy and adorable side of Bai Youyou that moment. He thought that if she had requested him to shoot down the glaring sun, he would have readily transformed into the archer Ho Yi. Of course, that was merely a metaphor, considering Lucio was completely oblivious to who Ho Yi was. Without a moment's hesitation, Lucio cheerfully lifted her and settled her onto his arms, then swiftly made his way towards the direction of the rhinoceros python. The 2 young lovers, just beginning to awaken their feelings for each other, were blissfully enjoying their sweet days, unaware that a tribe was in disarray due to the disappearance of their young clan leader. "Find him for me. I refuse to believe that a few living people can simply vanish." A middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 60s, as previously mentioned, orcs can live over 100 years. So 60 is still considered middle-aged, was vehemently berating the several orcs standing before him. His face was contorted with rage, clearly agitated. The chastised male orcs bore looks of discontent, but remained silent. Feeling thoroughly unfortunate in their hearts, they cursed clan leader Yi Xiong for failing to keep an eye on his son, taking out his frustrations on them. They hadn't deliberately neglected the search for his son. The orcs in the tribe had thoroughly scoured the vicinity without finding a trace. They even suspected that Yi Shi and Li Yi had gone to capture the rhinoceros python to show off their bravery. The shaman of the Shiyan tribe had spread the word that a single rhinoceros python could be exchanged for 5 pounds of salt before winter arrived, though this offer was undeniably tempting. Few dared to take the risk. The place was a perilous venture, and if Yi Shi and the others had the audacity to go after the rhinoceros python with just a handful of people, they would be asking for trouble. Yi Xiong also considered this possibility. After unleashing his fury, his expression remained grim. He cursed Yi Shi internally for being a fool. If it weren't for having only this one son, he would have seriously contemplated kicking that useless fool to death. However, orc reproduction relied heavily on luck. With a compatible female, one might bear 2 children in 3 years. With an incompatible one, it could take 3 years to conceive even a single child. He had one partner and had even procured several females, further leveraging his position as clan leader to acquire a very fertile female as a second partner. Yet, to this day, apart from the child born from his first partner, Yi Shi, he had not produced any other offspring, leading to some indulgence. Unbeknownst to him, this indulgence had rendered Yi Shi incapable, and by the time he realized it, the situation had become dire. He began to contemplate raising a grandson. But that scoundrel had yet to leave him a single descendant, and now he had vanished without a trace, leaving him frantic. Yi Xiong wished to disregard Yi Shi, but having failed to produce any more descendants over the years, he feared the future would hold the same outcome, that if he could not find a successor, the clan leader position would likely fall into the hands of outsiders, which was intolerable to him. After a moment's thought, he gritted his teeth and declared, "Prepare yourselves. We will head to Python Mountain immediately." Python Mountain was the location where the rhinoceros python resided. The orcs who had been chastised for a while changed their expressions upon hearing this. Clearly reluctant to go, the orc standing at the forefront seemed unable to restrain himself any longer. With a cold snort, he stated, "Clan leader, while you may hold the position of clan leader, you cannot prioritize your personal desires over the lives of the tribe's warriors." Yi Xiong's eyes turned icy, a hint of murderous intent flickering within. He turned to the speaker, his voice cold as he asked, "Buji, what do you mean by that?" "What do I mean?" Buji scoffed, unperturbed by Yi Xiong's demeanor. He was the tribe's foremost warrior and the leading candidate for the next clan leader. In the eyes of the tribe, the so-called young clan leader was a mere joke, yet they had to endure him due to Yi Shi's presence. Although they had swallowed their grievances, they had long since developed resentment towards Yu Xiong. Now, Yu Xiong wanted them to venture into Python Mountain in search of Yi Shi, who was of little use and only stirred up trouble. This was tantamount to disregarding the lives of the tribe's warriors. How could he continue to tolerate this? Were it not for Yi Xiong's solid foundation, he would have already revolted. Buji glanced at the others beside him, noting their faces filled with indignation, which gave him confidence. "Since the clan leader has asked, I shall speak plainly. The reason the tribe selected you as clan leader was trust. We believed you could lead us to a better life. Yet your actions now have left us somewhat disillusioned. Winter is fast approaching, and our tribe's food supplies are not yet sufficient. Yet you seem entirely unconcerned, only eager to find your idol son, and even willing to risk our warriors' lives in Python Mountain. This deeply disappoints us." Yi Xiong had long been aware that some of the younger orcs were beginning to harbor discontent towards him, and he understood the primary reason behind it. However, people are inherently selfish. He only had one son, and naturally, he would show some favoritism. His expression turned ominous as he coldly regarded Buji, sneering, "Did I say I wanted you to find Yi Shi? Our tribe currently lacks sufficient salt, and a single rhinoceros python can be exchanged for 2 jars of salt. This is an opportunity that has never arisen before." He glared at Buji with a brooding expression, sternly adding, "Buji, you are the new generation's foremost warrior in our lion tribe. Are you unwilling to alleviate the tribe's burdens?" The heavy accusation left Buji momentarily bewildered. He had not anticipated Yi Xiong's audacity to present such a grandiloquent rationale merely for his own selfish desires. Yet he could not refute it. In the tribe, when the clan leader issued a task beneficial to the tribe, the warriors were obliged to comply. Refusal could lead to expulsion, a hard and fast rule across all tribes. To resist would require toppling the clan leader, but given his current standing, that was impossible. Buji exchanged glances with a few younger orcs beside him, ultimately gritting his teeth and lowering his head. "Clan leader, you worry too much. I merely misspoke. As warriors of the tribe, we will certainly do our utmost for anything that benefits the tribe." Upon hearing this, Yi Xiong's expression did not improve much, and he coldly snorted, "You better mean that." He then addressed a middle-aged orc beside him, "Ollie, you will lead the team to join them. I trust you know what to be cautious of." Ollie's eyes flickered, and he nodded, "Rest assured, clan leader, I understand." He then turned to Buji and the others, instructing, "Go back and prepare. We will gather at the tribe's exit shortly." Buji's face was grim, but at that moment, he had not yet matured, and the previous generation of warriors was still in their prime that he could neither confront them nor oppose them. Ultimately, he could only grit his teeth, nod, and leave with his companions. "Buji, this clan leader clearly does not regard the lives of our brothers as anything of importance. We should just defect from the tribe." One of the orcs spoke out as they walked a short distance. Buji frowned at the words, his gaze hardening. "That we are all born of the tribe's shared wives and raised by the tribe. Unless the tribe forsakes us, we must not become ungrateful wretches, even if it means dying for the tribe. However, the current clan leader..." "Enough?" Buji interrupted the speaker, saying, "Though the current clan leader may be somewhat foolish, he has not committed any egregious acts. Do not bring this up again." With that, he turned and left without looking back, leaving behind a few young orcs with faces full of discontent. Meanwhile, as soon as Buji and the others departed, Yi Xiong turned to Ollie, saying, "These young ones have become too bold and wild. If this continues, it will surely lead to disaster. What does the clan leader mean?" Yi Xiong's eyes glinted with a hint of murderous intent as he coldly stated, "If they can locate Yi Shi, I shall grant them a chance at life. Should they fail, they need not return." Yi Xiong was unwilling to allow such rising talents to remain, especially in a situation where he had no heirs to establish. Upon hearing this, Ali's eyes flickered with a moment of shock. Though he quickly veiled it, he had not anticipated that the current clan leader would be so ruthless. After all, those children were among the most outstanding descendants of the clan. If they were all eliminated, it would deal a significant blow to the tribe. Did the clan leader truly care nothing for the future of the tribe? Noticing Ali's prolonged silence, Yixiong furrowed his brow and spoke coldly. Ali, you have grown up alongside me. You wouldn't contemplate betraying me, would you? At this, Ali stiffened, lowering his head with a glimmer of disappointment in his eyes. Finally, he bowed his head and said, "Rest assured, clan leader, Ali knows what to do." With that, he wished to leave the place, performing a warrior's salute before turning away. Meanwhile, Bai Youyou and Lucio had arrived at Mang Mountain. Lucio pointed towards a small crevice obscured by a large rock and said to Bai Youyou, "Youyou, this is the cave I mentioned. Although it's a bit small, it is quite concealed. There are no insects or anything inside, so it is very safe." Without needing Lucio to elaborate, Bai Youyou recognized they had reached their destination. Upon arrival, a strong scent of sulfur assailed her nostrils. She tapped Lucio's arm, signaling him to set her down, and then said, "Lucio, quickly move the rock aside. I want to see inside." Naturally, Lucio would not refuse. The cave entrance appeared diminutive, yet the interior was surprisingly spacious. However, this was not what captured Bai Youyou's attention. Upon entering the cave, the pungent sulfur scent hit her like a wave. She did not need to search long. Before her lay a shimmering expanse of solid yellow sulfur. Bai Youyou's eyes sparkled as she retrieved a beast skin pouch she had secretly brought along and said to Lucio, "Lucio, hurry and gather some to store." Lucio clearly harbored a disdain for the sulfur. Ever since entering the cave, he had appeared somewhat wan, looking lethargic. Now, to his dismay, Bai Youyou sought to have him excavate this substance, which she seemed intent on taking with her. Given that Bai Youyou usually displayed such expressions when she found food, Lucio assumed she intended to eat it. He pursed his lips, his gaze towards her filled with a pleading expression, and cautiously said, "Youyou, can't we refrain from eating this stuff?" Bai Youyou initially failed to comprehend his words, but upon realization, she burst into laughter. Seeing Lucio's pitiful expression only made her laugh harder. How could she have forgotten that Lucio was a serpent-like beast man? While he wouldn't fear sulfur, he likely had an instinctual aversion to it. Yet, how could he think she would want to consume it? Suppressing her laughter, she reassured him, "Fear not, this is not for eating. I have other uses for it." Upon hearing this, Lucio exhaled with relief, grateful that it would not be ingested. He promptly took the beast skin pouch from Bai Youyou's hands and began to break off the easily detachable chunks of solid sulfur. Before long, Bai Youyou declared it sufficient. This substance was meant for pest control, and she wouldn't need much. If her space were larger, she might have stored more, but as it stood, her storage was insufficient. And Lucio still had dangerous tasks ahead. She could not have him carry this burden indefinitely. Lucio complied with Bai Youyou's wishes, and once she had stored the sulfur, he said, "You, wait here for a moment. If you feel hungry, eat some of Dote beast's meat. I shall return swiftly." Bai Youyou's eyes flickered with concern at his words, yet she understood that remaining here was the wisest choice. Otherwise, she would only be a burden. Nodding, she replied, "Be careful, and do not forget that I am here waiting for you." Lucio had never heard such words before and felt warmth in his heart. He bent down and kissed Bai Youyou's cheek. Smiling, "Rest assured, I will return before nightfall." With that, he embraced Bai Youyou and then exited the cave under her watchful gaze. As he blocked the cave entrance with stones, Lucio hesitated for a moment before ultimately leaving a small opening through which Bai Youyou could escape. Using a stone that she could also push aside, it was apparent he feared that in the event of an unforeseen circumstance, Bai Youyou might be trapped inside. He was leaving her a means of retreat. Chapter 41. A fortuitous encounter with the Lion clan. After Lucio departed, Bai Youyou gazed at the escape route he had left her, her heart filled with an indescribable mix of emotions. Lucio, who appeared carefree and rugged on the surface, had demonstrated meticulous care in his approach toward her. Bai Youyou felt that even if Lucio did not understand love, familial affection was equally significant. At the very least, she sensed a profound feeling of being cherished wholeheartedly in his presence. At this moment, Lucio was solely focused on finding the rhinoceros python quickly, hoping to alleviate Bai Youyou's worries about waiting too long. As he ventured deeper, his steps faltered. He discovered traces indicating that other beastmen had passed through, and he sensed the presence of more beastmen nearby. This was not unusual, as beastmen often embarked on adventures. However, the number of different tribes since was markedly greater than before, suggesting a gathering of various clans. Lucio could not help but speculate whether a large tribe was in search of the rhinoceros python, spreading the word in exchange for something valuable, thereby attracting numerous beastmen from other tribes. If that were the case, the exchanged items must be quite enticing. However, Lucio's excitement was tempered. The more individuals present, the greater the chance of Bai Youyou being discovered. Even though the area offered significant limitations to a beastman's sense of smell, should they encounter members of the hyena clan, it was possible they would detect Bai Youyou. Growing increasingly anxious, Lucio turned to return to Bai Youyou's side. Yet just then, a colossal rhinoceros python suddenly came into view. Lucio narrowed his eyes, recalling the dwindling supply of salt, and suppressed the urge to retreat. Focusing instead on a swift resolution, in the next moment, Lucio transformed into his beast form and charged toward the rhinoceros python. By the time Lucio emerged from the cave, carrying the massive python, a considerable amount of time had passed. Upon throwing the python to the ground, he approached the cave entrance to move the stone aside, only to sense an approaching presence. His gaze turned icy as he turned to see 7 or 8 robust young beastmen, accompanied by a middle-aged beastman, making their way toward him. The group noticed Lucio, and as their eyes fell upon the corpse of the rhinoceros python at his feet, several young men exhibited glimmers of greed in their gazes. A dark-skinned beastman with a scar at the corner of his eye exchanged a knowing glance with a companion, clearly contemplating something, but a young beastman frowned and remarked, "That is a wandering beastman. Anyone capable of slaying a rhinoceros python is no ordinary foe. Let us not stir trouble." Upon hearing this, the scarred beastman bristled. With so many of them, were they truly to fear a wandering beastman? Just as he was about to voice his thoughts, the middle-aged beastman interjected, "Buji is correct. Heizi, you ought to learn from Buji. Think carefully before taking action. Although we are numerous, we cannot guarantee our safe return. If this wandering beastman fights back, it could lead to a mutual demise for you several, which would not be prudent." Heizi, upon hearing this, pouted but refrained from saying anything further. The group was indeed comprised of individuals from the lion clan. Buji studied Lucio for a moment, then called out, "That fellow over there, are you willing to trade the rhinoceros python?" Lucio narrowed his eyes at Buji's words, but maintained his vigilance that he quickly discerned that these individuals belonged to the same clan as Yishur. Prompting suspicion about their true intentions, he lifted one foot to rest upon the python's corpse, adopting a nonchalant demeanor as he inquired, "What do you wish to trade for it?" Buji pondered for a moment before responding. "We, of the lion clan, are willing to offer 3 sawtooth tigers in exchange for your rhinoceros python. What say you?" Upon hearing this, Lucio's gaze flickered momentarily, a thoughtful glint entering his eyes as he regarded Buji. According to previous trade rates, 1 sawtooth tiger could be exchanged for nearly half a jar of salt, whereas a rhinoceros python would typically fetch just over half a jar. Yet here was Buji proposing 3 in exchange. Lucio was not one to only rely on brawn. He needed only to contemplate the peculiar circumstances surrounding Mang Mountain and Buji's unusually generous offer to surmise that there must be someone outside willing to pay a premium for rhinoceros pythons. A smirk graced his lips as he replied, "Do you take me for a fool? The value of a rhinoceros python has risen significantly." Buji, interpreting Lucio's words as an indication that he was aware of the situation outside, remained undeterred. "Do not take offense. I am not trying to shortchange you as a wandering beastman. You cannot require much salt. Hunting is merely to stockpile provisions for the winter, is it not? When you wander outside to barter, you are often offered half the worth. I am merely showing goodwill." Upon hearing these words, Lucio remained unfazed, for Buji spoke the truth. However, he was not alone at present. He was in dire need of salt. He shook his head resolutely and declared, "No trade." As soon as Lucio's words fell, before Buji could respond, a beastman named Heizi could no longer contain his anger that he exclaimed, "How dare you, a wandering beastman, be so ungrateful? It is an act of mercy that our lion tribe has not seized you by force, and yet you remain so clueless. If you provoke us, do you believe we won't take what we want by force?" Hearing this, Lucio's expression darkened, and he coldly regarded the members of the lion tribe, showing no signs of retreat. He replied icily, "You may certainly try." Heizi, incensed, moved to advance, but was abruptly halted by Buji. who firmly grasped his arm. "Heisey, control yourself," he admonished, then turned back to Lucio, offering an apologetic smile. "Please do not misunderstand. My brother is somewhat impulsive. Since you are unwilling to trade, we shall take our leave." With that, he grasped the still disgruntled Heisey with one hand and signaled the others to follow him as they departed. Ollie observed that these individuals did not regard him as their leader and felt no irritation. He understood that, due to Yi Xiong's influence, they had lost the respect they once held for him. Sighing inwardly, he pondered for a moment before addressing Lucio. "Young brother, have you encountered any of our kin in these mountains?" Upon hearing this, Lucio's eyes dimmed. Although he was uncertain why these individuals had come seeking someone here, he understood that revealing even the slightest hint would lead to his troubles he abhorred. With a neutral expression, he cast a glance at Ollie and replied blandly, "I just arrived. I have not seen anyone else." Ollie scrutinized Lucio's reaction but discerned nothing amiss, so he nodded and turned to follow Buji and the others. Meanwhile, Heisey continued to grumble to Buji, "Buji, that wandering beast man is all alone. What is there to fear? If we seize his rhinoceros python, we need not venture deeper into the mountains." Buji, noticing Heisey's lingering resentment, scanned the others and saw they bore similar expressions of discontent. He sighed and said, "Do you not sense the bloodlust emanating from him? That is forged through years of brutal combat. The mere fact that he can hunt a rhinoceros python alone is something I ask you. Have you ever encountered anyone capable of such a feat? You think hunting the python is perilous. Why then do you presume you can handle a beast man who can slay it single-handedly?" The other members fell silent, their bravado deflated, each one closing their mouths and refraining from further comment. They failed to notice that Ollie had spoken little throughout their journey, appearing more as a conflicted bystander than a leader, while the observant Buji had already taken note but refrained from questioning, occasionally glancing at Ollie from the corner of his eye. Once they were certain the group had moved far away, Lucio turned and made his way towards the cave entrance. Just as he pushed the stone aside, he was greeted by the sight of Bai Youyou standing before him. Clearly having been waiting for some time, as the cave mouth opened, Bai Youyou leaped into Lucio's embrace. Chapter 42. The exchange for 5 pounds of salt. Bai Youyou had been peering through the small opening, anxiously observing the commotion outside. Upon learning that those individuals belonged to the lion tribe, her nerves were frayed, especially when she heard Ollie inquiring about their kin. Her heart raced to a point where she felt it might burst. Now that those people had finally departed, she exhaled in relief, though remnants of trepidation lingered. Clinging to Lucio, she sought solace, her voice trembling as she asked, "Lucio, were those people looking for that young clan leader?" The sensation of being embraced was delightful. Lucio tightened his hold on her and simply smiled at her words. "What are you afraid of?" "Youyou, I am here." Bai Youyou shot him a reproachful glance, playfully chiding, "Though you are formidable, you are not invulnerable. Those individuals clearly are not to be trifled with. If you confront them, it would be difficult to emerge unscathed. If you were injured, it would be you who suffers." Hearing her concern warmed Lucio's heart, sweetening his mood. Bai Youyou spoke truthfully. Those individuals exuded a formidable aura, particularly the beast man who had sought to trade for his rhinoceros python, radiating a fierce presence that could only be cultivated through relentless combat. Nonetheless, he would not show fear. He was confident he could bring them to their knees before him. Yet, he refrained from voicing this to Bai Youyou, fearing it would alarm her. Gently ruffling Bai Youyou's fluffy head, he reassured her, "Worry not. Everything is well, is it not? Come, we are fortunate. From what I gathered from those individuals, this rhinoceros python should fetch us a considerable amount of salt." Bai Youyou, having overheard their conversation, nodded in agreement. However, she first insisted that Lucio don his blindfold and smeared some dirt across her delicate face to avoid unnecessary complications. Lucio willingly complied, and upon donning the blindfold, he found amusement in the sight of Bai Youyou applying the dirt to her face, chuckling heartily. Yet, upon receiving a stern look from her, he quickly sobered, suppressing his laughter as he led her to the corpse of the rhinoceros python. Bai Youyou shot an exasperated glance at the still grinning Lucio before turning her attention to the massive python. She observed that it was roughly the same size as Lucio in his beast form, covered in dark green scales, each scale roughly the size of her palm. Gleaming with a cold sheen to her surprise, the python bore a single horn atop its head, lending it a rather comical appearance. Though Bai Youyou harbored a fear of snakes, She felt little trepidation towards the deceased creature as she examined the scales. Her eyes sparkled with curiosity, and she crouched down to touch them. The scales were cold yet remarkably sturdy, precisely the material she desired. Looking up at Lucio, her eyes brightened as she inquired, "Lucio, may I pluck a few scales from the snake? I want the toughest ones. What's stopping you?" Lucio responded, striding over to the python's vulnerable spot and forcefully extracting several scales, which he then handed to Bai Youyou. "What do you need these for?" he asked. Bai Youyou scraped her fingers along the edge of a scale, grinning as she replied, "Stone knives are utterly useless. If I polish these, they should slice through meat more effectively than the stone knives." Lucio, upon hearing this, took a scale and examined it closely, finding her reasoning sound. The primary reason the rhinoceros python was formidable was due to its exceedingly hard scales, which rendered it nearly impervious to attack. Particularly at its vulnerable spot, the scales were as hard as iron, utterly impenetrable. He handed the scales to Bai Youyou, praising, "Youyou, you truly are clever. Anything that comes into your hands can be put to far better use." Bai Youyou blushed at the compliment, feeling a surge of pride. She stored the scales into her spatial pouch and urged Lucio, "All right, enough flattery. Let us finish this and head home." Upon hearing the word home, a glimmer sparked in Lucio's eyes. He effortlessly lifted Bai Youyou into his arms, grasping the tail of the rhinoceros python with his other hand, and hurriedly made his way to the exchange site. Fortunately, Lucio's speed was sufficient, and they arrived at the exchange location just before dusk. As soon as Lucio and Bai Youyou appeared at the exchange site, they drew the attention of numerous beastmen. Not for any other reason, but because their pairing was rather unusual. It was rare for a beastman to bring their female companion, and for Lucio, a one-eyed, disabled beastman, to do so while dragging a gigantic rhinoceros python behind him was certainly peculiar. Bai Youyou curiously surveyed the so-called exchange site, discovering it was entirely unlike what she had envisioned. There were no proper stalls. Items meant for trade were simply tossed onto the ground, waiting for interested parties to approach. The slightly more organized setups consisted of a tree split in half, hastily polished, and placed on the ground, serving as makeshift stalls. Disappointed by this sight, Bai Youyou felt a wave of nervousness wash over her as she sensed many eyes scrutinizing them. She tugged at Lucio's arm, saying, "Lucio, why are those people staring at us?" Lucio, aware of their gaze, offered her a reassuring smile, saying, "There is no need to fear. The exchange site is maintained by various tribes each year. No one would dare to rob us." Upon hearing this, Bai Youyou relaxed somewhat. At that moment, two beastmen approached Lucio, and Bai Youyou one of the beastmen scrutinized Lucio for a moment before handing him a leather pouch. "We are from the Stone Salt tribe. Since you have brought the rhinoceros python, these 2 jars of salt are yours." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of understanding flashed in Lucio's eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, he accepted the salt and handed over the rhinoceros python to the members of the Shurien tribe, remaining silent throughout the entire exchange. The Shurien tribe's members took hold of the python and dragged it away, not fearing any complications since the python's scales were exceedingly tough. Bai Youyou watched in bewilderment as the transaction unfolded, her gaze turning to Lucio, filled with confusion. Lucio found her expression endearing and affectionately ruffled her hair. With a soft chuckle, he remarked, "It seems the Shurien tribe is purchasing rhinoceros pythons at a high price, which is why some venture to Python Mountain. After all, it is equivalent to 2 jars of salt." However, Bai Youyou still struggled to comprehend the significance, pondering how 2 jars of salt, seemingly weighing no more than 5 pounds, could warrant such a gamble with one's life. Little did she realize the rarity of salt in this world. A single household in a tribe might receive no more than half a pound during a harsh winter, and only in favorable years in years of calamity, the entire tribe might scarcely possess a few pounds of salt. And replenishing their salt intake would hinge upon the chieftain organizing the tribe to mix salt with water, allowing each member to sip a few drops. Chapter 43. A trade for chili. Lucio led Bai Youyou to a more secluded area, where she stored the salt in her space. He inquired, "Youyou, would you like to explore a bit? If you find something you fancy, I can hunt to trade for it." Naturally, Bai Youyou was eager to peruse. Yet she hesitated to send Lucio back to Python Mountain for fear of encountering the lion tribe again. After a moment's thought, she retrieved some carrots from her space. She said to Lucio, "These carrots are quite a novelty here. Perhaps they could be exchanged for something unique." Upon hearing this, Lucio did not press further, accepting the bag of carrots and leading Bai Youyou back to the trading area. As they walked, Bai Youyou observed that the items available for trade were rather monotonous. Most were comprised of animal pelts and whole beasts, with the occasional crafted item made of wood or stone. The wares were crude, failing to pique her interest. After a while, Bai Youyou's pace abruptly halted as her gaze fixated on a particular direction. Lucio followed her line of sight and beheld the same scene. Assuming she was unaware of its significance, he explained, that area is designated for selling females and slaves. Occasionally, tribes will wage war over interests, and the surviving orcs from the defeated tribe end up in such a predicament. Bai Youyou needed no explanation, for she had nearly become one of them herself. Watching the females bound together by a vine, treated as mere commodities for selection, a flicker of dread crossed her eyes. It was a narrow escape. She had been so close to sharing their fate. Though she felt sympathy for their plight, her limited abilities rendered her powerless to assist them. With a sigh, she gently shook off Lucio's hand and suggested, "Let us change direction and explore another area." Lucio readily acquiesced, guiding Bai Youyou away from that spot. After walking for a while, she unexpectedly spotted a stall selling floral ornaments. From a distance, the vibrant display stood in stark contrast to the other stalls. "Lucio, what is that?" Upon hearing her question, Lucio glanced up and replied with a smile, "Those are trinkets crafted by female orcs, traded for food. Do people actually trade for them?" Bai Youyou found it peculiar, as she could easily make various flower crowns from the wildflowers that were abundant. Indeed, some male orcs exchange such trinkets to please the females, Lucio explained. Understanding dawned on Bai Youyou, and she chuckled inwardly at the universal nature of male courtship across all eras and worlds. As they approached the stall, a middle-aged female greeted Bai Youyou with a warm smile, asking, "What would this little female like to trade for?" Bai Youyou felt a bit awkward being referred to as little female, and offered a shy smile as she began to examine the colorful items. After surveying the wares and finding nothing particularly remarkable, she was about to leave when her attention was captured by a string of red items. Her eyes brightened as she pointed to the red string and asked, "Could you bring that over for me to see?" The middle-aged female, noting her interest, promptly retrieved the item, exclaiming, "You have a good eye. Little female, this is something we just discovered. It's strikingly red and has never been seen before." Bai Youyou took the string in her hands, her eyes gleaming with excitement. She brought it to her nose and couldn't help but sneeze. The middle-aged female chuckled, remarking, "While it is indeed beautiful, it lacks the fragrance of fresh flowers and is rather pungent." Bai Youyou felt no regret. If she was not mistaken, this was the chili she had longed for. Without hesitation, she silently chanted for identification. Bowed Moon chili, non-toxic and edible. Note: excessive consumption may lead to internal heat and abdominal pain. Overjoyed by the identification result, Bai Youyou inquired with the middle-aged female, "How many of these do you have?" "A few strings," the middle-aged female replied, rummaging through a bag to reveal 4 or 5 strings and offered, "If you want them all, just trade 2 pounds of beast meat." Bai Youyou felt a bit awkward. 2 pounds of meat was indeed a small amount. However, she only possessed the roasted meat of a Dote beast and was reluctant to part with it. With an embarrassed smile towards the middle-aged female, she retrieved the bag of carrots from Lucio and said, "We have already traded all our meat, but I have something else edible that tastes delightful. I'm sure you've never tried it. It can be eaten raw or cooked. Please, have a taste." As she spoke, she broke off a piece of carrot tip and offered it to the middle-aged female. Curious, the middle-aged female took a small bite and, upon tasting the sweetness, her eyes lit up. She promptly devoured the entire piece, crunching loudly. "What do you think? Will you trade?" "Absolutely," the middle-aged female exclaimed as if fearing Bai Youyou might change her mind. "For 7 of these, I will give you all the red strings." Bai Youyou was amused that carrots could be considered a fruit for exchange, but she chose not to explain. She simply handed over 7 carrots in exchange for the strings. As they prepared to leave, the middle-aged female inquired about the source of the carrots. Bai Youyou, not wanting to divulge the truth, primarily because it was too close to her and Lucio's home, offered a vague excuse and cheerfully departed with the strings of chili in tow. Lucio, pleased to see Bai Youyou's happiness, felt a sense of joy himself, though curiosity lingered that he asked, "You, what is this wonderful item? You seem so delighted." "Of course, I'm thrilled," Bai Youyou replied, ensuring no one was around before stowing the chili away. "This is chili, a vegetable and an essential seasoning. Lucio accepted her explanation, intrigued by the flavor it might possess, but before he could inquire further, Bai Youyou added, "However, this is all I have. I can only let you taste a bit, as the rest must be saved for seeds." Though Lucio was left puzzled, he understood that it meant he could only sample a small portion. Chapter 44. Encounter with highway robbers. Bai Youyou and Lucio continued to meander through the market, exchanging the remaining carrots for various fruits and wild vegetables. Yet they found nothing else edible worth trading. As her supply of carrots dwindled, she realized that even if something appealing appeared, she had no items left for barter. And she certainly did not wish to send Lucio back to Python Mountain. Nevertheless, Bai Youyou felt satisfied with her acquisitions. 2 types of fruits, one a green variety resembling pear juice, referred to by the locals as green fruit, and another purple fruit, known as purple fruit. The remaining wild vegetables were collectively labeled as wild vegetables, lacking any specific categorization, and appeared to encompass 3 or 4 varieties, with 2 identification opportunities remaining for the day. She casually identified 2 types, considering that she might encounter them in the future. As for the others, she planned to wait until the following day to identify and record them. Bobo vegetable, non-toxic and edible. 1 leaf green, non-toxic and edible. Its roots can be used medicinally to reduce fever. Upon witnessing the appraisal results of Yi Qing, Bai Youyou's eyes sparkled with delight, astonished by her remarkable fortune in discovering a medicinal herb for fever relief amidst her foraging. Reflecting upon her previous demeanor, Bai Youyou resolved that should she encounter this herb, Yi Qing, again, she would instantly recognize it. She promptly selected all the Yi Qing, binding them securely, for they were indeed treasures of life-saving potential. Lucio observed Bai Youyou's collection with curiosity, but refrained from inquiring further. He simply asked, "Youyou, shall we continue our exploration?" "Not at all. Let us return," Bai Youyou replied, her enthusiasm for further wandering extinguished. Having seen nearly everything worth seeing and exchanged what she intended, noting her lack of reluctance, Lucio nodded and led Bai Youyou away from the exchange site. As they reached a secluded area, Lucio intended to shift into his beast form to escort Bai Youyou home when he sensed someone lurking with ill intentions. That a chill swept through his gaze as he swiftly pulled Bai Youyou into his embrace. His eyes coldly fixed on a distant point. Confused, Bai Youyou looked up to question Lucio, but was met with his unusually grave expression. At that moment, a sinister voice echoed from ahead. "Kid, your ears are quite sharp, aren't they?" With the voice's conclusion, a group of beast men emerged from the shadows. Bai Youyou raised her eyes and noted their peculiar features. Some possessed human bodies with beastly legs. Others had animal heads with human forms, and some displayed clawed extremities, grotesque and reminiscent of mythical creatures. Without needing Lucio's explanation, she deduced they were likely feral beast men, those with malicious intent, and potentially quite savage. Casting a glance at Lucio, Bai Youyou felt fortunate to have encountered him instead of these menacing figures. Had she crossed paths with them, she would have likely preferred to perish on the spot. Lucio, noticing Bai Youyou's unwavering gaze, mistakenly assumed she was frightened and gently patted her head. Yet, when he returned his attention to the adversaries, the warmth in his eyes vanished, replaced by a chilling demeanor as he spoke coldly. "If you wish to live, then be gone." One beast man, with the head of a tiger and the body of a man, immediately burst into laughter, deriding a one-eyed creature daring to make threats. He then shifted his gaze to Bai Youyou, whose face, though somewhat dirty, was of no concern to the famished beast men. With a lecherous gleam in his eyes, he leered, "You a crippled beast man, dare to bring a little female out alone. Are you not offering us companionship? If we refuse, how could we repay your kindness?" Turning to his companions, he laughed, "Brothers, do you not agree with my words?" The others joined in raucous laughter, replying, "The elder brother speaks true. You are indeed offering us companionship. Precisely, as winter approaches, we are in need of warmth for our beds. Ah, my manhood is already stirring with excitement. Kid, leave the little female, and you may depart with your life." Bai Youyou's face flushed with anger at their crude remarks. She turned her head, seeking refuge in Lucio's embrace. Unable to endure their lascivious gazes, the discomfort washed over her. Even invoking feelings of nausea, Lucio's expression darkened, an aura of lethal intent radiating from him as he coldly chuckled at the group. "You seek death. Allow me to grant your wish." With that, he transformed into his beast form, using his serpentine tail to guide Bai Youyou behind a large rock before charging directly at the group of feral beastmen. Unprepared for Lucio's unexpected ferocity, one of them exclaimed, "He is also an ominous beast man." Another, taken aback, cursed, "How shameless, to hide his identity and lure a little female. Why did I not think of this?" These ominous beastmen could not fathom that a female would willingly accompany an ominous beastman. Thus, they concluded that Lucio had deceived her. Lucio had no interest in engaging them in further dialogue. Launching a fierce assault with his serpent tail, the group of ominous beastmen quickly transformed into their beast forms, surrounding Lucio in an attack. Those who survived among the ominous beastmen possessed formidable combat prowess, as only the strongest could endure in a world fraught with peril. Initially, they managed to inflict some damage on Lucio, but as the battle progressed, their confidence waned. Lucio's endurance seemed boundless. While his opponents grew weary, their speed and agility diminished. He appeared invigorated with each clash. Realizing they had likely encountered their match, they hesitated, unwilling to relinquish the rare opportunity of a solitary female. The one referred to as the elder brother, fear flickering in his eyes, suggested, "Brothers, we are all ominous beastmen. Why must we slaughter one another? Join us, and we shall share the little female." Lucio found this proposal laughable. Angered by their audacity even as they faced imminent death, he had no intention of wasting words, attacking with increased ferocity, disregarding his minor injuries, focused solely on dispatching them swiftly to return Bai Youyou home. In no time, a wolf-like beastman fell victim to Lucio's assault, meeting his demise instantly. The remaining ominous beastmen were paralyzed with fear. The elder brother pleaded, "Brother, we admit our oversight. Spare us, and we shall depart." "Never to cross paths with you again. Spare you?" Lucio scoffed, disdain evident in his tone. "That I offered you a chance, yet you chose death. How could I not fulfill your request?" With that, he lost interest in prolonging the confrontation. Wishing to conclude swiftly to avoid attracting other beastmen, the remaining beastmen pleaded for mercy. Lucio showed no inclination to relent. It was only after they all lay lifeless upon the ground that he reverted to his human form. Turning towards the place where Bai Youyou had been hiding. Chapter 45. The cunning Lucio. Before Lucio could reach her, Bai Youyou, who had been observing the battle, rushed out. Upon reaching Lucio, she began inspecting his wounds. She had not anticipated the ferocity of the ominous beastmen who had inflicted such injuries upon him, especially since he had emerged unscathed in his previous encounter with the lion tribe. Her gaze swept over him, noting numerous scratches and even 2 bite marks adorning his body. Bai Youyou's heart ached, tears of compassion welling in her eyes. "Lucio, does it hurt?" Lucio had initially appeared indifferent, as though impervious to pain. Indeed, he felt little concern for these minor injuries. Beastmen possessed remarkable healing abilities, and as long as bones were unbroken, such wounds would heal swiftly. Yet, upon realizing Bai Youyou's distress, his expression shifted, and he feigned discomfort, frowning as he said, "It hurts quite a bit. Would you blow on it for me?" Bai Youyou had always viewed Lucio as a straightforward, uncalculating man. Thus, she never suspected him of employing guile. Upon hearing his request, her tears flowed more freely. In a hurry, she retrieved several piranha gallbladders from her storage, intending to treat his wounds. Realizing that Bai Youyou was becoming increasingly upset, Lucio panicked slightly. Swiftly halting her actions, he scooped her into his arms, hastily departing the area while reassuring her, "You, do not cry. I am not in pain at all. I was merely teasing you. We cannot linger here. We must leave." Bai Youyou could never believe that Lucio truly felt no pain. After all, who could genuinely be oblivious to the sensation of hurt? Perhaps it was merely that Lucio possessed a greater capacity for endurance. Nevertheless, she recognized that lingering in this place was not an option. She had to stifle her tears and refrain from weeping aloud, lest she disrupt Lucio's journey. Once Bai Youyou felt they had distanced themselves sufficiently, she was reluctant to continue and insisted that Lucio set her down, insisting that he tend to his wounds first. Although Lucio felt it unnecessary, the sensation of being cared for was undeniably delightful. So he acquiesced to Bai Youyou's wishes and halted. Bai Youyou pointed to a stone and urged Lucio to sit. Once he complied, she swiftly punctured the gallbladder of a piranha, carefully applying the medicinal substance to his injuries. The piranha's gallbladder had been preserved in her spatial storage, remaining remarkably fresh. and its potency had not diminished in the slightest. The moment the cool ointment made contact with his wound, Lucio experienced a soothing sensation that alleviated the prior sting. However, that was not the end of it. Bai Youyou recalled Lucio's request for her to blow on the treated area, and without a second thought, she pouted her lips and gently blew on the spot, hoping it would provide him some relief. Lucio was taken aback by Bai Youyou's unexpected action. While the pain had subsided, a new itchiness began to emerge in the area she had blown upon. He averted his gaze, attempting to suppress his thoughts, but in a moment of distraction, Bai Youyou inadvertently blew a soft breath against his shoulder. The light touch cascaded along his neck and ear, sending shivers down his spine, making him tremble uncontrollably. Bai Youyou, startled by his reaction, feared she had inadvertently caused him pain and exclaimed, "Did I hurt you? I'm so sorry. I'll be more careful." As she looked up, her gaze met Lucio's darkened eyes, and instinctively, she felt a twinge of danger, causing her to take a step back. Yet, before she could retreat any further, Lucio pulled her into his embrace. And in the next instant, a fervent kiss descended upon her. Bai Youyou was utterly bewildered by his sudden advance, and as she began to sense the shift in atmosphere, her mind became a whirlwind of confusion. She could not comprehend how Lucio, who had seemed perfectly fine moments ago, had suddenly succumbed to such fervor. Could it be that the medicine had some unforeseen side effects? But that couldn't be possible. If there were side effects, the system would have surely alerted her. Yet, this was hardly the time for such considerations, as it was evident that Lucio was becoming increasingly unrestrained, his hands wandering inappropriately. With her mouth sealed, Bai Youyou could only emit muffled sounds, her strength utterly insufficient against Lucio's. Moreover, due to his injuries, she was hesitant to move too freely, fearing she might inadvertently aggravate his wounds. However, if this continued, she worried that she might be lost to his desires. The thought of their first encounter being so primal filled her with embarrassment. She was a conservative girl who had not even held a man's hand in her 18 years. She could hardly withstand such provocative stimuli. Fortunately, at that moment, a bird flew overhead, rustling the branches and startling the already fraying Lucio back to his senses. He released Bai Youyou, whose lips were now slightly swollen from the kiss, and his expression bore a hint of disarray. Tentatively withdrawing his hand from beneath her clothing, he inadvertently caressed her soft skin. Clearly reluctant to part with the sensation, he swallowed hard, his voice low as he addressed Bai Youyou. You mustn't tease me. You are not yet in your heat, and we cannot proceed." Bai Youyou had intended to chastise Lucio for his lewd behavior, but before she could utter a word, he turned the tables on her, leaving her utterly flabbergasted. "Dai, when did I ever tease you? Don't turn this back on me." Lucio's eyes flickered with a hint of guilt upon hearing her protest. Yet the thought of admitting to his own loss of control threatened to burden him with the prospect of additional stones in their shared bed. He clenched his teeth and feigned innocence, casting a forlorn glance at Bai Youyou. As though she were a heartless temptress, Bai Youyou shivered under his gaze. Feeling an unpleasant chill, Bai Youyou chuckled softly as she shook her head, then began to prepare the ingredients. She had promised to let Lucio taste the flavor of chili peppers, and naturally, she would not go back on her word. However, as she had only a limited supply of chili peppers and needed to reserve some for planting, she dared not use too many. She merely took a few to enhance the flavor. The rest she hung outside the stone cave to dry, which, surprisingly, looked quite appealing. After admiring her handiwork for a moment, Bai Youyou shifted her focus back to the ingredients. Now that the kitchen was functional, she would no longer cook outside. Approaching the stove that Lucio had built for her, where there was a designated area for preparing ingredients, she retrieved 2 pieces of beast meat from the stone wall and took out the scales of a rhinoceros python from her storage. Over the past couple of days, whenever Lucio had free time, he had helped her sharpen the snake scales, so they were now incredibly sharp. Bai Youyou had tested them and found that while they could not compare to a kitchen knife, they were a significant improvement over stone blades. Just as she was slicing the meat, Lucio approached and took over the task from her, saying, "I'll handle this." Bai Youyou did not hesitate to yield the space to him, instead moving to wash the vegetables. She decided that unless she encountered familiar and cultivable plants, she would refer to all wild vegetables simply as greens. Given the small quantity of greens she had, she opted not to stir-fry them, as even if she cooked all of them, they would not suffice for Lucio alone. It was better to make a soup, allowing them to enjoy several meals, and besides, vegetable soup was quite delicious. By the time Bai Youyou finished washing the vegetables, Lucio had already cut the meat. The earthen stove was constructed based on the one from her grandfather's home, featuring 2 openings and a stone pot, enabling her to stir-fry while simultaneously boiling soup. Bai Youyou asked Lucio to help with the fire as she began cooking. The soup was particularly easy to prepare. She simply poured some water into the pot, added a few slices of ginger, covered it, and could set it aside for now. The most tedious part of cooking was preparing the ingredients, and now that they were ready, the rest would be straightforward. As the oil heated, Bai Youyou added the sliced ginger and chili peppers to the pan to saute for flavor. Lucio, having never encountered such a scent before, was immediately overwhelmed and began to cough. Before she could react, he had swiftly carried her out of the kitchen. Bai Youyou was momentarily dazed, and upon looking up, she saw Lucio's serious expression. Then she heard him exclaim, "This stuff is quite potent. Are you sure it's edible? It can't possibly be safe." Bai Youyou's mouth twitched in amusement and exasperation. She playfully slapped Lucio and glared back, saying, "Then don't eat it later. This is simply how it tastes. Don't pull me. If it burns, I'll hold you accountable." Without looking back, she dashed back into the kitchen. Lucio's expression shifted dramatically, a spectacle to behold. Finally, he gritted his teeth, pinched his nose, and quickly followed her, secretly resolving that no matter how dreadful it tasted, he would pretend it was delicious to avoid dampening her spirits. However, when he entered, Bai Youyou had already added the meat to the pan and was stir-frying it. With her movements, a robust aroma wafted through the air, making Lucio unable to resist swallowing hard. "Youyou, how did it suddenly change flavor? Just now, it was overwhelmingly pungent, but now, although it's still a bit strong, the taste is truly captivating." Bai Youyou raised an eyebrow at the dazed Lucio, tilting her chin slightly. With a teasing smile, she asked, "Isn't it fragrant and tempting?" "Yes, it's delightful." Lucio nodded earnestly, admitting he had never encountered such a bold fragrance before. Observing Lucio's reaction, Bai Youyou found the rugged man unexpectedly endearing. She smiled, pursed her lips, and said, "Then why aren't you tending to the fire?" "Oh, right. I'll do it right away," Lucio replied, moving quickly. Bai Youyou glanced at him before covering the pot. And at that moment, the soup on the other side had already come to a boil. She added the prepared vegetables, sprinkled in a bit of salt, and instructed Lucio not to add more firewood. With one of them stirring and the other tending to the fire, they looked like an ordinary newlywed couple. Chapter 47. Winter arrives overnight. The meal was prepared quickly. After Bai Youyou buried a few sweet potatoes in the fire, she instructed Lucio to wash his hands and get ready to eat. Influenced by Bai Youyou, Lucio had become accustomed to washing his hands before meals. Once Bai Youyou had served the dishes and soup, Lucio eagerly took a bite that as soon as he chewed a few times, he felt as if his tongue were on fire, leaving him momentarily numb. However, once that initial discomfort passed, the unique allure of the spiciness blossomed, leaving him feeling invigorated and thoroughly satisfied. Lucio's eyes lit up as he huffed to alleviate the burning sensation in his mouth. What on earth is this flavor? I've never tasted or even heard of anything like it before. It feels like my mouth is on fire, yet it's so enjoyable." Bai Youyou was amused by his comical expression and replied, "That's the flavor of spiciness. How does it feel?" "Isn't it particularly exhilarating." She took a taste herself and discovered that the chili was spicier than she had anticipated. Despite using only a little, the heat was quite pronounced. Lucio nodded, continuing to eat while exclaiming, "Yes, it's incredibly exhilarating. Eating this in winter will surely be even more delightful." Bai Youyou, hearing this, shook her head in regret, replying, "There are too few chili peppers left. I need to save the rest for seeds to plant next year so that we can have chili peppers to enjoy consistently." Lucio, somewhat puzzled, asked, "What do you mean by planting them?" In this world, the beastmen had no awareness of agriculture, relying entirely on hunting and foraging for wild vegetables, so Lucio had no concept of what planting meant. Bai Youyou was just about to discuss this with Lucio when she realized that the area surrounding the cave was mostly dense forest, making it impossible to cultivate. Therefore, if they were to farm, they could not continue living in this place. Yet, this was Lucio's home, and she was uncertain how he would feel about moving. She shared her thoughts and the concept of farming with Lucio, expressing her desire to build a house, as she no longer wished to live in such a dim and poorly ventilated cave. Having seen tree houses in more prosperous tribes before, Lucio understood the idea of building a house and was intrigued by Youyou's notion of farming. The thought that by planting a little, they could yield a great deal made him quite excited. As for Bai Youyou's concern about moving, it was the least of Lucio's worries. As a wandering beast man. What did he have to call home? Now, his only home was the little female beside him. As long as she stayed with him, he could go anywhere. After receiving Lucio's affirmative response, Bai Youyou felt a wave of happiness wash over her. And her heart lightened as she found Lucio increasingly agreeable. She served him a bowl of vegetable soup, smiling. Drink some vegetable soup to cool down after the chili. Lucio glanced at the few wild vegetable leaves in the bowl, not expecting much from the soup. However, after taking a sip, he was pleasantly surprised to find that there was no bitterness from the wild vegetables. Instead, it had a refreshing aroma and a unique flavor. Though it could not compare to the excitement of chili stir-fried meat, it possessed its own charm, and he finished the bowl in no time. Lucio felt very full and satisfied after the meal. Thinking it would end there for the day, much to his surprise, Bai Youyou handed him 2 large roasted sweet potatoes before bed, as if coaxing a child. Having tasted raw sweet potatoes on the road, he found them crisp and sweet, reminiscent of fruit. When Youyou mentioned that the sweet potatoes could be roasted, he had been skeptical, having never seen anyone roast fruit before. Yet, when he broke open the roasted sweet potato and inhaled its sweet aroma, his mouth instantly watered with desire. Taking a bite of the golden sweet potato flesh, he found it sweet, sticky, and soft, with a sugary flavor that tantalized his taste buds, making him yearn to swallow his tongue. How does it taste? Is it particularly sweet? Once we have our own land, we can have as many as we want. Lucio looked at the roasted sweet potato in his hand, then back at Bai Youyou, who was smiling at him and talking about our future. He felt a profound sense of fulfillment. His heart swelled with warmth, and a tender smile crept into his eyes as he said, "Yes, it's delicious. I'll definitely clear a lot of land for Youyou in the future. Whatever you want, we'll have plenty." Upon hearing this, Bai Youyou shot him a knowing glance, feeling quite pleased with him. Though she was blissfully unaware of how adorable her little gestures appeared to Lucio, time flew by swiftly, and soon Bai Youyou experienced her first snowfall in this world, clad in the fiery red fur coat she had made. She stood at the mouth of the cave, gazing at the vast expanse of white outside, feeling somewhat dazed. Just yesterday, it had been bright and sunny, although the mornings and evenings were a bit chilly. It hardly seemed like winter was approaching, let alone such a heavy snowfall. How could the world have transformed overnight? Lucio, wearing the coat Bai Youyou had crafted for him, felt warm and comfortable all over. He walked up to her and said, "Youyou, stop staring. I'll seal the cave entrance. It's only going to get colder outside." Bai Youyou observed Lucio's nonchalant demeanor and surmised that such was the norm in this world. Nodding slightly, she turned and ventured deeper inside. The cold outside was indeed biting. Despite her thick clothing, her face felt as though it were on the brink of freezing with the onset of winter. The two had become rather idle, their days consumed by eating and sleeping, particularly Lucio, who seemed perpetually lethargic, preferring to recline rather than sit, and had even lost interest in food, though Bai Youyou understood that this was typical behavior for serpentine creatures during winter. She couldn't help but feel a twinge of concern and discomfort to her. Lucio was a normal human, not a beast. Initially, she would engage Lucio in conversation, trying to uplift his spirits. Her efforts bore fruit, as not only did Lucio perk up, but his brothers did as well, often taking liberties that left Bai Youyou exasperated and reluctant to provoke him further. Eventually, her gaze fell upon the fireweed in the corner. In contemplating her idleness, she resolved to craft several light garments to wear come spring and summer to create such clothing. She needed to separate the fibers of the fireweed, a meticulous task that was beyond Lucio's capabilities. Leaving it to her, once she had something to occupy her hands, time seemed to pass swiftly, and before she knew it, 2 months had slipped away. Bai Youyou had managed to weave 2 sets of clothes for both herself and Lucio, along with a few undergarments and socks, resembling a couple's matching outfits. After taking stock of the dwindling supply of fireweed, she finally halted her work, realizing that there was insufficient material left for anything substantial. Only enough for a small oil lamp. Casting a glance at the man blissfully holding up the pair of trousers she had just woven, Bai Youyou felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Just as she was about to speak, a faint sound of crying reached her ears. Stunned, she turned to Lucio, only to find his expression darkening. From the look on his face, Bai Youyou discerned that her earlier suspicion was not a figment of her imagination. Indeed, there was someone outside weeping. She approached Lucio and said, "Lucio, It seems there is someone outside. Should we investigate? Chapter 48. The plea of Mu'er. Lucio shook his head in response to Bai Youyou's inquiry. At this hour, the only beings outside are either stray beastmen or tribesmen who have run out of food. Regardless of which, it spells trouble. Bai Youyou felt a pang of anxiety upon hearing this. Her eyelashes fluttered as she cautiously asked, "But they won't break in, will they?" "Not a chance," Lucio reassured her with a gentle smile. "The snow outside is thick enough to completely obscure our tracks. Even in the kitchen, we must shake the bamboo daily while cooking, or else no smoke would escape. The outside is a vast expanse of white. Anyone out there would struggle to locate the entrance." Bai Youyou felt somewhat reassured by Lucio's words. However, the crying grew increasingly nearer, and soon she heard the desperate cries of a child. "Please, I know you are here. Help my brother. If you save him, I will be your servant for life." Both Bai Youyou and Lucio understood the implications of the child's plea. Before winter, while foraging for okra, they had encountered a pair of wandering beastman brothers. It was likely that this child, Mu'er, was the only one who could have found his way here today. As Bai Youyou listened to the heart-wrenching cries, she felt a pang of sympathy, yet she was also wary of the unpredictable nature of humanity. Fearing that her moment of compassion might bring trouble to Lucio glanced at Bai Youyou, discerning her internal conflict. With a sigh, he pulled aside the animal hide that served as a door and stepped into the kitchen. "Lucio, what are you doing?" "Shoo." He signaled for silence. "Let us observe first." He approached the window left ajar in the kitchen, gently lifting the hide curtain. Before him lay a large stone covered in snow. With snowflakes seeping through the crevices, Lucio took a slender twig and poked a small hole at the top of the window, peering outside with caution. After a moment, his expression softened a bit as he turned to Bai Youyou and whispered, "Do you want to see?" Bai Youyou nodded, and in an instant, Lucio lifted her, positioning her by the small opening dais. She gazed outside. Scanning the surroundings, she soon spotted the source of the cries. That a small beast man, approximately 7 or 8 years old, knelt in the snow, weeping in despair, while on his back lay a young beast man missing an arm, seemingly unconscious, his head drooping lifelessly on the child's shoulder. Bai Youyou withdrew her gaze to glance at Lucio, her expression caught between hesitation and determination. Lucio, fully aware of her thoughts, patted her head and said, "Stay here, I will go check it out." Bai Youyou's eyes brightened at his words, and she nodded emphatically. She felt a profound sense of sympathy for the child. At such a tender age, he should be nestled in his parents' embrace, yet here he was, a wanderer in a perilous world. Looking at the child, Bai Youyou was reminded of a younger Lucio. Lucio pushed aside the stone blocking the kitchen entrance and stepped outside, while Bai Youyou stood at the doorway, observing the situation. Mu'er, now filled with despair, looked up in disbelief as he noticed Lucio approaching. That he had come with little hope, but the sight of a powerful beast man alongside a female sparked a glimmer of hope within him. "Please, I beg you, save my brother. If you do, I swear allegiance to you." Lucio had no interest in taking slaves. Had it not been for Bai Youyou's evident compassion, he would not have emerged at all. He glanced at the unconscious one-armed beast man, Mu-E, and noted his critical state, on the verge of death. Lucio inhaled deeply, catching the scent of blood. Squinting, he stepped closer, lifting the unconscious Mu-E with ease. A quick inspection revealed that his abdomen was wrapped in a hide, still oozing blood. Mu'er was startled by Lucio's rough handling, but did not dare to intervene, instead gazing at Lucio with pleading eyes. He understood that his brother's life hung by a thread, and this was his last hope. Without uttering a word, Lucio moved toward the entrance, carrying Mu-E. Seeing this, Mu'er's eyes lit up, realizing Lucio's intent to help his brother, and he hurriedly followed. Once inside the cave, Lucio sealed the entrance and laid Mu-E near the firewood. Turning to Bai Youyou, who was assessing Mu'er, he stated flatly, "He is on the brink of death." His tone was neutral, his expression devoid of urgency, as if he were merely completing a task. Bai Youyou felt a twitch at the corner of her mouth. Speechless, Mu'er's heart sank upon hearing this. He glanced between the two of them, then suddenly fell to his knees before Bai Youyou. "Sister, please help my brother. I beg you. I will serve you for life in gratitude." Bai Youyou, taken aback, hurried to lift Mu'er, but found herself unable. Despite his youth, he possessed considerable strength, and she could not budge him. Lucio frowned at Bai Youyou's predicament. Feeling a twinge of jealousy, he shot Mu'er a glare and coldly commanded, "Get up, or I will throw you out." Fearful of Lucio, Mu'er promptly stood. His eyes still pleadingly fixed on Bai Youyou, he realized that the female held significant sway in Lucio's eyes if he could win her favor. Lucio would likely assist his brother. Bai Youyou shot Lucio a disapproving look before kneeling beside Mu-yi. Gently, she peeled back the hide covering the wound, revealing a deep gash, the flesh grotesquely torn. Bai Youyou's hands trembled slightly. Turning to Mu'er, she sighed and said, "The injury is severe. I can only try, I cannot guarantee success." Mu'er was bewildered, unable to fathom how this seemingly fragile female could save his brother. He had only sought to elicit her sympathy, hoping she would plead with Lucio on his behalf. Yet he could only keep such thoughts to himself, nodding in agreement, for he had no other choice but to place his faith in Bai Youyou. Chapter 49. The first operation. Seeing Mu'er acquiesce, Bai Youyou instructed Lucio, "Lucio, please boil some water for me." Upon hearing this, Lucio was somewhat taken aback. He had initially assumed that Bai Youyou would merely provide Mu-yi with some piranha gallbladders. But observing Bai Youyou's demeanor, it was evident that the situation was far more complex. His curiosity piqued. He chose not to press further, and after a moment of surprise, he nodded and set about his tasks. Bai Youyou, on the other hand, retreated into the cave, hauling out the fireline grass husks she had stripped and laying them on the ground outside, then placing a piece of beast skin, which Lucio had previously dismissed, atop them. She turned to Mu'er and said, "Bring your brother over. It will be warmer." Naturally, Mu'er was delighted, expressing his gratitude to Bai Youyou before lifting Mu-yi and placing him onto the makeshift bedding. Bai Youyou watched Mu'er's actions with a tinge of envy, admiring the innate strength and combat prowess that the orcs possessed in this world, which far surpassed that of females, though envious. She merely felt a fleeting sense of wistfulness, and once Mu'er had settled Mu-yi, she returned to the cave. When Bai Youyou emerged again, she held a sharp bone needle and thread fashioned from fireline grass. Upon seeing the items in her hands, Mu'er glanced back at his brother's wound, and a dreadful thought crossed his mind. His lips trembled slightly, but he ultimately refrained from voicing his concerns, fearing that his doubts might displease Bai Youyou and, as a result, jeopardize his brother's life. If that were the case, it would be better to let Bai Youyou attempt to save him. After all, what if he survived? Bai Youyou remained blissfully unaware of Mu'er's thoughts. Even if she had known, she would not have been angered, for she herself felt uncertain. She had never engaged in such a procedure before, having only gleaned knowledge from videos she had watched online in her previous world, primarily out of curiosity regarding the process of cesarean sections. Now, confronted with Mu-yi's injury, her first instinct was to stitch it up. She silently prayed for the orc's regenerative abilities and the piranha gallbladder to aid Mu-yi, as she harbored no real confidence. Had it not been for Mu-yi's precarious condition and the absence of alternative solutions, she would never have taken such a risk. "Youyou, the water is boiling." Lucio had been closely observing Bai Youyou's actions and had naturally noticed the items she carried. Approaching her, he inquired about the question that was troubling Mu'er, asking, "Youyou, are you intending to stitch him up? Is that feasible?" Bai Youyou nodded and replied, "There are no other options. With such a large wound, it is impossible for it to heal on its own. We must attempt this." Lucio nodded in agreement, harboring no doubts in his eyes. Mu-yi was already akin to a corpse. Even if Bai Youyou inadvertently caused his demise, it mattered little, for he was an inconsequential individual. Throughout his life, he had never witnessed an orc survive such a grievous wound. Even the shamans of the largest tribes could not revive them. Bai Youyou, however, was oblivious to Lucio's mindset. Had she known, she would have undoubtedly berated him as perverse. Who, aside from a deviant, would contemplate using a human as a subject for such experimentation? Bai Youyou first prepared some boiling water, sterilizing a clean piece of small beast skin. Then, she replaced it with another basin of clean boiling water, using the small beast skin to cleanse the dirt and blood from Mu-yi's wound. Once she had adequately cleaned the area, she boiled the bone needle and thread in the pot for sterilization. If Mu-yi survived, it was likely that the thread would remain in his body, necessitating proper treatment to prevent future inflammation. Bai Youyou retrieved several piranha gallbladders from her space, applying the bile both inside and outside Mu-yi's wound before retrieving the sterilized needle and thread from the pots. She began to stitch the wound. Her hands trembled slightly. After all, this was her first experience performing such a task, and she felt a modicum of trepidation. Yet, apart from herself, only a child and a rough man remained. There was no one else to delegate the responsibility to, compelling her to proceed alone. If a professional doctor were to witness her trembling hands as she stitched, they would undoubtedly accuse her of playing with lives, though Bai Youyou lacked professional expertise. She possessed some knowledge, having watched videos of cesarean surgeries. Given the depth of the wound, she first stitched the internal layer before addressing the outer layer. Her craftsmanship was commendable, resulting in a relatively neat closure of the wound. Although the black thread was conspicuously visible against the skin, whether due to the analgesic properties of the gallbladder or Mu Yi's deep state of unconsciousness, he did not flinch throughout the entire process. Bai Youyou had done her utmost, turning to the ever-quiet Mu and saying, "In a moment, I will prepare some ginger soup for you to feed your brother. You should also have some to ward off the cold. As for whether your brother awakens, that is up to him. I have done all I can." Mu nodded vigorously. Though unsure of what ginger soup entailed, he expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, sister. If my brother awakens, I will certainly honor my promise to acknowledge you as my master." Bai Youyou did not take this to heart, merely waving her hand as she went to prepare the ginger soup. Once the soup was ready, Bai Youyou had yet to fully comprehend the situation when Lucio was the first to scoop a bowl and present it to Mu, his expression one of malicious glee as he said, "Drink up." Bai Youyou turned her eyes away in embarrassment, recalling the painful expression Lucio had worn when she had first made him drink ginger soup. Mu, taken aback by Lucio's sudden enthusiasm, glanced at the bowl in his hands, then sniffed the peculiar, pungent aroma, doubting whether the concoction was poisonous. However, upon catching a glimpse of Bai Youyou, he steeled himself, held his breath, and cautiously took a sip, only to be met with a fit of coughs. Cough, cough. "What is this?" Cough, cough. Lucio laughed heartily, his delight unmistakable. "Of course, it's a good thing. This is personally brewed by Youyou. Hurry and drink it, and don't forget to feed your brother a bowl afterward." His amusement was evident, devoid of any pretense of sympathy. Bai Youyou had not anticipated such a strong reaction from Mu. Lacking sugar, the ginger soup was indeed rather unpalatable, but surely it wasn't that dreadful. She shot Lucio an annoyed glance and explained to the tearful Mu, "This is to dispel the cold. It helps prevent typhus. You and your brother have been out in the cold for so long, so it's best to drink some." Hearing this, Mu felt reassured. Ultimately, he closed his eyes and, braving the unpleasant taste, downed the entire bowl in one go. After finishing, he realized that although the concoction was distasteful, his previously numb body, which had been chilled, began to warm gradually. The glimmer of astonishment flickered in his eyes as he regarded Bai Youyou with gratitude and a hint of something peculiar. Though he refrained from uttering further thanks, turning, he accepted another bowl from Lucio and squatted down, carefully feeding Mu. Though Mu had lapsed into unconsciousness, he still retained the instinct to swallow, making the task not overly difficult. Chapter 50. The brothers' journey. Once Mu had fed the entire bowl of ginger soup to Mu, Bai Youyou finally voiced the question that had piqued her curiosity. "Mu, are you and your brother biological siblings? Why are both of you wandering orcs?" A flicker of sorrow and guilt crossed Mu'er's eyes as he replied, "Yes, my brother and I are biological siblings. My brother didn't have to become a wandering orc. It is all my fault." As he spoke, he recounted his and Mu'er's experiences to Bai Youyou and Lu Xiu. It turned out that the two brothers were originally orcs from the cheetah tribe. When Mu transformed into human form at the age of 3, he discovered that his left arm remained in beast form, a mark of the cursed orc. Fortunately, at the time of his transformation, only their parents were present. Their father, filled with dismay, initially sought to expel Mu from the tribe, but their mother pleaded desperately, begging him not to cast away their child. Reluctantly, their father acquiesced, but he insisted that Mu-Yi's left arm could not remain. Though their mother felt deep sorrow, she understood the situation was unavoidable and reluctantly agreed, subsequently claiming that Mu-Yi's arm had been bitten off by a wild beast. Thus, they managed to deceive others for a time. However, when Mu-Yi was in his teenage years, their mother became pregnant once more. While this should have been joyous news, tragedy struck. Upon Mu-Er's birth, their mother died due to complications during labor. Their father, unable to bear the loss, blamed Mu-Yi, believing the presence of this cursed orc had led to their mother's demise. In a fit of rage, he cast Mu-Yi out of their home. Just as Mu-Yi lost his mother, he was also abandoned by his father, forced to carve out a meager existence in a cave he hastily dug. He survived by scavenging wild vegetables. occasionally catching small beasts to improve their dire situation. Though life was harsh, at least he had the tribe to rely on, free from the fear of being taken by wild animals. However, this fragile existence was short-lived. When Mu'er transformed, their father discovered that he too was a cursed seed. In a fit of fury, their father erupted, convinced that the brothers were responsible for the death of their mate. And he expelled Mu'er from the tribe as well. Fearing repercussions from the tribe, he refrained from revealing Mu Yi's status as a cursed orc, thereby sparing him from a similar fate. Witnessing his terrified and weeping younger brother, Mu Yi could not bear to let him survive alone outside, sacrificing his chance to remain in the tribe, which he had earned at the cost of an arm. Choosing instead to wander with his brother, despite Mu Yi's single arm, the swift and fierce nature of the cheetah tribe orcs allowed him to sustain his younger sibling with wild vegetables and the occasional small beast. After hearing the brother's tale, Bai Youyou felt a sense of admiration for Mu Yi. After all, at that time, he was merely a teenager, yet he chose to forsake the safety of home to protect his younger brother, a testament to his courage and a deeply moving act. Glancing at Mu Yi's current state, she inquired, "How did he sustain those injuries?" "It's all my fault." Mu'er finally broke down in tears, for he was still but a child. His only family, his sole support, lay unconscious, and he could not help but feel afraid. Wiping his tears, he sobbed, "Brother was injured by a few wandering orcs who sought to steal our food while trying to protect me." It turned out that Mu'er's playful escapade in the snow had drawn the attention of other wandering orcs, leading to a confrontation over food. Although Mu Yi had grown, he was still at a disadvantage with only one arm and a younger brother to protect, ultimately forcing him to flee with Mu'er to avoid a dire outcome. After learning the full story, Bai Youyou felt a pang of fear and concern. She turned to look at Lu Xiao, only to find his expression tranquil, devoid of any sympathy. After a moment of reflection, Bai Youyou understood why Lu Xiao reacted this way. To him, the brother's plight was merely the ordinary struggle of wandering orcs. As a wandering orc himself, Lu Xiao's life experiences were likely far more arduous than those of the two brothers. With this realization, Bai Youyou's gaze towards Lu Xiao softened with compassion, though she remained uncertain how to offer solace. Now, however, Lu Xiao had grown powerful, strong enough to be unafraid, and perhaps no longer in need of such tardy comfort. Hesitating for a moment, she finally smiled and asked, "Lu Xiao, would you like me to prepare a stew of carrots and meat along with black bean cakes for dinner?" Lu Xiao had assumed Bai Youyou would comfort the weeping Mu'er, so he was taken aback by her unexpected question. Puzzled, he turned to her, and when their eyes met, his heart skipped a beat. What was that look? Bai Youyou seemed unaware that her eyes sparkled with affection as she gazed at Lu Xiao, akin to someone beholding a treasured possession. Throughout his life, Lu Xiao had only been met with disdain and fear. He had never been regarded with such warmth. Even his mother had looked upon him with pity, never with any hint of fondness. For the first time, confronted with such a gaze, Lu Xiao found himself unable to decipher its meaning. He simply knew that being looked at by Bai Youyou made his blood race. Noticing Lu Xiao's bewildered silence, Bai Youyou narrowed her eyes at him. "If you don't answer, I'll take it as you don't want to eat." Her words snapped Lu Xiao out of his stupor, and he chuckled sheepishly. "I want to eat. I haven't had black bean cakes in days, and I crave them." Ever since he had tasted meat soup with black bean cakes, Lu Xiao had developed a deep fondness for the dish. Bai Youyou huffed lightly, casting a playful glare at Lu Xiao. "Then why aren't you cutting the meat?" Currently, the remaining meat was all cured and tough, making it difficult for Bai Youyou to slice with her snake-scale knife, so the task fell to Lu Xiao. "All right, I'm on it," he exclaimed as he went to fetch the meat. Observing the dynamic between Bai Youyou and Lu Xiao, Mu'er felt a mix of surprise and curiosity. Though he was young, he understood how fearsome wandering orcs were in the eyes of females. He had never seen a female willingly interact with a wandering orc in such a playful manner. As he pondered this, Bai Youyou turned her gaze toward him. "You should eat some too, and feed your brother some meat soup. He should be all right." Mu'er had never experienced such gentle treatment from a female, and tears welled in his eyes. Bai Youyou seemed like a goddess from legend. Nodding, he responded in a soft, tremulous voice, "Thank you, sister. I will repay you in the future." To Bai Youyou, Mu'er was merely a child, and his earnest demeanor evoked both amusement and sorrow. Nodding her head, she chose not to say more and turned to prepare the cakes. Chapter 51. Space Upgrade Panel. Mu'er looked around the kitchen, Filled with curiosity and wonder, he had never encountered such strange and fascinating items. Watching Bai Youyou knead the dough was especially intriguing as she cooked and made the cakes. The enticing aromas wafted through the air, leaving him salivating. In all his years, he had never experienced such delightful scents. Simply inhaling them led him to imagine how delicious her dishes must be. Observing the stove and utensils Bai Youyou used, Mu'er felt as though he had opened a door to a new world. Everything before him filled him with longing. Inhaling the fragrant air and reflecting on Bai Youyou's method of treating his brother, he increasingly believed that she was indeed a goddess from legend. Turning to glance at his brother, Mu'er's heart brimmed with hope and anticipation. He believed that with the goddess's healing, his brother would surely survive. Little did Bai Youyou know that in such a short time, she had unwittingly become a goddess in the eyes of the young orc. After preparing the meal, she served a generous bowl to Lucio, and upon receiving his nod of approval, she took 2 cakes and a bowl of stew for Mu'er. Give it a try, and remember to let your brother have some of the meat soup, she encouraged gently. As Mu'er accepted the food, his eyes sparkled with tears. This was the first time someone other than his brother had offered him food without disdain for his status as a wandering orc. Unable to contain himself, he turned away, tears falling into the bowl, yet he refrained from crying out, fearing it would dampen Bai Youyou's spirits. Taking a sip of the meat soup, a rich, aromatic flavor overwhelmed his taste buds. Upon savoring it, he detected a hint of sweetness alongside the meatiness. Mu'er had never tasted anything so delectable. His first instinct was to share this culinary delight with his brother, his eyes lighting up. He crouched down and began to feed Mu'er the soup. Even as he swallowed his own saliva and hunger, he continued until the bowl was nearly empty, leaving only meat and carrots behind. Glancing at the black cakes he had set aside, Mu'er had initially held low expectations for them, but upon taking a bite, he found himself unable to stop. Nonetheless, he only consumed 1 cake and a bit of meat, saving the remainder for his brother. As Bai Youyou dined alongside Lucio, she observed Mu'er's reactions. Noticing his series of actions, she exchanged a glance with Lucio. One look was enough for Lucio to understand Bai Youyou's thoughts. Not wanting to see her unhappy, he nodded slightly. However, beneath his lowered eyelids, a faint chill lingered, not from the thought of wasted food, but because he disdains Bai Youyou's excessive concern for others, particularly her attentiveness. Unbeknownst to Bai Youyou, Lucio harbors such sentiments. After receiving Lucio's attention, she summoned Mu'er and said, "Today, we've made an abundance of pancakes. Do have another." As she spoke, she ladled more stewed meat soup for him. Mu'er, feeling somewhat awkward, shook his head and replied nervously, "No, sister, I'm already full. Such precious food. How could I possibly indulge further?" Bai Youyou found this amusing yet bittersweet. She and Lucio truly had no shortage of black bean pancakes. Nearly an entire hillside's worth had been brought back by Lucio, and they could hardly finish it all. Yet, Mu'er regarded this as a rare delicacy. Afraid to partake further, sighing, Bai Youyou felt a twinge of pity for the overly considerate little beast man. She gently pushed the food closer to him, smiled tenderly, and encouraged, "Eat. It's perfectly fine. If you don't fill your stomach, how will you have the strength to care for your brother?" Upon hearing this, Mu'er could no longer contain his emotions and burst into tears. Kneeling before Bai Youyou, with a quivering voice, he declared, "Sister, you must be a divine maiden sent by the beast god. I, Mu'er, swear before the beast god that my life is yours from this day forth." Bai Youyou was taken aback by Mu'er's sudden gesture, and upon understanding his meaning, she could only find it somewhat amusing. She had merely offered Mu'er a bowl of food. How could that warrant such a lifelong pledge? Moreover, what purpose would she have for his life? Just as she intended to help Mu'er up, she heard the long-awaited sound of the system. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring 10 points of faith from Mu'er. Successfully activating the system's space upgrade panel. As this is the host's first acquisition of faith points, an automatic upgrade of the space is granted. Congratulations! The host's space has been upgraded to 5 cubic meters. And you have obtained a spiritual spring, yielding 20 grams daily. Upgraded, spiritual spring. Bai Youyou's eyes widened, a blend of shock and joy washing over her. She had not anticipated that her momentary act of kindness towards Mu'er would inspire such faith in him. Even more astonishing was the unexpected activation of the upgrade condition for her space, expanding its capacity and granting her the legendary spiritual spring. although she was still unaware of the spring's utility. Her familiarity with certain novels led her to speculate. Liu promptly noticed something amiss with Bai Youyou. Ignoring the still kneeling Mu'er, he set down his bowl and asked worriedly, "Ew, what's wrong? What are you thinking about?" Bai Youyou, startled by Liu Xiu's call, snapped back to reality, her face alight with joy. She smiled at Liu Xiu, first helping Mu'er to his feet before saying, "You all eat first. I have a few matters to clarify. I'll tell you later." With that, she lost her appetite and turned to head back into the cave, leaving Liu Xiu and Mu'er exchanging glances, particularly Mu'er, who felt a pang of fear upon Bai Youyou's departure, no longer daring to eat what lay on the table. After watching Bai Youyou leave, Liu Xiu furrowed his brow slightly, but felt reassured knowing she would share her thoughts with him soon. Turning back, he caught sight of Mu'er's evasive gaze, instantly deducing the little one's apprehensions. With an impassive expression, he looked at Mu'er and stated, "Youyou told you to eat, so eat. Afterward, clean up the dishes." Saying this, he downed his meat soup in one go, then picked up Bai Youyou's unfinished meal. Following her into the cave, he felt no guilt about utilizing child labor. In this world, who could expect to eat without working? As Bai Youyou settled onto the stone bed, she eagerly opened the system space upgrade panel. The panel remained simple. Current level, level 2, upgradable, upgrade conditions, 10,100 space capacity, 5 cubic meters spiritual spring, 20 grams daily. Upon seeing the system space panel, Bai Youyou felt a sense of satisfaction. At least now she knew how to upgrade it. Closing her eyes to feel her space, she noticed it had indeed expanded significantly. And in one corner, a small dragon-shaped jade sculpture had appeared. Surrounding the jade sculpture was an invisible barrier, isolating all other items from it at that moment. The dragon's mouth dripped clear water, and a small jade bowl floated beneath it. Catching the droplets. Chapter 52. The efficacy of spiritual spring water. Bai Youyou swallowed hard, eager to extract a bit of spiritual spring water for examination, when she heard footsteps. Turning her head, she saw Liu Xiu approaching with her bowl in hand. After a moment's contemplation, Bai Youyou beckoned him to sit beside her. From the moment she had seen the system upgrade, she had resolved to share this with Liu Xiu. He had become her family, the one person in this world she could wholly trust, so she wished to disclose the existence of the system space to him. The only hesitation she felt was whether to find an appropriate moment to reveal her origins to Liu Xiu. Unaware of Bai Youyou's thoughts, Liu Xiu surmised she had something to discuss upon witnessing her gesture. Quickly settling beside her, he inquired, "Ew, what's wrong? What has you so distracted that you can't eat?" While speaking, he placed Bai Youyou's bowl before her. Bai Youyou, however, had no appetite. She glanced at the kitchen's curtain, then leaned closer to Liu Xiu and whispered, "Liu Xiu, my space just upgraded. It's more than twice its previous size." Liu Xiu, initially stirred by Bai Youyou's proximity and the warmth of her breath, lost all romantic thoughts upon hearing her words that he exclaimed, astonished, "Your space can upgrade. How did it upgrade?" Bai Youyou quickly placed a finger over Liu Xiu's mouth, giving him a reproachful look, and chided, "Keep your voice down. There are others outside." After he nodded, she released her hand and continued, "Just now, when Mu'er knelt and offered his life to me, the system suddenly upgraded. A voice informed me that it was due to Mu'er's faith in me, which granted me faith points, thus triggering the upgrade." Liu Xiu, even more astonished by Bai Youyou's explanation, stammered, his lips trembling but unable to articulate a response. Noticing Liu Xiu's unusual expression, Bai Youyou felt perplexed. He seemed devoid of any joy. She tugged at his clothing, puzzled. "Liu Xiu, why aren't you happy at all? Isn't the space upgrade a good thing?" Before she could finish her sentence, Liu Xiu abruptly pulled her into his embrace. "Liu Xiu, what's wrong?" Bai Youyou sensed Liu Xiu's unease. Genuinely puzzled, Liu Xiu held her tighter, gently nuzzling the top of her head, and spoke in a low voice. I'm a bit afraid." Bai Youyou, curious, lifted her head to look at Liu Xiu, who was gazing down at her with a mix of fear and affection in his eyes, his lips pressed tightly together in anxiety. Bai Youyou felt a pang in her heart at his gaze. Gently, she caressed his tense, rugged face and softly inquired, "What are you afraid of?" "I'm afraid the beast god will take you away. I'm terrified of losing you." Liu Xiu tightened his hold on Bai Youyou, almost pleading, Please stay with me forever, all right? Always be by my side." After hearing Bai Youyou's earlier words, Liu Xiu could only suspect that she was perhaps an emissary of the beast god. sent to fulfill a certain task, and once completed, she would be taken away. He could not fathom how he would cope if she were to leave him one day. Bai Youyou, bewildered, blinked in surprise before playfully swatting Lucio's head. What peculiar thoughts occupy your mind? We have already pledged our bond in the presence of the beast god and sworn an oath of life and death together. How could I be taken away? Lucio, upon hearing this, felt slightly relieved, yet still voiced his concerns. But we haven't made it. We aren't truly partners yet. Bai Youyou's eyelids twitched at this comment, instinctively sensing danger. The next moment, Lucio pitifully asked, Youyou, when will you enter your heat? I really want you, can I? Absolutely not. Bai Youyou cut him off before he could finish, blushing with indignation as she covered his mouth with her hand. Flushing, she insisted, don't even think about it. Nothing is allowed. Until Bai Youyou stammered, unable to utter the words related to her heat. Ultimately, she resorted to a show of false bravado, glaring at him, not a chance before whatever that entails. Lucio, despite being rejected, felt nothing but a pang of disappointment and frustration. His desire was to claim Bai Youyou for himself as soon as possible, to mark her, to imbue her with his essence, so that any approaching orc would instantly recognize her as his little female. Bai Youyou, unable to bear the sight of Lucio's current expression, realized her growing inability to resist him, her heart softening far too easily. She feared that if she yielded even a little, she might inadvertently agree to something dreadful. Though it was an inevitability, she was still young and apprehensive, wishing to bury her head in the sand for another 2 years, at least until this body had matured. Observing Lucio's physique, contemplating his strength and attributes, she genuinely worried that her current form might prove inadequate. After a moment of contemplation, she resolved to divert Lucio's attention with another matter. She poked his chest and said, I haven't finished what I was saying earlier. Let go. I have something to show you. Lucio, cradling the soft and fragrant Bai Youyou, was reluctant to release her but dared not provoke her ire. Ultimately, he reluctantly set her down. The moment Bai Youyou regained her freedom, she hurried to the stone table to retrieve a bamboo tube typically used for drinking water and returned to Lucio's side. With an air of mystery, she declared, Don't blink. As she spoke, she placed a finger at the opening of the bamboo tube, and in the next instant, clear water began to flow from her fingertip into the tube. Each day, only 20 grams could be collected, and it appeared that the jade bowl in the space had captured merely 10 grams. Without hesitation, Bai Youyou extracted every last drop. Lucio watched in astonishment as Bai Youyou performed this act. Finding it magical, yet failing to grasp the significance of this spiritual spring, viewing it merely as a display that as soon as she had gathered the spiritual spring water, she chanted an identification incantation in her mind. Spatial spiritual spring, drinkable. Males benefit from strength and vitality. Females enhance beauty and health. Flora and fauna grow rapidly. Note: daily intake must not exceed 15 grams. Consequences are the individual's responsibility upon seeing the assessment results. Bai Youyou nearly burst into laughter. This was truly a timely boon. With the spiritual spring, she would not lack fertilizer for her farming endeavors, and it could also bolster her health, exactly what she needed. Her eyes sparkled with joy as she turned to Lucio and said, This is a wonderful thing. I will explain it to you shortly. For now, have a taste and see how it feels. Lucio, somewhat puzzled, accepted the bamboo tube and examined the clear water inside. Thinking it was merely ordinary water, what sensation could it possibly evoke? Yet, seeing Bai Youyou's expectant expression, he tilted his head back and took a sip, all the while pondering how to express his thoughts in a way that would please her. Chapter 53. Mu-E became feverish, however, as the water slid down his throat. An invigorating chill coursed through Lucio's entire being, instantly revitalizing him after a winter of lethargy. Clearing his mind, he looked at the bamboo tube in his hand, his face a mask of astonishment, all traces of disappointment from his earlier rejection forgot. Turning to Bai Youyou, he exclaimed, Youyou, what is this water? After drinking it, I feel utterly refreshed, free from any fatigue. Really? Bai Youyou responded with excitement, her eyes brimming with joy. This is the spiritual spring water that appeared after the space upgraded. It can strengthen health. Although the daily quantity is limited, it should suffice for the two of us for now. When the space upgrades again, there will be even more. Lucio surmised that the water was indeed linked to Bai Youyou's space. Yet he had not anticipated that the space could continue to upgrade. Without needing to ponder further, He understood the future significance of this space and the preciousness of the spiritual spring water. A frown creased his brow as he looked at Bai Youyou, concern flickering in his gaze. After a moment's thought, he said seriously, "Youyou, the matters of the space and the spiritual spring water must not be disclosed to any other orc. Not a single one." Bai Youyou, not foolish, understood the peril of possessing something precious. Nodding earnestly, she replied, "I know, this is my secret, and I will only share it with you, not with anyone else." Hearing this, Lucio felt a sweet warmth in his heart. Though he maintained a serious demeanor, his expression extremely earnest. "Youyou, rest assured, I will protect you. Regardless of your purpose for coming here, I will assist you as long as you remain by my side. You may do as you wish." In Lucio's perspective, Bai Youyou must have arrived in this world bearing a mission from the beast god. Otherwise, it was unfathomable how she possessed so many extraordinary attributes. Meanwhile, Bai Youyou felt a flush of embarrassment and shame at his words. Lucio had initially regarded her merely as a sorceress, but now he was beginning to view her as an envoy of the beast god. Despite her numerous explanations, they had been in vain. Bai Youyou let out a resigned sigh, uncertain herself of what the system aimed to achieve, especially since it required faith points for upgrades. Was it attempting to make her into a deity? But she was ill-equipped for such a role. Taking the bamboo tube containing the spiritual spring water from Lucio's hands, she patiently stated, "What aim could I possibly have? Please do not dwell on such thoughts. If there is any purpose at all, it is merely the hope that we shall thrive together in the future." Pouting slightly, she shot him a teasing glare and continued, "You must never again speak of leaving. How can you lack trust in me? If you bring it up again, I shall be quite vexed." Lucio felt a tingle of excitement at Bai Youyou's playful admonition. Her seemingly reassuring words slowly filled the earlier void of uncertainty he had felt. Nodding sincerely, a light smile gracing his features, he replied, "Understood. It won't happen again." As he spoke, he glanced at the bamboo tube still held in by Youyou's grasp. "You, aren't you going to drink? It truly feels remarkable. You should try it." Bai Youyou rolled her eyes at him. Did he think she did not wish to drink? Had it not been to appease Lucio, she would have indulged already. Without further ado, she lifted the bamboo tube and gulped down the remaining spiritual spring water, which was not much, merely a sip. Just as Lucio had described, the spiritual spring water was indeed wondrous. After consuming it, she felt a surge of vitality, her senses sharpening as she savored the taste. She detected a faint sweetness, subtle yet lingering. Having finished, Bai Youyou blinked and opened her mouth to speak, only to hear a commotion from the kitchen. Upon closer inspection, it appeared that Mu Air was calling out for his brother. Exchanging glances with Lucio, they ventured out together. Upon entering the kitchen, they found Mu Air squatting beside Mu Yi, his face a picture of distress as he cried out for his brother. Seeing their approach, Mu Air immediately knelt before Bai Youyou, pleading, "Goddess sister, please save my brother. You must have a way. I know you can help him." At that moment, Bai Youyou had no time to ponder Mu Air's appellation. She rushed to his side, urging him to rise and explain what had transpired. "What happened? He seemed fine just a moment ago." Mu Air remained kneeling, replying directly, "I don't know. My brother suddenly became feverish. Many orcs have died from fever. Is my brother going to die? Feverish?" Bai Youyou gasped, startled. In this world, orcs lacked medicinal remedies, and typically, they had to rely on their body's resilience to endure fever. Yet Mu Yi was already injured. How could he possess any resistance? She approached Mu Yi, bending down to examine him. His face was flushed, while his lips appeared pale. Clearly, he was in dire condition. Lucio stepped closer, observing the scene, and shook his head at Bai Youyou, conveying his belief that Mu Yi was beyond saving. Bai Youyou bit her lip, glancing at Mu Air, whose tear-filled eyes were fixed upon her with hope. It was unbearable for her to let this little orc become an orphan without support. Finally, she gritted her teeth and said, "Mu Air, I can only try if I cannot save him. Do not hold it against me." Mu Air, upon hearing Bai Youyou's words, felt no hint of despondency. Instead, his eyes sparkled with trust. He believed that as long as Bai Youyou was willing to save his brother would certainly survive. With determination, he nodded at Bai Youyou, urging her to act swiftly in Mu Air's heart. Bai Youyou was akin to a goddess. There was nothing in this world that a goddess could not accomplish. Should Bai Youyou have been aware of Mu Air's thoughts, she would have found herself both amused and bewildered. for she had hardly done anything to warrant such adoration and had merely gained an infatuated admirer. She first helped Mu-Er to his feet before turning to enter the inner chamber. When she emerged, she held in her hand some grass roots she had dried herself. Though they resembled mere grass roots, they were, in fact, the rhizomes of a medicinal herb known as Yi Qing. The first herb she had discovered in this world, and fortuitously, it possessed the ability to reduce fever. Without elaborating, Bai Youyou proceeded to brew the herbs, and when she deemed it adequately prepared, she ladled the concoction into a bowl. As she presented it to Mu-Er, she hesitated for a moment, ultimately deciding to add a few drops of spiritual spring water, hoping it would aid Mu-Yi. Who had been closely observing Bai Youyou's actions. Naturally noted this subtle gesture, he pursed his lips, but said nothing, merely casting a glance at the two brothers that bore a hint of coldness. Should Mu-Yi or Mu-Er detect any anomaly, he would not hesitate to extinguish them without mercy. He would never permit even the slightest possibility of harm to befall Bai Youyou. Mu-Er felt a chill creep up his spine and turned to see Bai Youyou approaching with the bowl. He instantly forgot the earlier unease and carefully accepted the bowl of medicine, his expression solemn and reverent as if he were holding a precious treasure, without a trace of doubt or hesitation. He squatted down and began to blow gently on the concoction before feeding it to Mu-Yi. Before long, the bowl was empty. After administering the medicine, Mu-Er was astonished to observe that Mu-Yi's lips had regained some color. And although he still felt warm, his temperature had decreased. Despite his confidence in Bai Youyou, Mu-Er had not anticipated such swift and effective results. Turning to Bai Youyou, his eyes sparkled with gratitude. He bit his lip, hesitating, but ultimately refrained from expressing his thanks. Instead, he silently vowed to the beast god that he would dedicate his life to serving Bai Youyou. Even if she were to send him away, he would remain close by her side, for though he was still young, his speed and strength were commendable, and there were many ways he could assist her. Bai Youyou, observing Mu-Yi's condition and noting his improvement, felt a twinge of surprise. She pondered whether it was the effect of the spiritual spring water or the Yi Qing rhizome, or perhaps a combination of both. Lost in thought, she was suddenly interrupted by the system's voice. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have gained 10 belief points from Mu-Er. Current belief points. 20. Each individual can contribute a maximum of 100 belief points to the host. Upon reaching the maximum, the host will receive a loyal follower. Please continue your efforts. What? How did I gain belief points again? A follower? What do I need that for? Bai Youyou turned her gaze toward Mu-Er, her expression a complex blend of emotions. She had no grand ambitions, merely wishing to live a simple life with Lu Xiao, and had no desire for a loyal disciple. She speculated that Mu-Er's readiness to place his faith in her was likely due to his youth, as young individuals tend to trust others more easily. Additionally, her modern knowledge, which encompassed things unknown to him, might have led Mu-Er to mistakenly regard her as an extraordinary figure. Nonetheless, having belief points was advantageous, as she still wished to upgrade her space. The current size was barely sufficient, but the supply of spiritual spring water was lacking. She intended to commence farming after winter, and the existing amount of spiritual spring water would be entirely inadequate. Casting a complex glance at Mu-Er, she contemplated before stating, "It's getting late. I will find you a piece of beast skin. You and your brother can stay here for a couple of days. Once your brother feels better, you can leave the as." She spoke. She turned to gently tug at the silent Lu Xiao, playfully imploring, "Lu Xiao, can we take them in for a few days?" Lu Xiao, unable to refuse Bai Youyou's request, found himself utterly disarmed by her soft voice and those sparkling eyes that he felt as if his very bones had turned to jelly, rendering him incapable of uttering a single word of refusal. Swallowing hard, he nodded, his voice low and gruff. "Whatever you say goes." Bai Youyou, somewhat naive regarding matters of romance, remained oblivious to Lu Xiao's unusual demeanor. Relieved by his affirmative response, she promptly turned and left to search for the beast skin. She departed without a second thought, entirely ignoring the fact that Lu Xiao was left dry-mouthed and yearning. Lu Xiao cast a resentful glance at Bai Youyou's retreating figure, yearning to follow and intervene. But having just faced rejection, he felt dejected. Turning back to Mu-Er, he coldly admonished, "Once your brother recovers, you both need to leave promptly. Do you not think you can overstay your welcome just because Youyou is kind-hearted?" At this, Mu-Er trembled, for he feared Lu Xiu Bai Youyou's presence. Lu Xiao appeared gentle and harmless, Yet the instincts of a male beast warned him that Lu Xiao was no benevolent creature, but rather a formidable presence. Nevertheless, despite this fear, he refused to concede. He had already sworn an oath to the beast god to follow Bai Youyou, and he would not be dissuaded by mere intimidation. Clenching his small fists, Mu Er mustered his courage and looked up at Lu Xiao, resolutely replying, "I have sworn an oath to the beast god to follow my sister for life, so I cannot agree to your demands." Lu Xiao's expression darkened at these words, an icy aura emanating from him as he spoke in a low voice. "You wish to cling to Youyou? Do you seek death?" Lu Xiao would not tolerate any other beastman following Bai Youyou. Not even a small one was permissible, especially not when that small one came with a larger companion. Such a 2-for-1 scenario was utterly unacceptable. Under Lu Xiao's piercing gaze, Mu Er felt a wave of cold wash over him, his back beginning to sweat. Yet even so, he had no intention of retreating, gritting his teeth and responding, "Even if it costs me my life, I will follow my sister." Lu Xiao was genuinely infuriated by the audacity of this little brat. Just as he was about to scold him, he heard the sound of Bai Youyou's footsteps. Suppressing his anger, he swallowed the words he had intended to say and turned to see Bai Youyou emerging from within, holding a piece of beast skin. As soon as Bai Youyou appeared, she sensed an unusual atmosphere and glanced between Lu Xiao and Mu Er. With a puzzled expression, she inquired, "What is going on? Why does it feel so strange?" Mu Er opened his mouth to speak, but Lu Xiao preempted him. He snatched the beast skin from Bai Youyou's hands and tossed it to Mu Er. With an innocent smile directed at Bai Youyou, he replied, "It's nothing. He's just worried about his brother. The beast skin has been given to him, and it's getting late, so we should rest." As Lu Xiao spoke, he took Bai Youyou by the arm and led her inside. Just before entering the cave, he shot a warning glare at Mu Er. Observing this exchange, felt a plan formulating in his mind. Though he did not understand why such a powerful beastman as Lu Xiao would fear a frail female, he recognized that Lu Xiao would temper his behavior in Bai Youyou's presence. This realization offered him hope. He had discerned that Bai Youyou was quite soft-hearted, especially when it came to him, a young cub. Stealing a glance at his unconscious brother, Mu Er clenched his fists, resolved to stay no matter the cost. His desire to remain was not solely to repay Bai Youyou's kindness, but also because he believed that following this goddess would lead to a better life for him and his brother. Even if this thought was somewhat selfish, after a lifetime of wandering alongside his brother, he had grown weary of a life with no tomorrow. He yearned to seize this opportunity and carve out a different future. As long as he could bring his brother along, he would gladly serve Bai Youyou like a beast of burden. Unbeknownst to Lu Xiao, his fear of Bai Youyou had already been laid bare. Nor did he realize that the little cub outside had resolved to cling to Bai Youyou. Upon returning to the cave with Bai Youyou, Lu Xiao pulled at her clothing with a look of melancholy. With a hint of grievance, he asked, "You, why are you being so kind to those brothers?" Bai Youyou, taken aback by Lu Xiao's demeanor, felt her lips twitch in disbelief at how shameless he had become. Why would a towering, muscular man of over 2 meters resort to such a pitiful expression? It was truly an eyesore. Lu Xiao, oblivious to the absurdity of his actions, felt no shame, while Bai Youyou found it utterly mortifying. She reached out to pinch Lu Xiao's cheek, glaring at him, "No more playing the victim. Speak clearly." Seeing that this tactic was ineffective, Lu Xiao promptly abandoned his pitiful act. His expression darkened as he pulled Bai Youyou onto his lap, leaning in to whisper in her ear with a deep, magnetic voice, "All right, I'll speak clearly." With a soft chuckle, Lu Xiao looked at Bai Youyou with his striking heterochromatic eyes, exuding an otherworldly charm that he raised a finger to gently press against her rosy lips. His gaze deepening as he murmured, "How could I possibly be mischievous? Up to this moment, I have done nothing at all. How can Youyou unjustly accuse me?" Without granting Bai Youyou a moment to respond, he swiftly leaned down and captured her enticing red lips with his OWN. It was only when he sensed her breath becoming shallow that he reluctantly pulled away, chuckling softly. "Now that is what I call mischief. Do you understand? Youyou, you are bullying me." Bai Youyou was truly taken aback, her words stumbling over one another. She could not comprehend how Lu Xiao had suddenly transformed, as if he had unlocked a hidden prowess. Becoming so adept at flirtation, was this still the simple-minded beastman she had thought him to be? Surely, he must have become something extraordinary. Lu Xiao, however, paid no heed to Bai Youyou's astonishment. He was never one to embody pure innocence. And fearing that he might startle her, He had already been restraining himself for far too long. Yet if he continued to suppress his feelings, he feared he might ultimately cause himself emotional turmoil. More importantly, he yearned for Bai Youyou to gradually come to know the true him, to embrace his authentic self, rather than the fabricated persona of a beast man he had concealed. Observing Bai Youyou's mixture of surprise, embarrassment, and anger, Lucio found her utterly adorable that he pressed her closer, narrowing his eyes suggestively as he said, "Is this what you call bullying? When Youyou enters her heat, I shall show her what true bullying entails." Ah, what is happening? Has Lucio been possessed? Someone, please help me silence this incessantly flirtatious mouth of his, Bai Youyou screamed inwardly, her entire being flushed with embarrassment, desperate to distance herself from Lucio in that moment. She felt her heart racing uncontrollably, overwhelmed by a blend of shame, anxiety, and something else she could not quite identify that it had been pounding incessantly since the earlier encounter, nearing the limits of her endurance. With no other option, she raised her hand to cover Lucio's incessantly chattering mouth, glaring at him with a feeble sense of authority. "You mustn't say any more. If you keep being a rogue, I shall ignore you." Lucio, understanding the wisdom of knowing when to retreat, winked at Bai Youyou in acknowledgement. Seeing his cooperation, she hesitantly lowered her hand from his mouth. As soon as she did, Lucio inquired, "Youyou has yet to answer my previous question." "What question?" Bai Youyou was momentarily dazed, struggling to recall the initial conversation after Lucio's previous antics had left her flustered. Lucio found her bewildered expression endearing. Though he suppressed his laughter, he then asked earnestly, "Why does Youyou show such kindness to those two brothers? They are both wandering beastmen, just like me, deemed inauspicious. You, do you not mind at all? Are you not afraid?" Bai Youyou furrowed her brow at Lucio's question, genuinely surprised that he would even bring it up, especially after such a long time. She had not expected him to still feel self-conscious and troubled by the label of being an inauspicious beastman. After pondering for a moment, she realized that continuing down this path was not the solution. She carefully organized her thoughts, gazing at Lucio with utmost seriousness as she declared, "Lucio, I shall answer this question only once, so you must remember it well." Seeing Bai Youyou's serious demeanor, Lucio felt a twinge of apprehension. His embrace around her tightened slightly, and he simply nodded, indicating that he was listening intently, resembling a prisoner awaiting judgment. Feeling the shift in his demeanor, Bai Youyou sighed inwardly before stating earnestly, "I do not perceive you as flawed, nor do I consider you inauspicious. Instead, I see you as unique, one of a kind." As she spoke, she gently caressed Lucio's mesmerizing eyes, complimenting, "Lucio, have I ever told you how beautiful your heterochromatic eyes are? I am not deceiving you or flattering you. I genuinely believe they are stunning." Lucio stared at Bai Youyou, feeling as though this delicate, soft female in his arms was radiating light, illuminating the darkest corners of his heart. He shut his eyes briefly, struggling to believe that these were truly Bai Youyou's heartfelt words. He hesitantly replied, "But we inauspicious beastmen are not recognized by this world. We are cast aside that I cannot even provide you with a safe and carefree living environment." As he spoke, his gaze darkened, and he let out a self-deprecating chuckle, tightening his grip around Bai Youyou. Leaning closer, he whispered in her ear, "Yet, Youyou, despite all this, I have never contemplated letting you go. I dwell in the abyss, yet I foolishly wish to pull you down with me. Are you not afraid of such an unworthy person?" Lucio felt as though he had lost his mind, inching closer and laying bare his darkest thoughts before Bai Youyou. He did not know the purpose behind his actions. He simply craved a definitive response to the reassurance that Bai Youyou's words had ignited in his heart. Unaware of the urgency and turmoil within Lucio's heart, Bai Youyou merely felt a tingling sensation in her ears. She instinctively retracted her neck, casting a frustrated glare at Lucio. "I in the place where I once lived, there is a saying that goes, marry a chicken, follow the chicken, marry a dog, follow the dog. I have already become your partner. So naturally, I will be with you from now on. Where else could you send me?" With a pout, she continued stubbornly, "Besides, you are no less than those beastmen in the tribes. You were born to be rejected by those ignorant beastmen. Yet you continue to survive in this perilous world, proving your excellence. You are superior to all the beastmen in the tribes." Lucio had faced disdain and fear throughout his life, never having encountered such sentiments before. He was taken aback, Observing Bai Youyou's expression and finding no hint of insincerity, it was evident that she spoke from the heart. This was her genuine belief. Her words echoed in his mind. She had called his heterochromatic eyes beautiful, declared him unique, and proclaimed him excellent. Most importantly, she had said she would marry a chicken and follow the chicken, marry a dog and follow the dog. That a warm sensation enveloped Lucio's heart, filling a void that had lingered for years. Suddenly, he felt complete and fearless. Simultaneously, he could not allow Bai Youyou to leave. After all, she had declared her commitment, and no matter what happened in this lifetime, he would not permit her to retract her words. Chapter 56. Lucio yearns for sweetness. Noticing that Lucio remained silent, simply staring at her with an inscrutable expression that held no malice yet made her uneasy, Bai Youyou cautiously asked, "Lucio, are you angry? Are you upset with me for keeping Mu'er and Mu'i?" Upon hearing her words, Lucio paused. Realizing that Bai Youyou had likely misunderstood, he quickly replied, "No, how could I ever be angry with you? His voice trailed off as he lowered his gaze, contemplating before sheepishly admitting, "I simply do not want you to focus too much on other beastmen." Bai Youyou's lips twitched in response to Lucio's explanation. Finding it somewhat absurd, she had considered every possibility but never imagined that he would feel jealous. She increasingly felt that she could not decipher Lucio. He seemed to possess a split personality, unpredictable in his actions, leaving her uncertain of his next move. Yet, what could she do now? Having already committed to the notion of marrying a chicken and following the chicken, she could only go along with him. Resigned, Bai Youyou extended a finger toward Lucio's lips, instructing, "Open your mouth." Lucio, slightly bewildered, obediently complied as soon as his mouth opened. Bai Youyou slipped her slender finger inside, delivering a refreshing essence of spring water into his mouth. Once she had poured all the water from the jade bowl into him, she withdrew her hand and asked, "Is it sweet? Does it feel good?" "Sweet and comfortable." Lucio instinctively nodded, though he remained puzzled by Bai Youyou's intentions. Upon hearing his response, Bai Youyou shot him a fierce glare with her large, watery eyes, feigning anger as she said, "If it weren't for Mu'er, how could we have obtained this precious spring water? Just now, I prepared some medicinal soup for his brother, and he rewarded me with 10 faith points. Besides, if I hadn't kept him around, where else could I find such a naive child to earn faith points? I still want to upgrade the space." Bai Youyou genuinely felt grateful to Mu'er. Although she had only helped a little in saving Mu'i, she had not sacrificed much. In truth, she had reaped significant benefits. Without Mu'er, she would still be in the dark about how to upgrade the space and would never have obtained such precious spring water. Listening to Bai Youyou's explanation, Lucio began to comprehend the rationale behind her actions. Realizing that his possessiveness had led to a somewhat narrow-minded perspective, aware of his fault, he pressed his lips together and lowered his head, confessing, "Youyou, that was not my intention. I just do not want you to care too much about others. I will be more mindful next time." Bai Youyou has never experienced romantic feelings, and thus remains oblivious to the fact that Lucio's behavior stems from an overwhelming possessiveness. She merely perceives him as a somewhat childish individual yearning for her undivided attention. She playfully reaches out to pat Lucio's head, squinting her eyes with a smile as she coos, "Our Lucio is the best. You are so wonderful that no one else can compare to you in my heart." During their first introduction, Lucio had mentioned that Bai Youyou could call him a Shio, a name his mother once used, and the only one that had ever brought him warmth. However, as time passed, Bai Youyou never used that name for him, and Lucio never pressed the matter. To his surprise, she suddenly addressed him this way, and with such tenderness, Lucio's gaze darkened as he took her small hand in his, whispering, "Youyou, I am truly delighted. Would you please call me a Shio from now on?" As he spoke, he leaned down to nuzzle her neck and continued, "Can we keep it this way? I will heed your every wish. Except for letting you go." Bai Youyou felt a ticklish sensation from Lucio's affection, initially just a light itch at her neck, but his deep, husky coaxing made her heart flutter. Shyly, she recoiled her neck and softly replied, "I understand. Shio." Hearing her tenderly call his name sent shivers down Lucio's spine. The way she uttered Shio felt entirely different from how his mother once did. His gaze deepened, and with a slight swallow, he drew Bai Youyou closer into his embrace, murmuring, "Youyou, your voice is so delightful. Could you say it again?" Bai Youyou found herself flustered by Lucio's enticing words. She sensed a hint of ambiguity in what was once a simple title. Yet, Lu Xiao made no excessive demands. It was merely a name. Although her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, she steeled herself and stammered, Xiao. The moment the name left her lips, Lu Xiao could no longer contain his fervent emotions and leaned down to capture her soft mouth with his. Bai Youyou found herself enveloped in Lu Xiao's embrace, feeling no fear, only a sweet shyness, her small fists pressed against her chest, as if seeking solace in their grip. Lu Xiao lifted one of his large hands, entwining her tiny fists in his, closing the last remaining distance between them. But he gazed deeply into her eyes, his unique irises shimmering with an otherworldly allure, swallowing hard to suppress his own anxiety. He trembled as he confessed, Youyou, I can no longer hold back. If I don't reach the end, could you give me a little sweetness? Bai Youyou shivered at his words, her already flushed face turning crimson. She longed to shake her head in refusal, but sensing Lu Xiao's tension, she realized the depth of his feelings without needing further explanation. Unwilling to see him disheartened, yet too timid to affirm. She recalled the many tales she'd encountered online about men seducing girls. Lu Xiao's plea seemed like the most common of them all, although she believed Lu Xiao to be different from those boys. She felt too apprehensive to take the risk. After much deliberation, she devised a cautious excuse. Stealing a glance at Lu Xiao, she said pitifully, but there are people outside. What if they hear us? Chapter 57. Bai Youyou awakened upon hearing her words. Lu Xiao narrowed his eyes, casting a glance at the animal hide curtain before turning back to Bai Youyou, his eyes reflecting hurt. In a hushed tone, he questioned, Youyou, what are you afraid of? Do you not trust that I want to go all the way? Or do you simply not wish to grow closer to me? With each word, Lu Xiao's heart sank further. Reluctantly, he began to loosen his embrace around Bai Youyou, fearing that if he pressed her too hard, she might flee from him as she had before. Though he felt unfulfilled in this moment, he remained grateful that Bai Youyou was still willing to indulge him, even if her eyes, once bright, began to dim. From the outset, Bai Youyou had shown reluctance to get too close, a stark contrast to most females in this world who eagerly sought their partner's affection without concern for prying ears. In this environment, refraining from public displays of affection was already a sign of evolution. Thus, Lu Xiao could only conclude that Bai Youyou's hesitation stemmed from a lack of fondness for him. Bai Youyou, acutely aware of Lu Xiao's shift in demeanor, felt a sudden pang of panic. Forgetting her fears, she instinctively leaned down and pressed her lips against his, which were tightly pursed in contemplation. It was her first bold move toward intimacy, and as their lips met, a jolt coursed through her. Realizing what she had done, Bai Youyou's eyelashes fluttered, her heart racing, yet she felt no urge to withdraw. At that moment, she understood that she must have developed feelings for Lu Xiao. Otherwise, she wouldn't care so much about his emotions or fear his disappointment, nor would she have taken the initiative to kiss him. Although she was unsure when this affection had begun, she accepted it wholeheartedly. Wrapping her arms around Lu Xiao's neck, she pressed herself closer, choosing to trust him. Lu Xiao had never realized that the distance between heaven and hell could be so minuscule. Having lost all hope, he merely wished for Bai Youyou to gradually accept him with sincerity. Yet, in a surprising turn of events, she had boldly kissed him. For a moment, his mind went blank as he stood there, feeling as if the situation was surreal. But that moment passed swiftly. As Bai Youyou embraced him, he instinctively wrapped his arms around her slender waist, transforming his passivity into action as their bodies brushed against one another. Bai Youyou trembled involuntarily. She wished to speak, but Lu Xiao's lips sealed hers, allowing only the faintest of sounds to escape her. Lu Xiao, however, was patient, exploring every inch of their newfound territory, leaving no spot untouched. Bai Youyou realized there was no turning back now, but thankfully, Lu Xiao honored his promise to her, refraining from crossing the final line. When it was all over, Bai Youyou felt utterly drained, her small face scrunched up in a way that suggested she was on the verge of tears. Appearing both pitiful and adorable in contrast, Lu Xiao wore a look of deep satisfaction as he stepped out to prepare a warm meal for her, his demeanor radiating joy. Mu, who had been asleep, was awakened by the commotion. Confused by Lu Xiao's actions in the middle of the night, he couldn't fathom why this beast man was so cheerful. However, once he caught a whiff of the scent lingering in the air, he fell silent. Understanding more than his young age suggested, Lu Xiao had no intention of concealing anything, nor did he feel any shame in being discovered. If he could, he would want the whole world to know that Bai Youyou belonged to him. After preparing the stew, he ignored the now-awake Mu-Er, bustling away without a hint of remorse, even leaving the curtain unlatched. Observing the long corridor, Mu-Er bit his lip, ultimately deciding to be considerate and pulled the curtain closed before returning to lie beside his brother to continue sleeping. Lu Xiao was genuinely elated. While he hadn't completely claimed Bai Youyou, he had taken all the liberties he desired and had even indulged in a few daring acts he had previously hesitated to attempt. Although Bai Youyou had initially been startled, she showed no signs of disgust or rejection at that moment. He felt as if he could exchange his entire life for the privilege of being with her. Bai Youyou now carried his scent, unmistakably marking her as a female with an owner in the eyes of any other male. Wrapped in the blanket she had made, traces of their encounter were visible on her exposed skin. Subtle yet beautiful in the soft glow of the oil lamp. Exhausted, hungry, and yearning for comfort, she turned her head to look at Lu Xiao with a hint of reproach, her voice soft and pleading. "My hands are weak. I want you to feed me." While there was a touch of playful charm in her tone, her hands truly felt sore and fatigued. Lu Xiao, captivated by her demeanor, recognized the importance of knowing when to hold back. Suppressing the greed in his eyes, he approached her with a warm smile, replying, "All right, I will feed you." As he spoke, he gradually began to feed her. Bai Youyou had barely eaten much before she succumbed to a drowsy slumber. However, Lu Xiao found it impossible to fall asleep, his entire being brimming with excitement. Lying beside Bai Youyou, he gazed at her serene, sleeping visage, his expression softening as he reached out to delicately trace her brows and eyes. His own eyes filled with an unquenchable depth of affection that in his heart. He vowed to cherish his little female for a lifetime, ensuring she would never endure even the slightest grievance. She, his precious little female, deserved nothing less than the very best this world has to offer. Chapter 58. The disheartened Lu Xiao. When Bai Youyou awoke the next day, it was already noon. Initially, she expected to feel utterly drained. But upon waking, she realized she was not as weak as she had anticipated. After a moment of introspection, she found no reason to be concerned about her condition, recalling the events of the previous night. She bit her lip, overwhelmed with an acute sense of embarrassment. How could Lu Xiao, with his rough demeanor, have coaxed her into such actions? Just the thought of it now filled her with shame. Leaving her bewildered as to how she had managed to navigate through it all, glancing around, she noticed Lu Xiao was nowhere to be found. It was clear he must be in the kitchen. After steadying her emotions and allowing the heat in her cheeks to subside, Bai Youyou donned her clothes and made her way toward the kitchen. Yet, she had barely taken a few steps when she heard the system's voice. "Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained 10 faith points from Mu-Er and 20 faith points from Mu-E. Current faith points, 50. Bai Youyou paused, puzzled as to why this little beast man had granted her faith points again. Moreover, why had Mu-E also developed faith in her, and to give her 20 points at once? Wait, Mu-E. Could it be that Mu-E had awakened? Intrigued, she quickened her pace, but after just a couple of steps, she sensed something amiss and couldn't help but frown. Initially, she thought everything would be fine, but now she realized she had been rather naive. If she had become so weakened already, what would happen if she faced real danger in the future? Just the thought sent a shiver down her spine. Gritting her teeth, she inwardly cursed Lu Xiao as a beast, and her pace slowed. Yet, even at this slower speed, the passage was only about 3 meters long. And soon she arrived at as she lifted the beast skin curtain to the kitchen. Bai Youyou found Lu Xiao frowning as he looked at the two brothers, Mu-E and Mu-E as she had suspected. Mu-E was indeed awake, but due to his grave injuries, he was unable to rise. The two locked eyes, and she could see the determination in Mu-Yi's gaze. The several males in the cave had already noticed Bai Youyou's arrival. And Lu Xiao, pursing his lips, shifted his gaze from the brothers to her, standing up to approach her. His previously stern expression softened instantly, and he spoke gently. "Ew, you didn't eat much last night. You must be hungry, right? I've made your favorite sweet potato soup and black bean cakes. Please eat more." As he spoke, he led Bai Youyou to the stone table, his attentiveness evident as he laid out the food before her. Bai Youyou cast a sidelong glance at Lu Xiao. Though she felt a bit hungry, her attention was entirely captivated by Mu-E. Turning her head, she scrutinized Mu-E from top to bottom. His abdomen was bandaged, obscuring any visible injuries, but there seemed to be a hint of color returning to his face, suggesting he was not on the brink of death. Seeing that Bai Youyou had not spoken a word to him, but was instead fixated on Mu Yi. Lu Xiao felt a twinge of jealousy. Although he understood that Bai Youyou held no interest in Mu Yi, he couldn't shake off the discomfort. Yet, he dared not show his displeasure to her and could only express his feelings of grievance. Sing, Youyou, what are you looking at? Huh? Bai Youyou was jolted back to reality by Lu Xiao's call. Upon meeting his gaze, she realized he was sulking again, leaving her somewhat speechless. She shot him an exasperated glare and reproached. Why didn't you call me when Mui woke up? After all, I was the one who treated him. Shouldn't you let me see the results of my efforts? Lu Xiao felt a shiver run down his spine at her glare. Lowering his gaze and touching his nose to hide his agitation, that he replied softly, I saw you sleeping so peacefully. I couldn't bring myself to wake you, Dote. Bai Youyou had no intention of lingering on that topic. She glanced at Lu Xiao and then at the two brothers. Her curiosity piqued that I noticed the atmosphere was a bit off when I came in. What were you discussing? Bai Youyou was genuinely curious, especially about the origin of those faith points. Perhaps Mu Er's contribution was due to Mu Yi's awakening. But what about Mu Yi? He had given her 20 points right away. Could it be because she had healed him? If that were the case, could she perhaps set up a stall to treat others and earn faith points? Of course, this was merely a fleeting thought. She would never dare to do such a thing. Setting aside her limited medicinal knowledge, even if she attempted it, she might be seized by some tribes as a witch. Just as her musings ended, she heard Mu Er exclaim urgently, Sister Bai, Uncle Lu said we should leave as soon as possible. His little face scrunched up in a pitiful expression as he continued, But my brother and I have already vowed to follow you. How can we leave? Bai Youyou was taken aback by this revelation. Before she could respond, Lu Xiao interjected angrily. What use would keeping you little brats be? What can your brother, who is disabled, possibly do? You're just trying to mooch off us. Lu Xiao was genuinely infuriated. This little brat was merely playing the pity card to deceive his little female to add insult to injury. He dared to call him uncle while addressing Bai Youyou as sister, utterly unforgivable. Mu Er, about to retort, was stopped by Mu Yi, who tugged at his arm, signaling him to remain calm. He then turned to face Lu Xiao and Bai Youyou, his voice unwavering despite his weakened state. Lu Lauda, there will come a time when you will need our brother's assistance. Lu Xiao scoffed at this, urging Bai Youyou to eat, while replying, I don't see a time when I would need you. You have your strengths, and indeed, you didn't need us before, but you will definitely need us in the future, Mu Yi asserted, shifting his gaze to Bai Youyou, who was being fed. His eyes sparkled with conviction as he continued. Lu Lauda, you are now a partnered beastman, a wandering beastman. You should know how difficult it is to protect a little female, especially one blessed by the beast god, destined to be coveted by tribes. No matter how strong you are, how can you always keep her by your side? Can you guarantee that no one will set their sights on her? Lu Lauda, you need companions now. Lu Xiao stiffened at this, aware that these were thoughts he had entertained. However, he found it hard to trust anyone but himself. He turned to glare coldly at Mu Yi, his expression impassive as he stated, If I were to kill you, no one would know of her existence. Bai Youyou was taken aback by Lu Xiao's words, unsure whether he was serious or simply speaking without thought. Anxiously, she tugged at his arm. From the faith points contributed by the two brothers, it seemed they held no malicious intent towards her, but she still worried that Lu Xiao might truly resort to violence, especially since he had already killed in her presence. Lu Xiao reassuringly patted Bai Youyou's hand, but maintained his icy demeanor as he continued to glare at Mu Yi. The latter felt a chill running down his back under Lu Xiao's intense gaze, causing him to shrink back slightly. Yet, thinking of their precarious situation, he realized that if they did not seize this opportunity to follow a strong ally, survival would be a challenge. With a weak smile, he responded earnestly, I am putting my life on the line to propose this. My life was saved by you. You could easily take it again, and I would have nothing to say. But Lu Lauda, what would killing us achieve? Can you hide with your partner forever, avoiding the outside world? Even if she agrees, what about your future little beastlings? Will they also live in hiding? Will they grow up friendless and partnerless like Mu Er? In the future, how will they find mates? Lu Lauda, you are not an ordinary person, and you cannot lead an ordinary life. I am willing to be among the first to follow you. I hope you will grant us this chance. Though I have lost an arm, I still possess fighting strength. In the future, I am willing to hunt and provide for you, hoping you can offer my brother and me a safe haven. When faced with strong enemies, I can protect my younger brother within my capabilities. Mu Yi's subsequent remarks barely registered with Lu Xiao, as his mind was consumed by the earlier questions posed by Mu Yi. For Lu Xiao, those inquiries were of a critical nature. He had never contemplated such matters before. Having just begun to savor the taste of life, in an instant, he fell into a profound silence. His gaze directed towards Bai Youyou, filled with dejection. Though it lasted but a fleeting moment, Bai Youyou perceptibly caught it. Chapter 59. Horizons begin to widen. Bai Youyou found herself devoid of appetite. For Mu Yi's words not only struck at Lu Xiao's vulnerabilities, but also awakened her from her previous desire to retreat into a life of seclusion. She had never pondered the question of children. It seemed too distant a concern for her former self. Yet now, with someone having brought it to her attention, she could not help but consider the future. She could not bear the thought of her child leading an abnormal life. Nor could she tolerate the possibility of her offspring growing up in solitude. As a child, they might not perceive the absence of companionship, but as they matured, yearning for friends and partners, what would become of her and Lu Xiao? Would they have to resort to theft or exchange? Even so, given the longevity of beast men, could their offspring truly only live such a life? She was unwilling, and it was inconceivable to deny Lu Xiao the chance to become a father. Setting aside the fact that there were no means of contraception in this world, even if there were, it was evident that Lu Xiao desired children, and she could not bring herself to deny him that. Moreover, like Lu Xiao, she had no blood relatives in this world, naturally leading to a longing for connection. She yearned for a child that would bind them together eternally. After a moment's hesitation, Bai Youyou gently grasped Lu Xiao's arm to reassure him before turning her attention to Mu Yi, asking, "Are you suggesting that you wish to stay and become our companions? What can you offer us, and why should we place our trust in you?" Hearing this, Mu Yi struggled to rise, prompting Mu Er to rush to assist him. Observing this scene, Bai Youyou felt a flicker of concern, yet she refrained from intervening, opting instead to quietly sit beside Lu Xiao, silently watching the brothers, eager to gauge their sincerity, despite the presence of faith value. This was her first encounter with such a concept, and she could not guarantee that either of them, particularly Mu Yi, harbored no ill intentions. Furthermore, the system had stated that only when the faith value reached 100 points could loyalty be deemed absolute. At present, Mu Yi possessed merely 20 points, while Mu Er had only 30. Mu Yi, aided by Mu Er, slowly knelt before Bai Youyou and Lu Xiao, placing his right fist over his heart and solemnly declaring, "I, Mu Yi, pledge my life to the beast god, willingly serving you as my master, prioritizing your safety above all else. If I do not perish, I shall protect you with my life." Mu Er, observing his brother's actions, followed suit and knelt, his expression earnest. As the brothers finished their vows, the sound of the system echoed in Bai Youyou's ears. "Ding! Congratulations, host. You have gained 10 faith points from Mu Yi. Current faith value, 60 points." Bai Youyou, hearing the system's notification, felt a swirl of complex emotions. After exchanging a glance with Lu Xiao, she addressed the brothers. "Please rise, Lu Xiao, and I need to discuss this matter further before providing you with a response." With that, she led a somewhat despondent Lu Xiao back into the cave. The brothers, disappointed by Bai Youyou's lack of immediate agreement, nodded without pressing the issue and watched her leave, once seated beside the stone bed. Bai Youyou noticed Lu Xiao's gaze had been evasive since earlier. She could surmise his thoughts. His despondency and disheartenment were palpable, markedly contrasting with his usual vigor. He resembled a wilted plant, drained of vitality. Seeing Lu Xiao in such a state stirred Bai Youyou's compassion, yet she understood that they could not evade the inevitable. Confrontation was essential, and avoidance would resolve nothing. She gently tugged at Lu Xiao's arm and softly said, "Lu Xiao, I believe Mu Yi's words carry weight that we are human, social creatures. We cannot perpetually exist in solitude." Her words. Lu Xiao stiffened momentarily, then slowly raised his gaze to meet Bai Youyou's eyes. Upon confirming that she bore no disdain or negative emotions, he relaxed slightly. With a hint of guilt, he replied, "I know it is my inadequacy that prevents me from providing you with a normal living environment. But Youyou, I worry about them. Aside from myself, I cannot bear the thought of you being near other beastmen. What if they harbor malicious intentions?" Bai Youyou understood Lu Xiao's concerns. They were shared by her as well. Yet at present, they had no better alternatives. Mu Yi and Mu Er, at least, had demonstrated some level of faith in her, indicating no ill will. Moreover, Beastmen in this world were devout followers of the beast god. Their willingness to pledge their lives to the deity signified a profound commitment. Even if they had ulterior motives, it was likely only a desire to associate with Bai Youyou, the sorceress, in hopes of a more promising future. Bai Youyou patiently articulated her reasoning, noticing Lu Xiao absorbing her words, which eased her heart somewhat. After a moment, her cheeks flushed as she continued to persuade him. Lu Xiao, we must also consider our future offspring. I do not want them to endure such a life. If other tribes refuse to accept unique beings like you, then we shall establish a tribe of our own, free from the fear of being treated differently. What do you think? Surprised by her own suggestion, Bai Youyou felt a newfound sense of purpose. She envisioned a tribe for wandering beastmen, a sanctuary for any creature of goodwill. When resources became plentiful, they would trade for females and create a new community free of racial divisions. Though the idea seemed fantastical, Bai Youyou firmly believed that with determination and direction, nothing was unattainable. Even if their reality fell short of her dreams, it would still surpass an action. That Liu Xiao's eyes widened as he absorbed Bai Youyou's words, feeling a surge of clarity and optimism. He had never considered forming a tribe of their own. Many wandering beastmen had sought to align with him in the past, but he had rejected them out of convenience. Now, reflecting on the multitude of wandering beastmen outside, he pondered why they could not unite to forge a new force. The combat prowess of wandering beastmen often surpassed that of those within tribes. If harnessed correctly, they need not fear anything. Remembering Bai Youyou's earlier mention of wanting to have children, Lu Xiao felt a sense of urgency. He needed to prepare for the arrival of their offspring before Bai Youyou's next heat. He longed to provide them and Bai Youyou with a stable environment, free from the need to wander or evade tribal beastmen. Furthermore, as their tribe grew, mutual ties would form, reducing the risk of betrayal. Chapter 60. The brothers remain. With this realization, Lu Xiao grasped Bai Youyou's small hand, his eyes alight with determination. As his earlier despondency vanished entirely, he gazed at Bai Youyou, his voice quivering with conviction. Youyou, I know what must be done. Rest assured, I will not allow you to wander for eternity. That I refuse to let our future children become mere wandering beastmen. I will provide you with a normal living environment. Huh? Bai Youyou was taken aback by Lu Xiao's sudden transformation and tentatively inquired, Are you suggesting we keep Mu-Yi and Mu-Er? Upon hearing her words, Lu Xiao narrowed his eyes slightly. Nodding in affirmation, I shall give them a chance to stay. Furthermore, I will gather more wandering beastmen willing to ally with me. As you proposed, we shall establish a tribe of our own and commence a new life. Bai Youyou's eyes brightened at his words. Yet memories of the other wandering beastmen she had encountered sparked concern within her. But will the other beastmen be as harmless as Mu-Yi and Mu-Er? What if we invite danger into our midst? Fear not. You. Everyone seeks to better their lot. Lu Xiao reassured her, gently stroking her head with a blend of warmth and seriousness. I will select only those wandering beastmen who have not committed wrongs. With you as the sorceress to locate food and herbs, alongside my combat abilities, I have no doubt that many will wish to join us. Bai Youyou shot Lu Xiao a playful glare. Pouting, I've told you. I am not a sorceress. Lu Xiao chuckled softly, responding, Yet you can achieve what sorceresses cannot. In that regard, you far surpass those within the tribes. Bai Youyou felt her cheeks flush at the compliment. Turning her face away in slight embarrassment, she murmured, All right then, should we go inform Mu-Yi and Mu-Er of our decision now? Not yet. Let them wait. Things obtained too easily are often taken for granted. Very well. So what shall we do in the meantime? Lu Xiao gazed at Bai Youyou's flushed face, his eyes darkening as he pulled her closer to him. In a low voice, he remarked, Then let us practice how to bear offspring. Ah, why you get away, you lewd rogue. By the time Bai Youyou and Lu Xiao ventured outside again, a considerable amount of time had elapsed. Bai Youyou's lips were slightly swollen, unmistakably showing signs of having been bullied. Although she remained oblivious to this fact due to the absence of a mirror, Mu-Yi leaned against the cave wall, stealing a glance at Bai Youyou before hastily averting his gaze. Males, more than anyone, understood the intentions of other males, and he could immediately discern that Lu Xiao was deliberately asserting his claim over her. Given his current predicament, where survival was already a challenge, how could he dare to aspire for a female? Especially one belonging to Lu Xiao? He couldn't even afford to look at her more than once. For goodness sake. Feeling somewhat speechless internally, yet unable to express it, he recognized that he needed to curry favor with Lu Xiao to secure his own stay. Lucio shot a glance at Mu-yi, satisfied with his discretion. With a serious demeanor, he coldly stated, I have discussed with Youyou, and you may remain here. As soon as Lucio's words fell, Mu-yi sprang to his feet. His eyes sparkling with excitement, he exclaimed, Really? My brother and I can truly accompany Sister Shinu. Upon hearing this, Lucio cast a cold glare at Mu-yi, his expression turning somewhat fierce. From now on, do not utter the word Shinu again. Youyou is not a deity. At most, she can be considered a shaman. If you cannot control your tongue, you shall leave with your brother. Lucio was determined to prevent this little brat from spreading rumors that could attract unwanted attention towards Bai Youyou. Simply being labeled as a shaman would already draw the eyes of certain tribes, and if word spread about her being a deity, even tribes possessing shamans might come to vie for her. Until his power was firmly established, he would not allow such a possibility to arise. Mu-yi trembled slightly at Lucio's rebuke and was swiftly pulled aside by his brother. Mu-yi spoke up. I apologize. My younger brother is still quite young and lacks discretion, that I will clarify the gravity of the situation with him. Lucio nodded slightly in acknowledgement and continued with the topic at hand. Although I have allowed you to stay, I do not fully trust you. You are an astute individual. To ensure your continued peace, you should already comprehend what needs to be done, without my need to elaborate. However, Mu-yi did not display any signs of disappointment or anger. Rather, he felt a surge of joy. He nodded affirmatively, promising, naturally, my brother and I will uphold our promises. Let us hope so. After Lucio finished speaking, he turned to Bai Youyou, his expression softening instantly. He spoke gently. You, for the next few days, please assist him with some medicine. Once he recovers, I shall take him to recruit some wandering beastmen before spring arrives. That way, whether you wish to cultivate the land or construct shelters, there will be manpower available. Currently, the wandering beastmen were in dire need of food, making this the opportune moment for Lucio to gather recruits. Having lived here for over 20 years, he was well aware of the nearby wandering beastmen, discerning whom he could trust, and even recalling some who had once sought his protection. Bai Youyou was taken aback by Lucio's urgency and surprised that he had remembered her words from before winter. A warmth spread within her, yet she couldn't shake off her concerns. She gazed anxiously at Lucio, asking, Axie, is this truly without risk? Are we not being a tad too hasty? Fear not, Lucio reassured her with a smile. With me here, Youyou has nothing to worry about. I possess some knowledge of the wandering beastmen, understanding who is viable and who is not. When the time comes, if anyone wishes to join, they need only swear an oath to the beast god with their lives. As he spoke, he shot a glance at Mu-yi and continued, To establish our own tribe, we must take this step. Rest assured, I will protect you. Mu-yi had merely voiced his desire to remain, never imagining that his words would ignite the ambition within Lucio and Bai Youyou to form their own tribe. This notion had previously been beyond his wildest dreams. Yet, now, looking at the couple before him, one a shaman with extraordinary abilities, the other a fiercely capable young beastman, he suddenly felt that this endeavor might not be as unattainable as he once believed. Suppressing his excitement, he nervously swallowed and replied solemnly, El Lucio is right. I will recover swiftly. Although I have lost an arm, my speed remains largely unaffected, and there are many ways I can assist you. He quickly pulled his younger brother closer, addressing Bai Youyou. My younger brother may be young, but he possesses strength and can guard the home. If you have any tasks for him, please do not hesitate to ask. Though Mu-yi still retained some naivety, upon hearing his brother's words, he showed no hesitation, nodding in agreement and solemnly flexing his arm to display his small muscles, signaling his strength. Bai Youyou stared in astonishment at the two male beastmen, feeling a bit dazed. Were such significant decisions truly made so hastily? Shouldn't they first discuss the steps and future plans? Yet upon reflection, given their current circumstances, there seemed little to deliberate or plan. Stealing a glance at Lucio, who was watching her intently, Bai Youyou, despite her uncertainty, ultimately chose to trust him, nodding in agreement. What other choice did she have? The idea of establishing their own tribe had originated from her. Lucio not only acknowledged her suggestion, but was also so driven. She couldn't constantly voice her fears and dampen their spirits, especially when she had no better alternatives. Thus, having made a decision, she resolved to take action within her capabilities. Bai Youyou looked at Mu-yi and instructed, Please unwrap the beast hide from your brother's abdomen. I need to check if the wound has become inflamed. Be careful not to disturb the injury, while Bai Youyou had initially intended to attend to the wound herself. A glance at the watchful Lucio dissuaded her. Her lips still tingled, and she wished to avoid further aggravating the jealous individual. Muir, heeding Bai Youyou's words, wasted no time and promptly agreed. After helping Mu Yi lie down comfortably, he cautiously began to unwrap the beast hide from his brother's abdomen. Bai Youyou approached for a closer inspection, discovering that aside from some swelling, there were no signs of inflammation or pus. A sense of relief washed over her. As long as the wound remained free from infection, there would be no imminent danger to his life. After examining the wound, she noticed the two brothers awaiting her verdict with anxious expressions. She smiled reassuringly at them, saying, "The recovery is progressing well. Continue applying the medicine and ensure he has some nutritious meat soup. He should heal swiftly." The beastmen in this world possessed remarkable recuperative abilities. As long as they survived the critical phase, their recovery speed was astonishingly rapid. Once Bai Youyou finished speaking, she turned and entered the cave, retrieving a small bamboo bowl. She then took some fish gall bladders from her space, carefully breaking them open and pouring the contents into the bowl. After completing this task, Bai Youyou emerged with the bamboo bowl containing the fish gall juice. She handed it to Muir, explaining, "This is the gall juice from piranhas. It can help reduce inflammation and alleviate pain. You should apply it to your brother a few times daily, and when it runs out, just ask me for more." While Muir had seen Bai Youyou use this before during Mu Yi's surgery, he had not realized it was piranha gall. He accepted the bowl with gratitude, his heart brimming with appreciation. Though not particularly precious, the gall was a rare find during winter. Setting aside the ferocity of piranhas, the rivers where they resided were now covered in thick ice, making it nearly impossible to procure more gall bladders. Bai Youyou developed a favorable impression of Muir, the obedient young beastman. She smiled warmly. "It's all a small matter. We are going to live together for some time, so consider us family. Tonight, I will prepare a delicious meal for you." Muir's eyes widened in shock upon hearing this, while even the reclining Mu Yi trembled slightly, glancing at Bai Youyou with a mixture of emotions. They had not anticipated that she would elevate them to the status of family. As mere vassals, they could only be regarded as servants at best. Lucio observed Bai Youyou, but refrained from commenting. He held a strong aversion to the slave system in this world, so he did not oppose her words. After all, his little female had merely stated that they were to live together recently, thus considering them half family. Once winter passed, these two brothers would not dare to linger in his and Youyou's home, disrupting their intimate world. The thought of wanting to engage in some activities during the night, while Bai Youyou worried about eavesdroppers, left him thoroughly exasperated with these two interlopers. Bai Youyou felt somewhat bewildered under the intense gazes of the two brothers. Embarrassed, she smiled awkwardly and asked, "What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that?" Turning to Lucio for assistance, she plaintively inquired, "Axie, did I say something wrong?" "Not at all." Lucio was nearly amused by Bai Youyou's bewildered expression. He glanced at the two brothers and, suppressing his laughter, drew Bai Youyou closer in a gentle tone. He remarked, "They simply have not encountered many good people. Meeting someone as tender-hearted as you has momentarily left them a bit flustered." As he spoke, he led Bai Youyou towards the stove, continuing, "Did you not mention preparing a delicious meal for tonight? I am already quite eager. What shall we have for dinner? I can help you get ready." Thus, Bai Youyou was guided by Lucio to the other side of the cave, leaving the two brothers to process the recent impact alone. They had not heard the word family in far too long, and its sudden mention left their hearts feeling both sweet and soured. A shared glance between the brothers revealed their unspoken understanding. As long as they lived, they would protect Bai Youyou, even at the cost of their own lives. Only in this way could they repay her life-saving grace and the depth of her regard for them. Bai Youyou, contemplating what to prepare for dinner, was suddenly interrupted by a notification from the system. "Ding! Congratulations! Host has gained 10 faith points from Mu Yi and 10 faith points from Muir. Current faith points 80. What is happening?" Bai Youyou turned back towards Mu Yi and Muir, perplexed as to how these brothers had increased her faith points so suddenly. She wondered if they could explain what exactly had led to this increase. If she could learn their secrets to accumulating faith points, she would no longer fear her space stagnating in levels. Unbeknownst to Bai Youyou, her small gestures were immensely precious in the eyes of the two brothers, who had received little kindness in their lives. Lucio observed Bai Youyou's expression, cast a brief glance at the brothers, and softly inquired, "What is the matter? Nothing much, Bai Youyou replied, slightly at a loss for words. Let us cook first. We can discuss things after dinner. She pointed at the dried piranha hanging on the stone wall, saying, let us fry some fish that I also soaked some dried mushrooms earlier. We can make a mushroom stew with meat for dinner. Lu Xiao had no objections. He had nearly mastered every dish that Bai Youyou could prepare. Although his cooking might not match her finesse, it was certainly palatable. He promptly began to assist Bai Youyou with the ingredients. Chapter 62. May I have a taste? Due to the absence of cooking oil, they could only fry the fish in animal fat. While the flavor was delightful, it had to be consumed hot. Otherwise, it would become greasy and lose its crispness. Therefore, Bai Youyou opted to simmer the meat first, taking into account the substantial appetites of the male orcs, and prepared an ample portion of meat. Before covering the pot, she sneakily glanced at Lu Xiao and, unable to resist, added about 10 grams of spring water to the pot, hoping it would aid Mu Yi's injury. Bai Youyou believed Lu Xiao had not noticed, but he had indeed observed her subtle action without intent to intervene. Setting aside the fact that this spring water was obtained through Mu Air, he had already consented to keep Mu Yi and Mu Air, and naturally, he wished for Mu Yi to recover from his ailment. Yet, he felt a mix of affection and annoyance at Bai Youyou's sneakiness. Unaware that Lu Xiao had caught her in the act, Bai Youyou waited until the fire was sufficiently hot before burying 4 sweet potatoes in the embers, eager for the brothers to enjoy the sweetness of roasted sweet potatoes. Once the meat was simmering adequately, she tossed in the soaked mushrooms to tea. That moment, Lu Xiao had heated another pot, and the fat was sizzling, ready for frying the fish. The couple busily prepared their meal, while the 2 brothers, inhaling the enticing aromas wafting through the air, began to salivate. Particularly, Mu Yi, who had previously tasted the stewed meat left by Mu Air, found the current experience overwhelmingly tantalizing. The aroma of the frying fish was simply overpowering, permeating every corner. Even Mu Yi, who prided himself on being mature and composed, felt an urge to approach and sample the dish. Bai Youyou did not keep the brothers waiting long. The fish cooked quickly and was ready in no time. When she announced that dinner was served, Mu Air dashed over to her with gleaming eyes, practically vibrating with excitement. If he could have wagged his tail, it would surely have created a whirlwind. Amused, Bai Youyou glanced at Mu Air, and after confirming his interest, served him 2 generous bowls of mushroom stew and a plate of fried fish to share with his brother, saying, your brother's wound is still healing, so let him taste the fish sparingly, but ensure he eats plenty of the stew. I made more than enough, and there's more in the pot, so help yourself later, understood? Mu Air's eyes sparkled as he gazed at the food, swallowing hard. Yet he absorbed Bai Youyou's words. He offered her a grateful glance before racing back to the corner where Mu Yi was resting. Mu Yi also heard Bai Youyou's words and felt a warm sensation in his heart, suddenly experiencing a sense of belonging he had never known before. This feeling was exquisite, evoking a desire to cherish and protect it fiercely. Bai Youyou acted from her heart. Her upbringing and education were vastly different from those of the orcs in this world. In her previous life, she had come from a culture where guests were treated with utmost hospitality. Thus, she did not perceive her kindness towards the 2 brothers as extraordinary and failed to recognize the significance of her seemingly ordinary actions. After dinner, the kitchen began to fill with a sweet aroma, signaling to Bai Youyou and Lu Xiao that the sweet potatoes were nearly done. However, the 2 brothers remained oblivious to this, and curiosity got the better of Mu Air, who could no longer resist asking Bai Youyou, Sister Bai, what is that delightful smell? It's so sweet. Bai Youyou smiled in response, her voice gentle as she replied, that is roasted sweet potato. You and your brother will have some shortly. Upon hearing that both he and his brother would be included, Mu Air's eyes lit up. Although he was already full, the excitement of being a child overcame him, and he hurried to help with washing the dishes. His enthusiasm palpable. Mu Air felt he had never experienced such comfort and happiness in his life. Filled with anticipation and longing for the future, Mu Yi watched his younger brother gradually blossom and felt his eyes moisten slightly. He closed his eyes, suppressing his emotions, vowing silently to protect this newfound peace. Lu Xiao observed the brothers' every interaction silently, taking note of their emotional shifts and feeling satisfied with their behavior as long as they understood gratitude. They were deserving of trust. Once the sweet potatoes were ready, Lu Xiao retrieved them all, saving 2 for the brothers while taking the other 2 to share with Bai Youyou in their private space. As they entered the cave, Bai Youyou, who had been holding back her excitement, eagerly pulled Lu Xiao to the stone bed and whispered, "Ah Xiao, those brothers keep inexplicably granting me faith points. Just now, each gave me 10 points. Now, with Mu Er and Mu Yi, I have gained 40 faith points, just 20 points short of upgrading the space." Lu Xiao paused at her words, but it was only a fleeting moment. As a wandering orc, he understood the plight of fellow wanderers. The brief reflection led him to grasp the brothers' motives. He peeled a roasted sweet potato and handed it to Bai Youyou, speaking softly. "It is natural that you do not understand their thoughts. There is no need to speculate. Simply act from your heart as you have been." Bai Youyou, accustomed to Lu Xiao's pampering, accepted the prepared sweet potato and began to eat while responding. "Very well. I am merely curious." Upon hearing this, Lu Xiao smiled, his gaze towards Bai Youyou deep and fervent, rendering her unable to meet his eyes. That he remarked, "When one dwells in the cold, dark abyss, they yearn for the warmth they see around them. If the opportunity to draw near arises, they shall not let it slip away." It was unclear whether Lu Xiao spoke of the two brothers or himself, his voice carrying a unique charm as he focused intently on Bai Youyou. Bai Youyou felt a tingling sensation in her heart, an inexpressible emotion rising within her. She feared Lu Xiao might say something more, and her instinct took over. Quickly stuffing a piece of the sweet potato, she had bitten into his mouth to silence his words. Caught off guard, Lu Xiao's mouth was suddenly blocked. He looked at Bai Youyou, who appeared somewhat dazed, as if astonished by her own audacity. His heterochromatic eyes sparkled with a mesmerizing glint as he squinted slightly and took a deliberate bite of the sweet potato. After chewing slowly, he swallowed, and, licking his lips, leaned closer, his voice low. "The food you have bitten into tastes exceptionally sweet." As she spoke, she raised her hand to gently touch the delicate red lips of Bai Youyou, whispering, "Is it because Youyou's lips are so sweet? May I have a taste now?" Chapter 63. The frustration of Lu Xiao. Can someone come and take this shameless rogue away who flirts at the slightest provocation? Bai Youyou screamed inwardly, realizing that Lu Xiao had become increasingly adept at charming her, causing her heart to race and cheeks to flush with each encounter. Had it not been for the absence of internet, she would have suspected that Lu Xiao had perused some tutorial on flirting online. Otherwise, how could he have suddenly become so skilled? Little did she know that Lu Xiao's nature was inherently flirtatious. As a serpent beast man, he possessed certain innate tendencies. Initially, he had behaved with utmost propriety towards Bai Youyou, primarily due to her initial resistance to the tea first. A mere kiss on her neck had left her pale and in tears. Lu Xiao had to suppress his true self, approaching her slowly. However, the situation had drastically changed. Through subtle probing, he had likely discerned the limits of Bai Youyou's comfort and thus no longer needed to tread cautiously as before. Pretending to be a simple and honest man, seeing Bai Youyou merely blushing and silent, Lu Xiao let out a low chuckle. Leaning down, he lightly brushed his lips against hers, teasing, "Just kidding. Your lips are still swollen. If I were to indulge again, it would likely hurt." Initially, Bai Youyou was taken aback by his words, but as the meaning settled in, her eyes widened in disbelief as she touched her own lips. Incredulous as she gazed at Lu Xiao, stammering, she exclaimed, "Swollen? Why didn't you say so earlier? I went out like that." And Youyou, after stumbling over her words, she caught the playful glint in Lu Xiao's eyes and understood that this rogue was being deliberately mischievous. Fuming, she seized his large ear and exclaimed indignantly, "You shameless rogue, you'd better not dare kiss me again, and don't even think about holding me while we sleep tonight." Lu Xiao was taken aback by her sudden retaliation. Though his ear was pinched painfully, he could tell she was holding back. Yet, that was not the crux of the matter. The real issue was that he could not bear the thought of being denied kisses and embraces in the future. Having just savored a taste of affection, could he resign himself to a life of abstinence? If he had never tasted it, perhaps he could endure. But now, having experienced such pleasures, how could he possibly withstand the longing? Internally cursing himself for being so self-satisfied as to provoke her ire, he quickly adopted a submissive tone, saying, "I was wrong, truly wrong. I just got carried away. Furthermore, we are companions. Such things are perfectly normal. No one would mock you." While his apology was sincere, Bai Youyou was not of this world. With her naturally delicate disposition, how could she compete with a rugged man like Lu Xiao? Upon hearing his words, her face flushed even deeper, her watery eyes ignited with indignation as she shot him a glare. Pouting, she retorted, "Apologies won't do. I'm upset, very upset. If you don't go move some stones." I'll ask Mu'er to help me. Lucio's eyelids twitched at her words. If those two brothers outside were to discover this, would he ever retain his dignity? His masculine pride would be utterly shattered. Once again, he cursed himself for being so foolishly brash, then proceeded to placate Bai Youyou for a while. However, she remained steadfast, even adopting a stance as if she would call Mu'er for assistance. Realizing that playing coy was futile, he quickly intercepted her, and for the sake of his masculine pride, he begrudgingly donned a solemn expression and complied with her request to move stones and create a boundary line. Yet, little did he know, his submissive nature had long been laid bare. Bai Youyou, observing Lucio's demeanor, felt both amused and exasperated, yet she remained resolute. Her delicate pride wouldn't allow her to let such an incident repeat. Just the thought of it filled her with embarrassment. If she didn't teach Lucio a lesson this time, he might very well run wild like an untamed stallion in the future. That night, Bai Youyou retreated to the inner quarters to sleep, her quilt thick enough that she wouldn't feel cold even without Lucio's embrace. She fell into a deep slumber, while Lucio, on the other hand, found it impossible to sleep. He had grown accustomed to holding Bai Youyou while they slept, and now, with the space beside him empty, he felt a profound discomfort. Sitting up gently, he glanced at Bai Youyou's peacefully sleeping figure and, wanting to draw her closer, hesitated as his hand hovered near her, fearing that he might truly provoke her ire. His gaze roamed over her, and upon noticing the kiss mark behind her ear, he couldn't help but swallow hard. The memories of last night, the sights, the exquisite sensations, the intoxicating flavors, made his throat dry with longing. He almost slapped himself for being so reckless, but refrained, worried about waking her. Despair coursed through him. Truly, the more one regrets, the more one finds themselves in such a plight. Having once been so audacious in his flirtations, he now felt utterly desolate. Bai Youyou slept soundly, completely unaware of Lucio's restless night. As she groggily rose, she prepared some spirit spring water to invigorate herself, instantly feeling refreshed. Now, with only 20 grams of spirit spring water available each day, she reserved about 5 grams for herself in the morning and allocated around 10 grams for Lucio. The remainder she would secretly add to the soup during meal preparation, hoping to benefit the two brothers as well, particularly for Mu'er, who was injured. This spirit spring water could be quite helpful. Were it not for the need to conceal its existence, she would have considered giving Mu'er some directly. Spirit spring water was known to strengthen the body, while it remained uncertain if it could enhance healing abilities. It at least bolstered one's resistance. After finishing her spirit spring water, she shot a sarcastic glance at Lucio, who had been gazing at her with an expression of feigned innocence ever since she woke. Wipe that expression off your face. Don't try to play the victim with me. It won't work. With that, Bai Youyou handed the bamboo tube containing the spirit spring water to Lucio, stating, "Here's your spirit spring water for today. Drink up." After that, she turned her back on him and headed toward the kitchen, though she couldn't help but smirk slightly as she walked away. Clearly struggling to suppress a laugh, seeing Bai Youyou walk away so decisively, it was evident she hadn't let go of her anger. Lucio quickly downed the spirit spring water in his hands and hurried after her. This act of playing the victim clearly wasn't effective. He needed to devise another strategy. One night of this torment was enough. He truly did not want to spend another night in an empty embrace. Having tasted this kind of longing once, he realized that nothing was more important than curling up beside his little female and sleeping together. Any notions of masculine pride were mere illusions to him at this moment. Chapter 64. Mu'er's idea. As Bai Youyou entered the kitchen, she spotted Mu'er tending to Mu'er's wounds. The two brothers greeted her with nods, reminded of the previous day's events. Bai Youyou felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, but she made an effort to appear nonchalant as she returned their greetings. Casting a concerned glance at Mu'er's injury, she asked, "How are you feeling now? Is there any discomfort?" Mu'er, warmed by Bai Youyou's concern, smiled as he replied, "I can get up by myself now. The medicine doesn't hurt anymore, but it does itch a bit." Bai Youyou observed Mu'er's face, noting the return of some color, unlike the pallor of the previous day. Reflecting on the healing process of his wound, she felt reassured. Smiling, she said, "The itching is a sign that your wound is healing, which means you're recovering quickly." Mu'er felt a wave of relief wash over him at her words. He had been worried that if his recovery took too long, he would be deemed useless by Bai Youyou and Lucio. Now that she said he was getting better, he felt a great weight lift off his shoulders. Mu'er, brimming with excitement, asked, "Really? Sister Bai, my brother is really getting better?" "Of course," Bai Youyou replied with a smile. Then turned to Mu Yi, advising, "But remember to resist the urge to scratch. If you break the wound, it will become troublesome." Mu Yi nodded earnestly, assuring her he would keep that in mind. Meanwhile, Lucio stood aside, watching the two brothers converse cheerfully, feeling a twinge of jealousy. However, with Bai Youyou still angry, he dared not show his feelings. As soon as Bai Youyou turned to him, he immediately straightened up, adopting a posture of readiness to serve her. Bai Youyou found his demeanor amusing and, suppressing a smile, adopted a serious expression. Without addressing Lucio, she called out to Mu'er, "Mu'er, come help your sister peel the sweet potatoes. I'll cook sweet potato soup for you." Mu'er's eyes lit up at the mention of sweet potatoes, recalling the delicious roasted ones from the previous night that still lingered in his mind. Eager to help, he immediately responded. However, before he could take more than a few steps, Lucio caught him by the nape of his neck and, with a gentle tug, returned him to his brother's side. Mu'er looked bewildered and heard Lucio coolly say, "Why aren't you watching over your injured brother? Don't run around. Stay put and don't move." After speaking, he turned and walked towards Bai Youyou, sweetly saying as he approached, "If Youyou needs assistance, just call for me. Why bother that little brat?" Upon hearing this, Bai Youyou cast a sidelong glance at Lucio, letting out a delicate huff, yet showing no intention of verbally intervening. Just moments ago, when Bai Youyou had asked Mu'er for help, the brothers had not perceived anything amiss, but now, observing the couple's dynamic, they felt a sense of unease. Bai Youyou appeared disinterested in Lucio, while he was desperately trying to curry favor, his demeanor excessively obsequious. Although Lucio had always been somewhat servile, he had never been quite this sycophantic before. The brothers exchanged a knowing glance, silently agreeing to avert their gaze, pretending they hadn't witnessed anything. During the meal, Bai Youyou felt somewhat exasperated by the attentions of the man who was so desperately trying to please her. She felt embarrassed for him. His servile manner made it seem as though she were the one bullying him, when in reality, she was the one being mistreated. Glancing back at the two brothers who were eating with their heads down and avoiding eye contact, Bai Youyou's lips twitched. Wasn't their avoidance a bit too blatant? After finishing her breakfast, she shot a fierce glare at the culprit, Lucio, before turning on her heel and retreating into the cave. Lucio was somewhat bewildered. Despite his efforts to charm her, she appeared even angrier. He hastily set down his utensils and hurried after her. Thus, several days passed, during which Bai Youyou maintained an indifferent demeanor towards Lucio, particularly at night, when she would not allow him to come near her. Lucio was distressed. He had exhausted every means to win her over, yet each time, not only did he fail to placate her, but Bai Youyou seemed to grow increasingly irate, just as he was on the verge of losing his temper. The nearly healed Mu Yi mysteriously beckoned him over. Lucio initially had no desire to engage with Mu Yi, but with Bai Youyou ignoring him and having nothing else to do, he begrudgingly approached with a sulky expression. "What is it?" he asked flatly. Mu Yi dismissed Mu'er, instructing him to tidy up the kitchen, and once they were alone, he quietly inquired, "Boss Lu, have you had a quarrel with your little female?" Hearing the term "your little female" warmed Lucio's heart, but the current situation soured his mood. He glanced at Mu Yi with an impassive expression and replied curtly, "What business is it of yours? Why are you prying?" Undeterred by the rebuff, Mu Yi smiled enigmatically and whispered, "Boss Lu, although I've never had a female myself, I grew up in the tribe and have witnessed many couples interactions that I often accompanied females to gather wild vegetables. And at that age, they never shied away from me, so I overheard quite a bit about their intimate matters." Lucio initially did not grasp Mu Yi's intent, but as realization dawned, his gaze brightened. Grabbing Mu Yi's arm excitedly, he asked, "Do you have a solution?" "Of course," Mu Yi replied, glancing at the animal skin curtain leading to the inner cave and gesturing for Lucio to lean closer. Once Lucio obliged, Mu Yi whispered, "The most common saying among them is that there is nothing a good night's sleep cannot resolve between partners. You cannot simply indulge her." With a mischievous grin, he pointed downwards at Lucio, teasingly adding, "At times, you need to stand your ground." Lucio stared at Mu Yi in shock. Realizing he had been too naive, he wanted to confess his fears, but felt too embarrassed to do so. Yet Mu Yi's suggestion was too tempting to ignore. After pondering, he cautiously asked, "What if she is unwilling?" Mu Yi, taken aback and somewhat exasperated, thought to himself, "Isn't Boss Lu supposed to be quite brazen? Why is he so timid with his own female? However, he kept his thoughts to himself and quickly replied, just remember, when a female says no, it usually means yes. If you cater to her comfort, everything can be resolved. That's what the females themselves say. Is that so? Lucio found himself intrigued by Mu Yi's words, and when he recalled Bai Youyou's vulnerable demeanor when he had previously overpowered her, his interest only grew. Before Mu Yi could respond, he patted him on the shoulder and earnestly said, "Thanks. If this works out, I, Lucio, will acknowledge you as my brother." Without waiting for a response, he turned and hurried off to find Bai Youyou. Mu Yi watched Lucio's eager departure with envy. Despite his understanding of females, what did it matter? At his age, he had yet to even hold a little female's hand, after enduring several estrus cycles alone. He sighed, glancing at his missing arm, realizing it was best not to indulge in vain hopes. Chapter 65. Lucio's shamelessness. Upon returning to the cave, Lucio found Bai Youyou seated at the stone table, peeling chestnuts. His gaze flickered as he approached, sitting beside her, feeling sheepish as he rubbed his nose, attempting to initiate conversation. "What are you doing, Youyou?" Bai Youyou looked up, glancing at him, and offered the chestnuts towards him, saying flatly, "Can't you see? We're having chestnuts braised with meat for dinner." Lucio swallowed hard. At that moment, he had no appetite for food, only for Bai Youyou. His fingers twitched, but he lacked the courage to reach for the chestnuts. Finally, he summoned his nerve, but as he extended his hand, Bai Youyou merely lifted her eyelids lightly, causing his hand to veer off course and land awkwardly among the chestnuts. That it was, to say the least, a rather humiliating display. As he looked at the chestnuts in his hand, he couldn't help but berate himself for his lack of resolve. With a resigned sigh, he dutifully helped Bai Youyou, secretly vowing to take action later that evening. Bai Youyou couldn't shake the feeling that something was off about Lucio today. He seemed preoccupied, gazing at her with an odd expression. Especially after dinner, Lucio hovered around her with a look of hesitation, which made her uneasy. Unable to contain herself any longer, she scrutinized him up and down, narrowing her eyes dangerously as she asked, "Spill it. What mischief are you up to now?" Lucio, caught off guard by her sudden interrogation, shook his head vigorously, denying, "No, I've done nothing." Though he wished to do something, he hadn't yet found the opportunity. Bai Youyou, unaware of his inner turmoil, scrutinized him again and concluded that perhaps she was overthinking it. Lucio had remained within her line of sight. What could he possibly be up to? Convinced, she nodded at him, saying, "All right then, I'm going to sleep. You should rest early too." With that, she kicked off her shoes, climbed into her bed, and yawned before closing her eyes. Lucio watched Bai Youyou, several times attempting to make a move, only to back down at the last moment. Lying in his own bed, he found himself unable to sleep. He hadn't rested well these past few days, but thanks to the effects of the spiritual spring water, he showed no signs of fatigue. The sound of Bai Youyou's steady breathing as she slept filled the air, while Mu Yi's advice echoed in his mind. Turning to gaze at Bai Youyou's serene sleeping face, he couldn't help but swallow hard. After days of being denied any intimacy, he was genuinely feeling restless. Rather than simply heeding Mu Yi's words, it felt more like they resonated deeply with his own desires. His fingers trembled as he tentatively reached out to touch Bai Youyou's cheek. Noticing her lack of response only emboldened him further. He leaned in carefully, pressing a gentle kiss to her lips. The soft sensation sent shivers down his spine, and his rationality crumbled in an instant, in a dazed state between dreams and reality. Bai Youyou felt a peculiar sensation, as if something were nibbling at her, yet it was not painful. Rather, it was a delightful tingling. The sensation reminded her of that day with Lucio. Suddenly, she jolted awake, only to find a furry head nestled against her shoulder. Startled, she opened her mouth to speak, but was silenced by Lucio, who swiftly covered her lips. Having been cautious moments before, Lucio, now seeing Bai Youyou awake, seized the opportunity and pressed down upon her. Bai Youyou gasped for breath as Lucio continued to take advantage of the moment. Dazed and confused, she instinctively raised her hands to push him away. Sensing her resistance, Lucio slowly released her lips, speaking before she could utter a word. "You, don't make a sound. It would be bad if those two brothers outside heard us." Bai Youyou's eyes widened in shock at his words. Why did they sound so familiar? If he truly feared being overheard, then why act so recklessly? Furious, she stammered softly, "What do you think you're doing in the middle of the night?" "What do I think I'm doing?" Lucio's gaze darkened as he stared intently at Bai Youyou, making her hesitant to meet his eyes. After a moment's hesitation, he lowered his head to nuzzle her neck, his voice low. You, I know I was wrong. Let's make amends. I haven't eaten or slept well these past few days, and I've been reflecting that I truly understand my mistakes. Bai Youyou was taken aback by Lucio's audaciousness. Was this how one admitted fault? In the dead of night, a sudden raid ensued, taking advantage of the situation, only for the culprit to utter an insincere apology. I was wrong. Just as I was about to retort, I heard Youyou continue in a hushed tone. I shall never behave that way again. I merely wish to assert my claim, to let everyone know you are mine, that I did not anticipate your anger. Youyou, please do not maintain such a cold demeanor towards me. I promise I shall refrain from such actions in the future. I cannot endure this, nor can I suppress my feelings that I wish to be close to you, to kiss you, to embrace you, and to desire more. All of Youyou's intended rebuttals were silenced by Youyou's unintentional yet brazen confession. Her heart raced, her cheeks flushed crimson, and her gaze averted, shyly avoiding Youyou's fervent stare. Biting her lip, she softly stated, You must remember what you said. Such behavior is forbidden henceforth. Upon hearing this, Youyou's eyes sparkled with elation. Realizing this indicated Youyou had forgiven him. However, he remained unaware that Youyou had not truly been angry. She was merely fearful of his untamed instincts leading to even more humiliating acts, thus preemptively warning him. Observing Youyou's flushed face, Youyou swallowed hard and cautiously inquired, May I continue? No. Youyou, understanding Youyou's implication, shyly curled her toes. Just as no escaped her lips, they were silenced. Youyou, indignant, kicked her legs in protest, yet it bore no fruit. Secretly cursing Youyou's shamelessness for not allowing her to refuse and questioning her further. Youyou, however, did not consider himself shameless. After all, Mu-yi had mentioned that when a female says no, it often means yes. And he had taken note of that. Despite his eagerness, Youyou was mindful that Youyou had yet to enter her heat cycle. Ultimately, he did not fully possess Youyou but indulged in all permissible advantages. Compensating for the days lost, exhausted from the ordeal, Youyou fell into a deep slumber, leaving a few crimson marks on Youyou's neck as she clutched it tightly before closing her eyes, watching the sleeping figure. Youyou licked his lips in satisfaction, genuinely feeling that Mu-yi, his brother, was somewhat tolerable. As for the marks on his neck, they were merely a tantalizing reminder, more of an itch than a pain. Chapter 66. The prolonged winter finally, once again cradling Youyou in sleep. Youyou enjoyed a particularly restful slumber. Upon awakening the next day, he found Youyou still fast asleep. Observing her serene visage, he felt an uplift in spirits and nuzzled her gently. Youyou merely turned her head and continued to sleep undisturbed. Youyou, unable to resist a smile at Youyou's adorable demeanor, refrained from disturbing her further and quietly made his way to the kitchen. Given the strong recuperative abilities of beastmen, coupled with the medicinal herbs and spiritual spring water provided by Youyou, Mu-yi's wounds had nearly healed completely, allowing him to engage in simple tasks without issue. When Mu-yi heard the commotion, he turned to the entrance, spotting Youyou stepping out from behind the animal skin curtain, but Youyou was nowhere to be seen. A flicker of suspicion crossed Mu-yi's mind. He intended to gauge Youyou's expression but was met with the unmistakable marks on his neck, which left little doubt about what had transpired. With Youyou wearing an unmistakably content expression, it was evident that the previous night's events had unfolded favorably. Feeling a tinge of envy towards Youyou's fortune in possessing such an exceptional and beautiful female as Youyou, Mu-yi could not help but admire him. Yet, he harbored no inappropriate thoughts. It was merely admiration. Youyou, catching sight of Mu-yi scrutinizing him, broke into a broad smile and approached, giving his shoulder a friendly pat. You, my friend, are quite the talent. Stick with me, and you shall reap great rewards. Mu-yi was taken aback by such exuberance from Youyou. As long as Boss Youyou finds use for us brothers in the future, we shall unreservedly support you. Youyou's gaze toward Mu-yi was filled with newfound respect. In his eyes, Mu-yi had transformed into his strategist. Should Youyou ever become displeased, there was no doubt Mu-yi would have the answers. Mu-er stood in bewilderment, observing the transformation in his brother's demeanor towards the usually aloof beast man. He could not fathom why Youyou was suddenly so warm and welcoming. The abruptness of this change was overwhelming for him, yet no one was willing to explain the situation to the naive young beast man, leaving him to speculate in confusion. Meanwhile, Mu Yi had gained a fresh perspective on Lushu. Acknowledging that his unexpected kindness had earned him a place within their small group, time passed swiftly. Mu Yi's wounds had finally healed completely, and according to the seasonal cycle, winter was approaching its end. In previous years, snow would have already ceased falling, with some areas beginning to thaw. Yet now, looking outside, a blanket of white persisted, and the snow continued to fall, showing no signs of abating. Lushu felt a weight in his heart as he stood by the window. Exchanging a knowing glance with the equally troubled Bai Youyou, having noticed Lushu's unusual demeanor over the past few days, could no longer contain her curiosity upon observing their expressions. "Lushu, why do I feel something is amiss with you these days?" She then glanced at Mu Yi, adding, "And you, too. You seem a bit off." Upon hearing Youyou's inquiry, Mu Yi's gaze shifted towards Lushu, clearly waiting for him to respond. Lushu met Youyou's gaze, guilt flickering in his eyes. Before moving closer to her and pulling her into an embrace, after a moment's hesitation, he sighed. "Youyou, I am sorry. I cannot provide you with a tribe of your own just yet." Youyou, caught off guard by the sudden embrace, felt a twinge of embarrassment, especially with both beastmen observing. However, once she processed Lushu's words, her shyness evaporated, replaced by concern. "What has happened?" she asked uncertainly. Originally, Lushu had intended to recruit trustworthy beastmen to form a new tribe after Mu Yi's recovery. But it appeared circumstances had shifted. Gently stroking Youyou's head, Lushu explained, "This winter is unlike any other. It is certain to be prolonged." Youyou, perplexed, replied, "What does that matter? We have plenty of food to last us, so we shan't go hungry." Lushu offered a wry smile and clarified, "While that is true, such conditions often lead to avalanches. And an avalanche is not the worst part. The most dreadful aspect is that when this extended winter concludes, we will not welcome spring but instead be thrust into the scorching heat of summer. At that point, flooding will surely ensue. Both animals and plants will be affected, and even if we escape the avalanche and flood, we will starve due to a lack of food." "Is it truly that serious?" Youyou was taken aback by Lushu's explanation, fear creeping into her heart as she leaned closer to him. "What shall we do?" "We cannot simply wait for our doom." Before Lushu could respond, Mu Yi interjected, "In this situation, we must choose to relocate, and the sooner, the better. Our current location is too low. We will struggle to evade both avalanches and floods." Upon hearing Mu Yi's words, Youyou turned to Lushu, and seeing no dissent in his expression, understood that relocating was imperative. Attempting to lighten the mood, she smiled at Lushu, saying, "If we must move, then so be it. As long as we are together, it matters not where we go." With a cheerful smile, she added, "After all, we intended to relocate anyway. This is merely a further distance to cover, so it is not a significant difference." Lushu had anticipated Youyou would be frightened, but he was taken aback by her efforts to reassure him instead. Feeling slightly relieved, he had feared she might deem him useless and resent him for their predicament. Just then, Youyou continued, "Lushu, how long do we have? I wish to start preparing food for the journey." Lushu's expression grew serious. He understood the urgency now that we must leave within 2 days at the latest. "Understood." Youyou nodded, then turned to Mu Yi and Mu Er, instructing, "In these next 2 days, please lend us a hand. We need to gather ample food for the journey." The two brothers would naturally not refuse. Nodding in acknowledgement. Chapter 67. Bai Youyou's plan having made her decision, Bai Youyou instructed Lushu to bring out all the finely ground black bean flour and enlisted the help of the two brothers to knead the dough. While she herself began to prepare the flatbreads to save time, she opted not to make them into smaller pieces, but rather to shape them according to the size of the pan. Lushu, on the other hand, was assigned by Bai Youyou to cut the meat, not requiring it to be too small, with each piece being about the size of a fist. Bai Youyou planned to cook all the meat once the flatbreads were ready. The group worked tirelessly until evening, pausing only to have a light meal of the flatbreads before retiring for the night. Upon returning to the cave, Bai Youyou gently tugged at Lushu's hand. Appearing as if she had something on her mind, Lushu raised his hand and lightly pinched her cheek, asking softly, "What's wrong? Are you tired?" As he spoke, he guided her to sit beside the stone bed and began to massage her shoulders. While doing so, he remarked, "It's I who have exhausted you. Tomorrow, you can rest while I take care of everything." Bai Youyou grasped Lushu's hand and shook her head, saying, "I'm not very tired. I just have something I wish to discuss with you." After drinking the spring water for some time, Bai Youyou felt a significant improvement in her physical condition, even noticing that her skin had become fairer and more delicate than before. Lucio, being acutely aware of this change, often found himself playfully pinching and poking her. Upon hearing her words, Lucio ceased his actions and inquired with curiosity, "What is it?" Bai Youyou pressed her lips together. Glancing at the items in the cave and the stone pit Lucio had been digging, she then said, "I wish to tell Mu-E and Mu-Air a small lie, to subtly convey certain matters regarding our space." Before she could finish, Lucio interrupted her decisively, frowning as he said, "While I have accepted them, I cannot fully trust them, nor can I allow them to know your secret. If they were to develop greedy thoughts or ulterior motives, you would be in danger, and that is absolutely unacceptable." Bai Youyou understood Lucio's concerns well. She shared them herself. However, given the current circumstances, her only option was to trust Mu-E and Mu-Air. She tugged at the slightly agitated Lucio and earnestly said, "Axie, please let me finish." "All right." Seeing her resolute demeanor, Lucio furrowed his brow and nodded to indicate he was listening. Once he calmed down, Bai Youyou gently explained, "My current space cannot accommodate all the food and belongings. The future remains uncertain, and it is difficult to predict when we will have new supplies. The two brothers will need to accompany us in the future. I cannot conjure resources out of thin air, nor do I wish to constantly fabricate excuses. Additionally, I want to cultivate crops, and I cannot do that without seeds. Therefore, I wish to upgrade the space to the next level. An upgrade will enlarge the space, allowing me to carry everything with me." Lucio looked at Bai Youyou with a puzzled expression and asked, "But how does upgrading the space relate to whether you tell those two brothers?" "Of course it's related." Bai Youyou grasped Lucio's hand with a playful smile, saying, "When you first saw me conjuring items out of nowhere, didn't you regard me as a messenger of the beast god? What do you think those two brothers would think if they witnessed it? Would they not grant me some faith points? I am merely 20 faith points short of an upgrade." As she spoke, an idea seemed to strike her, and her gaze towards Lucio turned slightly peculiar. She asked earnestly, "Strangely enough, why did you not grant me any faith points back then? Did you not see me as a messenger of the beast god?" Lucio, still digesting her previous remarks, was momentarily taken aback by her question. After pondering, he replied, "Perhaps it is because my feelings for you are solely of love, leaving no room for other emotions." Bai Youyou had never anticipated that her earnest inquiry would be met with such a heartfelt declaration, causing her cheeks to flush with embarrassment. Yet, upon reflection, she couldn't help but acknowledge that Lucio's reasoning held a degree of merit. Just as Bai Youyou was lost in thought, Lucio shifted the topic back, stating, "You, even if you wish to upgrade your space, there's no need to take such risks. They have granted you faith points without you mentioning your space before." Bai Youyou shook her head, insisting, "But we are running out of time. Furthermore, I do not actually intend to divulge the truth about my space. I can phrase it differently." "Phrase it differently? How so?" Lucio asked, intrigued and eager to hear Bai Youyou's thoughts before deciding whether to agree. After a moment of contemplation, Bai Youyou proposed, "Tomorrow, I will tell them that I received guidance from the beast god tonight, allowing me to temporarily store items with the beast god until I need them again." Upon hearing this, Lucio's eyes widened slightly, his expression reflecting skepticism as he replied, "Is that really feasible? Moreover, will the beast god be angered by your invoking his name?" Bai Youyou's lips twitched at his concern, momentarily forgetting that Lucio was also a devotee of the beast god. She quickly responded, "No, for everything I possess is a gift from the beast god if he is willing to bestow upon me such blessings. He would not mind this small matter." Lucio nodded in agreement, finding her reasoning sound. Yet, he remained apprehensive about the two brothers, preparing to voice his concerns once more. However, Bai Youyou interjected, "I know you are still worried about whether Mu-E and Mu-Air harbor ill intentions. But Axie, we need companions, partners whom we can trust wholeheartedly." As she spoke, she planted a gentle kiss on Lucio's furrowed brow and smiled. "If they respond positively to my words tomorrow and witness my ability to conjure items out of thin air, granting me faith points, it would indicate that they harbor no malicious intent, but if not, it would show that we are not on the same path, allowing us to part ways amicably, don't you think?" Lucio was almost swayed by Bai Youyou's arguments, yet the thought of the potential consequences should the two brothers harbor ulterior motives chilled his expression. Meeting Bai Youyou's gaze, he spoke firmly, "Youyou, I can agree to your plan, But parting ways is out of the question. As he spoke, a hint of coldness flickered in his eyes, yet his hand remained tender as it caressed Bai Youyou's hair. He continued, once they learn your secret, there are only two paths. Either they become allies, or they must perish. I cannot allow them to leave with your secret. At his words, Bai Youyou's pupils dilated, her eyelashes fluttering as she remained silent for a long moment, causing Lucio, who had been waiting for her response, to feel an inkling of uncertainty. Just as he began to grow anxious, Bai Youyou slowly lifted her head to meet his gaze. With a self-deprecating smile, she wrapped her arms around Lucio's neck and said, Axie, we truly are partners. We are indeed kindred spirits. Bai Youyou had always known she was not a paragon of virtue. Yet she had never seen herself so clearly as she did in this moment. While she might have shown kindness in the absence of threats, when faced with potential danger to herself or those she cherished, she would not hesitate to act decisively. Even if the other party had spent some time with her, even if they were but children, the outcome would remain unchanged. After all, should the two brothers learn of her connection to the beast god? If they developed other ideas and spread the information, neither she nor Lucio would find peace again. Chapter 68. Space upgraded to level 3 initially. Lucio did not fully grasp Bai Youyou's words. But once he did, he felt a mix of shock and relief. His greatest fear was that Bai Youyou would show mercy, preventing him from taking decisive action. He had already prepared himself for the possibility of making her cry. Yet he hadn't anticipated that she would choose this path. However, when Lucio met Bai Youyou's gaze, he sensed that she was likely grappling with her own turmoil. That he wrapped his arms around her waist and comforted her, saying, Youyou, there's no need to feel sad. Mu-E and Mu-Air appear quite reliable. We may not necessarily reach that point. Bai Youyou nodded but remained somewhat despondent as she replied, let us hope so. With a sigh, Lucio affectionately ruffled Bai Youyou's hair, patiently offering her words of comfort before coaxing her to sleep. The following day, Bai Youyou regarded the two brothers seated before her with a complex expression. Yet, considering the long road ahead, she thought that if they could not withstand this test, it was simply their fate. If the brothers remained loyal, she would treat them as family. If they developed other intentions, she would not hold back her resolve. After all, they had once vowed to give their lives for her. If they could not endure this small trial, they would betray her trust and kindness. And she would have no qualms about being ruthless. Bai Youyou glanced at Lucio, drawing courage from his reassuring gaze. Turning to Mu-E and Mu-Air, she looked at them with anticipation and asked, Mu-E, Mu-Air, can I trust you? The two brothers, upon first catching sight of Bai Youyou's expression, immediately surmised that she and Lucio had something significant to discuss with them. However, they were taken aback by the nature of her opening remarks. Exchanging a glance, they nodded in unison and declared, naturally, we, as brothers, have long sworn allegiance to the beast god. From this day forth, our lives belong to Boss Lu and sister-in-law. If sister-in-law has any commands, please do not hesitate to voice them. We shall exert ourselves to fulfill them, even at the cost of our lives. Upon hearing Mu-Yi's address, Bai Youyou felt a twinge of embarrassment, biting her lip before picking up a wooden bowl from the table and solemnly stating, then you both should pay close attention. No sooner had she spoken than the bowl vanished from her grasp. Wah! What sister Bai Youyou? The brothers were so astonished by this spectacle that they leaped to their feet. Stammering and pointing at Bai Youyou's hand, struggling to articulate a coherent thought, their minds nearly overwhelmed them. What was unfolding before their eyes was nothing short of miraculous, an ability only the beast god could possess. Seeing the situation spiraling out of control, Lucio noticed that the brothers had become utterly speechless, clearly unable to focus on what was being said. With a stern expression, he barked, calm yourselves, sit down and listen carefully to Youyou, as she explains. At his command, the brothers immediately regained their composure and resumed their seats, though one could still observe Mu-Air's hand trembling slightly. Mu-E fared slightly better, yet he dared not cast a glance in Bai Youyou's direction. Bai Youyou was taken aback by the brothers' intense reaction. She found it somewhat exasperating but was reluctant to waste any more time, for their window of opportunity was dwindling. She proceeded to relay the excuse she had previously discussed with Lucio, then retrieved the bowl she had just stored away in her space, placing it before the brothers. This must be a chance bestowed upon us by the beast god, enabling us to survive in this year of calamity. As she spoke, a flush crept across her face, making her feel rather like a charlatan. Just as she was grappling with her embarrassment, The long-awaited system notification chimed in her ear. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have gained 50 faith points from Mu-E and 50 faith points from Mu-Air, bringing your current faith points to 180. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have met the criteria for space upgrade. The system will automatically upgrade your space. Ding! Deducting 100 faith points. Your remaining faith points are now 80. Ding! The system space upgrade is complete. Your current space level is 3, expanded to 10 cubic meters, and the daily yield of the spiritual spring has increased to 80 grams. Ding! This upgrade is complete. The next upgrade requires 400 faith points. Please continue your efforts. We look forward to upgrading for you next time. Bai Youyou was momentarily dumbfounded by the cascade of system notifications, and her expression, while looking at Mu-E and Mu-Air, became exceedingly animated. She had initially hoped that each of them would grant her 10 faith points, yet to her astonishment, they had each given her 50. They were almost on the verge of filling her faith points to capacity. Still in a state of shock, Mu-E and Mu-Air failed to notice Bai Youyou's unusual demeanor, but Lu Xiao, who had been attentively observing her, quickly detected the change. His eyes narrowed slightly, and he stepped forward, taking Bai Youyou by the hand and leading her inside. That he addressed the two brothers. Stop dawdling. Prepare the meat. We shall depart from here tomorrow. The brothers, still in a daze, nodded vacantly. Clearly not yet recovered from their astonishment, Lu Xiao paid them little heed as he guided Bai Youyou into another room, gently inquiring, "What's wrong? How many faith points did you gain?" Bai Youyou, still bewildered, glanced at Lu Xiao and blurted, "How did you know I gained any?" Lu Xiao chuckled softly, playfully pinching the tip of Bai Youyou's nose. "Your expression gives it away. You look utterly astonished. It would be difficult not to notice. Is it that obvious?" Bai Youyou responded, feeling a flush of embarrassment as she raised her hand to touch her face, then recounted the recent events to Lu Xiao. After listening, Lu Xiao expressed his own surprise, but it quickly transformed into a smile as he remarked, "This is excellent news. It indicates that these brothers trust you, and you need not worry any further." "Indeed," Bai Youyou nodded, patting Lu Xiao's hand as she replied, "This is certainly a positive development. Now, let us not linger. I will go gather our belongings while you assist the brothers in cooking the meat. Also, prepare a few pots of sweet potato soup. Once it's ready, call for me so I can store it in the space. That it would be nice to have something warm to eat later." Lu Xiao found this to be a splendid idea. Given the frigid conditions outside, having a warm meal would be a welcome comfort. He nodded, about to step outside when Bai Youyou halted him, hesitating before saying, "Ah Xiao, while their intentions are good, we must ensure they understand the gravity of this matter. They should be careful with their words and keep this to themselves from now on. Especially since Mu-Air is still young. I fear he may inadvertently let something slip. You will need to speak with them. They are more intimidated by you." "Very well. You can rest assured. I will handle it." Lu Xiao replied with a smile, reassuringly ruffling Bai Youyou's fluffy hair before turning to leave. Chapter 69. The mischievous Lu Xiao. After Lu Xiao departed, Bai Youyou set about organizing the carrots, sweet potatoes, black chestnuts, and the dried mushrooms stored in the stone cellar, along with the black beans she had reserved for planting. She allocated a corner for the animal hides Lu Xiao had saved and ensured not to overlook the small trinkets he had crafted during this time. With the space now sufficiently ample, she no longer needed to be as frugal with her storage. Once she had finished tidying up, Bai Youyou recalled that she had yet to check the system's space panel. Opening the system panel, she first encountered the main interface, though she realized she had no need for the system's appraisal opportunities anymore, so she paid it little mind and directly accessed the space panel. Space Upgrade Panel. Current level, 3, upgradable. Space upgrade conditions, 80,400 space capacity, 10 cubic meters daily yield of spiritual spring, 80 grams, accumulative storage available. Accumulative storage. Bai Youyou blinked, puzzled by the phrase. She vaguely remembered that this had not been mentioned before. Moreover, just days ago, the daily yield was merely 20 grams, hardly sufficient for her needs, which had led her to overlook the idea of storage. She surmised that this must be a benefit accompanying the space upgrade. Otherwise, as the daily yield increased, would she simply consume it all? The system had previously stated that each person should not exceed 15 grams daily to avoid side effects, though it had not clarified what those side effects might entail. Nevertheless, this was a pleasant surprise. She could now store any excess spiritual spring water when the time came for her to cultivate the land. She would have no worries. Bai Youyou licked her lips, curious to taste whether the flavor of the spiritual spring water had changed after the upgrade. Closing her eyes, she focused on the current location of the spiritual spring to gauge the amount available. To her surprise, she found that the previously small dragon-shaped jade carving and the small jade bowl had both doubled in size, with the intricate carvings becoming more defined. Bai Youyou was not overly astonished. It was only natural for the spiritual spring water to increase, and consequently, the jade carvings would also grow larger. After observing the changes, she opened her eyes, no longer wishing to retrieve any utensils. Instead, she extended a slender finger to her lips, allowing a small amount of spiritual spring water to escape. To her disappointment, the flavor remained unchanged, and the effects were the same as before. Bai Youyou displayed no signs of disappointment. This aligned closely with her expectations. Once she completed her little experiment, with a mindset of not wasting anything, she placed her finger in her mouth, only for this scene to be witnessed by Lu Xiao as he entered, calling for Bai Youyou. Hearing the commotion, Bai Youyou looked up with her finger still in her mouth, her expression one of innocent confusion as she blinked at Lu Xiao. Gulp, Lu Xiao found it difficult to swallow. Feeling a rush of heat course through him at the sight that he stood rooted to the spot, his gaze taking on an intense quality as he hoarsely inquired, "Youyou, what are you doing?" "Huh?" Bai Youyou feigned innocence, slowly withdrawing her finger, and upon realizing Lu Xiao's inquiry, her cheeks flushed. She thought he was teasing her for behaving childishly at her age. Hastily, she explained, "I was just tasting the upgraded spiritual spring water to see if there was any change in flavor or effect." As she spoke, Lu Xiao had already approached her, lowering his gaze to her glistening lips. His expression darkening in a low voice, he asked, "Did the flavor change?" Though it was a straightforward question, the deep, melodic tone of Lu Xiao's voice sent a shiver through Bai Youyou, causing her ears to tingle. Suppressing the urge to rub her ears, she shook her head and replied, "No, it's still the same as before." "Is that so?" Lu Xiao chuckled softly, lifting Bai Youyou's chin. His voice gentle yet firm, "I don't believe you. I must taste it myself." Upon uttering those words, he immediately lowered his head and pressed his lips against Bai Youyou's crimson ones. Little did Bai Youyou realize how alluring her previous demeanor had been. How it could incite mischief if Lu Xiao did not take some action soon. He would surely be consumed by his own desire. The sudden kiss left Bai Youyou wide-eyed and at a loss. Struggling to comprehend how Lu Xiao could so abruptly shift from their discussion about the spiritual spring water to such an intimate gesture, Lu Xiao was deeply engrossed in the kiss, holding Bai Youyou close. This was not their first encounter of such intimacy, and she found herself yielding to him. But it was only when she noticed Lu Xiao's hands beginning to wander that she reached out to swat his arm. Urging him to behave himself, Lu Xiao playfully nibbled at her, then reluctantly lifted his head, his eyes shimmering with unfulfilled longing. Gazing at Bai Youyou, he boldly proclaimed, "You do not engage in actions that tempt me. I possess no restraint when it comes to you, and at this rate, I shall inevitably succumb to my desires. You are speaking nonsense. When have I ever tempted you?" Bai Youyou stammered, utterly taken aback by Lu Xiao's words. Her face flushed with embarrassment. The mischievous grin on Lu Xiao's face only intensified as he seized the hand Bai Youyou had just used, mimicking her earlier action by placing one of her slender fingers in his mouth. His heterochromatic eyes were fixed on her, occasionally grazing her fingertip with his tongue. Bai Youyou's eyes widened in shock, her mind buzzing, her body tingling with an electric charge. With a forceful jerk, she withdrew her hand, pointing accusingly at Lu Xiao as she stuttered, You lecher. I did not. I absolutely did not do that. I'm ignoring you." With that, she turned on her heels and fled, genuinely frightened of Lu Xiao, wishing to avoid being alone with him any longer. This insufferable man would seize any opportunity to act lasciviously, and even in the absence of one, he would contrive a scenario to indulge his whims. She found herself increasingly unable to withstand his advances. Lu Xiao watched Bai Youyou's retreating figure, a raucous laugh escaping his lips, his amusement evident as he strode after her. Chapter 70. Ready to depart, as Bai Youyou entered the kitchen, the two brothers, Mu Yi and Mu Er, simultaneously turned their gaze upon her, their intense stares sending a shiver down her spine. That it felt as though they were not merely observing her as a person, but rather as a beacon of hope, a symbol of faith. Bai Youyou took a step back, her voice trembling. "Why are you looking at me like that? understanding that their unrestrained emotions had startled her. Mu-yi felt a pang of guilt. Yet, he couldn't entirely blame them. Although Mu-er had previously referred to Bai Youyou as Sister Divine, they had merely viewed her as someone with slightly greater abilities than a shaman, blessed by the beast god. However, from that moment onward, in their eyes, Bai Youyou transformed into a genuine deity, a messenger of the beast god, the one who could guide them through survival in this world. Previously unnoticed, Mu-yi and Mu-er now realized that since coming to Bai Youyou's side, not only had Mu-yi's fresh wounds healed, but some of his old injuries had miraculously begun to mend as well. Moreover, their physical condition seemed to have improved significantly, filling them with astonishment and exhilaration. They firmly believed that as long as they followed Bai Youyou, their lives would undoubtedly improve, free from the discrimination associated with being nomadic beastmen. And they might even have the chance to possess a home of their own, and that in such a scenario, how could they remain indifferent upon seeing Bai Youyou? Mu-yi bowed deeply to her, stating, "Sister-in-law, we shall diligently serve you and Brother Liu in the future, and we will never betray the trust you have placed in us." Mu-yi felt profoundly moved. In his eyes, Bai Youyou's willingness to share such a secret with them was a testament to her trust. Reflecting on her earlier words about them being family, he felt an overwhelming sense of fulfillment, even after being chastised by Lu Xiao. Bai Youyou, feeling a twinge of guilt, awkwardly nodded at Mu-er. Acknowledging his sincerity, she truly felt it. The impending surge of faith was more convincing than any words could convey. At that moment, Lu Xiao emerged, a smile gracing his features. We only have 3 wooden basins. We cannot prepare too much sweet soup, that we can only boil 2 pots." Bai Youyou glanced at the few wooden basins, realizing their limited resources had led to their handmade basins being rather small. Not having anticipated such a situation, they had simply used the nearest materials available. Casting her eyes towards the large stone jar by the wall, she brightened and suggested, "Let us use the stone jar. It can hold much more." Turning to Mu-er, she instructed, "Go outside and fill a wooden basin with clean snow. We'll prepare a stone jar of sweet soup, and these basins can be used for ginger soup." Upon hearing the mention of ginger soup, the expressions of the male beastmen soured, with Mu-er dramatically sticking out his tongue, clearly averse to drinking it. However, they understood that Bai Youyou was only trying to ward off the cold. And despite their distaste for ginger soup, they complied without further complaint. Bai Youyou poured the prepared sweet soup into the empty stone jar, then stored it in her space, intending to retrieve it later when the pot was ready. Ensuring the soup remained warm. After several trips back and forth, the stone jar was finally filled. Next, it was time to prepare the ginger soup, the scent of which wafted through the air, causing the beastmen to grimace as if Bai Youyou were torturing them. Bai Youyou couldn't help but smile at their reactions. As she collected the ginger soup, she discreetly added 20 grams of spiritual spring water to each basin, while Mu-yi and Mu-er were distracted. Hoping to continue improving their health, by the time evening arrived and everything was completed, Bai Youyou surveyed her space, filled with cooked meat, fried fish, and hot soup. The only remaining items were some beast bones, which Lu Xiao had initially intended to discard. However, Bai Youyou couldn't bring herself to do so. Though there was little meat left on them, they made for a nutritious broth, and the meat on the bones was quite flavorful. Once she had more chili peppers, she could braise the ribs, creating an exquisite dish. She had even preserved some in her space for the spring, not foreseeing the current circumstances. Without hesitation, she packed the sizable pile of bones into her space. Although they had not been salted, they had cooled during storage and had been cooked alongside the meat for long enough that they remained intact. After storing the bones, Bai Youyou circled the 2 caves a few times to ensure nothing was overlooked. Then turned her attention to the remaining dry firewood. Given the current weather conditions, it was unlikely they would find dry wood outside. While their food supplies were plentiful, she still felt anxious, uncertain of when they would be able to endure the winter. Thus, she placed all the remaining wood into her space, demonstrating her foresight. When she finally lay down on the stone bed beside Lu Xiao, she had no time to utter a good night before snuggling into his embrace and drifting off to sleep. Lu Xiao gazed at the peacefully slumbering Bai Youyou, a flicker of tenderness crossing his features. He had intended to care for and protect this little female, yet now he would subject her to the same hardships he faced. And tomorrow they would venture out into the cold together. Guilt weighed heavily on him, yet he felt powerless. He could only hope to find a place where they could settle down soon. Providing Bai Youyou with a stable home and a comfortable living environment, With a sigh, he reached out to stroke her head before surrendering to sleep himself. He needed to conserve his strength and maintain his best condition. The world outside was perilous, and as he journeyed with a female, he had to be ever prepared for battle. The next day, Bai Youyou donned a thick sweater and woolen pants she had knitted herself, topped with a coat made of firefox fur, and wrapped a long white cloak around her. She was so bundled up that only her eyes were visible, effectively shielding herself from the cold. Lucio, on the other hand, wore merely a sweater and a beast skin coat. The brothers, lacking sweaters of their own, had received Bai Youyou's spare one, avoiding the necessity of wearing just beast skin. After spending some time outside the cave, they trudged through the thick snow, taking turns sinking deep and then barely touching the surface with each step. That it is inconceivable for Lucio to allow Bai Youyou to walk on her own. Ever since they exited the cave, he has held her close to his chest, cherishing her immensely. Due to the presence of space, they carry no luggage, rendering their journey remarkably light. Bai Youyou's weight poses no burden to Lucio. Rather, their embrace allows for mutual warmth, a perfect harmony of comfort. Bai Youyou is not the type to lack awareness of her situation. Naturally, she relishes the ease of being carried and would never feign strength by insisting, "I can walk on my own." Such behavior would only slow their progress, contributing little aside from hindering the group. Chapter 71. Lucio's new power. Snowflakes flutter down, dancing through the air in various forms. Some soar, some spiral, and others plummet straight to the ground, blanketing the earth in layers of silvery white. Gazing upwards, one can see the treetops adorned with elongated silver icicles, resembling white snowballs, which occasionally succumb to their own weight and fall. Bai Youyou, hailing from the south, once longed to visit the north to witness the snowy landscapes and build snowmen. Yet now that her wish has been fulfilled, she finds no joy in it. Bai Youyou has lost count of how many times she has helped Lucio brush off the snow from his shoulders, nor can she recall how many times he has been struck by icicles. Lucio protects her well. She is swaddled securely in his embrace, and the biting wind and snow seem to be borne solely by him, leaving her feeling hardly cold. However, a pang of concern grips her heart. Lucio, being a serpent beast man, is inherently susceptible to the cold. Although he is a beast man, certain primal instincts remain unaltered. Bai Youyou feels powerless to assist Lucio. The only thing she can do is hold him tighter. Hoping to convey a semblance of warmth, nestled in Lucio's arms, her nose tinged with a hint of sorrow, she inquired, "Lucio, are you cold? We've been walking for quite some time. Should we not find a place to rest for a while?" Lucio glanced down at Bai Youyou, discerning her concern for him, and a pleasant smile tugged at his lips. Lifting his gaze to the sky, he said, "The day is growing late. It is indeed time to find a place to rest. Traveling at night can be perilous." Turning to the brothers Mu-E and Mu-Er, he instructed, "See if there's a nearby spot to rest. Don't wander too far. If you can't find anything, return." The two brothers nodded and swiftly moved off in opposite directions. Meanwhile, Lucio settled down with Bai Youyou in his arms. Before long, Mu-E returned, joyfully reporting, "Boss Lu, there's a cave over there, sheltered from the wind, and the snow hasn't completely blocked the entrance. With a little clearing, we can take refuge there." Lucio nodded in agreement and awaited Mu-E to retrieve Mu-Er. Together, they followed Mu-E to the cave he had mentioned. The cave appeared to be in natural formation, not large, but just sufficient for the four of them to sleep. Most importantly, it provided protection from the wind, preventing excessive snow from drifting inside. They did not entirely clear the snow from the entrance, but merely created a small passage for entry, allowing the snow to act as a barrier against the wind. Once they had brushed off the snow from their bodies and entered the cave, Bai Youyou served each of them a bowl of hot ginger soup infused with spirit spring water. The expressions on their faces were somewhat grim as they regarded the soup, yet none voiced any reluctance to drink it. After all, this concoction could ward off the cold, and having been stored in Bai Youyou's space, it remained piping hot, warming them as they consumed it. Once everyone had finished their ginger soup, Bai Youyou asked, "Lucio, where does our current direction lead us?" Lucio set down his bowl, surveyed the snowy landscape outside, and pointed towards a distant peak, replying, "It leads to the other side of that tall mountain." Bai Youyou followed his gaze and, perplexed, asked, "Is it not snowing over there? Why do we wish to go there?" "Of course, it will snow." Lucio chuckled at Bai Youyou's query, explaining, "What you see now is merely a large mountain, but once you ascend, you will find it to be another region, akin to a plane. Albeit at a higher elevation, it will be safer for us to settle there, as the melting snow will flow downwards. He affectionately ruffled her hair and continued, I have been there before. There are several open areas suitable for cultivation. Upon hearing this, Bai Youyou's eyes sparkled with excitement. The prospect of farming was a pressing concern for her. For her, a stable food source meant peace of mind. Nodding at Lucio to indicate her understanding, she then produced some food for them to share. After satisfying their hunger, they each sought rest, for they would need to continue their journey at dawn. Although the destination appeared close, the treacherous conditions outside meant they could not predict how many days it would take to reach it. In the days that followed, Bai Youyou accompanied Lucio and the others on their journey, during which they encountered not a single soul, not even a living creature. Just as Bai Youyou believed they would remain untroubled, they stumbled upon a group of rogue beast men, familiar faces to Mu-E and Mu-Er. Well, who would have thought you two useless ones were still alive? It seems fate has brought us together. Bai Youyou concealed herself within Lucio's embrace, her mind racing with speculation regarding the intentions of the roadblock. Muyi's voice turned cold as he addressed the group. Our food has already been taken by you. So what do you want from us? The group of beastmen sneered, showing no intention of stepping aside. The leader, a wolf-faced beastman, fixed his gaze on Lucio, pointing at him with a derisive sneer. What is that thing you're holding? If you hand it over, I might just let you leave. You can forget it, Mu-E retorted, his anger palpable. He was not questioning Lucio's combat abilities. Rather, it was the fact that they had only two capable fighters on their side. While they had to protect a cub and a female, the odds were clearly stacked against them. Before he could finish, Lucio set Bai Youyou down, causing her form and delicate features to become visible. The rogue beastmen were utterly unprepared for the sight of a petite and beautiful female in Lucio's arms, their eyes wide with astonishment. Some were so overwhelmed that they began to salivate. Their gazes fixated on Bai Youyou with an insatiable hunger. They had not encountered a female in ages, let alone one as tender and lovely as her. All thoughts of food vanished, replaced by a singular desire to possess her. Bai Youyou furrowed her brow in discomfort, but felt no fear. She had witnessed Lucio's prowess in battle and, bolstered by the spirit spring water, knew his strength had only grown. The wolf-faced beastman, observing the lack of panic in Bai Youyou and Lucio, instinctively sensed something was amiss. However, his reason was clouded by desire, and emboldened by his numbers, he pressed on. Come here, little female. What kind of life can you expect with those two losers? Stick with us, and we'll make sure you're well fed. He and his companions leered, their words laced with ulterior motives. Before their laughter could fade, a long, dark shadow surged towards them, and before they could even shift into their beast forms, they were sent flying. The shadow did not cease its assault, but swiftly claimed their lives. The wolf-faced beastman, witnessing this turn of events, realized he had bitten off more than he could chew, and, devoid of any courage to fight, transformed and fled. Yet, his speed was no match for the swift shadow. He barely got a few steps before meeting the same fate as his companions. Chapter 72. Faith value reaches 100. Everything transpired too quickly for Mu-E, Mu-Er, and even Bai Youyou to comprehend. She knew Lucio was formidable, but his current level of strength seemed to surpass anything she had previously witnessed. Was this still the same being? Moreover, if she was not mistaken, Lucio's beast form appeared significantly larger. When Lucio returned to human form and approached Bai Youyou, noticing her stunned expression, he assumed she was frightened and promptly lifted her into his arms again. Saying, Youyou, don't be afraid. It's all over now. Bai Youyou shook her head, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Lucio. With you around, I'm not afraid at all. I'm just a bit astonished. You seem to be getting stronger by the day. Lucio chuckled softly, leaning closer to whisper in her ear. Thanks to the spirit spring water you've been giving me daily, not only is my combat power increasing, but it seems I'm also becoming better in other areas. Before he could finish, Bai Youyou, flustered and indignant, covered his mouth with her hand. Her cheeks flushed, she retorted, Be quiet. Hurry up and continue on. I refuse to converse with you right now. Bai Youyou felt a mix of shyness and anger, truly unwilling to engage with this incorrigible rogue who could hardly maintain a serious demeanor for 2 seconds. She found herself questioning how she had ever perceived this scoundrel as a simple and honest man, often feeling as though she had deceived a genuine soul in her affections. What honest man? Where did such a notion come from? This was undoubtedly the most blindingly foolish moment of her life. The two of them were engrossed in their flirtations, entirely oblivious to the two brothers, Mu Yi and Mu Er, who were left dumbfounded by Lucio's earlier display of power, staring at the lifeless bodies strewn on the ground. Their mouths hung agape in disbelief. The speed and explosive force exhibited by Lucio was something they had never heard of or seen before. The brothers were left with a singular question: is he even human? They even speculated whether Lucio, like Bai Youyou, had been endowed with abilities by the beast god, albeit Lucio's gift was solely in combat prowess. Furthermore, having recently noticed a marked improvement in their physical condition, they began to entertain this theory even more. Their suspicion lay in the belief that, having been acknowledged as Bai Youyou's followers by the beast god, they too had received certain benefits, albeit Lucio, as her partner, had received a greater share. The thought of this made their gazes towards Bai Youyou more fervent, feeling immensely fortunate to have the chance to accompany her. Although their conjectures were incorrect, they were astonishingly close to the truth, as the beast god had no part in the matter whatsoever, while Bai Youyou was engaged in a verbal spar with Lucio. The system's voice suddenly echoed in her ears. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received 10 faith points from Mu Yi and 10 faith points from Mu Er. Current faith points remaining: 100. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have gained 2 loyal followers, Mu Yi and Mu Er. You may trust them to perform any task. With faith points at maximum, they will never betray you. Bai Youyou was utterly bewildered. What was up with these two brothers? Wasn't it Lucio who had just acted? Why were her faith points increasing? Was this even reasonable? Lucio sensed something was amiss with Bai Youyou and leaned down to inquire. What's wrong? Bai Youyou glanced at Lucio, her expression somewhat complicated, and whispered the situation to him. Lucio raised an eyebrow in surprise at her explanation, but regarded it as a good thing. Softening his gaze towards the two brothers, however, Mu Yi and Mu Er, under his scrutinizing gaze, couldn't help but shiver, unsure whether it was from the cold or fear. Bai Youyou couldn't help but chuckle. Instantly dispelling the strange atmosphere, she called out to the brothers, "Stop dawdling. Let's hurry on." With that, she gestured for Lucio to move, and he chuckled back at her before leading the way forward. As they passed the corpses, he directed Mu Yi and Mu Er to check their belongings for anything useful. After rummaging through, they found only a bit of salt and some dried meat. Lucio scoffed at the meager findings, disdainfully remarking, "With such paltry provisions, how dare they boast about sustaining my little female? They truly seek their own demise." Mu Yi and Mu Er were left speechless at Lucio's words, their faces flushing with embarrassment. Dote was already remarkable for wandering beastmen to have any food at all, but did Lucio think all of them lived as comfortably as they did? Not to mention, even the beastmen within the tribe could not compare to Lucio. Yet, they only dared to grumble internally, lacking the courage to voice their thoughts, regardless of how little there was. It was still sustenance. Despite Lucio's disdain, he allowed Bai Youyou to gather the food. After all, who would refuse free food? Once Bai Youyou had stored the provisions, they continued their journey. Fortunately, they encountered no further troublesome incidents in the following days. They did come across a few wandering beastmen, but those individuals distanced themselves as Lucio and the others approached, not daring to approach like the wolf-faced beastman had. Perhaps they wished to avoid trouble. Or perhaps they lacked the confidence to confront Lucio and his companions due to their fewer numbers. After several days of travel, they finally reached the foot of the towering mountain Lucio had mentioned. Bai Youyou gazed up at the imposing peak, swallowing hard as she asked, "Lucio, must we truly climb over this? With all that snow, won't it be treacherous?" The side of the mountain was particularly steep. Had Lucio not assured her that the other side was different, she would have vehemently refused to stay in such a place. Lucio glanced at Bai Youyou, who was furrowing her brow, and smiled reassuringly. "I'll carry you in my beast form. We will ascend swiftly." He then turned to Mu Yi and Mu Er, instructing, "You two follow closely behind me and tread the same path." The two brothers had complete faith in Lucio, nodding in agreement without hesitation. Bai Youyou eyed Lucio with skepticism, still somewhat unconvinced. Primarily, the snow concealed the mountain's terrain, and she feared that a single misjudgment could send him tumbling down. "I've been here before and remember some of the terrain. Besides, my beast form is long and agile. With the right leverage, there will be no issues," Lucio assured her, squinting his eyes and smiling mischievously. Leaning closer to her ear, he whispered, "Am I not capable, you? Have my past performances left you unsatisfied? Please refrain from asking such questions that compel me to prove myself immediately. Bai Youyou. All right, I believe you. You capable. You're the best. Just stop teasing me, please. Close your mouth. Chapter 73. Arrival at the destination. Lucio found increasing delight in teasing Bai Youyou, finding her flustered and blushing demeanor irresistibly adorable. Even her indignant glares were charming to him. Relishing the attention, Lucio beamed brightly, and just as Bai Youyou reached out to tug his ear, he transformed into his beast form, leaving her grasping at air. In the next moment, Bai Youyou found herself swept up onto his back. Pouting slightly, she settled against him, closing her eyes to avoid witnessing how he scaled the sheer cliff, fearing that a scream might disrupt his concentration. She opted for a blissful ignorance. Once Lucio secured Bai Youyou in place, he glanced back at the now beastly Mu-E and Mu-Air, signaling them to follow, and swiftly charged towards the mountain peak. Wherever Lucio trod, the snow was swept aside by his powerful form, allowing the brothers to see the ground beneath them, thereby eliminating any real danger. Moreover, due to his familiarity with the terrain, Lucio typically avoided hazardous spots. Even if he occasionally misremembered, his long frame provided ample leverage to evade potential falls. The mountain was so towering that despite Lucio's speed, it took them more than half a day to reach the summit. When Bai Youyou finally dismounted from Lucio, her legs felt numb. She looked down the mountain to find nothing but a blinding expanse of white, which, if stared at too long, could induce dizziness. Lucio transformed back into his human form and approached her with a relaxed smile, saying, "Now that we are here, we are safe. All we need to do is find a suitable place to settle." Upon hearing this, Bai Youyou surveyed her surroundings and found that Lucio was indeed correct. After ascending the mountain, they were greeted by a gently sloping plain interspersed with patches of forest. Some areas were even remarkably flat, resembling ordinary terrain, while others featured small hills. Without observing the path they had taken, one could scarcely guess they were atop a mountain. Bai Youyou exhaled in relief. Feeling that the situation was far better than she had anticipated, she nodded at Lucio and suggested, "Let us first find a suitable spot to temporarily reside. Given the weather, we probably can't do much else." Lucio concurred, nodding in agreement, while Mu-E and Mu-Air were entirely supportive of whatever Bai Youyou proposed, thus voicing no objections. The group set off in a forward direction, though this time Bai Youyou did not request to be carried. As she had not been active for a while and felt somewhat stiff and no longer in a rush, she simply wished to stretch her legs. Lucio was agreeable, walking alongside her in the snow, ensuring to shield her from falling snowballs and icy crystals as they traversed the wooded area. Bai Youyou found herself feeling a bit misled, as if she hadn't just secured a companion, but rather a caring father figure. Of course, whenever this rogue displayed his mischievous side, that illusion promptly vanished. As they walked, Bai Youyou attentively observed her surroundings, knowing they might be here for an extended period and wishing to find an ideal location. Although her physical condition had improved significantly, she was still just a delicate female, and her feet began to feel somewhat numb after a short while, just as she considered playfully asking Lucio for a carry. Her peripheral vision caught a glimpse of green peeking through the snow, a vibrant hue that stood out starkly against the white backdrop. Even with just a hint of green visible, it was impossible for Bai Youyou to ignore it. She tugged at Lucio's arm, pointing towards the spot. "Lucio, let us go see what that is. It looks so vibrant and full of life." Even in this frigid weather, Bai Youyou had not seen any color other than white for such an extended period that she felt on the verge of developing snow blindness. Now, upon catching a glimpse of green, she could not help but feel a surge of joy. Lucio cast a casual glance and replied, "It is merely a collection of ordinary wild plants. Every winter, some hardy flora become buried beneath the snow, yet they do not perish." Though Lucio spoke nonchalantly, he nonetheless led Bai Youyou over to examine them. Mu-E and Mu-Air, observing Lucio's actions, followed curiously. As Bai Youyou approached the greenery, she realized it was not just a smattering of plants, but rather an expansive patch, concealed beneath the snow, rendering it indistinct from a distance. Intrigued, she kicked some snow aside, revealing a large mass resembling a giant cabbage, albeit significantly larger, more than 3 times its size, and of a slightly different hue. Only the part protruding above the snow was green, the sections buried beneath, including the leaves, were pristine white. If not for that hint of green, This plant would have been nearly invisible against the snowy backdrop, just as Bai Youyou was about to tear off a leaf for inspection. She was astonished to see the previously white leaves gradually transforming into green. With wide eyes, she turned to Lu Xiu, uncertainly asking, "Did I see it incorrectly? How can it change color?" Lu Xiu chuckled at her question, preparing to respond when Mu Yi, trailing behind, dismissively remarked, "Sister-in-law, this plant has always changed color. We have seen it during past winters. There were even times when starving orcs attempted to eat it, only to have it change color upon being unearthed. Consequently, it was deemed toxic, and no one dared to consume it." Bai Youyou felt a tinge of disappointment at Mu Yi's explanation, yet she did not fully trust the orc's judgment on this matter. The plant bore such resemblance to cabbage. What if it were edible? It had been ages since she had put her identification skills to use, and now seemed the perfect moment with that thought. Bai Youyou reached out to touch the plant, mentally reciting her identification incantation. Snow cabbage, non-toxic and edible, no side effects. Ah, it's cabbage, edible cabbage, Bai Youyou exclaimed with excitement, springing up from her spot that it had been nearly 100 days since she had last tasted fresh greens. And her cravings had reached a boiling point. Were it not for the presence of carrots, she might have already succumbed to despair. Her exuberance startled both Lu Xiu and the Mu brothers. Lu Xiu gently pulled the exuberant Bai Youyou back, urging her to calm down, and queried, "You, what is the matter? Why are you suddenly so excited?" Hearing his question, Bai Youyou grasped Lu Xiu's large hand, her face radiating joy as she replied, "Xiu, we have fresh food again. This is snow cabbage, and it's edible." "Is it truly? Then let us hasten to harvest it." Before Lu Xiu could respond, Mu Air dashed forward to dig up the snow cabbage, choosing to believe Bai Youyou's words despite his brother's previous caution regarding its toxicity. Mu, too, hesitated not, silently following Mu Air to excavate the plants. In their eyes, Bai Youyou was akin to a goddess. How could anything she said possibly be erroneous? Seeing the brothers' enthusiasm, Bai Youyou was inclined to assist, but as she took a step forward, Lu Xiu pulled her back. Confused, she looked up at him, only to find that he wore no expression of delight. Instead, his lips were pressed tightly together, and his brow furrowed as he gazed at her. The emotions within his eyes were inscrutable, prompting Bai Youyou to blink in confusion and ask, "What's wrong, Xiu?" At that moment, Lu Xiu's heart was far from tranquil. In the past, when Bai Youyou discovered new food sources, he had assumed her knowledge stemmed from experience. Yet, just moments ago, she had queried him about the nature of the plant, and upon Mu Yi's revelation, she had immediately affirmed its identity and edibility. Prior to providing that confirmation, she had only touched the plant once. Reflecting on her previous insistence for him to gather items for her to identify, and how she had always waited until she held them in her hands before offering her verdict, Lu Xiu began to harbor a suspicion. If his conjecture held true, it indicated that Bai Youyou was concealing something from him, suggesting that she had yet to fully trust him. The more he pondered, the more acrid his heart felt. He glanced at Bai Youyou's questioning gaze, but chose to remain silent. His eyes dimmed as he released her hand and turned to join Mu Yi and Mu Air in harvesting the snow cabbage. He was not angry. He simply feared that he might inadvertently voice his concerns, that Bai Youyou might be reluctant to divulge her secrets, and that he might disrupt the current dynamic between them. He should be content. He ought not to be greedy for too much. Bai Youyou stared in bewilderment at Lu Xiu's retreating figure, sensing something amiss yet unable to articulate it. Before she could ponder further, she heard Mu Air calling her name. "Sister Bai, aren't you coming to help?" Looking up, Bai Youyou saw the brothers had already unearthed a considerable amount of snow cabbage, assessing the size of the plants in conjunction with her own storage capacity. She walked over, gathering while stating, "Let us take about 30 more, and that should suffice." Although her storage had expanded significantly, it was already filled with various items, and had she not consumed a considerable amount of food lately, she would not even have room for 30 snow cabbages. Mu Air, still youthful, cast a lingering glance at the remaining snow cabbage and remarked, "Sister Bai, there's still so much left. Let us take it all." Bai Youyou shook her head, responding, "Let it continue to grow. There's no one else here to eat it. Who are you afraid will steal it?" Mu Air considered her words, finding some sense in them, and thus fell silent. Mu, fully compliant with Bai Youyou's guidance, said nothing and simply focused on his task, while Lu Xiu, preoccupied with his thoughts, remained quiet as well. Thanks to Mu Air's interruption, Bai Youyou had momentarily forgotten Lucio's earlier odd behavior. She was now meticulously surveying her surroundings, contemplating that if the soil here could sustain snow cabbage, it might also support other varieties of plants. Thus, the idea of making this area their home began to form in her mind. The terrain was relatively flat and elevated, making it quite suitable for habitation.